Yu is a beautiful fool, delicate, willful, and quick-tempered, unable to endure the slightest grievance. Yet timid as a grain of rice.One day, she unexpectedly finds herself bound by a system, tasked to play the role of a cannon fodder in a world of missions. World 1. The vain childhood friend. Yu is the childhood companion of the protagonist, a commoner who is lazy and indulgent, dreaming of gaining without labor, relying on the protagonist while often bullying him.As she engages in one foolish act after another. She finds herself on the brink of reckoning, only to pitifully plead for the protagonist's assistance to cover her tracks. Upon learning that the protagonist has been recognized by a wealthy family, jealousy stirs within her, leading her to spread malicious gossip behind his back. After completing her narrative, Yu feels an overwhelming sense of triumph. Chapter 1. The Vain Childhood Friend. Host, Yu. Welcome to the mission world. System 998 is at your service. Loading world. You have been matched with a role, the protagonist's malicious childhood friend. Is it true what the forum posts say? Yu is really not an Omega? That can't be right. Yu clearly emits the scent of Omega pheromones, sweet and unmistakable. Rumor has it she purchased Omega pheromone perfume from the black market to deceive others. If she's truly pretending to be an Omega, she's in for it. Those alphas are not to be trifled with. The last one who crossed them. Malicious chatter relentlessly invaded her mind. Yu opened her eyes, disoriented, realizing she was slumped over a desk in the back row of a classroom, likely during a break, surrounded by groups of students chatting and laughing. Despite their lowered voices, their whispers were painfully clear to Yu. Occasionally, furtive glances were cast her way, with peers exchanging knowing looks and hushed remarks, punctuated by suppressed laughter. Yu was acutely aware they were talking about her. She pressed her lips together, feeling a wave of displeasure. A bunch of insufferable people. Half a month ago, Yu had been unexpectedly bound to a cannon fodder system numbered 998, compelling her to traverse into a mission world and portray a character to advance the plot. Her performance would yield points based on the completion of the narrative. Initially hesitant, she succumbed to the allure of the system's descriptions of the main world's splendor and tales of formidable figures, eventually giving in to the temptation to bind herself to 998. The plot is being transmitted. Fearing a tantrum from Yu, 998 promptly initiated the narrative transmission. This world is a pure love story set in a school, featuring an ABO dynamic. The protagonist, him.As, is a top-tier alpha hailing from a prestigious family. The protagonist's love interest, Lin, comes from humble beginnings, having experienced a stagnation in his transformation for reasons unknown. By chance, Lin rescues the injured him, who subsequently becomes enamored with Lin's resilience and uniqueness. As their feelings blossom, him quietly protects Lin, leading to a sweet yet tumultuous journey, culminating in Lin's transformation into a top-tier Omega and his recognition by the wealthy family, resulting in a happy ending with him. Yu's role in this tale is that of Lin's childhood beta friend, one who craves vanity and is indolent, hindering Lin in the early stages of the story and later serving as a tool for self-sabotage. Like Lin, she hails from a remote village, one of only 2 university students there. While Lin tends to her, she shows no gratitude, instead harboring jealousy for his accomplishments. Her sole source of pride stems from Lin's delayed transformation. She often uses this fact to assert her superiority over him. Upon entering university, Lin remains diligent and industrious, while Yu becomes enamored with the superficial glamour of campus life, fixating solely on comparison and vanity.As she engages in one foolish act after another. Just before facing consequences, she adopts a pitiful demeanor, pleading with Lin to rescue her and take the blame. Having hindered Lin countless times without a shred of gratitude, she believes it is his duty to assist her. Her delusion extends to thinking that Lin should be grateful for her friendship, despite her disdain for his lack of transformation. It is easy to imagine the depths of her jealousy and twisted emotions when Lin finally transforms into a top-tier Omega and is validated as a scion of a wealthy family. She employs various schemes to sabotage Lin, including writing disparaging notes about him, maligning his character and insinuating his relationships with multiple alphas. She even attempts to seduce Yan, trying to create discord between him and Lin Yun, yet her foolish and malicious nature lacks the intelligence to succeed, leading to her repeated humiliation and eventual downfall. The moment Yuji arrives is precisely when her facade of being an Omega is exposed, and she is ridiculed on the forum. As an unremarkable beta, the original character was already envious of the powerful alphas, unwilling to accept her mediocrity. Upon encountering the allure of university life, she devised a plan to masquerade as an Omega and deceive the alphas out of their money. For a brief period, she succeeded, manipulating several wealthy alphas with the pheromone perfume obtained from the black market. However, her triumph was short-lived, as she foolishly became the target of public ridicule on the forum. As her awareness returned, Yuji raised her eyes to find a new presence at the table. This newcomer appeared formidable. With a doll-like face and upturned eyes, adorned with diamond earrings, they exuded an air of insolence and menace. "Are you daydreaming?" Kong Lu smirked, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "No wonder you have the audacity to pretend to be an Omega. Even I can distract you? Was it intentional?" For a moment, Yuji struggled to find a response, opting for silence. Kong Li's expression darkened suddenly. He thumped the table hard in front of Yuji. The towering alpha cast a shadow that nearly engulfed her. Startled, Yuji shivered, no longer daring to maintain her silence. It wasn't. She bit her lip and murmured softly. "What?" Kong Li leaned in closer, unable to hear her clearly. "It wasn't intentional," she insisted. She wasn't deliberately daydreaming. She was merely absorbing the plot, unaware that this person was speaking about her. "Ha!" Kong Lu was amused by her response, grasping her wrist firmly and leaning in threateningly. She braced herself for an impending blow. Yuji pressed tightly against the back of her chair, her eyes welling up, resembling a rabbit trapped in a cage, trembling helplessly amidst the encroaching beasts. Yet Kong Lu, who aimed to intimidate her, suddenly froze. Before him, the young girl displayed an exquisite and delicate visage, her lush lashes casting shadows upon her cheeks, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that evoked pity. Her flawless skin was inviting to the touch, soft and supple. Unable to resist, Kong Lu lightly caressed Yuji's wrist, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on her face. What beta possesses such ethereal beauty and flawless skin? After a moment's reflection, Kong Lu could not help but ask her with a hint of irritation, "Are you really a beta or an Omega?" Yuji suddenly realized that since this person had arrived, the others who spoke ill of her had seemingly fallen silent. This revelation shattered Yuji's plan to navigate the surrounding clamor unnoticed. I doubt why Yuji stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. To courageously acknowledge a mistake would not evoke feelings of sincerity. Rather, it would merely unveil him as a deceiver. Denying the truth in the face of irrefutable evidence would only intensify the impending storm. What once seemed like mere words of reproach might soon escalate into physical confrontation. Yet, his evident hesitation only served to bolster the credibility of the accusations against him. If he were truly an Omega, would there be any reason for such indecision? A simple nod would suffice. Incredibly, Yuji was indeed masquerading as an Omega while being a beta. Realizing he had been thoroughly deceived, Kong Lu felt a surge of indignation constricting his heart, prompting him to pinch Yuji's cheek forcefully. "Ha, you've got quite the audacity to deceive me." As he had imagined, the flesh was soft and yielded readily to his grip. Turning a vivid shade of red, he observed the crimson imprint left on Yuji's cheek. His fingers twitched with a desire for retribution. After all, Yuji had wronged him, and collecting a bit of interest seemed only fair. The depths of Kong Li's gaze darkened, as if shrouded in a veil of shadows. Just as he prepared to pinch again, the person before him recoiled, lowering their head to evade his hand. Daring to dodge, Kong Lu furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure igniting in his eyes. He was about to speak when his expression abruptly shifted, and he turned to gaze intently at Yuji. Chapter 2. The vanity of the disguised Omega. Faster than his gaze was the soft sound of weeping that suddenly filled the small space, delicate and feeble, laced with a sense of grievance. What had once been a casual smirk turned into a straight line of disbelief. Had he truly succumbed to tears so easily? Yuji's reaction surpassed all of Kong Li's expectations. He firmly grasped Yu Ji's chin, and indeed, tears streamed down Yu Ji's face in a steady cascade. You deceive me by pretending to be an Omega. I am the victim here, and yet you dare to cry. Yu Ji remained silent, tears flowing silently, each droplet landing on Kong Li's hand, igniting a warmth that made him feel utterly unsettled, even helpless. Was it typical for a beta to weep so readily? Why was he crying? Kong Lu raised his voice slightly, insisting speak. Yu Ji hesitated for a moment too long, his voice muffled and tinged with sobs as he murmured, "You bully me, continually, and I am afraid of you." Bullied? How could he possibly be accused of bullying Yu Ji? The boy was clearly a little trickster. Though he had witnessed tears before, people weeping in despair, utterly disheveled, Yu Ji's tears left Kong Lu at a loss for words. Kong Lu's expression betrayed his inability to respond. "Forget it. I shall overlook your deceit, even though you are not an Omega. However, the gift must be returned." He was not petty. The gift was not particularly valuable. Yet it served as evidence of his deception by a beta, and he sought to reclaim it to put an end to the matter. He was no small-minded person. Yu Ji felt no comfort from his words. Instead, he perceived them as an insult, a suggestion that he was indeed a petty individual. He lifted his head to glare at Kong Lu momentarily before quickly lowering it again, tears continuing to stream down his cheeks. "Stop crying, please," Kong Lu said, his tone tinged with irritation as he raked his fingers through his hair. "I won't demand the gift back. Consider it a present from me, all right?" Feeling a twinge of shame, he added, "But do not push your luck any further." The soft, fragrant Omega naturally drew the attention of alphas. However, a beta masquerading as an Omega was utterly detestable. Yu Ji not only failed to cease his sobbing, but also disregarded Kong Li's words, as if he were impervious to them. Kong Lu observed Yu Ji for a moment, his expression shifting between moods, and then abruptly turned away. Yu Ji was momentarily taken aback, his cries faltering. Then he summoned a few more choked sobs, secretly curious about Kong Li's intentions. Kong Lu surveyed the room, and the palpable pressure emanating from a top-tier alpha rendered the once boisterous classroom suddenly silent. None dared to meet his gaze. He coldly declared, "Do you not know that class is over? Why are you still lingering in the classroom?" His status and authority were indeed formidable. As soon as his words fell, chaos ensued, and in an instant, the classroom was emptied, leaving only Kong Lu and Yu Ji behind. It seemed that despite the crowd, their silence had offered a semblance of safety. Now, with the room deserted, Yu Ji dared not even glance at Kong Lu, fearing that his dismissal would lead to punishment. He deliberately intensified his pitiful demeanor, vigorously wiping his eyes, hoping Kong Lu would show him mercy. Turning around, Kong Lu glanced down at Yu Ji's tear-streaked face, her pitiful appearance prompting him to mutter under his breath, "What a nuisance." Gritting his teeth, he half-squatted and pulled out a tissue to wipe away Yu Ji's tears. His movements were not gentle, yet they were by no means harsh. Noticing the delicate nature of her skin, which had turned slightly red from his touch, he softened his grip. Yu Ji, timid yet fiery, transformed into a quivering quail whenever Kong Lu scolded her, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Now, with his demeanor softened, she took it upon herself to coax him, immediately resorting to her little tantrums, pushing his hand away to prevent him from wiping her tears. "What are you doing? Just a moment ago, you were scolding me," she stammered, her words punctuated by occasional sobs, rendering them indistinct. Kong Lu raised an eyebrow. "When did I scold you? You called me troublesome and said I was a petty person." Yu Ji recounted every misdeed Kong Lu had committed, only to repeat them as if they were multiplied in severity. Even Kong Lu, who had seen many things, found her behavior astonishingly shameless. Feeling indignant, he muttered softly, "That hardly counts as scolding. I've never encountered such a delicate beta." As the esteemed son of the Kong family, he found it absurd that he had to crouch down to comfort a beta while she quibbled over trivialities. In his half-squatting position, he tilted his head slightly, catching a full view of Yu Ji's face, which bore the faint marks from his fingers, one on her cheek and another on her chin. Truly, her skin was remarkably tender. For reasons unknown, Kong Lu felt a burning sensation in his throat, a wave of dryness washing over him. the subtle sweetness of her fragrance. Devoid of pheromones, inexplicably ignited warmth within him. Yuji relished being pampered, and amidst their playful shoving, her tears gradually subsided. At last, she ceased crying. Kang Lu let out a silent sigh of relief. The thought of being so easily manipulated by a beta's tears left him feeling embarrassed. It is merely my kindness and generosity that prevent me from holding this against you, little beta. Once you encounter someone truly fierce, you will understand just how lenient I am, he said, inadvertently pressing his fingertip against Yuji's jaw, his tone taking on an air of seriousness. Truly fierce? The curiosity sparked within Yuji, momentarily forgetting her earlier actions. Those few at our school, they have all been deceived by you and are seething with anger, eager to get back at you. Although Kang Lu intended to frighten Yuji, his words held a kernel of truth. Among the elite alphas, arrogance and disdain were prevalent, and being deceived by a common beta would be a profound humiliation. What should I do then? Yuji's expression fell instantly. Kang Lu had already been sufficiently intimidating. Several times, she had thought he might strike her. What do you mean? What to do? Gang de finir d'ignorance. Please, help me. Don't let them bully me. Yuji pushed against Kang Lu's hand, her plea resembling not so much a cry for help as an affectionate whine. I'm not talking about bullying, considering your appearance. They will certainly want to target you. Kang Lu chuckled softly, his laughter fading as he met Yuji's bewildered gaze, an unexpected complexity flickering across his face, accompanied by a strange sense of guilt. Had he not witnessed enough? Within the realm of affluent families, there exists a plethora of sordid and indecent affairs, omega lovers, beta lovers, and a myriad of chaotic relationships intertwined with guilt, all manifesting an unusual excitement when coarse words are uttered. Chapter 3. The vanity of a beta in an omega's embrace, two entirely disparate emotions coalesce into a turbulent chaos. Kang Lee's expression is far from pleasant. Although the sensitive period of the month has ostensibly passed, he is beset by an elevated body temperature, inflamed glands, and restless emotions, all unmistakable signs of sensitivity. Temporarily, Kang Lu attributes this turmoil to the ineffectiveness of the suppressants he has injected. As for Yuji, she is merely beautiful, with fair skin, large eyes, and a doll-like appeal. Why should she elicit such a reaction from him? He takes a deep breath. After all, the sensitive period has only recently subsided, and the body's agitation should subside swiftly. Meeting Yuji's gaze, he inquires, "Why should I assist you?" His alpha tone is rather inscrutable, instilling a glimmer of hope in Yuji. You bullied me to tears and even pinched me, yet I have not retaliated against you. With your slender limbs, a gentle touch from me would leave your skin flushed. How could you possibly bully me? Kang Lu, in a carefree demeanor, encircles Yuji's arm and thigh, measuring her dimensions before her very eyes. Yuji can only harbor her indignation in silence. Though she is a beta, not an omega, there is a certain amusement in her presence that is undeniably engaging. Kang Lu finds her far more captivating than the omega facade he had meticulously crafted before. Recalling Yuji's previous demeanor, he perceives that nothing could compare to the intriguing beta before him. Noticing a small tuft of hair atop Yuji's head, he reaches out. But suddenly, the ringtone of his mobile phone interrupts both his words and actions. A flicker of annoyance crosses Kang Lee's eyes as he retracts his hand and rudely retrieves his phone from his pocket. Upon reading the urgent message, he is momentarily taken aback. It is an urgent matter, and it happens to arise at this inopportune moment. I cannot continue this playful interaction. I have business to attend to. He pauses, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinizes Yuji's expression. Her petite, alabaster face tilts upward, eyes glistening and dark, lips tinged with a delicate pink. There is no reluctance to part. Rather, she seems eager for his departure. But why should he desire to evoke any sense of longing in Yuji? As this peculiar thought surfaces, Kang Lu furrows his brow, dismissing it with a wave. He lightly pinches, or rather, simply cradles the lower part of Yuji's palm. Do you know who is seeking me? Yuji shakes her head. Kang Lee's lips curl into a subtle smirk, a hint of mischief in his gaze. Another alpha whom you have deceived. Yuji's eyes widen. her shimmering gaze igniting a sense of longing within Kong Lo. He refrains from elaborating, perhaps leaving Yuji in suspense, or perhaps simply wishing to avoid mentioning another alpha. His fingers inadvertently brush the corner of Yuji's eye. I must take my leave. I shall visit again when time permits. Hurry and go. Do not seek me out. Yuji replies, her words contradicting her heart as she nods. After Kong Lu rises, he strides towards the door. As he was about to step out of the classroom, Kong Lu, almost as if compelled by fate, turned his head to glance back inside. Little Beta was sprawled on the desk, arms folded under his chin, his almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture, intently following Kong Lee's every move. TSK. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. How obedient. Yuji remained in that position for a while, observing that Kong Lu had indeed left. He quickly looked around, eagerly conversing with the system in his mind. What do you think? Am I not exceptionally talented? His eyes were still slightly red, yet he couldn't contain his desire for praise. Even the system, 998, couldn't bear to find fault with him. 998. You did wonderfully great job. So impressive. Really that great? Truly that impressive? With the flattery received, Yuji's lips curled upwards, betraying his uncontainable joy. This was his first mission, and it hadn't been that difficult after all. 998. Indeed, baby, you're so adept at adapting, effortlessly managing that odious alpha. Yuji felt a twinge of guilt. He wasn't entirely sure how he had managed it. Yet he found himself gradually lost in 998's praise. Yes, that was his intention, which is why he acted as he did. 998 further supplemented Yuji's knowledge. This world was somewhat peculiar. In addition to the conventional genders, there existed secondary sexual characteristics that typically differentiated before adulthood. Alphas, as natural leaders and dominators, possessed intellectual and physical advantages, residing at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid. Omegas, with somewhat weaker physiques, were delicate and beautiful, their submissive nature allowing them to win the affection of others more easily. Betas, representing the largest segment of the populace, were the ordinary crowd, rather unremarkable. Yuji's role was that of an ordinary beta. Deep down, he felt a slight dissatisfaction with his identity. He believed that if he were an alpha, he could easily overpower Kong Lu without fear. Omegas, too, received many gifts. His fanciful thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Attention! The protagonist has seen the post and is on his way to find you. You must cleverly manipulate him into repaying you. To admit wrongdoing after committing a misdeed is what one might call cannon fodder. I refuse to repay. Yuji lifted his chin, waving his hand downwards with an air of determination, speaking with utmost confidence. After all, he was merely cannon fodder, so he ought to engage in mischief. Most of the alphas that have appeared in the plot are rather vicious. If you fail to repay in time, you may be sent for reformation. To avoid alarming Yuji, 998 spoke vaguely, euphemistically referring to it as reformation, while in less pleasant terms, it amounted to being sent to prison. Since entering the task world, Yuji had become a character within it, with his every action resonating in his surroundings. As long as he maintained the general narrative flow, advancing the plot smoothly, the remaining details were not so strictly governed. However, certain minor details could trigger a chain reaction, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings. A single thought could lead to dire consequences. I assure you, I shall repay the debt. No, I shall implore Lin Yun to return it to me. The spirited little cat, brimming with pride, soon withered, conceding that it would indeed heed the words of 998. The classroom, which was vacated after the lesson, remained unoccupied, providing a perfect opportunity to wait for someone. Within mere minutes, Yuji encountered the protagonist of the task world, Lin Yun. Chapter 4. The Vanity of the Illusory Bamboo Horse. No wonder he is destined to be the protagonist. The figure before him was slender and tall, standing erect like a pine tree, devoid of excessive adornments. He wore a simple t-shirt and long pants, slightly faded from washing yet impeccably clean. His youthful visage still bore traces of innocence, yet one could already discern the promise of future handsomeness. Compared to the haughty alphas of affluent families, his demeanor was markedly serene, evoking no sense of aversion. He clearly exhibited the traits of one destined to become an Omega. With the knowledge of the plot at his disposal, Yu began to point and prod. Lin Yun's classroom was located in another building, quite a distance away, and he had evidently rushed over, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. Upon reaching Yu, his breath remained uneven and hurried, and his first words were, "Did you truly masquerade as an Omega to deceive others for gifts?" Lin Yun was aware of Yu's temper, which could be rather irritable and capricious. However, he never anticipated that Yu would possess the audacity to feign being an Omega. Once enrolled in university, each individual's secondary gender would be clearly documented in the academic system. While theoretically confidential, it was effortless for those with means to access this information, rendering any pretense futile. Yu replied softly, stealing a glance at him before quickly lowering his head, feigning an expression of profound grievance. He had many questions swirling in his mind. Why would one undertake such an act? How would one address the repercussions that followed? Yet, upon noticing the redness around the boy's eyes, indicative of recent tears, Lin Yun's tone softened, and in an effort to ease Yu's distress, he abruptly shifted the subject. "When I arrived, I overheard your classmates mentioning that Kong had been here. Did he bully you?" "He not only bullied me, but also pinched and squeezed me." The pent-up indignation surged once more, and Yu hurriedly reported to Lin Yun, eagerly revealing the marks on his face. "Look here, and here, he hurt me quite badly." Fearing that Lin Yun might overlook any evidence of his torment, he leaned in closer, adjusting his posture to ensure that Lin Yun would see the proof of his mistreatment. But was being pinched truly so grave? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yun's brow furrowed involuntarily at the sight of the red marks on Yu's face. Instinctively, he reached out, his fingers hovering halfway towards Yu's face before retracting, clenching his palm inward instead, meeting Yu's bewildered gaze. "Let us return and apply some ice for a cold compress." Lin Yun's heart ached. He believed that while Yu may have erred, it did not justify Kong Li's actions of bullying him. Yu was frail and lacked strength, unable to resist such aggression. Moreover, no one would come to his aid. At least, within the confines of this classroom, no one possessed the courage to confront Kong Lu. "You must wrap it in something. The ice is far too cold and uncomfortable," Lin Yun remarked, prompting Yu to respond with a look of understanding. It was as if she had been struck rather than merely pinched. During their conversation, Lin Yun led Yu away from the school and back to their rented apartment. Situated in an aging complex not far from a university, the dwelling could barely be classified as a two-bedroom unit, consisting of a spacious room and a cramped chamber that could only accommodate a bed. Lin Yun retrieved the ice, wrapping it in a towel to apply it to Yu's face. Once she had sufficiently tended to her, he broached the earlier topic. "How many gifts did you receive from them?" "Not many," Yu replied, her gaze evasive and her tone uncertain. "How many is not many?" In front of Lin Yun, Yu hesitantly placed several exquisite bags and gift boxes onto the bed, and after a moment's hesitation, she revealed the records of her transactions. 1, 2. A total of 7 gifts, along with a transfer totaling approximately 50,000 yuan. Among the gifts was a bracelet that Yu had already adorned her wrist with. Lin Yun, beside her, searched with his phone, discovering it was a brand-name piece worth 70,000 yuan. The other gifts were similarly branded, their prices trivial for an alpha from a wealthy family, indicative of how those alphas regarded Yu as merely a fleeting amusement. However, for both Lin Yun and Yu, each item represented an extravagant luxury beyond their means. "And what about the money transferred to you?" "I spent it." Under Lin Yun's persistent questioning, reminiscent of an interrogation, Yu felt a growing frustration that he could not express. It was, after all, his own misstep. Now, he found himself reliant on Lin Yun. "Where did it go?" "Just spent it," Yu replied, a hint of impatience and agitation seeping into his voice. Was 50,000 yuan truly that easy to deplete? He had merely wanted to indulge a little, purchasing a few items that soon vanished from his grasp. The latest model of smartphone, a brand new laptop, and several lavish meals. Yu counted on his fingers, soon losing track. He was dissatisfied with Lin Yun's interrogative tone, yet more so feared that if he spoke poorly, Lin Yun might withdraw his support. I bought something for you. What did you buy? Assuming Lin Yun doubted him, Yu Ji felt a surge of defiance. He rummaged through the clutter on the table, pulling out a rectangular box. Glancing at Lin Yun, he noted a look of surprise on his face, which filled Yu Ji with pride. Lin Yun must think I'm lying. Such a bad thought to have about me. Upon opening the box, a black thermos came into view. This is for you. I have one too. Mine is white. The black one is rather unattractive, so it's perfect for you. With a flourish, he handed over the thermos, believing this would silence Lin Yun's criticism. Indeed, as Lin Yun accepted the weighty thermos, he found himself at a loss for words regarding Yu Ji's behavior, contemplating that such actions must cease in the future. What should we do now? They've said they want to retaliate against me, Yu Ji said, tugging at Lin Yun's sleeve with a pitiful expression. The protagonist will surely find a way, he thought, convinced that as long as the protagonist was willing to help, he would escape punishment. It is no wonder that Yu Ji claims to be an Omega, as there are indeed those who would believe him. The young boy possesses fair skin and rosy lips, his face no larger than a palm, with a complexion as delicate as silken tofu, turning crimson at the slightest touch, his hands soft and supple. His long, curled eyelashes frame his watery gaze, which gazes intently at him. Lin Yun lowered his eyes, casting a shadow with his lashes, as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the contours of his face. The thermos cup in his hand was the first gift he had ever received. He had not yet touched the other items, pondering whether he could return them. As for the bracelet he had worn, Lin Yun contemplated whether to ask the alpha who gifted it to him if they preferred the bracelet back or monetary compensation, as all the transfers he had received would need to be reimbursed. His thoughts were coherent and methodical. Regardless of the outcome, he would first adopt a posture of admitting fault and offering an apology. I have no money to repay, Lin Yun mused, recalling how Yu Ji had inadvertently opened his wallet while showing him the payment records, revealing a mere 13 yuan remaining. He then opened his own phone, which displayed a balance of over 30,000 yuan. His academic prowess not only exempted him from tuition fees, but also earned him a scholarship of 100,000 yuan from a university. The remaining funds had been allocated to Yu Ji's tuition, the purchase of numerous essential daily items, and expenses incurred during his journey, including rent. In total, he had spent over 60,000 yuan. Yu Ji leaned in to observe, his envy palpable upon seeing Lin Yun's substantial balance. Quickly reminding himself of his debts and hastily calculating, it was insufficient. Yu Ji wore an expression as if the sky had fallen. Chapter 5. The vanity of pretending to be an Omega. His despondency was evident, and Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. I can borrow money. It's no trouble. There's enough. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Ji exclaimed, Lin Yun, you are truly wonderful, the best. His tone rose, sweet as honey, almost unbearably delightful. Lin Yun curled his fingers gently. Borrowing money is no trivial matter. It entails the obligation of repayment, essentially accruing a new debt. Except for certain scoundrels who flaunt their debts, ordinary individuals often feel an overwhelming sense of guilt and the burdensome weight of financial obligation. Yet, witnessing Yu Ji's exuberance, Lin Yun's lips curved into a faint smile, rendering all other concerns trivial. The most pressing question remained. Would the alphas who gifted Yu Ji be amenable to this arrangement? Indeed, as soon as Lin Yun voiced this concern, Yu Ji immediately envisioned the stern-faced Kong Lo. The thought of facing those alphas he had deceived sent a wave of trepidation through him. Would they scold him? Would they strike him? Surely they would, for he had tricked them, and they would undoubtedly bully and humiliate him, compelling him to do things against his will. They would not accept his apology. Panic flickered in Yu Ji's eyes, and just the mere thought of such a scenario caused his voice to tremble, leaving him at a loss for what to do. As a prestigious institution, a university attracted countless alphas hailing from affluent families. These elite alphas were arrogant, self-important, and dismissive of all others. The chasm between the affluent and the common folk was vast, and even betas faced discrimination in the presence of alphas. Ordinary individuals already endured bullying. How much more so would Yu Ji, having erred? Though his face had been treated with ice, the red marks still lingered. Upon seeing these marks, Lin Yun was reminded of the bullying that Kong Lu inflicted upon Yu Ji. If Kong Lu could behave in such a manner, would not other alphas also prey upon Yuji? Lin Yun had heard more than once of the cruel bullying and humiliation that the scions of affluent families inflicted upon commoners. Not to mention, upon discovering that they had been deceived, would a group of arrogant elites truly let the instigator, Yuji, off so easily? Furthermore, Yuji was strikingly beautiful, possessing an appearance that seemed to invite mistreatment. Although not an omega, alphas harbored countless sordid thoughts towards betas. I shall go, you stay at home, take a day off, and do not attend class, Lin Yun instructed. A glimmer akin to starlight seemed to awaken in Yuji's eyes. All right. In the campus gym, Yan-Huan descended from the treadmill, his tall stature and sharp features accentuated by his dark eyes. Sweat formed droplets upon his skin, and his muscular contours exuded the vigor of youth. Casually wiping away perspiration, he twisted open a bottle of mineral water and tilted his head back to drink. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated beside him. Taking a moment to glance down, he saw a message from Chi-san. I found the person you were looking for. His name is Lin Yun, a first-year student in the computer science department. He is diligent and excels academically, but it seems he has some issues concerning differentiation. He has yet to manifest as second gender. Half a month prior, a rival family had attempted to kidnap him to threaten the Yen family. Although Yan-Huan had managed to escape, he sustained considerable injuries during the struggle. His pheromones spiraled out of control, and, after receiving a suppressant, he fell unconscious in a secluded alley, fortunate to be taken to the hospital by someone. At that time, Yan-Huan was not aware of the appearance or name of his rescuer. By the time he regained consciousness, he had already been transferred to his family's private hospital, learning that his benefactor had left without seeking any reward. Those who could approach him were either from similar backgrounds or had various ulterior motives. The act of being rescued, without any expectation of recompense, left Yan-Huan feeling remarkably intrigued. The person who appeared there was likely a university student, and with surveillance in the vicinity, tracking them down should not be overly difficult. Chi-san continued, however, he has a childhood friend, not exactly the best influence, named Yuji. You should be familiar with her. She's quite popular these days. A post was shared, laced with playful mockery. The subject of the post was none other than Yuji. As described by a friend, Yan-Huan cast a few glances over it. He had to admit that he held some recollection of Yuji, having heard the same circle of affluent young alphas speak of her. An omega, who flitted among alphas like a social butterfly, had garnered considerable attention within less than a month of enrollment, only to reveal she was actually a beta. Reflecting on that time, he recalled someone suggesting they could have some fun with this omega, but now it appeared they sought to toy with her, only to find themselves deceived in the end. A knowing smile flickered in his eyes as he pondered this. Chi-san remarked, she must be in quite a predicament. Those she deceived are all from our circle, including he Fei, who is as treacherous as he is charming. If he doesn't ruin her, he will at least take a few layers off her. Yan-Huan felt a stir within, caressing his phone. Yuji, unaware of the gravity of the situation, inadvertently provoked the alpha. Would Lin Yun, as his childhood companion, come to his aid? The following day, Yuji nestled at home, engrossed in his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen with fervor. On the table sat a large cup of milk tea, ordered by Lin Yun. Taking a brief pause to sip the tea, Yuji's gaze remained fixed on the phone's display. Last night, Lin Yun had organized the gifts Yuji received and obtained the contact information of the alpha, who sent him a present. Yuji inquired, "What's the update? What do they say?" Lin Yun replied, "I met them. We're in discussions." Yuji fretted, "I don't want to be caught. Lin Yun, please make sure to negotiate well. I beg you. I'm terrified they might have someone take me away." After a night of contemplation, Yuji learned from 998 that the so-called reformation was not merely a simple confinement for a day as he had imagined. He would not only have a legitimate reason for being taken away, but that group of affluent and influential alphas would have numerous sycophants eager to torment him without even needing to spend a dime. The entire day passed in a state of anxious trepidation for Yuji. Lin Yun had yet to return, and when he sent a message, Lin-Yun's replies were slow, fueling his spiraling thoughts. Was Lin Yun being detained? Had the other party lost their temper? Would his phone ring with a stranger's call, summoning him for punishment? Even the slightest disturbance could ignite Yuji's wild imagination. In an effort to quell his fears, Yuji immersed himself in his phone and snacks, watching countless humorous videos and indulging in treats. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door as he was about to pop a cookie into his mouth. Coughing, he nearly choked on the biscuit. After a laborious sip of water, he hesitated before moving, listening intently. The knock was not particularly forceful. A spark of realization struck him. Was Lin Yun back? Cautiously, he edged towards the door and opened it to find Lin Yun standing there. Having been to several places, Lin Yun appeared visibly fatigued. Yet there was a sense of relaxation amidst his weariness. Upon entering the house, he removed his coat and glanced at Yuji's curious expression. It's all right now. Just return their things, and they said they wanted to pursue the matter further. Lin Yun himself was surprised at how effortlessly the situation had been resolved. He had braced himself for challenges, only to find that the typically proud and arrogant alpha group had accepted being played. Their demeanor was neither cold nor warm, and they did not pose any difficulties for him as they accepted the returned gifts. The individual who had gifted Yuji a bracelet even accepted a cash transfer. Lin Yun sensed something amiss, yet he could not discern the source of his unease. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Upon hearing this, Yuji's taut heart finally relaxed, and he joyfully circled around Lin Yun, his eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, Lin Yun, you're amazing. How did you manage to do that? Upon reflecting on her recent triumph in overcoming yet another plot twist, Yuji found herself in high spirits, her gaze towards Lin Yun growing increasingly fond. How splendid it was. Indeed, being a malicious supporting character had its merits. In the initial stages, the nefarious actions of the supporting character could be effortlessly rectified by Lin Yun, allowing her to remain unburdened by worries. Under the scrutiny of Yuji's bright eyes, Lin Yun suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, his heart racing as if it were a drum. He tugged at the hem of his garment, unable to maintain his gaze upon Yuji. Unbeknownst to Yuji, who was lost in her delight, Lin Yun's unease persisted. Until he retreated to the shower to cleanse himself of fatigue, Yuji remained ensnared in the euphoria of her surprise. Upon returning to his spacious room, he reclined languidly on the expansive bed, rolling about in sheer comfort. Truly, he was the protagonist, an exceptional being. After showering him with praise, Yuji couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. How could life be so unjust? While she hesitated to even speak in person, Lin Yun conversed effortlessly amidst those alphas, solving monumental challenges with ease. What is so remarkable about that? She too could achieve such feats. Only she preferred not to confront those alphas directly. With a stubborn pout, she buried herself beneath the covers, envisioning herself eloquently engaging with the alphas, ultimately persuading them to forgive her and eagerly seek her friendship. Her heart soared as she stifled giggles. After all, if Lin Yun could do it, so could she, and surely she would excel beyond him. It was simply that, as the protagonist, he overshadowed her potential. Thus, she allowed Lin Yun to bask in the glory of his impressive deeds. It was all Lin Yun's fault. His status as the protagonist deprived her of her own opportunities. Yuji seemed to have forgotten the previous day, when she had cowered in fear, lacking the courage not only to engage in grandiloquence, but also to face those alphas directly with gifts in hand. Meanwhile, in a lounge of a university, a group of affluent alphas convened in private, equally puzzled. Had Lin Yun been present, he would have easily recognized these individuals as the very alphas to whom he had reciprocated gifts. The individuals Yuji had chosen were of exceptionally high caliber, each hailing from prestigious families. As they counted among themselves, a sudden realization struck. One individual was notably absent. Where's Kong Lo? Hadn't he also presented a gift to Yuji? He was preoccupied with matters at the bar. Some audacious individuals, unfamiliar with the Kong family's influence, dared to sell illicit substances, reportedly getting caught red-handed during a significant transaction. Never mind, his presence or absence did not affect their gathering. A moment of silence ensued before someone broke the quietude. Was Yin Huan out of his mind to stand up for a commoner? I had not anticipated this. What was Yin Huan's true intention? Certainly, the Yin family was powerful, But do you truly believe this is acceptable? Being deceived by a beta is an embarrassment to contemplate. The others, recalling Yuji, felt their teeth grind in frustration. Especially since she had deceived them, she dared not show her face to apologize, choosing instead to hide away, avoiding any confrontation. Meanwhile, the individual who approached them, while his demeanor appeared somewhat aloof, maintained a commendable attitude of apology, speaking with sincerity. Yet, what does it matter? Does merely deceiving them, uttering a few hollow apologies, and returning the items signify that everything is forgotten? They do not care for these trivial baubles. What ignites their fury is the mockery they have endured. An alpha, bold enough to toy with me, shall certainly face repercussions. The speaking alpha, robust in physique, gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Do you wish to confront Yin-Huan? Even as a member of the Yin family, he ought not to meddle in this affair. The formidable alpha clearly refused to let the matter rest, remaining obstinate. Yifei, what say you? A glance was cast towards the young man seated on the left. The alpha on the left exuded a refined demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Clad in a shirt with a silver chain draping elegantly, exuding nobility and grace, Yifei casually perused the information concerning Yuji. A cunning little worm. Let's toy with him. The young alpha smirked, his tone nonchalant and haughty. I shall not heed Yin-Huan's words. The moment he spoke, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The reason for lightly dismissing this incident and accepting the items returned by Lin Yun was solely due to Yin-Huan's intervention. However, the resentment festering within was not so easily cast aside. They understood Yin-Huan's intent to protect the commoner named Lin Yun who returned the items. Yet, the true adversary, the one audacious enough to mock them, was not Lin Yun, but the one who dared to masquerade as an Omega and deceive them. Yuji. The He family and the Yin family were evenly matched. Thus, upon hearing Yifei's words, they hastily concurred. That fool likely believes this matter is resolved. Lurking in the shadows, too fearful to confront us. I shall make him realize it is far from over. Ever since the gift exchange was settled, Yuji had been clinging to Lin Yun. The post seemed to be a thing of the past, and his pretense of being an Omega gradually faded from memory. Under the guidance of 998, he had become adept at bullying and exploiting others. Just like now, as Yuji stood on the steps, he suddenly towered over Lin Yun, who was originally shorter. Yuji spread his arms wide, while Lin Yun remained frozen like a wooden statue, utterly motionless. The young boy furrowed his brow in frustration. Why are you so foolish? Hurry up and carry me. Lin Yun, with a resigned expression, bent down at Yuji's urging. As he felt the weight settle upon him, two soft arms wrapped around his neck, the fragrance intensifying as Yuji drew near. Lin Yun's breath hitched momentarily. Chapter 7. The vanity of the beta pretending to be an Omega. Upon closer inspection, there was that same expressionless visage, supporting Yuji's knee with his arm. He effortlessly lifted him. His movements were swift and steady. The view from being carried was entirely different, and Yuji, in a good mood, made a half-hearted explanation. I am a beta. You will evolve into an alpha. So, of course, you must carry me. Not at all. You will become an Omega. Having a future top-tier Omega carry him filled Yuji with a sense of accomplishment, along with a feeling of superiority over Lin Yun. He comfortably rested on Lin Yun's back, his chin resting on Lin Yun's shoulder. While being a top-tier Omega, he, too, was subject to the influence of pheromones. Unlike him, although a beta, he remained unperturbed by such forces. Yuji thought with a tinge of envy, unable to suppress his inner admiration. He discreetly shifted his weight back, seeking to tease Lin Yun. How do you know I will evolve into an alpha? Lin Yun chuckled, noticing Yuji's precarious position, and gently lifted him up. Yuji's little scheme fell flat. Lin Yun did not perceive his lack of differentiation as a flaw. It spared him the expense of suppressants and the risk of uncontrollable circumstances. If given the choice, he would prefer to remain a beta, free from the dominion of pheromones. Regardless of whether one was an alpha or omega, Lin Yun lowered his head, concealing the complexities within his gaze. Yuji was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yun's words. Clenching his right fist, he playfully struck Lin Yun's shoulder. I just know, he declared, feigning annoyance. Look, is it He-Fei? He actually came. He noticed He-Fei approaching him. Didn't He-Fei also give me something before that incident? Is he here to settle the score? Oblivious to the whispers around him, Yuji rested his chin on his hand, feeling drowsy, as the sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the fine fuzz on his flawless, pale face, which bore a faint blush. His mind was devoid of thoughts, preoccupied with what to have for dinner. Barbecue, fried chicken, hot pot, or skewers. Barbecue seemed appealing. He would ask Lin Yin to buy him some, craving chicken wings and squid skewers. It wasn't until the clamor gradually subsided into silence that he sensed the peculiar atmosphere. A voice tinged with laughter rang above him. Yuji, at last we meet. You look quite different from your photos. He looked up to see a stranger, an alpha, clad in a tailored outfit that accentuated his tall figure, with elongated, slightly upturned eyes and a casual elegance that spoke of aristocratic lineage. Who are you? The smile on the alpha's face deepened. He-Fei. He-Fei. Yuji couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. He-Fei was one of the alphas he had deceived. Yet observing him now, he seemed rather amiable. The ever-present smile on He-Fei's face suggested he was not there to confront him. Yuji let out a quiet sigh of relief, though he still felt a hint of guilt. He had resorted to simple and straightforward tactics to deceive gifts and money as an Omega. First, he acquired the contact details of wealthy alphas through various channels, casting a wide net while presenting himself as an Omega to gain their friendship. Then he would sweet-talk them, often addressing them endearingly, despite not even knowing their appearance, and would send over some overly edited, sultry photos. When the alpha responded with a few words, he would subtly ask for gifts or money transfers. His hidden intentions were transparently evident, and any alpha conversing with him could easily discern his desire to ascend the social ladder, revealing his vain and materialistic nature. However, it was merely a game, a playful jest, and he did not lack for a few trivial coins. In the end, he was not an Omega, but a deceitful Beta. He-Fei, by a stroke of chance through a friend request, initially held little interest in Yuji, yet was inadvertently drawn to a photograph of his distorted, angular face and slender legs. With a chuckle, he casually arranged for a small token to be sent when Yuji requested a gift. I returned the gift. Although He-Fei did not overtly display a desire to settle the score, he nonetheless emphasized his point. Indeed, I sought you out for other reasons. A chair was brought for He-Fei, who gracefully seated himself opposite Yuji. His nonchalant demeanor attracted attention and service without the need for words, leaving Yuji feeling as if he had consumed a sour lemon. As for your masquerade as an Omega, it is but a trivial matter, hardly deserving of such concern. Is it not? Everyone makes mistakes. You are still young, and your disposition is innocent, having merely erred in a minor way. He-Fei's gentle persuasion extinguished Yuji's envious thoughts towards the affluent. Yuji found himself charmed by He-Fei's words. Exactly. If only all alphas could be as understanding as He-Fei. Yuji felt as if he had found a kindred spirit, his chest swelling with pride, yearning for He-Fei to speak further. He gazed at He-Fei with eager anticipation. Yet, He-Fei shifted the conversation. The Adventure Society has a gathering tomorrow evening. Will you attend? Originally, a university did not have an Adventure Society. It was founded by a few affluent youths passionate about outdoor exploration. Each member hailed from privileged backgrounds, inherently energetic alphas drawn to all things exhilarating. Yuji had exerted considerable effort to gain entry. He was reluctant to attend. If the truth about his masquerade as an Omega were to be revealed, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, especially if he encountered the alpha he had deceived. The thought of being mocked or even bullied was daunting. He pursed his lips in silence. Do you not wish to come? You missed the last Adventure Society event due to prior commitments, and if you continue to abstain, you risk expulsion from the society. He-Fei placed a finger lightly on Yuji's shoulder, casually dropping a bombshell. Expulsion from the society? Yuji exclaimed, his face visibly flustered. I will go. He clutched the hem of the person before him, assuring, I will definitely attend. Yuji's reasoning was simple. Gaining entry into the society was no small feat, and within it resided countless affluent alphas, each representing a potential opportunity. If he could cultivate relationships with even one of them, he might secure a life of comfort, free from worries about sustenance. Moreover, merely stating his affiliation with the Adventure Society would afford him a degree of prestige. He absolutely could not afford to be expelled from the society. He lowered his gaze to the small boy's hand that tugged at his shirt. The meticulously pressed shirt was now crumpled, and He had always been averse to being touched by others. One might say he loathed it. Yet, the proximity of Yu did not evoke a hint of distaste within him. Well, the gathering is arranged at a bar, where there will be plenty of delightful food and entertainment. Many people are expected to attend, and I shall introduce you all to one another. The alpha cast his eyes downward, gently brushing aside the soft, dark locks of the young boy, not minding to offer him a small taste of sweetness. How wonderful! There will be delicious food and fun, and the chance to expand one's social circle. Despite Yuji's inner envy of the alpha's prowess and his affluent lineage, he still regarded the opportunity to meet a noble alpha as a matter of pride, something to boast about. He had thought that being unmasked as an Omega would spell the end of his chances, yet here was a golden opportunity presented to him. Acknowledging his past mistakes, the alpha he had deceived accepted the gift he returned, and with He's presence, perhaps, just perhaps, even if those individuals did not take a liking to him, there were other alphas. He could utilize He to connect with them and forge friendships with the wealthy. The young boy's mind raced with thoughts, his heart pounding fervently, each consideration reinforcing his belief. Meanwhile, the architect of this scenario found himself lost in contemplation, staring at the top of the boy's head. Was he not a superficial, money-grubbing little deceiver, so easily fooled? He smelled delightful, clearly not a beta, yet the fragrance was sweet, and it stirred a tingling sensation within his heart. When the time came, should the boy seek his aid during moments of distress? Would he offer his assistance? He's hand rested on Yuji's shoulder, leisurely, occasionally allowing his fingertips to brush the nape of the small beta's neck. The icy touch made Yuji shrink his neck slightly. Upon returning home, Yuji busied himself with preparations for the gathering the following evening. How does this outfit look? Is it pretty? Using Lin Yun's money, Yuji had purchased numerous exquisite garments. Standing before the full-length mirror, he tried on one piece after another, quickly amassing a great heap on the chair while changing multiple times. Lin Yun stood nearby, watching Yuji's incessant outfit changes, his gaze wandering. Setting aside the influence of pheromones, if Yuji were to step outside, one might easily mistake him for an Omega. Beautiful. Quite lovely, he remarked. Yuji shot Lin Yun an annoyed glare. You're so dry, you can't even give a proper compliment. He felt a twinge of irritation. I think I'll wear this set. It was the most expensive among the pile of clothes. After all, one is judged by their attire. Yuji was determined not to lose face, adhering to the belief that the most expensive is the best. He lovingly caressed the white t-shirt and overalls, raising his chin with pride, pointing at the mountain of clothes, commanding Lin Yun, quickly put all the clothes back in the wardrobe. Lin Yun folded each piece with great care. As he returned the disarrayed garments to the wardrobe, he gradually sensed an unusual significance behind Yuji's actions of trying on clothes. Confronted by his inquisitive gaze, the young boy harbored no intention of concealing his thoughts. I'm going to a bar tomorrow night, Yuji boasted, adding with a hint of pride, I was invited. Even as a beta, he could receive such an invitation, gaining entry into the upper echelons of alphas. He reveled in his own delight, while Lin Yun's expression shifted. Since that post, those who would invite Yuji likely bore ill intentions, even though he had returned the items. One could not dismiss the possibility that those arrogant alphas might harbor resentment towards Yuji. Their interest could merely stem from a desire for the boy's striking appearance or an intent to regain their standing. Do not go. Bars are not safe places. If you do, you will be bullied. Lin Yun inhaled deeply, his gaze lowering as he gently articulated his concerns to Yuji. As Lin Yun spoke, Yuji could not help but waver, his confidence diminishing. Doubt crept in regarding his decision to attend. At an opportune moment, 998 offered a reminder. After your beta identity was exposed, although Lin Yun aided you in repaying your debts, you can no longer easily receive affection and gifts as you once did. Having tasted the sweetness of unearned rewards, you find it difficult to revert to a life of scarcity. Hence, When an alpha invites you to a gathering, you readily accept. The astute and perceptive Lin Yun discerned the unusual dynamics at play and urged you not to go. Yet, as a mere pawn, how could you heed his advice? Instead of perceiving his concern for your well-being, you believed Lin Yun was deliberately obstructing your chance to mingle with affluent alphas, prompting you to chastise him vehemently. Thus, as Lin Yun's words hung in the air, the young boy retorted loudly, "If I want to go, I will. You just don't want me to broaden my horizons. You want me to rely on you forever, and I refuse." Each proclamation grew louder, his voice rising in defiance. Lin Yun gazed solemnly at the fiercely glaring Yu Ji. "Where have I been as dreadful as you claim? If I were, I would not spend money on you, nor would I buy you such lovely clothes, or allow you to occupy the spacious room. I would certainly not clean up your mess when you deceive others, tirelessly ensuring that no one truly holds you accountable." A profound darkness flickered in Lin Yun's eyes, an emotion that Yu Ji could not comprehend. Having completed the narrative, Yu Ji initially felt a sense of triumph, but soon found himself feeling anxious under Lin Yun's scrutinizing gaze. "What are you staring at, you detestable protagonist?" Assuming Lin Yun was displeased by his rebuke. Considering the lengths Lin Yun had gone to for him, Yu Ji quickly reassured himself. "I am helping you. This is something every protagonist must endure. If you knew the truth, you would likely be grateful, so do not look at me like that." After a round of self-justification, Yu Ji reclaimed his moral high ground, glaring back without reservation. Lin Yun's future accomplishments were, after all, due to his efforts. Without the diligent and earnest efforts of this seemingly villainous pawn, Lin Yun would not have grown stronger, nor would so many have fallen at his feet. All of this was thanks to him, the greatest contributor. Yu Ji was resolute in her decision to visit the bar, and even a few words of admonition from Lin Yun ignited a silent conflict between them. Crossing the threshold, she was enveloped by the heavy scent of alcohol, vibrant lights flickering and slicing through the crowd's vision, while the music reverberated powerfully around her. The young and handsome bartender skillfully swirled amber whiskey over ice, sending droplets of liquid splashing. For Yu Ji, this was an entirely new realm, one she had never encountered before, brimming with a sense of indulgence and hedonism. As she stepped inside, she timidly glanced around. "Hello, are you looking for a friend?" A smiling server approached her. Yu Ji scanned the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of He-Fei. The dim lighting of the booth and the moving figures of men and women obscured her view. "He's called He-Fei," she replied, clinging to the server's words like a lifeline, her voice a rush of excitement. "Is it young Master He?" The server's tone softened. "He.S. in a private room on the second floor. Allow me to escort you." "Fantastic. He truly is impressive." In the bar, Yu Ji completely forgot her earlier confrontation with Lin Yun. Now, feeling shy and overwhelmed, she hid behind the server, unable to contain her curiosity as she peeked out to discreetly observe her surroundings. The bar, with its dance floor and booths, was an entirely unfamiliar sight to Yu Ji. Yet her exquisite beauty, coupled with her innocent and timid demeanor, drew the attention of many patrons. The clientele predominantly comprised alphas and betas, with a smattering of omegas, though they were few. To mitigate the risk of pheromone mishaps, the entrance was equipped with a device to measure the pheromone concentrations of both alpha and omega guests, conducting real-time air sampling upon entry. Less accurate than blood tests, yet sufficient for an approximate assessment. "Is that an omega? It looks so small they could fit in my arms." "Perhaps, but they don't carry the scent of omega pheromones." In a booth, someone took a deep breath, attempting to catch a whiff of the pheromones in the air. "Is Yu Ji really coming? How do you intend to entertain her?" An alpha seated nearby relished the unfolding drama. "If she dares to deceive us, we ought to show her what we're made of. She can't think we're mere playthings." Immediately, someone nudged him, signaling that Yin Huan was present and cautioning him to tread lightly. Didn't we all agree to let this matter rest? Yin Huan sat leisurely on the sofa, but at their words, he glanced up, displeasure etched on his face as he scrutinized the alpha speaking. "Don't tell me you thought this was just a game. Now that you've been outwitted, it's only fitting that you bear the consequences." Having seen many things, it was indeed pathetic to be deceived by a common beta. His words darkened the expressions of several alphas in the booth. Yet, mindful of Yan-Huan's status, they refrained from retorting. However, there were those in the booth who showed no fear of Yan-Huan whatsoever. It is not you who has been deceived. Your opinion on the matter holds little weight. So refrain from meddling. Yan-Huan glanced over and caught sight of He-Fei's unsmiling visage. Their eyes met, and He-Fei's lips curled into a slight, mocking arc, or perhaps you wish to save Yu Ji as well. The future head of the Yin family, so benevolent as to concern himself for a mere civilian beta? To Yan-Huan's surprise, it was He-Fei who countered him. Observing the other's calm demeanor, he wondered if He-Fei too had fallen victim to deception. Yan-Huan shot him a sidelong glance, a smile hovering on the edge of his lips. It has nothing to do with me. He had no desire to involve himself in the matter. After all, it was merely a petty con artist. Had Lin Yin not come to his aid, Yan-Huan likely would not have even mentioned Yu Ji. Not only was the individual a deceiver, but also rather foolish. Fully aware of having offended someone, yet still presenting themselves on a silver platter. Yan-Huan held a disdain for fools, as his silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere in the private booth returned to its previous languid state, until a knock echoed at the door. The sound stirred an exhilarating thrill within the alpha, akin to a beast eyeing its prey, eager and restless. They had arrived. It must be Yu Ji. Ah, how audacious of him to come. Seemingly unperturbed by the fact that he had deceived us. Little did he consider who had summoned him, a materialistic and vain civilian beta. A few casual words from our esteemed, he would be sufficient to leave him utterly disoriented. I shall have my fun with him, that beta. A playful, mocking gaze swept across the slowly opening booth door, languid and indifferent, with some even reclining slightly, wine glasses in hand. Yet, regardless of their demeanor, when the door finally swung wide, their bodies seemed to freeze, instinctively straightening as they focused intently on the figure behind the door. The young boy who entered was strikingly beautiful, his complexion fair, resembling a delicate doll displayed in a glass case. Yu Ji possessed a tender visage, a pâle contenance, and slender legs. His large, glistening eyes were framed by long, curled lashes, exuding an air of innocence. More than one individual was captivated by his charm. Their gazes grew dim, heat rising, as they restrained the youthful restlessness within. It must be said, this vain little deceiver possessed an extraordinarily remarkable face. Not to mention beta, even among omegas, none could rival him. All the efforts made were solely for the sake of money, were they not? To acquire wealth and gifts. It was rumored that even such photographs had been sent. If one sought money, the pheromones between alphas and omegas could provide mutual comfort. The absence of pheromones in betas implied that they could form bonds with either omegas or alphas. So many people, Yu Ji felt a twinge of fear. Nervously clutching the hem of his clothing, the fabric wrinkled under his anxious fingers. He even contemplated whether to retreat. In the booth, each alpha was impeccably handsome. Towering figures seated with an air of unrestrained arrogance, their laughter and anger echoing freely, all eyes turned toward him, sweeping over his entire form. His skin, exposed and unadorned by clothing, became the target of their intense scrutiny. Those fervent, sticky gazes converged into a dark, overwhelming tide, inch by inch, threatening to engulf him entirely. Chapter 10. The vanity of a pretentious beta, a soft gulp echoed in the room. It was unclear who first tugged at Yu Ji, but he found himself gently nudged toward the sofa. In the dim light, the delicate lashes of the young boy were vividly apparent, his skin radiant, and his dark eyes resembled glistening obsidian gems. So, this is the beta masquerading as an omega? Vanity and materialism had gifted him this striking appearance. Among the company gathered in the private room, the thoughts of those outside their circle were glaringly obvious. Yan-Huan unconsciously straightened his posture, fixated on Yu Ji for several moments. So you are Yu Ji. I have long wished to make your acquaintance, yet the opportunity eluded me until now. Thanks to He-Fei's invitation. Do you have a game in mind? With so many of us gathered, it is the perfect occasion to partake in some fun. Do you remember me? We were just chatting on our phones not long ago. Did you enjoy the gift I sent? If it was not to your liking, I can certainly procure something else for you. The last alpha was one of the individuals from whom Yu had sought a gift. With his fiery red hair and thick brows, he appeared irritable, yet his words were surprisingly pleasant. It was no wonder Lin Yun returned the gift so readily. It seemed these alphas were not as fearsome as they appeared, possessing soft tempers akin to ripe persimmons. Although he had been the one to deceive, the deceived bore no grudges, even yearning to offer him more gifts. 998 must have been mistaken. He would not return gifts lest he be sent for reformation. However, acknowledging his initial fault, he feared the matter would be brought to light again, risking humiliation before so many witnesses. "I am here for a club gathering," he muttered. This reasoning was one only Yu would accept, naively believing it to be merely a club assembly. Had it not been for the intent to toy with him, Yu would never have entered this circle of privileged youth, unworthy of joining their private gathering. His presence was merely a source of amusement for the one who had invited him. Yifei held a wine glass in one hand, taking a delicate sip, his gaze gradually descending from Yu's face to the exquisite alabaster collarbone of the young boy. His eyes flickered momentarily, thirst igniting within him. How deliberately provocative. This enticing beta. "Oh, a club gathering, of course," someone exclaimed, as if a switch had been flipped. The topic of the club gathering ignited a spirited discussion among them. As a member of the club, Yu was naturally ushered to sit among them. The alphas seemed to have forgotten their previous disparaging remarks, now displaying an enthusiastic warmth toward him, offering seats and pouring drinks with an almost obsequious eagerness. Yu had initially hoped to settle into a more secluded corner of the sofa, but was resolutely thrust into the center of the crowd, surrounded by alphas. Indeed, he was quite popular. Yu's spirits soared like a refreshing sip of ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. He feigned modesty, politely declining a few offers before ultimately acquiescing. When asked questions, he fabricated clever responses to avoid appearing like an unsophisticated bumpkin, weaving together a tapestry of half-truths and whimsical fabrications. Initially, I believed someone would see through it, yet surprisingly, regardless of the subject matter discussed, everyone continued to echo his sentiments, praising his wisdom and knowledge. The smile on Yu's face grew ever more radiant, his eyes curving in delight from the flattery. Given that it was a gathering, some entertainment was inevitable, and someone proposed playing the king's game. Why not? I concurred, eager to partake in the game. This proposal received a favorable response from the majority. With a total of 10 individuals in the private room, we prepared 10 cards, including one significant trump card. We would draw cards in turn, and the one who drew the trump card would become the king. The remaining card would also belong to the king, who could then issue commands, designating any single card or pair of cards to execute the task. Those who failed to comply would face a penalty. For Yu, the turn bar game was novel. No one had ever introduced him to such activities. He listened attentively, his eyes fixed without a blink. The youth explaining the rules inadvertently glanced at Yu, his throat dry. The others were already well-versed in similar games, fully aware of the rules. Yet, they exhibited no impatience. Gazes from various corners, some subtle, others overt, were directed at Yu's face. Was he inexperienced with such games? Indeed, this innocent young man hardly seemed like someone who would frequent a bar. Yu, though slightly bewildered, noticed that no one seemed to be paying serious attention, nor was anyone asking questions. The young boy was reluctant to appear foolish at such a moment. He was certainly no fool. It was said that alphas excelled over betas in both intellect and physical prowess. Yet Yu felt he was far more astute, capable of manipulating a group of alphas with ease. The playing cards fluttered at their fingertips as each drew one. "Wow, I'm the king," exclaimed the blue-haired youth sitting to Yu's right, adorned with an array of jangling accessories, casually displaying his trump card. Yu clutched his 3 of hearts, pouting in discontent. He too yearned to be the king. "Allow me to set an example for everyone. Let us keep the first round simple." He continued now. Numbers 5 and 6 must gaze into each other's eyes for 1 minute, maintaining a distance of no more than 1 centimeter. 2 tall, imposing men rose to their feet, exchanging glances, their faces dark as soot. The alpha's pheromones radiated an aggressive aura. They needn't even approach one another before tension crackled in the air. and it seemed they might soon come to blows. Rather than fulfill the command, it seemed preferable to accept a punishment. The words "let's drink" never left our lips, interrupted by the blue-haired youth, who squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. The first round is a grand opener. Aren't you two brothers? Why shy away from this? Indeed, Yuji silently agreed. No amount of discussion could replace the understanding gained through actual experience. Provoked by the blue-haired youth, their pride compelled them. It was merely a matter of looking at one another. How much could one possibly lose? After 1 minute, both men simultaneously turned away, their fingers trembling and spasming at their sides. Better to lose a bit of flesh than endure this. The urge to vomit was overwhelming. In the second round, Hifei became the king. Yuji's envious gaze immediately shifted to Hifei. The gaming session was rather extensive, and Hifei navigated it with remarkable ease, issuing commands that were both entertaining and invigorating. However, throughout several rounds, Yuji never drew the coveted ace nor ascended to the throne. He did, however, receive a number card once and participated in a rather conventional adventure. As the night progressed and libations flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly uninhibited. It was unclear whether some underlying factor contributed to this shift. A subtly intense gaze lingered upon the fair skin of the young man. In a corner, Son-S Adam's apple bobbed, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of swallowing. A player hastily revealed the ace and issued a command. Number 2 and number 7. Lift number 2 in a princess carry for half a minute. It was not him. It was not him. Yuji, engulfed in frustration for not becoming the king, failed to notice the cards being drawn, wishing fervently not to be selected. Furthermore, he lacked the strength to lift anyone. I am number 7. Hifei lightly tapped the face of the playing card, his fingers pale and slender, knuckles pronounced and alluring. He possessed a striking appearance, refined and elegant, and when his lips curled into a smile, he effortlessly evoked fondness in others. Yuji lowered his head, revealing a smirk of schadenfreude. How delightful it was that it was Hifei and not him. Sensing Hifei's awareness, Yuji hastily covered his mouth, fearing discovery. He could not allow Hifei to see him mock. After all, he had not forgotten that Hifei was a valuable ally. Where's number 2? Where's number 2? Stop hiding and hurry up. One side of the numbers had emerged, while the other remained utterly unresponsive. It was merely a game. What was there to hide from? Truly, they could not bear the fun. After venting his frustration, Yuji swiftly joined the search party, turning his head, keenly observing the group of young men trying to conceal themselves, with a clear intention to unearth number 2. The card, face down on the table, was flipped by a large hand approaching from the right. Hifei revealed Yuji's card, an unmistakable 2 of hearts. In an instant, Yuji stumbled. No. Why was the 2 of hearts his? He was still checking everyone else's cards, yet to finish his inspection. Others were cooperative. They would simply reveal their cards upon inquiry. But when it came to Yan-Huan, he was met with resistance. Yan-Huan did not disclose whether he was number 2, but as Yuji attempted to take his card, he lightly covered it with his palm. No matter how Yuji tried to subtly glimpse Yan-Huan's card, Yan-Huan refused to unveil it. Yuji initially assumed it was merely pride preventing him from admitting the truth. Boring, Yan-Huan scoffed. He flipped his own card, an 8 of hearts. He closed his eyes, reclined, and rested his hands behind his head in a posture of serene repose. Others hesitated, caught in uncertainty, until Yuji's card was uncovered. They too believed number 2 to be Yan-Huan. After all, with everyone else's cards revealed, only Yan-Huan concealed his. And who would believe he was innocent? Yet, as it turned out, he truly was not. No, then why don't you just say it outright, that you're not? Watching the young boy rack his brain, utterly perplexed by your teasing, it must bring you great amusement. Most people speculate about Yan-Huan's intentions, pondering endlessly, ultimately arriving at such a conclusion. I am number 2. Yuji felt somewhat hesitant to meet Hifei's gaze, stammering, I didn't mean to, I thought. She believed she was not. Her cheeks flushed, and recalling how she had just scrutinized others made her feel particularly embarrassed. I trust you, she thought. Yuji had never seen a deck of cards. With so many of us, the probability of each person being chosen was slim, so it was quite normal for her not to realize it was her turn. At that moment, He-Fei exhibited remarkable patience and courtesy, his demeanor rather charming. He inquired, "Shall we embark on a task? Or perhaps indulge in some drinks?" Yu was not accustomed to alcohol, having just glanced at the menu and seen the exorbitant prices. Her curiosity piqued. She could not resist sneaking a sip of the drink Alpha poured for her. Bitter and astringent, it left a lingering discomfort on her tongue. Disgusted, she could not fathom why Alphas enjoyed such unpalatable beverages. Though the drink was unpleasant, Yu seized the opportunity when others were distracted to take several photos from different angles, deliberately including the pricey drink menu and the array of bottles on the table, planning to edit and post them on her social media later, imagining the subtle hints she would drop upon sharing her post. Those who saw it would undoubtedly know she had visited a bar, indulged in expensive libations, and mingled with a circle of affluent Alphas. Yu felt a surge of pride, basking in her perceived status. Lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality when He-Fei repeated his question. Her gaze fell upon the glass and bottle before her. If He-Fei declined to undertake the task, she would have no choice but to drink. But the alcohol was so distasteful. She lifted her face, looking at He-Fei. "Could we perhaps skip the drinking? I cannot hold my liquor." It seemed everyone else could, leaving the young boy feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He-Fei rested his chin on his hand, smiling amiably, neither affirming nor denying her request. Yu felt a flutter of anxiety, her confidence wavering, internally reprimanding He-Fei for his inconsistency, thinking him to be a bully. Encountering someone like Lin Yun, he would easily dominate, but facing someone with a strong presence who did not heed his words, he would immediately wither. "Very well, of course, we can skip the drinks. If you prefer not to drink, then let us proceed with the task." At once, Yu felt He-Fei was not as malevolent as she initially thought, but rather naive, easily misled. So foolish. If it were me, I would certainly not agree. Carrying someone would be such a chore. A smirk crept onto Yu's lips, unable to suppress her delight. He-Fei was clad in a patterned shirt, effortlessly unbuttoning one to reveal his alluring collarbone, slowly rolling up his sleeves. His movements were languid, displaying a wrist adorned with an expensive watch worth 7 figures. Did one truly require such elaborate gestures to carry someone? Observers, unable to tolerate He-Fei's comportment, muttered enviously. Yu stood dumbfounded beside him, gazing at He-Fei in bewilderment. He-Fei chuckled lightly, extending his hand towards Yu. "Come here." Yu instinctively approached He-Fei. As he drew nearer, he realized that He-Fei was notably taller, at least a head above him. In comparison, he felt like a diminutive figure. He couldn't fathom what could have contributed to such a noticeable height difference. In a moment of frustration, he retorted, "What am I supposed to do?" His voice was soft, imbued with a hint of helplessness. As if he had not prepared for this encounter at all, Yu was uncertain if he had misheard, for he seemed to detect the faintest of chuckles from the man beside him. "Just hold on to me." He-Fei's movements were fluid, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind. He slightly bent down, his arm encircling the young man's knee while the other supported Yu's back, effortlessly lifting him into a princess carry. Yu's startled exclamation was abruptly cut off. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the young man's neck, a flicker of novelty reflecting in his eyes. "This is easy." Despite He-Fei's appearance as a refined scion of a wealthy family, his shirt clad a robust physique, with lean muscle concealing a latent strength. So fragrant, so soft. Previously, they had merely been close, but now, Yu nestled in his embrace, leaning against him, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Moreover, fearing a fall, he held on tightly. He-Fei casually tilted his head, his lips brushing against Yu's delicate arm, the faint sweetness lingering on his tongue. What a curious beta, so delightful. One would not fear the night, even in the face of potential danger lurking in dark alleys, where one could be victimized to the point of tears. His gaze darkened. Indeed, in such darkness, one might weep without even seeing the face of the assailant. And when seeking help the next day, would find themselves unable to provide evidence, left to display their bruises pitifully. He-Fei's arm sank into the soft flesh at Yu's thigh, unintentionally tightening his hold. Yu, small and slight in frame, possessed a well-nourished body, with ample curves where they mattered. Unbeknownst to him, he reveled in the advantage taken of him. He had drawn the short straw, yet he was the one being carried, spared the toil of carrying another. How unfortunate for He-Fei. Yin-Huan had opened his eyes at some point, a smirk crossing his face. His gaze fixated on the point of contact between Yu Ji and He-Fei. TSK, he had been attempting to seduce him just moments ago, and now, finding no success, he had switched his target. Wasn't he that Lin Yun's childhood companion? Not all discreet. Did Lin Yun know he was engaging in such games behind his back? Or was it that anyone who offered him a smile or a kind demeanor could easily draw him in, without understanding their true nature, allowing them to embrace him? Even kiss him? Yin-Huan lifted a glass, downing it in one gulp, the bitter alcohol numbing his senses. The time had come, precisely on the mark. He-Fei, please put Gigi down. Your task is complete. There's no need to hold on any longer. Chapter 12. The Vanity of the Bamboo Horse. The alphas chimed in, some even attempting to physically pry Yu Ji from He-Fei's grasp, concerned for their brother, fearful he might be too comfortable. Compared to He-Fei, what were they? He-Fei cradled a soft, fragrant little cake, while they embraced an alpha whose muscles were even harder than their own. He-Fei deftly evaded the outstretched hand, gently setting Yu Ji down. His fingers, hanging at his sides, subtly grazed against one another, still tinged with the warmth of a tender touch. A sense of perplexity began to stir within Yu Ji as he pondered the escalating difficulty of the tasks at hand. Thankfully, he had not drawn the short straw. Having yet to ascend to the role of king, his interest in the game swiftly waned. Each round passed quickly, occasionally requiring a restart when the trump card remained hidden among the others. With He-Fei and Yu Ji setting a precedent, the tasks became increasingly audacious and suggestive, with everyone vying to be the fortunate one. Consequently, the number of those unable to complete their directives and facing penalties grew, and the air in the private room grew thick with the scent of alcohol. Yin-Huan and He-Fei had decent drinking capacities, yet after several rounds, a faint flush crept onto their cheeks. Hug one, hug one. The alcohol dulled their senses, seemingly liberating them. Each time the king's orders were issued, cheers erupted in a cacophony. The ones being embraced appeared pale and unsteady, while those doing the embracing furrowed their brows. They were hardly serious. He had been quite earnest in fulfilling his directives. Yu Ji silently criticized, gesturing dismissively at everyone, momentarily decrying this and that. Yet, when it came time to voice his thoughts, he lacked the courage. In a new round, Yu Ji sluggishly turned over the drawn playing card. The trump card, I've drawn it. Upon recognizing the design on the card in his hand, his expression shifted dramatically, nearly leaping with delight. At last, he was the king. He would issue commands. The joy radiated from the young boy, with his lips curling into a bright smile, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. The dim light of the room illuminated his face, enhancing his delicate, fair complexion, while his clear eyes seemed to hold the shimmer of starlight. Not a single person, inebriated or otherwise, could resist his charm. Even the drowsy Yin-Huan was roused by Yu Ji's voice, momentarily taken aback. Recovering, he averted his gaze, a hint of discomfort flashing in his eyes. How could someone be so beautiful, so well-behaved? Was it truly just a matter of drawing the king card to elicit such exuberance? Wow! Gigi drew the king card. Came the astonished and envious murmurs around him. It's only for one round, Yu Ji humbly thought to himself. He savored the attention, relishing the sensation of being the focal point of the gathering, which filled him with unparalleled joy. I want to. His thoughts were solely consumed with the desire to wield the king's power, directing others to undertake tasks. However, when the moment finally arrived, Yu Ji found himself momentarily at a loss. After much contemplation, he announced, Player 1 and Player 9, Player 1, sit on Player 9's lap, and embrace their neck while feeding each other drinks. Drink from the same cup. A flush of excitement adorned his cheeks. As it was his own task proposal, he watched intently, fearful that the two might shy away from the challenge. The task is to drink from each other's cups while seated on one's lap. The penalty is merely another drink, is it not? The two, reluctant yet resolute, contemplated simply succumbing to the punishment, yet hesitated at the thought of disappointing Yu Ji. After all, it was just a drink. Two grown men, mired in indecision. Indeed, you are both mired in indecision. Yu, emboldened, joined in, fanning the flames of their reluctance. Taking advantage of someone having spoken first, his voice, mingling with others, became a muddled chorus, unwittingly revealing his spoiled and willful nature. Yet he believed himself inconspicuous amidst the crowd. With so many present, his soft, delicate tone was unmistakably his own. Everyone observed with a watchful eye, choosing not to expose him, while the two initially scowling men, upon Yu's remark, found themselves blushing. Rather than feeling reprimanded, they appear to be awarded like eager pups. Encouraged and scrutinized by Yu, the two alphas, their bodies stiffened, complied. And after finishing the shared drink, they slumped onto the sofa as if they had ingested poison, utterly disillusioned. "What are you doing?" Everyone had followed the instructions. And so had he. It was merely a small task. Yu stood, unperturbed, his pretty face adorned with pride. "Look." After the cards were revealed, Yu held up the ace he had drawn, conspicuously prominent. He, too, seemingly unaware that fortune had favored him once more, after suffering misfortune in previous rounds. Twice in a row, he had become the king. Ji is quite impressive. Yu lifted his chin, displaying newfound skill. 8 does push-ups, 6 sits on his back, yes. Then, the 8 of hearts had been drawn. As everyone revealed their cards, the direction indicated by the 8 began to unsettle Yu, anxiety blossoming within him. Raising his gaze, he found himself met with a sour face. Him, the main protagonist, and his aloof counterpart. To make matters worse, the 6 of hearts turned out to be his as well. As everyone revealed their cards, it circled back to Yu. His expression soured. The joy of drawing the Chinese ace vanished. "Why is it him again?" Yu, along with Him, felt the lively atmosphere suddenly plunge into silence. After a brief pause, Yu discreetly glanced at Him, who toyed with a lighter, his gaze cast downward, avoiding Yu's eyes. The sharp contours of his profile exuded a rebellious aura. The lighter, unlike the one he had seen in the convenience store for $1, was a sleek black and gold, adorned with tiny red and blue embellishments. It possessed a certain quality, reflecting the dim light of the room, making the small device appear almost luminescent. In truth, it was rather appealing, far more attractive than the plastic lighter. He likely did not wish to participate in the task with him. Yu bit his lip in frustration. Ah yes, the 6 was him, and the 8 was Him. Would the lofty, privileged Him ever allow someone to sit on his back? No matter how Yu pondered, the conclusion remained the same. He would not. This realization deepened Yu's discontent, filling his heart with malice. What is so impressive about that? Yu longed for the tranquility of ordinary days, where she could scold those who displeased her without hesitation. However, the reality was starkly different. In the presence of Him, whose fierce demeanor was intimidating, Yu felt as timid as a grain of rice, utterly unable to compel him to comply. In the 13th chapter, the phrase "beneath the eaves, one must bow their head" resonated deeply. She dared not allow him the opportunity to retaliate. Otherwise, she vowed to make Him pay. For the moment, she resolved to execute a punishment. Contemplating her course of action, the young boy reluctantly lifted a glass and took a sip. The lighter was carelessly discarded on the glass table, producing a resounding sound that seemed to suspend the air for an instant. Him's expression was frigid, even while seated on the couch. He exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure and aggression. He cast a dark gaze upon Yu, his eyes fixating on the drink she held, and remarked with a slight curl of his lips, "Did I ask you to drink?" Yu was taken aback by this sudden shift. With the glass in hand, she found herself paralyzed, unsure whether to drink or not. "I didn't mean to," was all she could muster, depleting her courage. A veil of mist quickly clouded her vision, and she lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Tears blurred her sight. Why was he so harsh with her? Aware of Him's formidable nature, she refrained from retorting, fearing he would reprimand her, strike her, or bully her. Yet it was Him who had no desire to engage in the task. She was merely partaking in the punishment by drinking. Why should he be so fierce with her? Having played numerous games, surrounded by laughter and merriment, Yuji believed she had integrated into the group, thinking of herself as one of them. However, Yin-Huan's icy rebuke shattered her illusions. She had only been fortunate to join in the fun, but she was inherently out of place. No matter how joyful or carefree she appeared. They were the affluent alpha elite, the privileged offspring of wealth, while she was merely a penniless, ordinary beta. Thus, the people around her felt entitled to scold her. Not just Yin-Huan, but others as well. The young boy bowed his head in silence, his eyes reddening from the reprimand. Onlookers caught sight of his tear-streaked eyes, evoking feelings of pity and indignation. Yin-Huan had gone too far. A grown man. What reason did he have to bully her? It was not as if she was unwilling to participate in the task. He had deliberately left her in the lurch. Now, upon her initiative to accept the punishment and take a sip of alcohol, he began to unleash his ire. Why was he treating her this way? He grasped Yuji's wrist, pulling her onto his lap, gently patting her back. Her pitiful demeanor tugged at his heartstrings, as if feathers were tickling him from within. Be good, don't speak to him. He has this terrible temper with everyone. Just as he had imagined, her body was soft and fragrant. He nestled into the crook of Yuji's neck, inhaling deeply the rich aroma that momentarily entranced him. Don't be upset. It's just a game. I will drink the alcohol for you. Without hesitation, He raised the glass and, in Yuji's presence, downed it in one swift motion. Cradled and comforted by others, Yuji sniffled softly, his mood improving slightly, though not significantly. He had always possessed a delicate temperament, despite being unable to voice his disdain. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yin-Huan. Whenever someone offered him solace, Yuji felt as if he had found a sturdy bastion. Burying his face into He-Fei's chest. "He is so fierce, Yuji whispered to He-Fei, seeking solace. The individuals in the private room were predominantly focused on Yuji. After He-Fei had taken him into his embrace, Yuji regretted not having acted swiftly enough to prevent He-Fei from seizing the moment. Although he believed his complaints were uttered softly, the attentive alpha could hear them distinctly. Consequently, Yin-Huan found himself facing an onslaught of disapproving glances. Yin-Huan's brow furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, his demeanor revealing little displeasure, yet he was rife with helplessness and agitation. He endeavored to ignore He-Fei's presence, concentrating instead on the reddened corners of Yuji's eyes. He opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Upon seeing Yuji's porcelain-like face exhibiting a look of grievance, he realized that the hand he had carelessly relaxed was now clenched tightly, filled with frustration. He genuinely wished to undertake tasks alongside Yuji, eagerly anticipating the moment when he was not selected. When he was ultimately chosen, he feigned indifference, secretly hoping the young boy would come to him, seeking his assistance. Yin-Huan was momentarily taken aback by his own thoughts, yet soon devised a rationale. After all, Yuji was Lin Yun's childhood companion, and Lin Yun had saved him. It was only natural for him to care for Yuji in Lin Yun's absence. In contrast to the dubious intentions of the other alpha present, Yin-Huan held a firm belief in himself, confident that he would not behave like those frenzied alphas, whose gazes seemed to cling to others' skin. Yuji was not fond of alcohol, a fact that did not escape Yin-Huan's notice. It was indeed reasonable. While alphas reveled in their drinks, someone with Yuji's omega tendencies would likely prefer sweet milk or refreshing juice. He recalled how Yuji had previously spoken to He-Fei in a sticky, soft tone. If He-Fei could do it, why couldn't he? Yet, without even inquiring, Yuji picked up a glass, preparing for a punishment. What did this signify? In Yuji's eyes, did he not measure up to He-Fei? Did Yuji not wish to undertake tasks with him? Despite his aversion to alcohol, he chose to drink rather than collaborate with him. Was he truly so detestable to Yuji? Yin-Huan was not one to suppress his emotions easily. A fire simmered within him, and his agitation seeped into his actions and words, leading to an unintended harshness. His intention had indeed been to question, yet he had not anticipated that Yuji would be so fragile, so gentle, resembling flowing water with a timid disposition. Hailing from a prestigious family, Yin-Huan was undoubtedly a self-centered and arrogant alpha, looking down upon the weak and the inept. Only a select few could earn his regard. and only those from similarly distinguished backgrounds could meet his gaze as equals. The situation with Yu is far from simple. He continues to sow discord, each of his words seemingly gentle and comforting, yet to Huan's ears, they serve only to draw comparisons between the two, laced with a subtle mockery. How utterly insincere! In Chapter 14, Huan's heart simmers with frustration as he casts a cold, heavy gaze upon He. In front of so many witnesses, he cannot afford to lose face, and thus refrains from uttering an apology to Yu, choosing instead to steal glances at him in the moments that follow. Yet Yu, perhaps angered or genuinely intimidated, or perhaps a combination of both, never once meets his gaze. Even when their eyes inadvertently connect, Yu quickly averts his gaze. Occasionally, He leans in to speak softly with Yu, his hand reaching out to caress the boy's cheek or stroke his forehead. This display of intimacy, oblivious to the world around them, is sickening to behold. Huan's expression darkens, his jaw clenched tight, yet he remains motionless, occupying his space as the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. When Yu retreats to the restroom, a brief silence envelopes the private room. Someone finally breaks the stillness. Weren't we supposed to have fun with Yu? Look at you all, your eyes glued to him. The alpha's sarcasm drips with condescension. I'm not about to be a sycophant. If you all want to play that role, be my guest. I have wealth and power. The thought of being a backup is just disheartening. You don't want to be a sycophant? Perfect. I wish to sit beside Yu. Shall we switch places? Get lost. Don't forget that Yu is pretending to be an omega. Being fooled once is enough. Look at you all, such fools, and it's barely been 2 hours. Do you really believe he likes you? He is fond of gifts and money. Have I made myself clear? Understood. We won't shower him with gifts or money. You, on the other hand, are sneaking around offering presents and cash, trying to win him over with affection and hugs. Just look at your eager, dog-like demeanor. It's revolting. Indeed, those who eagerly play the fool are the ones I disdain the most in life. Exactly. Don't show your naivety. We may lack some things, but not money or status. What kind of omega do you want that isn't already available? Must we endlessly chatter about Yu? It's tiresome. Aside from his handsome face, fair skin, and large, innocent eyes, does he possess any other merits? Isn't that the glass Yu drank from? What are you doing? Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? You've taken the wrong glass. In the restroom, Yu washes his hands twice, standing before the mirror to tidy himself. That despicable Huan, I loathe you the most. He uses a paper towel to dry his hands, envisioning it as Huan, crumpling it forcefully before tossing it into the trash. The young boy harbors a grudge. Too intimidated to confront the towering Huan directly, choosing instead to vent his frustrations in whispers behind his back. He had indeed been genuinely frightened by Huan. The disdain towards Huan stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Huan's deliberate bullying in front of numerous onlookers, and secondly, the inherent fear he harbored towards those affluent alphas. The ferocity displayed by Huan rendered him nearly speechless, undeniably exposing his timid and cowardly side, which left him feeling humiliated. Still seething with anger, Yu forcefully tore off a piece of paper towel to dry the remaining droplets of water from his hands, crumpling it into a twisted ball. What a villain! As he stepped into the private room, the moment he opened the door, he was met with the sounds of some quarrel. The expressions of the alphas seemed subtly amiss, yet as he approached, they swiftly reverted to their previously warm demeanor, eagerly inviting him to take a seat. Perhaps he was overthinking. He had assumed they were arguing. What could there possibly be to argue about? They lacked neither money nor entertainment, indulging daily in such splendid surroundings. Feeling guilty about his misdeeds, Yu returned to his original seat. He had always found it difficult to meet Huan's gaze, fearing that Huan would further embarrass him. After committing a wrong, he felt even less inclined to look at him, terrified that the perceptive protagonist would uncover his transgressions. Yu engaged in several intriguing games. Snippets of conversation from the alphas occasionally mentioned extravagant vacations or estates purchased abroad, accompanied by tales of their household staff. Yu yearned to jot down these anecdotes as material for future pretentious displays. Once the gathering concluded, Yu was escorted out of the bar by He. His phone buzzed with new friend requests. Some alphas, who had previously fallen victim to his tricks, retained their connections with him. And the remaining alphas in the room also approached him to exchange contact information, with the sole exception of Yin-Huan. Yuji deliberately avoided looking at Yin-Huan, fearing yet another reprimand from him. Stepping out of the bar, the stifling summer breeze enveloped him, causing discomfort. "I drove here. I can give you a ride home," He-Fei offered, directing his gaze towards the luxurious cars parked outside the bar. Yuji's eyes widened in curiosity. While he was not well-versed in car brands, the mere sight of these vehicles indicated their exorbitant value, figures that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. It was hot outside. Better to retreat to the car and enjoy the air conditioning. Yuji felt drawn to the luxury vehicles, his gaze flitting between them. Which one belonged to He-Fei? It must be worth a fortune. Affluent individuals tended to acquire those rare, high-priced models. He-Fei chuckled lightly, raising his hand with the intention of casually draping it over Yuji's shoulder. At that moment, Ji, a somewhat familiar voice called out, prompting Yuji to instinctively glance over. Sure enough, it was Lin Yun. Lin Yun stood precisely at the side entrance of the bar, seemingly having waited there for quite some time, as he could spot anyone exiting the bar with ease. Upon Yuji's gaze meeting his, Lin Yun stepped forward, attempting to grasp Yuji's hand, only to be evaded by the younger boy. Yuji hadn't forgotten that he and Lin Yun were still in a Cold War. "I told you not to come over. What are you doing here?" In the private room, the previously timid Yuji transformed dramatically upon encountering Lin Yun. Not only did her voice rise in volume, but her chin also lifted, exuding an air of arrogance and entitlement, akin to someone spoiled by indulgence. Her fierce demeanor caught He-Fei's attention, prompting him to glance her way several times. Aware of He-Fei's presence, Yuji attempted to maintain her facade. Yet her fear of provoking them had rendered her docile for quite some time. Now, having finally encountered someone she could manipulate, her pent-up frustrations found an outlet, and she could no longer contain her whims. Lin Yun nodded towards He-Fei, requesting, "Could you escort Ji out, please?" He-Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and smirked. "No problem. A breath of fresh air is just what I need." Unabashedly, he turned his gaze towards Yuji in Lin Yun's presence, asking, "Shall I take you home?" Yuji hesitated, still yearning for the thrill of riding in a luxury car. On one side stood Lin Yun, who had come alone, while on the other was He-Fei, who could offer her a ride in a stunning, expensive vehicle. The young girl furrowed her brows, glancing back and forth as if weighing her options. Strangely, He-Fei felt a rush of anxiety at her fleeting glance. In comparison, Lin Yun seemed utterly outmatched. Or so He-Fei thought. "You've forgotten, today is payday for me, and you mentioned wanting to visit the supermarket," Lin Yun quietly reminded her. Yuji's eyes sparkled with delight. Shopping at the supermarket, she envisioned purchasing an array of delectable treats to stock in her room, allowing her to indulge whenever the craving struck. The allure of supermarket shopping was irresistible to her. Ultimately, the prospect of spending the protagonist's money outweighed the thrill of riding in a luxury car. After all, she was merely a petty antagonist exploiting the protagonist's generosity. "I must buy plenty of things. You cannot deny me, nor can you impose limits." Yuji began to make increasingly bold demands. "Fine. I suppose it's better to indulge the protagonist," she conceded, deciding to accompany Lin Yun to the supermarket instead. With her choice made, Lin Yun offered a polite smile to He-Fei, took Yuji's hand, and walked away from the bar's entrance. Yuji was accustomed to Lin Yun guiding her by the hand, so she felt no discomfort in their actions. He-Fei remained stationary, watching them turn away, his expression devoid of warmth. Being a top-tier alpha endowed with keen hearing, he caught snippets of their lowered conversation carried by the wind, even without straining to listen. "I'm worried they might bully you." It seemed Yuji was admonishing Lin Yun for his presence, to which Lin Yun provided a rebuttal. "Not at all. You have no idea how well I get along with them." Yuji huffed. "They all compete to talk to me. It's not as bad as you think." Having garnered attention before Lin Yun, Yuji's spirits soared higher than anyone else's. Throughout their lives, Lin Yun's temperament and achievements had always eclipsed hers, as he dedicated his spare time to work. Although Yuji utilized the money Lin Yun earned, her unwholesome motives and competitive nature led her to often target and challenge him. Lin Yun surpasses him in every conceivable aspect, prompting everyone to encourage Lin Yun to mentor and protect him, though he perceives no need for such guardianship. It is as if he remains a child, yet to mature, while Lin Yun appears to possess an undeniable superiority. The only point of contention for Yu Ji seems to be Lin Yun's inability to differentiate. Yet he is well aware that Lin Yun's condition resembles that of a beta, rendering them indistinguishable. On a rare occasion, he finds himself boasting in front of Lin Yun, grateful he chose to attend despite Lin Yun's advice to refrain. Had he not come, he might never have realized the extent of his own popularity. The ambience of the bar's private room fills Yu Ji with immense longing, even those beverages he typically disdains due to their exorbitant prices now evoke a sense of fondness in his memories. Reflecting on this, his annoyance towards Lin Yun for dissuading him from coming dissipates. Yu Ji glares at Lin Yun, accusing him of speaking ill behind his back. Lin Yun's kindness is taken for granted by Yu Ji, as he treats the young man like a pliable soft fruit. After a few steps, Yu Ji finds himself reluctant to move any further. He watches from the bar's entrance as Yu Ji and Lin Yun engage in playful banter, gradually receding into the distance. He observes Lin Yun crouching down, allowing the young boy to climb on his back. Their ease and familiarity suggesting this is not the first time such a thing has occurred. He lights a cigarette, the crimson flames slowly ascending, enveloped in a billowing haze, casting half of his face in shadow, distorting his features into a menacing silhouette. The smile that once graced his lips has vanished without a trace. The young man, exuding an air of refinement and hailing from a prestigious lineage, naturally attracts those with ulterior motives. Upon meeting, he feys icy gaze. Those with such intentions quickly retreat. The scent of tobacco clings to He Fei. Yu Ji's choice between He Fei and Lin Yun was swayed by a mere comment about visiting a supermarket. The alpha's expression remains impassive, yet his knuckles whiten from clenching tightly. A subtle wave of dissatisfaction surges from within. Why should this be so? Lin Yun, a mere impoverished boy. Is he truly worthy? Yu Ji's thoughts are filled with frustration at how easily he could be swayed by something as trivial as a supermarket visit. Surely, he could present conditions far superior to those of Lin Yun. Yet, Yu Ji, a beta, is not even an omega. Why should he feel compelled to attach himself so readily? The He family is a paragon of elite aristocracy. For the heir to lower himself and seek favor with a beta seems utterly ludicrous. Rationality informs He Fei of this. Yet the sight of Yu Ji and Lin Yun walking side by side is painfully striking. He suddenly recalls that the gathering was originally intended as a playful endeavor to expose a bold little trickster. However, in truth, no bullying or humiliation has transpired. The trickster has safely and joyfully attended the gathering, leaving the original intent of inviting Yu Ji forgotten, even by He Fei. Yu Ji and Lin Yun venture to a large shopping supermarket, which is divided into various sections: snacks, beverages, household goods, deli items, and fresh produce. Yu Ji enthusiastically fills the shopping cart with his favorite snacks while Lin Yun, pushing the cart, selects several items that Yu Ji frequently enjoys, along with some essential daily necessities. Gradually, they approached the fresh fruit and vegetable section. There stood the durian. Even without mention, it was evident. Yu Ji mumbled, "It's the one that some say stinks," while others claimed it has a fragrant aroma. Yu Ji swiftly glanced at the price tag, 399 yuan for 500 grams. It was significantly more expensive than other fruits in the supermarket, and each one was large, appearing quite hefty. Expensive items must be incredibly delicious. "Let us buy a durian," she suggested, halting in her tracks and pointing at the pile of durians. Let us get one." Lin Yun found it difficult to utter a word of refusal. The durian section was abundantly stocked, with a black railing at the bottom. A few customers were already selecting their choices. Yu Ji, who adored the art of selection, eagerly pulled Lin Yun over. She picked one, and Lin Yun chose another. Yu Ji looked disdainfully at Lin Yun's selection, deliberately flicking the spikes of his durian with her finger. "Mine is better. I just searched online. The plump ones are the best, while yours is the worst." Lin Yun, having observed the same tips on selecting durians, hesitated, caught between words. "Mine is the better choice." Less by mine. I want this one. Chapter 16. The Vanity of a Bamboo Horse. Lin Yun, skeptical, watched as Yu grew both frustrated and anxious. He was indeed more clever than Lin Yun, and the posts he had viewed on selecting durians had garnered far more views than Lin Yun's. Given Yu's confidence, Lin Yun returned the durian he held. The supermarket featured a station for opening durians. With few customers, it was soon their turn. An employee casually inspected their selections, advising, "This durian isn't ripe. It's best to choose another." Yu had little faith in Lin Yun's words, yet she found herself particularly convinced by the supermarket employee. She quietly chastised Lin Yun. "I told you we needed to pick a good one. Why didn't you check?" Lin Yun responded, and Yu promptly directed him to select another durian. "This one looks good." The employee examined the new durian's shape and ripeness, expressing admiration. Just as Yu was about to smile, she noticed this durian looked somewhat familiar and immediately recalled it was the one Lin Yun had picked. Her expression fell. You must be mistaken. Lin Yun's choice was so underwhelming, clearly the worst. It hardly has any flesh. Buying it would be a waste of money." The staff, wearing disposable gloves, worked swiftly, soon cracking open the durian and extracting its plump segments, placing them in a transparent box. "You must have swapped our durians. This one is mine, while the unripe one is yours. No wonder I felt something was off when you brought it over." Yu stubbornly insisted, unwilling to concede that she had lost to Lin Yun in selecting durians. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle at Yu's nonsensical arguments, feeling no anger, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yu's nature was such that she needed to be coddled and cherished, though she was inherently simple and timid, easily deceived or bullied by ill-intentioned individuals. He understood that if he conceded even a little, this soft-hearted beta would take advantage, further demanding his compliance. Yet, there seemed to be an enchanting allure about Yu. The more time they spent together, the more Lin Yun wished to shield her from any semblance of sorrow. Having grown up alongside Yu, Lin Yun believed it was only natural to treat her with kindness. As he pondered this, he caught sight of her delicate strands of hair, the tips slightly curled upward, perhaps from being compressed while riding in a vehicle. Meeting the gaze of the young boy, who wore an expression of discontent and grievance, Lin Yun composed himself, realizing he might have erred. In an instant, Yu resembled a triumphant young general. Her brows lifted and head held high, exclaiming, "Exactly." They returned to the neighborhood by taxi. Lin Yun, one hand grasping a shopping bag, assisted the somewhat stifled Yu into the room, promptly turning on the air conditioning. Home felt refreshingly cool, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. As the cool breeze enveloped her, Yu was content to collapse onto the bed, unbothered by anything else. Lin Yun remained, crouching down to meticulously organize the groceries they had purchased, separating items like yogurt and fresh milk that required refrigeration, as well as 2 large boxes of durians. Once refreshed, Yu hurried to wash her hands, eagerly seizing a piece of durian. "Delicious, I love it," she exclaimed, her taste buds enchanted by the sweet and creamy flavor of the fruit, astonished by its delightful aroma, devoid of any unpleasantness. As the supermarket receipt fluttered onto the bed, Yu, seeking amusement, held the durian in one hand and picked up the receipt with the other. Over 500 yuan, compared to the exorbitant wine lists she had encountered. It seemed a paltry sum. Yet, a cup of bubble tea cost over 10 yuan, and she recalled having purchased clothes online for just 9 yuan with free shipping. Suddenly, the realization struck her that funds were running low. Playfully nudging Lin Yun with her shoe, she asked, "How much is your salary?" Without pausing in his task, Lin Yun replied, 2,000. "That leaves just over 500, Yu said, leaning closer to show him the receipt. The durian's robust aroma was overpowering, yet it could not eclipse the soft fragrance emanating from Yu's radiant skin. How could someone be so sweet-scented, even when sweating? Lin Yun swallowed hard, his fingers instinctively tightening as he attempted to focus on organizing the items, though his thoughts began to wander. Yu had always been fragrant. With no pheromones to speak of, her scent was far more pleasant. Unable to restrain his gaze from Yu, he noticed the bright light in the room casting a luminous halo over her face and skin, bestowing upon her an exquisite glow. He quickly regained his composure, concealing his unusual expression. There's still 1,500 left. Why does money seem to vanish so quickly? Yuji paused, recalling something. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Where did you borrow money last time? The transfer had been 50,000, and the necklace another 70,000. At that time, Lin Yun's balance had dwindled to just over 30,000, meaning he must have borrowed at least 90,000. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became, covering her mouth in astonishment. You didn't resort to doing something illicit, did you? What if they come for you, and you end up in dire straits? Lin Yun's borrowed funds were for repaying her, yet they still lived together. What if he too fell into misfortune? How terrifying! Lin Yun, sensing Yuji's escalating horror, interjected with a serious expression. I borrowed it from someone legitimate. You needn't worry about the money. He worked at a cafe, where the wealthy owner was willing to lend him 100,000 yuan. Originally, Lin Yun believed that it would take a long time to repay the 100,000 yuan debt. However, unexpectedly, while the boss was casually pondering over stocks, he inquired about Lin Yun's opinion. Afterward, he didn't think much of it, but it turned out Lin Yun was right. Enthusiastically, the boss suggested a few stocks for Lin Yun to examine. Whether due to luck or an innate talent in this area, Lin Yun's analyses were remarkably accurate. The boss made a small profit and wished to absolve Lin Yun of his debt. However, Lin Yun declined, and, after some persuasion, managed to settle for just 20,000 yuan. It was foolish not to seize the opportunity for greater profit and to settle for such a meager amount. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Yuji felt a pang of jealousy akin to tasting sour lemons. How could Lin Yun know everything? Moreover, there were people eager to give him money. It wasn't that he was unwilling to profit. Rather, he had contributed little effort, as the boss primarily relied on his own judgment, with Lin Yun merely providing some analytical suggestions. If the boss truly made gains, Lin Yun would not feign indifference. He would refuse money placed in his hands. The truth was, without his analysis, the boss would likely have still purchased those same stocks. Lin Yun understood the folly of greed, recognizing that it limited one's perspective, and he was aware of his own shortcomings. Nevertheless, should he possess a genuine talent in this field, it could very well become a lucrative path in the future. Yuji, unwilling to continue discussing Lin Yun's advantages, shifted the topic. Let me tell you, the bar is quite lively. There are so many people and an array of drinks. The first floor has booths, while I'm on the second floor, which is private rooms. Many affluent individuals attend, including a considerable number of alphas. Where did you play? Lin Yun, being a competent listener, immediately sensed Yuji's underlying intentions as soon as she began speaking. Without surprise, as he responded, Yuji's voice grew louder. We played some games. The King's game was particularly entertaining. Everyone drew cards, and whoever picked the high card became the king and could assign tasks to others. I was the king twice and designated others to complete tasks. However, I encountered an obnoxious person who bullied me, relying on his wealth. The mere thought of Yan-Huan made Yuji seethe with resentment. Away from the bar's private rooms and the need to confront Yan-Huan, she finally had the opportunity to vent about how detestable he was and how he had tormented her. How terrible! Lin Yun echoed, prompting Yuji to become increasingly animated. He confronted me directly, leaving me utterly embarrassed. I nearly cried. Among the alphas Yuji had encountered, only the likes of Kong Lu had ever been slightly oppressive. The others had always treated her with kindness. Naturally, encountering someone like Yan-Huan, who humiliated her in front of others, left her with nothing but disdain. Such wealthy alphas often abuse their privilege, using their affluence to bully others. The young man, adopting a knowing demeanor, began imparting his wisdom to Lin Yun. Though he verbally criticized the wealthy, deep down, Yuji craved money and desired it for herself, wishing all wealth belonged to her. As the conversation progressed, she suddenly recalled that Yan-Huan was the protagonist's dominant character. Perhaps this was a typical trait of the main character, harsh towards everyone, yet secretly infatuated with Lin Yun, the one who came to her rescue. Yuji maliciously contemplated that perhaps Yan-Huan was deliberately toying with him. Aware of his relationship with Lin Yun and knowing that he was Lin Yun's childhood companion, thus seeking to humiliate him. Suddenly, Lin Yun noticed that Yuji's expression had grown somewhat peculiar, filled with an inexplicable complexity that rendered Lin Yun increasingly uneasy. Ahem, what is it? It's nothing. Yu Ji replied sullenly. That bad Lin Yun must think of him as a rival. The midday sun at a university blazed with an unusual intensity, scorching the pathways and rendering the air stifling. A wave of heat accompanied the breeze, causing the faces of passing students to flush crimson, sweat glistening upon their brows. Inside the classroom, the air conditioning hummed, providing a welcome respite from the heat outside. With no morning classes scheduled, the 2 afternoon sessions coincided with the peak of the sweltering day. Yu Ji, having been escorted to the classroom, had yet to shake off the oppressive heat from outside. His cheeks were flushed as he retrieved the small cake Lin Yun had purchased for him. To maintain its delectable texture, a partially frozen ice pack had been placed within the bag containing the cake. The cafe where Lin Yun worked boasted high-quality ingredients and an immaculate, upscale atmosphere, making it a favored spot among couples at a university frequented by many returning patrons. As an employee, Lin Yun enjoyed a discount on the delightful confections. While alphas typically were not fond of sweets, the petite cakes were immensely popular among the Omega demographic. However, Yu Ji had a particular fondness for various small cakes and desserts. He took a spoonful, savoring the cool, silky taste that caused him to squint in delight. Just then, an incredulous voice interrupted Yu Ji's enjoyment of the cake. Yu Ji, are you all right? A beta, just entering the classroom, rubbed his eyes in disbelief upon seeing Yu Ji sitting there unscathed and hurried over. What could possibly be wrong with me? Yu Ji asked, puzzled. Well, didn't he Xiao invite you to a gathering? They didn't do anything to you, did they? The beta glanced at Yu Ji's countenance, concern etching his features. When He Fei had approached Yu Ji, he had done so in the presence of others, showing no regard for the situation. The He Yin and Kong families were among the elite and powerful. He Fei was quite renowned at a university, appearing amiable. However, apart from a few mindless loyalists or oblivious sweethearts, no one truly regarded He Fei as a harmless lamb. The social hierarchy at university was stark, with alphas from prestigious backgrounds often arrogant, disdainful, and accustomed to looking down upon the common folk. A vengeful alpha, deceived by Yu Ji, inviting him to a gathering seemed implausible. It was well understood that such invitations were mere games played by the affluent. Yet, no one dared to caution Yu Ji. They were ordinary individuals, hesitant to provoke that group of lunatics. It's merely a gathering. Nothing will happen to me. Is that so? The beta replied dryly, perhaps doubting his initial assumptions. Could it be that the alpha's invitation to Yu Ji was not intended to bully him, but was indeed simply a genuine invitation to socialize? Of course. We had a splendid time. Yu Ji boasted, a hint of pride lacing his words. We played numerous games, and they were incredibly enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to teach me. Beta gazed at Yu Ji's exquisite face, radiant and unblemished by any tribulations, resembling a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Meticulously cared for, oblivious to the darkness lurking behind the scenes, still maintaining that naive demeanor. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that no one would dare to bully Yu Ji. As he observed her, Yu Ji propped her chin on her hand, took a bite of cake, and began to scroll through her phone, idly perusing the chat messages that had accumulated. After retiring early last night, she had missed numerous notifications. The once tranquil chat interface was now inundated with messages, all inviting her to partake in various activities. Some alphas were relatively restrained, speaking in veiled terms, while others, emboldened by the anonymity of the internet, unabashedly expressed their desires. Each one seemed eager to cater to Yu Ji's whims. Alphas, in their irrationality, paled in comparison to him. After indulging in self-praise, Yu Ji meticulously curated a contact list, setting aside the wealthiest individuals. She paid particular attention to He Fei's messages. He Fei, have you arrived home safely? Please let me know. He Fei, He Fei, He Fei, He Fei. Gigi, are you asleep? These messages, sent last night, bore an average interval of 1 hour between each period. The remaining messages were from that morning. He Fei, are you awake? He Fei, a new restaurant has opened on Jingnan Road. I've heard the food is delightful, with fresh ingredients flown in daily. Would you like to try it? Just reading He Fei's descriptions of the restaurant made Yu Ji's heart flutter uncontrollably. Furthermore, sharing a meal together could pave the way to a burgeoning friendship, enabling He Fei to treat her. Eagerly, she began typing, fearful that this precious opportunity might slip away. Yu Ji, sounds great. Yu Ji, I went to bed early last night and didn't see your messages. You want to hold it against me, will you? Sad face upon sending her message. The other end immediately displayed the status of typing. How fortuitous that He Fei had seen her message so swiftly. Yu Ji, delightfully cradling her phone, marveled at her own eloquence, feigning vulnerability so that He Fei could not find fault with her. Otherwise, he might accuse her of being overly sensitive. He Fei, perfect timing, as the weekend is approaching. Let us go this weekend and perhaps do some shopping at the mall beforehand. Not only would they dine at the restaurant, but they would also visit the mall. Today was Thursday. After tomorrow, the weekend would arrive. On Friday itself. Upon seeing the person standing before her, Yu Ji's smile vanished. The alpha stood tall and imposing, his features sharp and striking, with a button casually undone. Here, a little something for you. Enjoy. Yan-Huan placed a small cake firmly on Yu Ji's table. The cake was presented in a delicate, transparent box adorned with beautiful silver ribbons. Ever since the gathering concluded, Yan-Huan had been in a state of inner turmoil, plagued by restlessness. With the image of Yu Ji crying in fear flashing through his mind, the young boy appeared delicate, fragile, and strikingly beautiful, yet timid as well. It nearly brought tears to Yu Ji's eyes. Indeed, it was his fault, and Yu Ji was Lin Yun's childhood friend. Lin Yun had also rescued him. Was it not too inappropriate for him to treat Yu Ji this way? Yan-Huan convinced himself. Since he had erred, he might as well make a reluctant attempt at atonement. Yu Ji had a fondness for small cakes. Like an omega, he had an affinity for such sweet delights. Noticing Yu Ji's lack of movement, Yan-Huan extended his hand, nudging the cake box closer to him. How perplexing. He had no intention of consuming the cake Yan-Huan offered. He loathed Yan-Huan. He absolutely detested him. Not to mention, Yu Ji held grudges with utmost tenacity. He had not forgotten how Yan-Huan had scolded him in public, nearly embarrassing him beyond recovery. Furthermore, given Yan-Huan's previous ill-treatment, this gesture of gifting him cake was clearly insidious. Yu Ji glanced at the exquisite small cakes within the box, internally lamenting that despite their appealing appearance, there might be something sinister hidden inside, a trap set by Yan-Huan to humiliate him. I refuse, he pouted. Why not? Don't you like it? Yan-Huan furrowed his brows. Before deciding to make a reluctant attempt at reconciliation, Yan-Huan had diligently researched. It was quite easy to discover that Yu Ji enjoyed various confections. This dessert establishment exclusively offered high-end delicacies, with several categories available in limited quantities daily. For instance, the small cakes he had purchased were limited to only 10 each day. Though Yan-Huan himself was not fond of sweets, he had heard that omegas in their circle adored the desserts from this place. I simply do not want it. Yan-Huan was exasperating. Had he not heard Yu Ji's rejection? The cake was swatted away by Yu Ji. I have no connection with you. I do not wish to eat your food. Yan-Huan's expression darkened. His hand steadied the side of the cake box. Had he not caught it, the cake would have surely fallen to the ground. Do you refuse it? Are you afraid it might not taste good? Yu Ji remained silent, shrinking back under Yan-Huan's gaze. Yan-Huan did not speak, his expression grim. This was the first time he had lowered himself to coax someone. He felt he had already given Yu Ji face. Expressionless, he unfastened the ribbon on the cake box. The lightweight bag was not difficult to untie, yet his fingers, though forceful, exuded an inexplicable intensity. How can one discern the flavor without tasting it? Ironically, his assertive demeanor only exacerbated Yu Ji's misunderstanding. Yan-Huan could not genuinely wish to offer him cake. Now, coercing him into eating it surely harbored malicious intent. Even when a small fork was placed in his hand, it was still met with immense reluctance. Why do you always bully me? His voice was soft, yet it struck Yan-Huan's heart like a heavy blow. If you refuse, then so be it. Yan-Huan's mood soured considerably, especially seeing Yu Ji's expression of being forced, which left him with a pent-up frustration. If he truly wished to harm Yu Ji, he could simply bully him openly. Why resort to such roundabout means as sending him cake? Moreover, Did he truly need to plot against a beta like Yuji? Not wanting to linger any longer, Yan-Huan grasped the cake and turned to leave. Yuji stared at his retreating figure, then turned away. The arrival of Yan-Huan was but a fleeting episode in the afternoon. Initially, Yuji felt apprehensive around Yan-Huan. However, upon declining the cake offered by him, Yan-Huan did not react adversely. The cake did indeed appear delectable and might have been quite exquisite, yet given Yan-Huan's previous bullying and brusque demeanor, Yuji resolutely refused to partake in anything he offered and had no desire to forge a friendship with him. At long last, after a week of eager anticipation, the weekend arrived. He arranged to meet He-Fei at the school gate. He-Fei arrived in a sleek sports car. As Yuji approached, he found He-Fei lounging against the car, idly scrolling through his phone, seemingly unaware of how long he had been waiting. Before he could reach him, Yuji overheard nearby voices brimming with barely contained excitement, exclaiming about a Lamborghini and other extravagant vehicles. Suppressing the urge to check the price on his phone, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the car. It was stunning, undeniably cool. How he longed to possess a car of his own. The thought of driving one thrilled him. "Come on, let us get in. I'll take you for a ride," He-Fei said, finally breaking into a smile upon seeing Yuji. He-Fei leaned down to fasten Yuji's seatbelt, noticing his curious exploration of the car's interior. Yet, as soon as the seatbelt was secured, Yuji diverted his gaze, trying to suppress his innocent wonderment. He had encountered many individuals like Yuji, often shaped by their sensitive and self-deprecating nature. Yet, Yuji's faint expressions of awe were endearing. After a moment's reflection, He-Fei retrieved a small square box from beside him and handed it over. "For you," he declared. "Take a look. It suits you perfectly." With one hand resting casually on the steering wheel, He-Fei's fingers tapped rhythmically as Yuji opened the box to reveal a beautiful silver bracelet, even more exquisite than the one adorning his wrist. Isn't it rather expensive? Yuji compared it with his own and found himself increasingly enamored. Wearing them stacked would be even more appealing. "Not really. Just over 100,000, He-Fei replied nonchalantly. 100,000? That's more valuable than any gift I've ever received," Yuji exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he cradled the gift box. "How could you be so kind?" He beamed as he adorned his wrist with a bracelet. Seeing Yuji so pleased, He-Fei instinctively withdrew his hand that had been poised to assist him. 15 minutes later, they drove into an underground parking garage. Taking the elevator to the first floor of the mall, Yuji felt overwhelmed by the opulence surrounding him. The interior of the mall boasted a sleek, aerodynamic design, featuring expansive glass walls that radiated brightness and elegance. Each floor was deliberately elevated, exuding an air of luxury, while the intricate interplay of lighting achieved an artistic brilliance. Undoubtedly, this was a high-end luxury mall, showcasing brands both familiar and unknown to Yuji. "The restaurant I mentioned is on the top floor," He-Fei informed him. Amidst the bustling crowd of impeccably dressed individuals, Yuji felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Thus, when He-Fei extended his hand, Yuji instinctively grasped it tightly, as if to conceal his unease. "It's quite simple, just holding hands with Yuji," He-Fei thought to himself, enveloping Yuji's hand in his own. "Why are we holding hands?" Yuji inquired, puzzled. Although the mall was quite expansive, making it easier to avoid getting lost, he found this gesture of intimacy rather peculiar. His thoughts were swiftly captivated by He-Fei's next words. "Let's first go look at some clothes. I'll buy you some, and then we can see what else you might want. Is there anything in particular you desire? I have no money. I invited you out, so of course, I will foot the bill. Does that mean I can buy anything? Even something a bit more expensive?" Yuji inquired. He-Fei glanced at him, and with a light chuckle and a nod amidst Yuji's anxious gaze, confirmed his words, even though he harbored some suspicions. The affirmation enveloped Yuji in a profound joy. He truly relished shopping. Observing Yuji's delight, He-Fei inexplicably felt a sense of superiority, as if elevated above others. Reflecting on that night, when Yuji chose Linyan, he thought, can Linyan afford such things? This was Yuji's first visit to such a grand shopping mall. Upon seeing the impeccably uniformed salespeople and the pristine storefronts, he initially clung to He-Fei's arm, fearful that his embarrassment and poverty would be exposed. However, with He as his generous companion, the worry of insufficient funds dissipated, and gradually, Yuji began to let go. Chapter 19. The Vanity of a Dapper Childhood Friend. Beautiful clothes? Buy. Accessories and shoes? Buy. This one looks great, though it feels a bit uncomfortable. Yuji twirled before He, flaunting his new attire. The top was exquisitely tailored, accentuating Yuji's slender waist. The neckline and cuffs were thoughtfully designed. Yuji, already fair-skinned, appeared even more radiant, resembling creamy milk, soft and pure. He momentarily lost his focus. His brow furrowed slightly as he noticed Yuji's arms had reddened. If it's uncomfortable, let us find you another one. The fit is too rigid. It doesn't suit you. All right. Yuji gazed at his reflection in the mirror, reluctant to part with the garment. If you like it, buy it. We could take photos. He paused, suggesting they purchase a few more items that wouldn't chafe. For a luxury brand, the fabric is of the highest quality, yet it still irritates the skin, truly as delicate as soft tofu. I need to use the restroom. Stepping out of the boutique, Yuji halted, speaking softly. Unbeknownst to him, they had been wandering the mall for almost an hour and a half. He had consumed quite a bit of water and was now in urgent need. Not far ahead, the restroom sign stood prominently. You can wait for me over there. Yuji pointed to a designated resting area. He glanced over and nodded in agreement. True to the grandeur of the mall, the restroom was spacious and well-lit, filled with the scent of air fresheners, devoid of any unpleasant odors. After finishing, Yuji meticulously washed his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a tall man entering the restroom. Instead of heading to a stall, he stood beside Yuji. This felt strange. Yuji felt uneasy and quickly grabbed a paper towel. He hastily dried his hands and relaxed somewhat. However, just as he turned, the man made a sudden movement. With a powerful arm, he reached out and firmly grasped Yuji's waist. "Let go of me," Yuji cried out, struggling desperately, but his strength was insufficient to break free from the man's grip, which also muffled his cries. The restroom was utterly devoid of other patrons. The man's strength was formidable, and Yuji was dragged into the compartment, though the space was not small. The sudden presence of two individuals rendered it constricted. "Do not move. If you do, I cannot guarantee your well-being." His voice was thick and damp, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from the shadows, tightening around his form. Yuji, already timid, had exhausted his courage in struggling. Now, under such a threat, all bravery dissipated. A one-team move. "Please, do not strike me," he pleaded softly, his words muffled by a hand covering his mouth. After a moment of silence, the man appeared to be assessing whether he would truly comply. "I ask you, do not even think of lying." A cold hand removed itself from his mouth, slowly covering his eyes instead. "Are you in a close relationship with He?" Suddenly, the world before Yuji plunged into darkness, and before he could panic, he heard the villain's inquiry. He thought to himself, why would someone so honest be inexplicably captured? It must be He-Fei's fault, blaming He-Fei for the predicament. He recalled how others praised him when spending money on him, but now that he was ensnared, all thoughts of He-Fei's goodness vanished, leaving only resentment. He-Fei had put him in this situation. "I just met him. We have no relationship," he hurriedly asserted, distancing himself from He-Fei. Fearful of provoking the man holding him, he dared not call for help, terrified that the man might retaliate violently. This man must be an alpha. The strength of betas and omegas could not compare. "Is that so?" Meng Shiyin paused, chuckling softly before continuing leisurely. "Truly no connection? Yet I see you two shopping together. And he has bought you so many things. If you had no relationship, why would he spend money on you?" Upon hearing this, Yuji's anxiety deepened. Each of his movements had been observed with clarity, indicating that he had long been targeted and ensnared with premeditation. "Who are you to He-Fei? Are you his kept lover?" Taking advantage of his vantage point, Meng Shiyin brazenly scrutinized Yuji. Upon capturing him, he had felt the boy's supple, tender flesh, which bore a sweet fragrance. The delicate, pale face was sculpted with exquisite features, devoid of any blemish. So beautiful. I wonder if He-Fei becomes a ravenous beast when marking someone privately. The alpha's expression darkened as he pushed aside Yuji's collar, revealing the boy's pristine, smooth nape. "Entirely unblemished. But you're not an omega?" His tone carried a hint of astonishment. He had assumed Yu was an omega. The glands of omegas are prominently developed, while those of betas have long since regressed, lacking the ability to secrete pheromones. Meng Shiyan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yu's nape intently. Yu, oblivious to the peculiar scrutiny, believed the man was merely adjusting his grip. Indeed, I am a beta, not some kept lover. Meng Shiyan snickered lightly. You appear rather delicate, resembling an omega. Did this mean he would be released? A flicker of joy surged through Yu's heart. Yet in the next moment, the man's words cruelly shattered Yu's fleeting happiness, sending his heart plummeting once more. However, being a beta is of no concern, as I am on amicable terms with Ife. Yu made an earnest attempt. He stammered, "It is not like that. I do not harbor any fondness for him. In fact, I detest him. These insufferable alphas always threaten, bully, and intimidate me. I loathe them." Yu proclaimed loudly. "I am merely putting on a facade, deceiving them into believing we are on good terms. If I do not feign cordiality, I will be bullied. I truly despise Ife." Ding. The familiar yet foreign notification sound from his phone momentarily clouded Yu's thoughts with confusion. The alpha cast his gaze downward, fixated on the crown of Yu's head, while his idle hand casually manipulated the phone, pressing down on the screen once more. "I do not like him. I truly detest them." The familiar voice echoed in the space around them. Yu snapped back to reality, realizing with a start that it was indeed his voice. Wait, how is his voice recorded? Overwhelmed by shock and dread, the young beta's eyes widened in disbelief. It dawned on him that he had been recorded. Meng Shiyan felt a slight itch in his palm as he observed Yu's long, thick eyelashes fluttering. "I believe our little beta does not wish for these words to be disclosed." Upon hearing this, Yu felt a strange sense of relief. How could it be that serious? Did he not merely speak a few words against Ife? What an overreaction. The noble alpha lineage cannot tolerate anyone who dares to speak ill of them behind their backs. Let me recall. The last alpha who dared to insult Ife suffered a grievous fate. His legs were broken. Several others, once prosperous, found themselves reduced to ruin, driven to the brink of despair. In City A, the powerful elite are numerous, with a few top families firmly entrenched, their influence deeply rooted, issuing commands that brooked no dissent. The very essence of an alpha is imbued with arrogance and defiance, permitting no provocations. I did not say anything overly serious. Ife would not treat me in such a manner, Yu confidently asserted, only to realize that the man remained silent. Regret washed over him. He should not have spoken so freely. He ought to have feigned fear to deceive the nefarious individuals. Yet, the words had escaped his lips, and he could not retract them. Clearly, his slip had revealed a vulnerability to the man. "It is my fault," the man mused, coming to a sudden realization. "Then let us record another segment, a tirade against Ife, no holds barred. Let's berate him as if he were a dog." The alpha's tone turned peculiar and exhilarated, his voice rising sharply. It seemed that the suggestion had sparked a lively idea, and, in the dim light, the contours of the alpha's face took on an ominous, ghastly quality. Chapter 20. The vanity of the pretender beta. Yu felt a surge of reluctance. Yet he was more afraid of the alpha's bullying, particularly the hand gripping his waist, which felt as unyielding as iron. Thus, he was compelled to utter numerous disparaging remarks about Ife, all meticulously recorded. His legs felt as weak as noodles. Had it not been for the alpha's support, he feared he would not have been able to stand. Why was he so timid? This time, his words bore a weight of seriousness. Meng Shiyan grasped Yu's waist, preventing any escape. Pressured, threatened, and called timid, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance unlike anything he had ever experienced. His eyes reddened as he mustered the courage to strike back feebly. It was infuriating. Through their exchanges, he discerned that this individual harbored animosity towards Ife and sought to bully him, preying on the weak. Ironically, Yu seemed to forget that in matters of intimidation, he was the most adept, having previously taken advantage of the gentle Lin Yun. When faced with someone fierce, he could only suppress his tears, unable to raise his voice. Yet, He pitted himself, convinced of his status as a reluctant victim, forced repeatedly into wrongdoing despite his inherent honesty. Though his strength was minimal, the alpha did not retaliate. Instead, he found amusement in Yuji's plight. The hand that had covered Yuji's eyes was lowered by the man, revealing a look of grievance on Yuji's face, his lashes glistening with unshed tears, making him appear particularly pitiable. Curiously, he kept his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to open them. Why was he so reluctant to see? If he gazed upon the other's visage, he feared he would be ensnared. Such was the narrative in dramas. At that moment, Meng Shiyin could no longer contain himself and chuckled softly, burying his face in Yuji's neck, inhaling the pleasant scent emanating from him, the vibrations in his chest resonating with muffled sounds. How could such an amusing beta exist? The laughter made Yuji realize his misunderstanding. He was being mocked. In that instant, a flicker of indignation surged within him, eclipsing his fear, and he abruptly opened his eyes. He beheld the person who had threatened him. The youth possessed striking features, a chiseled bone structure, a prominent nose, thin lips that accentuated his narrow, piercing eyes. Despite his handsome appearance and a lingering smile on his lips, an unsettling chill crept into Yuji's heart. The flicker of anger retreated as he instinctively shrank back, unable to meet Meng Shiyin's gaze. From now on, whenever I inquire about He Fei, you shall divulge everything. No matter what I ask you to do, you must comply. Do you understand? If this recording leaks, your fate is sealed. Those affluent heirs will not spare a commoner like you. While issuing these threats, Meng Shiyin's hand casually slipped into Yuji's pocket, retrieving his phone. Although it was Yuji's device, Meng Shiyin effortlessly unlocked it using Yuji's face. Yuji's eyes remained glued to the screen, terrified that a moment's inattention would result in the loss of his money. His anxious expression was amusing, prompting Meng Shiyin to pinch Yuji's cheek gently. It was soft, a delightful sensation. Yuji, stung by the unexpected gesture, quickly covered his face and muttered softly, "You bad guy." Meng Shiyin did not engage in anything further, merely opening WeChat to add a friend. "This is my contact information. I will message you directly from now on." Without seeking Yuji's consent, his friend list grew by one. "Don't even think about deleting me." Noticing Yuji's flickering gaze, Meng Shiyin threatened, "If I can find you once, I can certainly do so again. Next time, I may not be so lenient. Moreover, I possess your recording." In an instant, Yuji felt a surge of anxiety. "Fine, I'll add you." Stumbling, Yuji hurried out of the restroom. The moment He Fei, who was waiting in the lounge, spotted him, he noticed something was amiss and swiftly approached. Just in time, he enveloped Yuji in a warm embrace, the soft fragrance wafting into his nostrils. However, He Fei was oblivious to this detail. His gaze was fixated solely on Yuji's disheveled appearance. He had entered the restroom in good spirits, but upon exiting his clothes were rumpled, hair tousled, eyes reddened, and lips flushed, as though he had been mistreated. He Fei, usually cheerful and rarely displaying anger, now wore a grim expression, his demeanor taut, and his eyes ablaze with fury. It was evident that, during his absence, Yuji had indeed been wronged. Yuji remained silent, wrapping his arms around He Fei's waist, burying himself deeply in his embrace, as if bearing an immense grievance. Despite any simmering anger within, He Fei's expression softened upon encountering Yuji. He gently patted Yuji's back, his voice involuntarily softening. "Who has wronged you, my dear Ji? Fear not. I am here. Where did this happen? In the restroom or outside? Tell me everything, and I shall rectify it." It was of course that villain. He was utterly terrified, thinking he might not return. Yuji had an abundance of thoughts and complaints he yearned to express, yet confronted with He Fei's concerned gaze, he found himself momentarily speechless, the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. He recalled the evidence he had left behind. Chapter 21. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend, 21 Alpha, are all villains. Even He Fei is wicked, although he had brought him to them all. The knowledge that He Fei had spoken numerous ill words behind his back, even calling him a dog, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. While Yuji could not fully recall the specifics, the fragments he remembered were sufficient to fill a jug. He could not allow He-Fei to discover that he had been disparaging him behind his back. Yuji hesitated, shaking his head. I merely bumped into something. Yuji relished in deceit. Each time he tricked someone, it brought forth an exhilarating sense of having outwitted them. Yet, he felt insecure with every lie, lacking conviction. Moreover, this time he did not wish to deceive, but was compelled to do so, and the guilt was unmistakably etched on his face. He-Fei paused momentarily. Yet when Yuji looked at him, he detected no change in his demeanor, still adorned with a smile. After hearing Yuji's words, the smile vanished, replaced by a frown, his tone laced with concern. What did you bump into something? He-Fei's inquiry was not merely rhetorical. He seemed genuinely concerned, actively searching for the source of Yuji's discomfort. As he lifted Yuji's arm, kneading it gently, his hands ventured elsewhere as well, continuously inquiring about where it hurt. Why was He-Fei asking so many questions? It made even the act of lying a cumbersome task. As He-Fei grew increasingly intrusive, nearly pinching his leg, Yuji felt a sense of being bullied, and, dissatisfied, swatted He-Fei's hand away. I just bumped into something. He remained silent, unwilling to elaborate, feeling uncomfortable nonetheless. If He-Fei pressed further, he would simply ignore him. It seemed as if He-Fei could hear Yuji's unspoken thoughts. Come, let me take you shopping again. Yuji transformed his sorrow into motivation to spend, purchasing many items he once deemed far too extravagant. Eventually, he appeared to disregard the prices altogether, casually waving his hand. With a mere glance, He-Fei would thoughtfully cover the cost. As the number of items in the sales assistant's hands grew, the little beta beamed with delight, wrapping his arm around He-Fei, never having experienced such joy before. Yet, the thought of being threatened cast a shadow over his mood. His expression shifted dramatically, alternating between happiness and furrowed brows. By noon, He-Fei inquired, "Shall we continue shopping? Let me take you for a meal first." The upscale French restaurant featured a soaring dome and crystal chandeliers that sparkled with fragmented light. The ambient lighting was dimmed, creating a unique atmosphere of gentle inebriation. It was Yuji's first visit to such an elegant establishment, and he clung tightly to He-Fei, half of his body pressed against him. The restaurant's meticulous sequence of dishes, from soups to desserts, opened Yuji's eyes to a world of culinary artistry. When the exquisite dishes and desserts arrived, Yuji eagerly captured numerous beautiful photographs on his phone, intending to share them on social media, complete with the restaurant's location. He-Fei, an articulate and understanding alpha, effortlessly eased Yuji's initial anxiety with a few kind words. He reassured him that there was nothing to be nervous about. After all, dining out was the essence of the restaurant's purpose. Although Yuji lacked wealth, He-Fei was affluent, and there was no reason for him to feel apprehensive, as it was merely a matter of dining in a slightly more upscale venue. After a delightful meal, Yuji settled into He-Fei's car, planning to have He-Fei take him out for meals in the future. Moreover, he thought about coordinating their outings to allow for shopping before dining. Reflecting on his purchases, he wondered, have I perhaps bought too much? Not at all, He-Fei replied, gazing into Yuji's eyes. How could it be too much? Branch, you are beautiful and deserve to wear lovely clothes and adorn yourself with exquisite accessories. Yuji felt a surge of satisfaction. His inquiry was merely a formality. He had no desire to hear He-Fei say he was unworthy or reluctant to spend on him. Hearing He-Fei's affirming words made his heart flutter with joy. From time to time, Yuji glanced at the bags lined up together when suddenly a thought struck him. You won't make me return anything, will you? He pouted, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. It was like this before. I returned gifts and ended up being criticized on social media. Even when something was in his possession, it didn't necessarily belong to him. As long as those affluent alphas wished, they could devise countless means to prompt him, either actively or passively, to return items. Moments ago, he had reveled in the abundance of gifts from He-Fei, yet he was now reminded of the obligation to repay. Even if he received a gift, he could not touch it. After all, he had been required to return the money for that bracelet he had worn previously. Yuji bit her lip, feeling an unsettling discomfort at the thought of one day having to return what was given to her. No, these are gifts from me, specifically chosen for you, and you need not repay them. Truly, I stand by my word. There was no written guarantee or any evidence to support her claim, and her tone lacked any dramatic inflection. Yet, Yuji inexplicably sensed that He-Fei was being sincere. He would not stoop to deceit. This thought caused her to waver. Moreover, it was she who had returned the items last time. He had never asked for repayment. It seemed so, Yuji reflected, and indeed it was true. Consequently, her spirits lifted again in the car, and she chattered animatedly with He-Fei. He-Fei drove with remarkable steadiness, responding to Yuji with abundant patience. What he withheld from her was his indifference towards those trifling gifts. However, had the recipient been anyone other than Yuji, it would indeed have warranted some form of repayment. The consequences faced by others would have been 100-fold more humiliating. No one could easily humiliate a cadre of affluent alphas and escape unscathed. Yuji was an exception, yet not entirely so. Upon arrival, He-Fei's long, fair fingers, reminiscent of an elegant aristocrat, rested casually on the back of the seat, inadvertently ensnaring Yuji within his embrace. The vehicle halted outside the aging complex where Yuji resided. He-Fei peered inside, his brow furrowing. His demeanor was starkly incongruous with the surroundings. Even a single strand of hair seemed meticulously groomed, and his attire, including even the smallest button, bore a price tag unimaginable to the average citizen. Yuji had witnessed the opulence of grand shopping malls, gazed upon their immaculate floors and pristine glass walls. Returning to the old complex felt like a stark contrast. The ordinary concrete ground revealed patches of exposed earth, overrun with weeds, and littered with discarded paper and debris. Everything was worlds apart, a dreary little place. Yuji was reminded of the small village where he had spent over a decade, a remote locale devoid of cement roads, characterized by ordinary yellow earth. On rainy days, traversing outside would invariably result in muddy shoes. In that village, luxury vehicles were non-existent. Even small cars were a rarity. To own a small car was to be regarded as a figure of success among the villagers. From the small village, he had taken his first flight to City A, where he beheld the city's splendor. At that time, the old complex had seemed quite remarkable to Yuji. He cherished the houses within, relished his own room. However, after venturing out with He-Fei, Yuji realized the narrowness of his world, the limited scope of what could fill his vision. He still felt drab. What he considered treasures in his heart were merely seen as quaint relics of a small village by the truly affluent. A veil of mist quickly rose to his eyes, blurring his vision. Yuji did not wish to cry, nor did he want to lose face. Yet, the more he resisted, the more tears threatened to spill forth. Why were some born into wealth while he had come into the world in a small village, impoverished and subject to the whims of others? Chapter 22. The vanity of a pretentious childhood. Friend, noticing Yuji's unusual silence, He-Fei's voice revealed a tension he himself was unaware of. Was it discomfort or unhappiness? He should have remained silent, but once he spoke, the young boy's tears fell uncontrollably like raindrops. He-Fei's heart felt as though it was being tightly constricted by an unseen force. Don't cry. Gigi, please don't cry. He leaned down, gently wiping away Yuji's tears with a tissue, his tone taut, his fingertips trembling imperceptibly. He-Fei had never experienced such a tumult of emotions before. He could not comprehend the chaos within him, unable to maintain his usual composure. Instead of offering insincere platitudes, he found himself muttering aimlessly, desperate to quell Yuji's tears. Yuji was, in truth, quite easy to manage, materialistic, vain, and somewhat spoiled. When He-Fei took him to the mall or a fine dining restaurant, the young boy would surely be overjoyed, making it difficult for He-Fei to let go of this prized possession. A few trivial gifts, inconsequential to He-Fei, could easily sway Yuji's emotions. This was what He-Fei believed, thinking of himself as looking down upon Yuji from a superior vantage point. If he desired something, he could easily attain it, thus controlling the other's every whim. Yet in reality, Yuji was not a mere ornament in his collection, but a person with his own temper and individuality. He-Fei could arrogantly ponder how best to treat Yuji, strategizing on how to gradually ensnare his interest. But when faced with the reality of the situation, He-Fei abruptly realized that it was all in vain. He could not bear to see Yuji cry or feel sorrow, Witnessing the boy's tears only tightened the grip on his heart, suffocating him, making it hard to breathe. It was an unfamiliar and bitter sensation. "Please don't cry, darling. I'm here, don't cry, all right?" Yuji had nearly recovered. The emotional surge had come suddenly. And now, in retrospect, he felt embarrassed for having cried without provocation. Surely he would be ridiculed for it, even though Hifei was comforting him rather than mocking him. Yuji still felt a sense of shame. "It's not that I want to cry," he mumbled to Hifei. Hifei held Yuji close, patiently running his hand through the boy's hair. "It's all right, no more tears. With a beautiful boy like you, so many people adore you. What's there to cry about?" Hifei softly repeated Yuji's name, as if the two syllables were merging into one. When Hifei truly invested himself in comforting someone, lowering his pride, no one could resist the warmth of his kindness. Born into a prestigious family, his every movement exuded an aristocratic grace, and while he often wielded a ruthless demeanor, at this moment, he spoke gently, elevating Yuji to the pinnacle of his heart. Hifei accompanied Yuji upstairs, taking with him the beautiful clothes and shoes the boy had purchased. "This is my home. This is my room. That is Lin Yun's room." Yuji pointed in two directions, but showed no intention of inviting Hifei to tour his quarters. He has a disdain for making his bed, leaving his room in a state of disarray. In contrast, Lin Yun's room is quite tidy. However, he occupies the larger room while compelling Lin Yun to reside in the smaller one, with the rent still being paid with Lin Yun's money. A mere supporting character would never disseminate the protagonist's magnanimity. The space is rather confined. Hifei glanced around and discerned the general layout of the house. The living room is small and cramped, and the bedroom is likely no larger. How can one achieve restful slumber in such a diminutive space? TSK. How can Lin Yun manage to care for Yuji with so little? Wait a moment. Lin Yun is living with you? Indeed. We are indeed cohabitating. Reflecting upon the previously investigated details regarding Yuji, it turns out she is indeed residing with Lin Yun. At the time, it was of little concern, but now it irks him even more. Yuji ought to be cherished and held in high regard, rather than sharing such a meager abode with a penniless Lin Yun. I delight in this hawthorn slices sent by my mother. Hifei's gaze swept over the coffee table and was fortuitously met by Yuji's eyes, who mistakenly believed Hifei was fixated on the jar. She picked it up, opened it, and offered Hifei 2 pieces before taking a generous handful for herself, stuffing her cheeks full, the sweet and sour flavor overwhelming her senses. Hifei placed one in his mouth, chewing delicately. His manner was refined, whereas Yuji's was in stark contrast. Having consumed too much at once, she initially seemed fine, but as she chewed, the tartness became overpowering, causing her delicate face to contort in a grimace. "Is it delicious?" "It's sour but quite appetizing," Hifei replied affirmatively, eliciting a sudden desire in Yuji to share her struggles and efforts in gaining admission to a university. To be accepted into a university from her small village back home was quite a feat, although she had taken the special pathway with lowered admission scores from remote areas. And with Lin Yun being a distinguished special admission student at a university, they reluctantly reduced her scores. Just barely, she managed to gain entry. Yet, one cannot achieve admission without at least some merit. Previously, when Lin Yun had tutored Yuji, she harbored a deep resentment towards him, believing he was intentionally making her suffer. Now that she has indeed been accepted into university, her thoughts are consumed with her own cleverness. Yuji is quite remarkable. Hifei popped another hawthorn slice into his mouth, effortlessly showering her with praise. With Hifei's endorsement, Yuji stood taller, her face radiating pride. Days passed, and the relationship between Yuji and the affluent alpha flourished, with classmates becoming aware of her circle of well-to-do alpha friends. On Thursday, upon returning to school, Yuji encountered the furious Kong Lu, who approached her with an undeniable air of agitation. The alpha was brimming with an uncontrollable irritability and, upon spotting Yuji, approached her without hesitation. Chapter 23. The Vanity of the Pretentious Childhood Friend. Time rewinds to 2 days prior. Kong Lu had been absent from school for quite some time. The matter of handling prohibited substances shouldn't have taken so long. After resolving it, he had met with several familiar alphas numerous times. For someone of Kong-Lu's social standing, whether he attends school or studies the material is largely inconsequential. Yet, despite the usual thrilling recreational activities, Kang le felt utterly disinterested. As others frolicked and laughed, Kong-Lu sat aside with an expression of annoyance, a beautiful little face perpetually floating in his mind. The more he tried to dismiss it, the more frequently it appeared. He pondered how Yu had been faring during these days, and whether the creditors he had deceived were troubling him. Suddenly confronted with this possibility, Kong-Lu felt a tightness in his chest, igniting a restless agitation within him. Indeed, Yu had tricked several alphas. While he himself had chosen not to hold it against Yu, those alphas were far from amicable. Any one of them could easily make Yu's life miserable, especially given his delicate nature, unable to withstand even the slightest adversity. Fragile, beautiful, and temperamental, he would likely resort to tears rather than fight back when faced with bullying. Imagining Yu being oppressed and tormented, a surge of anger flared up in Kong-Lu's mind. Unable to remain still, he hurried back to school. Previously, having sought trouble with Yu, he had saved his class schedule on his phone, and with a quick comparison of the class times, he pinpointed the building and classroom where Yu was supposed to be. However, he found no trace of him. Upon inquiry, he learned that Yu had been spending time with He and others. Contrary to his fears, there was no evidence of Yu being bullied. Instead, he had returned everything he owed, and He and his companions were hosting a gathering, which suggested that Yu's relationships were flourishing. A vague discomfort settled in Kong-Lu's heart, not from failing to find Yu, but from the thought of Yu mingling with other alphas. An inexplicable frustration simmered within him, roiling and causing a painful ache in his insides. Yet, Yu was not his concern. He had no authority over whom Yu chose to associate with. Despite this rationalization, the following day, Kong-Lu dutifully sought out Yu again, only to find no one there once more. A simple inquiry revealed that he was again with He and the others. Damn it, are they even attending class? What else could He do besides lead Yu astray? Always playing around? It was infuriating. The He family would eventually squander everything. His fingers cracked in frustration as rage surged through his veins, nearly threatening to explode from within. When Kong-Lu left, his face was shrouded in gloom. Even as an alpha, few dared to provoke his wrath. After failing to find Yu twice, he considered letting it go, as if he were overly concerned about Yu. However, this thought did not bring him peace. Rather, it heightened his agitation. How could Yu casually associate with unfamiliar alphas? Kong-Lu, having suffered at the hands of He, was acutely aware of his malicious nature. The kindness He displayed towards Yu could very well mask ulterior motives. Not to mention, Yu had once sought his assistance, although he had not agreed. His silence implied consent, and Kong-Lu prided himself on being trustworthy. On the third day, Kong-Lu finally encountered Yu. His expression was dark, causing Yu to instinctively take a step back, clutching his textbooks. "TSK, do you not recognize me?" Fearing that Yu might flee, Kong-Lu swiftly closed the distance, seizing his wrist and forcefully leading him out of the classroom. Until his departure, the quiet classroom was filled with hushed whispers. Kong-Lu found a shaded corner to reluctantly release Yu's hand. The tall alpha had Yu cornered in the small space. Even the slightest movement from the young boy could draw him back. "Why haven't you attended class these past 2 days?" Kong-Lu paused, gritting his teeth. "Did you really go out to play with He and the others?" "Not at all. Yu had played for just 1 day. On the following day, he had no desire to attend class, and had He request a leave for him. "I'm not feeling well," Yu replied. Kong-Lu's voice immediately rose. "Sick?" He quickly closed the distance between them, anxiously reaching out the back of his hand to gauge Yu's forehead temperature. "If you're sick, why even attend class? You should rest for a few days instead. You don't even know how to take care of yourself." The forehead was not overly warm, indicating no fever. Kong-Lu examined Yu's face, which held color and was not pale. Nevertheless, he remained unable to quell the unease that had settled in his heart. Yu felt discontented by Kong-Lu's words. The young boy, who always prided himself on being the strongest and smartest, bristled at Kong-Lu's remarks. Unbeknownst to him, Kong-Lu failed to notice the glare Yu Ji cast his way. He took the books that Ji was clutching. Are you still carrying such heavy things? Come with me. I'll take you to the hospital. No, Juicy protested. I'm not sick. Give me back my books. He had merely expressed discomfort and had not claimed to be ill. Feeling sleep-deprived and desiring to sleep and was also a form of discomfort, was it not? Ganglu, emboldened, blocked Yuji's attempts to retrieve his books. Hearing Yuji declare he wasn't sick, he gradually relaxed somewhat. You still owe me something, you know? Have you forgotten? It was only upon returning that Kong, Lu realized the little trickster had not only renounced his ways, but had also returned the money. Didn't you say it didn't need to be returned? Indeed, the gifts Yuji received amounted to not 7 but 8. One of those was given by Kong Lu. Yuji stammered in front of Kong Lu, yet he remembered the details about money and gifts quite clearly. He recalled Kong Li's words about not needing to return the gifts, and he kept the present without hesitation. He hid it away, not even mentioning it to Lin Yun, fearing that Lin Yun would insist on returning that particular gift as well. He wasn't deliberately withholding. It was Kong Lu who had said it was unnecessary, so it rightfully belonged to him. Besides, Kong Lu had bullied him, pinched him, and he merely desired a gift from Kong Lu, which hardly seemed unreasonable. Yuji considered this as a matter of course. Recently, he had received many gifts, and they were not coerced. The alphas had voluntarily offered them to him. In the presence of Kong Lu, Yuji's mindset gradually shifted. He knew so many alphas. If Kong Lu bullied him, he could easily summon them to give Kong Lu a good thrashing. Consequently, as Kong Lu observed Yuji's increasingly audacious expression, he intentionally narrowed his eyes at him. He appeared radiant, almost glowing. Kong Li's heart raced violently, pounding heavily as if it might leap from his chest. He mustered all his strength to suppress the tumultuous feelings within and fix his gaze on Yuji, his throat dry. Yes, the gift need not be returned. But what about my emotional distress? Emotional distress. The unsophisticated young girl, having never encountered much of the world, was utterly bewildered upon hearing this term for the first time, as if it were an incomprehensible text. Kong Lu, unable to resist, reached out and gently tousled Yuji's hair. It was softer than he had imagined, even more so than he had anticipated, with delicate strands that were both soft and fragrant. You have deceived my feelings. Do you not think you ought to make amends? He mused. Those few from He-Fei, so miserly that they even sought to reclaim the gifts they had given. Yet, they were the ones who got to play games with Yuji first to spend time with her. He was the first to know Yuji. It was all He-Fei's fault for taking advantage. He had not betrayed her feelings, so why should he make amends? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Yuji inquired. Make amends? With what? Of course, with money. It had always been Yuji asking others for things, receiving gifts from others. Yet this was the first time someone was asking her for something precious, her money. You may strike me or scold me, but you cannot covet my wealth, was Yuji's mindset. Why are you so mean? Unable to contain her frustration, she kicked and hit Kong Lu. Despite her efforts, lacked the strength to do any real harm. Her feeble attempts felt akin to mere tickling. You're just mean. Just mean. With red-rimmed eyes, Yuji looked on, and Kong Lu feared she might cry again. He genuinely dreaded the thought of the fragile Yuji breaking down. Chapter 24. The vanity of a pretentious childhood friend. Without knowing what compelled him, Kong Lu, in a moment of impulsiveness, bent down and hoisted Yuji onto his shoulder, declaring, "Come, I shall take you to have some fun." In the presence of the tall and sturdy alpha, Yuji resembled a delicate doll, like a mere sack carried on his shoulder. What are you doing? You are not my brother. The suddenness of Kong Li's action forced Yuji, on the verge of tears, to stifle her emotions. She struggled and clenched her fists, delivering 2 light punches to Kong Li's shoulder. You always take advantage of me. How annoying. I feel unwell. Let me down. So delicate, Kong Lu scoffed, releasing her only to lift her again before she could escape. With no air conditioning outside, the heat was stifling, and Yuji felt as though she were next to a furnace, pushing against Kong Li's head in distaste. Why are alphas always like this? It's so irritating. Do you want to play? Kong Lu grinned, lowering his voice. The place I'm talking about is really fun. I don't usually take people there easily. Really? You must be deceiving me. Having spent some time with He-Fei and the others, Yuji fancied herself worldly, no longer the naive girl she once was, and let out a dismissive hum. "I'm not deceiving you," Kong Lu replied earnestly. Yuji, drawn to adventure, could not resist the temptation and turned her face aside. Believing she was acquiescing, Kong Lu was taken aback when her hand reached out, palm up, before him. "If you want to scare me, you must first compensate me for my emotional distress." Yuji, having adeptly learned from Kong Lu, applied his tactics to her own situation. Never has anyone held him so tightly. Kong Lu, filled with irritation, pretended to loosen his grip and toss Yuji to the ground. However, Yuji, trembling in fear, clung desperately to his neck, rendering him reluctant to let go. He gently patted the nape of Yuji's neck in a soothing manner. "All right, open your phone." Yuji beamed with delight and eagerly unlocked his phone, presenting it to Kong Lu. Initially, Kong Lu intended merely to scan Yuji's payment code to transfer him some money for his amusement. Yet inadvertently, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yuji's phone screen. His pupils constricted as he swiftly snatched the phone from Yuji's grasp. As the chat interface scrolled down, he read aloud the names that appeared. Cheesy Yu, Chun Hao, Wang Tiannan, He Fei. With each name, Kong Li's expression darkened, becoming increasingly ominous. These names were not unfamiliar. In fact, he recognized them well, all belonging to the same circle of alphas. Do not engage in frivolous conversations with dubious individuals. Have you been fooled and remained blissfully unaware? Kong Lu, suppressing his anger, transferred 50,000 yuan, not forgetting to add Yuji to his friends list. Upon returning the phone, he was met, as expected, with Yuji's reproachful gaze. "You peeked at my phone. Yechidenta likota glimpse," Kanbule explained. Observing Yuji pouting and glaring at him, his ire surged. "So what if I looked? What can you do about it?" He anticipated Yuji would react with anger as before, but after a prolonged silence, Yuji remained sullen and ignored him. Despite Kong Li's numerous attempts to engage him, Yuji continued to turn a deaf ear. "I'll transfer you a little more for your emotional distress. Is that acceptable? Please don't be mad." Still, Yuji remained silent. "How about 100,000? 100,000? Initially, Yuji had intended to feign indifference, hoping Kong Lu would continue to appease him with more money, but he was taken aback by the sudden amount. The ease with which Kong Lu tossed out such a figure indicated that it was far from his limit. To him, such sums were trivial. Yet for Yuji, 100,000 represented an immense fortune, enough to significantly bolster his savings. Thus, he could no longer contain himself. "Are you truly giving this to me?" He tilted his head back, his voice soft and sweet. A fervor coursed through him, igniting every nerve. Insane, Kong Li's dark, intense gaze scrutinized Yuji's delicate features, his throat tightening. "Yes, it's for you." His voice was slightly hoarse. "Is it really just about the money? I do appreciate it. Money can buy many things." Yuji replied, his words tinged with materialism. Yet, as he spoke, his eyes shimmered with hope and anticipation, his face adorned with a radiant glow, leaving Kong Lu entranced. His gaze remained fixed on Yuji, who does not cherish wealth. To openly express one's desires is far preferable to the coyness of those who wish for everything yet remain hesitant. Yuji exuded a simple honestoha, entirely devoid of deceit. Realizing his distraction, Kong Lu coughed twice. "From now on, I shall provide you with funds. You must not ignore me." A mere 100,000. If Yuji merely behaved and refrained from mingling with other alphas, he could easily afford to give him hundreds of such amounts. Was he essentially sponsoring Yuji? The thought sent a jolt through Kong Li's mind, his body reacting in ways he could hardly control. Encountering the intense gaze of the alpha, Yuji remained perplexed. Upon hearing Kong Li's words, his eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. Such delightful news. In a lounge, a dozen alphas were either seated or standing, most wearing expressions of languid boredom. "Let's head to the racetrack for some fun. Staying at school is rather dull," one suggested. "I think it's a splendid idea. Since Kong Lu has returned, we should invite him to join us for some friendly competition. Life ought to have its pleasures, after all." "I'll call a few Omegas to join. Rest assured, they are all untouched and as pure as they come." Yet, as the conversation unfolded, one alpha, oblivious to the implications, was interrupted mid-sentence by a nudge at his side, as if someone had tightened a grip around his throat, abruptly halting his words. However, the gathered crowd understood whom he had referred to. An unspoken recognition passed among them. Yuji, a remarkably beautiful little beta. Why not invite Yuji along for some racing? He might enjoy it. I could take him for a spin. Indeed, let's just inquire. It won't cost us much. Yin-Huan, though not partaking in their discussion, was drawn in by the mention of the familiar name. To his surprise, he overheard someone suggesting taking Yuji racing. His brows furrowed immediately. Mind your own business. Don't spend all your time thinking about amusement. Alphas were tough and resilient, but Yuji was a beta. Should anything happen, even a minor injury could send him into tears. Oh, Yin Xiao finally speaks up. In the elite circles of City A, the group of alphas had known each other since childhood, with some having omegas in their families and future alliances likely to be forged between them to solidify their power. Yin Huan's evident distraction was apparent to all. It was clear to everyone, yet no one dared to be the first to inquire. What's on your mind, Yingo? You've been silent for quite a while. Is it because Yuji is a beta that he cannot join us? I never realized you were so tender-hearted. The alpha jested, entirely dismissing the seriousness of his words. Laughing at his own joke. Yin Huan had always been succinct, yet not so reticent. This strange silence and his displeased expression piqued curiosity. Word has it you recently stood up for a commoner. Have you taken a liking to him? Just a fleeting amusement with a commoner will suffice. There's no need to dwell on it. A bit of money can easily placate them. A few coins can make them fawn over you like a loyal dog. No, it's not Lin Yun. Yin Huan quickly refuted, feeling a hint of unease at the mention of Lin Yun. He merely found Lin Yun somewhat intriguing. After all, he had saved him. He had merely returned the favor to Lin Yun. As for anything beyond that, he intended to provide only a modicum of care. At that moment, hearing his name linked with Lin Yun unsettled him. Despite having known him for so long, they were unaware of his true sentiments. His genuine thoughts momentarily took him aback. It was not Lin Yun. Then who was it? A name surfaced in his mind, along with a radiant, delicate visage. Yuji? Yin Huan lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Perhaps it was because Yuji was the first person daring enough to reject him that he humbled himself and bought her a small cake. Yet, Yuji appeared as if she were intent on causing him harm, which ignited his anger and made him care more than he should. It was nothing of great significance, for he and Yuji had little in common. If one were to speak of connections, he shared a greater bond with Lin Yun. A group of alphas exchanged glances. It seemed that the atmosphere around Yin Huan had grown increasingly oppressive. Alphas occasionally released hints of their pheromones, which those who frequently interacted with Yin Huan had experienced. Although potent, it did not usually carry the intense aggression and hostility that now left everyone gasping for breath. Yingu, please rein in your pheromones. I can barely control myself, an alpha with misty blue hair exclaimed, his face flushed. Everyone's pheromones were of high quality, and their alpha ranks were impressive. Yet Yin Huan was a true top-tier alpha, with only a few from other families comparable to him. As the pheromones subsided, the tension in the lounge eased, and the alphas could perceive that Yin Huan was indeed in a foul mood. Has someone offended you? Yin Huan shook his head, seeing that he was not angry. A flurry of speculations ensued, yet none mentioned Yuji. It was understandable. In a public setting, if he were to show displeasure towards Yuji, others would likely interpret it as disdain for her. Typically, Yin Huan disregarded things and people he disliked, demonstrating very little tolerance. Hence, it was no surprise that no one dared to speak of Yuji in his presence. Yin Huan waited, yet he heard not a single mention of you, nor of Ji. Yin Gu, were you at the Emerald Restaurant last week? I think I saw you there, Song Su suddenly inquired. He had encountered Yin Huan at the restaurant the previous week. They hailed from distinguished backgrounds and understood that they would one day have Omega partners. However, Yin Huan had always shown little interest in such matters. Even when approached by beautiful Omega-S, they would be emotionlessly escorted away by his bodyguard. The Emerald Restaurant, a high-end dessert establishment, was particularly favored by Omega-S. I've heard of the Emerald Restaurant. ISNT it renowned as the most beloved restaurant among Omega-S. The offerings are all sweet, so it doesn't seem appealing to me. Why would Yin go there? The Yin family has no Omega-S, someone remarked. Yin-Huan was the sole heir of the Yin family, a lineage of alpha descendants. And what were you doing there? Oh, have you all forgotten about my Omega brother? My parents dote on him. Song Su replied with a hint of resignation. I want to dine there. But as his younger brother, I could only go and buy food for him. Yes, I went, Yin-Huan replied, maintaining his composure. He anticipated further questions. However, as others continued to discuss, his brows furrowed, for they spoke of his changing tastes, the latest delicacies at the Emerald Restaurant, and who among them had Omega or Beta siblings. It was Song Su, who had previously mentioned seeing Yin-Huan, who swiftly hit upon the crux of the matter. I recall that Yin Xiao seemed to have purchased something, a box containing a limited edition cake. I had wished to acquire one as well, but failed to do so, ultimately settling for something else, which earned me some scorn from my brother. It was intended as a gift for Yuji. Yin-Huan's tone quickened as he clarified. I was inattentive to the bar incident at the time and may have sounded a bit harsh. I intended to buy a cake to make amends. This revelation prompted a thoughtful silence among the group. Some individuals even appeared eager to contribute ideas. How had they not considered that they could bestow gifts upon Yuji? Through this exchange, familiarity would surely blossom. Perhaps he simply did not enjoy cake. He might have declined it. Just as Yin-Huan finished speaking, someone promptly voiced a contrary opinion. How could Yuji not like cake? He certainly does. I recall Lin Yin bringing him cake, and Yuji was positively beaming. I too had witnessed Yuji savoring cake, his expression delightfully indulgent, as if he were confection himself. You must agree, Yuji is utterly charming. Almost too adorable to be a beta. His fair complexion, large eyes, and rosy lips clearly indicate a fondness for sweet treats. He relished Lin Yun's cake, but had no taste for Yin-Huan's. Moreover, Lin Yun's cake was merely a casual purchase from a local shop, while Yin-Huan's was both costly and exclusive, yet it paled in comparison. Accompanying the peculiar gazes was the palpable shift in Yin-Huan's demeanor, his good spirits evaporating, his expression dark as coal, and his muscles taut. If offering cake proved ineffective, perhaps he should consider other gifts. Yuji might appreciate something different. Indeed, money and presents would likely please him. The conversation effortlessly revolved around Yuji. Chapter 26. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend Yin-Huan, lacking experience in this realm. Focused intently, listening with an earnest disposition. Yet, someone abruptly interjected, disrupting the flow of conversation. Do not speak carelessly. This is Yin Xiao's matter, and it is for him to decide. It does not concern us, so why propose such ideas? What benefit is it to help Yin-Huan? Should Yuji forgive him? Would we not lose our own opportunities? If Yin-Huan were genuinely interested in Yuji, as long as Yuji remained apprehensive of him and uninterested in his advances, their chances would remain intact. The alphas exchanged glances, surprisingly finding merit in this argument. Yin-Huan shattered the oddly quiet atmosphere of the lounge, stating coldly, I have no feelings for Yuji. His words were direct and curiously convincing. If you are indifferent to him, what purpose does gifting a cake serve? One voice, deliberately lowered and concealed within the crowd, questioned. Yin-Huan lifted his gaze, casting a cold glance around the room, unable to discern the speaker's identity. I am not attempting to curry favor with him. He simply does not wish to bully a beta. Moreover, Yuji is, after all, Lin Yun's childhood friend. Given that Lin Yun saved him, is it not natural for him to treat Yuji with kindness? He retorted, his eyes glinting with frost. Indeed, there was no need for such flattery. A hint of thoughtfulness crossed Yin-Huan's face, leaving one to wonder how many Omegas would eagerly gravitate toward him. To be favored by Yin-Huan is akin to stepping into the realm of the elite, even if ultimately their family backgrounds prove incompatible and they cannot unite. At the very least, one can expect a life free from financial worry. However, Yuji is a different case. Despite being an ordinary individual and a beta, he captivates thoughts and lingered in minds. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that with Yin-Huan's declaration, the majority of alphas have chosen to believe in him. After all, should Yin-Huan decide to compete, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Yin-Huan's assertion of disinterest in Yuji likely reflects a genuine lack of sentiment. Moreover, With Yin Huan's cold demeanor and unyielding temperament, it is evident that he is not one to easily comfort a young man, which explains Yu Ji's recent closeness to He Fei and his companions, as the alphas harbor various thoughts. As night descends, the Yin family's ancestral residence, perched on a hillside in the western suburbs, illuminates the surroundings with its myriad lights. The gardens bloom vibrantly, adorned with fountains and sculptures amidst lush lawns. As crystalline droplets cascade and gently slide into the grass, the servants move in an orderly fashion, their faces adorned with standard smiles as they diligently attend to their tasks, eager to avoid any missteps with the return of their sole young master. Yin Huan's room exudes a cool elegance, featuring a grand bed at its center and a bespoke, handcrafted carpet underfoot. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reveal the nightscape outside, while a sofa and a black glass coffee table grace the area before them. At this moment, the meticulously arranged room appears somewhat cluttered. An alpha sits directly on the floor, one knee drawn up, surrounded by an array of assorted items and scattered packaging, each adorned with logos of luxury brands, their worth undeniably substantial. With a mere phone call from the butler, these prestigious brands eagerly deliver their offerings for Yin Huan's selection. Is there nothing else? After much deliberation, he finds himself dissatisfied with one item or another. What would Yu Ji prefer? Beautiful jewelry, or perhaps clothing? He must be losing his mind. What began as a casual remark has evolved into a serious endeavor of selecting the perfect gift. Standing beside Yin Huan is the family butler, a man in his 30s clad in a dark uniform over a white shirt, his demeanor gentle and courteous as a beta. Young master, these are the season's most sought-after styles. If they do not meet your approval, I can arrange for additional selections. After contemplating for a while, Yin Huan decides to explore the collection room himself. Ultimately, after a night of careful consideration, he chooses a gemstone brooch. The translucent pigeon blood ruby and emerald complement each other beautifully, while diamonds delineate the shape of blossoming branches, exuding an unmistakable opulence. Meanwhile, Kong Lu has taken Yu Ji out of school early, leading him through the mundane pleasures of dining and shopping, until the sky begins to darken when he finally brings Yu Ji to what he claims to be an entertaining location. You tricked me. The fun place you mentioned is just that shopping mall. Although Yu Ji enjoyed a delectable meal and spent Kong Li's money on delightful purchases. Having visited large shopping malls before, he spends the journey chastising Kong Lu as a deceiver, having anticipated something novel. The car comes to a halt. Here we are. Kang leaned forward and opened the car door for Yu Ji. Come on, let's get out. Is this the underground black market? Yu Ji gasped softly, covering his mouth. He had ventured here once before to procure omega pheromone serum, a rare moment of audacity for him. The underground black market is located on the outskirts of City A, its exterior unremarkable, housing a 5-story clubhouse. Upon entering, however, one discovers a hidden world within. As it belongs to a gray area, the clubhouse serves as a facade, while the true essence lies beneath, having evolved into an extensive underground realm over years of operation. On the first underground level, there are no barriers to entry. A few small shops stand sporadically, and some vendors hawk their wares from makeshift stalls on the ground. The crowd predominantly comprises alphas, and the air is thick with the noxious scent of inferior alpha pheromones, mingled with an overwhelming sweetness of omega pheromones. Yu Ji felt dizzy from the olfactory assault. By rights, betas cannot perceive pheromones, he murmured. Yet here, the pheromones have been enhanced by industrial fragrances, becoming an undeniable presence. It's unbearable, truly wretched, Yu Ji grumbled. Then come closer to me, Kangol smirked. I smell delightful. You're just a stinky alpha. How could you possibly smell good? Yu Ji retorted. Nevertheless, as he leaned in, he detected a faint hint of lime on Kangol, tart yet refreshing, a scent he had not noticed when Kangol had held him earlier, but now, amidst the unpleasant odors outside, it became apparent. Yu Ji playfully nudged Kangol's upper body, unable to resist taking another whiff of the citrus aroma. It resembles my pheromones, Kangol explained, lowering his head. Betas cannot detect pheromones, so before I left, I deliberately applied a bit of perfume with a similar scent. It's quite ordinary, not particularly pleasant. Exactly, you're the most delightful. Mistaking Kangle's tone for sarcasm, Yuji shot him an annoyed glance, only to find Kangle's expression sincere, his eyes glimmering with soft light. Yuji sensed a hint of indulgence in Kangle's gaze, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He playfully bumped Kangle's leg with his knee. How could I possibly smell good? Don't say such things. All right, I won't. I've been to that shop before. The Omega pheromone perfume is sold in those little shops on the outskirts. Drawing on his memories, Yuji pointed out various small shops, identifying the good items within as well as some prohibited ones. Despite having mustered all his courage to purchase a bottle of pheromone perfume from those peripheral shops, he was now portrayed as fearlessly traversing the underground black market, engaging effortlessly with the vendors, and departing with his desired goods. Kangle nodded in response to Yuji's words, his hand firmly encasing Yuji's, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Yuji was undeniably adorable and beautiful, easily placated, with soft hands and a lovely scent. Kangle felt a deep trust in him. He had merely mentioned wanting to take Yuji somewhere fun, and here they were, truly out together. Kangle's heart felt soft and warm. They had yet to spend 3 minutes browsing the outskirts. A few attendants clad in black appeared, respectfully ushering the two inside. Yuji glanced ahead and discreetly poked Kong Lu in the side, whispering that they were there to escort him. For Kong Lu, this was a familiar occurrence. Yet under the gaze of the young boy, he instinctively straightened his back. The periphery of the underground black market lacked thresholds, with an assortment of stalls scattered about, most engaging in haggling and selling. As they ventured deeper, the true heart of the underground market unfolded before them. The vaulted ceilings loomed high, steeped in opulence and indulgence, where the throngs were predominantly well-dressed, some even donning disguises. Casinos, underground boxing, and auctions filled the scene, aside from the auction that had not yet commenced. Kong led Yuji through these venues, particularly at the underground boxing matches, where muscles tensed and the raw clash of bodies ensued. The bloodshed was initially met with disinterest, but soon swept Yuji into the fervent excitement of the crowd. Unable to contain herself, she found herself shouting along with the spectators several times. However, during the most intense moments of the fights, she felt a twinge of reluctance to watch. As they were about to leave, Yuji casually turned to glance back. Pausing in a certain direction, her eyes widened involuntarily. They had emerged past midnight. It was late, and driving back to her home would take an hour. Kong Lu was considerate of Yuji's needs. She would need to wash up and tidy herself, which would delay her sleep. It's all your fault. I have an early class tomorrow, she exclaimed. Why don't we simply stay at a hotel? There's a nice one nearby that is quite comfortable. After some contemplation, Yuji acquiesced to Kong Li's suggestion of staying at the hotel. After all, it was Kong Li's money being spent, and why not take advantage of it? They enjoyed a restful night and indulged in a sumptuous breakfast, taking advantage of a ride as well. When Yuji encountered Yan-Huan in the classroom, her expression soured considerably, her face long and unwelcoming, exuding a clear disdain for his presence. It was as if she was silently questioning why he had returned, until Yan-Huan placed a small box, no larger than a palm, before her. Here, a little trinket, take it and play with it. Go want your stuff, she retorted, her loathing for Yan-Huan evident. She had no intention of accepting his offering. She merely wanted to see what scheme he had devised this time, contemplating the satisfaction of throwing it back at him. However, the spiteful Yuji could not resist her curiosity and opened the velvet box. Upon glimpsing the exquisite gemstone brooch inside, her breath quickened. The hand that had intended to toss it back froze, her gaze fixated on the brooch, unable to divert her attention. Noticing her reaction, Yan-Huan smirked slightly. I told you, no matter what you choose, it would bring you joy. You are indeed easy to please. Do you not want it? Yan-Huan elongated his tone, teasing. If you don't want it, then I want it. Yuji clutched the box tightly, fearful that Yan-Huan might change his mind and reclaim the gift. She had never seen such a beautiful brooch before. Do you like it? Yuji found herself in a dilemma. The brooch was shaped like a flower, its gemstones shining brilliantly, the diamonds sparkling with a luster that spoke of its exquisite beauty and high value. Yet, she did not wish to give Yan-Huan the satisfaction. She recalled how he had scolded her previously, and the sight of his smug smile ignited her ire. "I don't like it at all," she stubbornly declared. Yin-Huan replied, unfazed by her denial, extending his hand as if to take it back. "Is that so? You don't like it?" He chuckled lightly. He gazed at Yu with a beaming smile. Beta possessed a striking appearance, his expressions vibrant and lively. "Due to my kind-hearted nature, I shall reluctantly forgive you for the gifts you have bestowed upon me," Yu said, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Upon uttering those words, it seemed she felt she had been shortchanged, letting out a heavy huff. "What I valued was the sentiment. Even if I was not fond of it, I accepted the offering. Shall we try it on?" Yu paused momentarily, casting a glare at Yin-Huan. Yin-Huan, perplexed, observed her with his dark eyes and inquired slowly, "Why not give a try?" After a lengthy silence, Yu managed to retort, "The attire I am wearing is unsuitable for such an adornment." He was clad in a simple t-shirt, yet such a brooch was typically reserved for formal occasions. As she had read online, he had never attended a formal event. Consequently, the previously cheerful young man now pouted in indignation. "This is for banquets, hardly an everyday accessory. Only a fool would wear such a brooch while in school." Yin-Huan, rather disdainful, lowered his eyelids, casually observing the gemstone brooch he had offered. Yu was correct. It was indeed a thoughtless gift on his part. Yin-Huan slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes gliding past Yu, revealing a good-natured disposition he was unaware of. In truth, Yu had a commendable character. Despite receiving an ill-suited gift, she accepted it without rejection. "Perhaps I shall select a few more gifts," he mused. A single brooch. Yu examined it in the morning, then again in the afternoon, discreetly taking it out from her drawer during class to steal a few glances. Chapter 28. The vanity of a pretentious childhood friend. During a moment of leisure, he picked up his phone. Lin Yun had sent him numerous messages the previous day. At that time, he had been taken aback by the opulence of the hotel suite at the resort, and amidst the flood of messages he received daily, Lin Yun's numerous texts had been relegated to the bottom. He had only managed to reply once at the outset, informing Lin Yun that he was staying out with friends. Currently, as he opened the chat interface with Lin Yun, he noticed the worry and urgency conveyed through the lines of text. Yu felt Lin Yun's character aligned closely with the narrative and sympathized with the supporting characters. It was no wonder he felt burdened by Lin Yun's concern. A rebellious sentiment surged within him, as he thought Lin Yun was overly intrusive. They were not particularly close, and he was no child. Why did Lin Yun feel the need to monitor him so closely? The underlying implication was that Lin Yun believed he was unsafe outside, susceptible to deception, which suggested a lack of faith in his ability to discern deceit. These conflicting feelings clashed within him. However, due to the multitude of people expressing concern for Yu, Lin Yun's worries became overshadowed and trivialized. He casually responded to Lin Yun and turned his attention elsewhere. "Conlo, what time do you finish class in the afternoon? Would you like to go out and have some fun later?" "Conlo, if you're up for it, I can pick you up. It will be quite enjoyable." "Conlo, as it happens, I have no classes, and since I have some free time, I can take you to a restaurant to see if anything piques your interest." Though their time spent together was less than a day, and they slept in different rooms of the suite that night, their relationship had undeniably progressed significantly. "Juicy, no, I won't go." Although Kong Lo was quite the entertainer, Yu equally relished the comfort of staying indoors, indulging in food and drink. Not to mention, he had already ventured out numerous times over the past few days. "Kong Lo, are you really not going? All right then. Gagne-le, transfering 50,000 yuan." Upon receiving the sudden transfer notification, Yu's eyes widened, his heart raced, and he quickly tapped to confirm the receipt. He then remained silent, feigning ignorance, even discreetly closing Kong Lee's chat window. Kong Lo must have accidentally pressed the wrong button. These alphas were indeed affluent. A mere 50,000 yuan was likely forgotten in an instant. A smirk crept onto the young man's face, revealing a hint of pride, until more messages popped up on his phone. "Kong Lo, is the money enough? If not, let me know. Kong Lo, buy more delicious food and drinks. Don't worry about the money." It turned out the money was meant for him all along. Yu felt no guilt now, scrutinizing the transfer and receipt records before sending another message. "Yu, I'm running low on funds. Thank you, Kong Le. Without your money, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Gagne-le, transférine 50,000 yuan. Kong Le, it's fine if you run low again, just tell me, and I'll send more. On the other end, Kong Le couldn't help but smile as he looked at his phone. Yu Ji was truly polite, thanking him after the transfer. Although Yu Ji had deceived him in the past, he realized that Yu Ji had long since recognized his mistakes. And it was not entirely Yu Ji's fault, considering his difficult upbringing and innocent nature, which made him susceptible to external temptations. Seeing Yu Ji claim he couldn't eat or sleep well without his money, Kong Le wished he could transfer even more. However, his usual high expenditures and the approaching end of the month meant his liquid funds were limited. A few days later, when the new month arrived, he would send Yu Ji some money. Yu Ji, you are so kind. How can you be so wonderful? You are my very best friend. Kong Le basked in the praise, and the joy Yu Ji expressed upon receiving the money created a positive exchange between them. Upon returning home, while Lin Yun was in the living room, Yu Ji intentionally made some noise to capture Lin Yun's attention. Then, right in front of him, he slowly opened a box to reveal a splendid gemstone brooch. See, isn't it beautiful? He said, lifting his face with a proud display. Where did you get it? Lin Yun had originally intended to inquire about what transpired the previous night, but knowing Yu Ji, the lack of response likely indicated annoyance. Yan gave it to me. Lin Yun recognized the name. He remembered when he picked Yu Ji up from the bar. At that time, he had heard Yu Ji claim that Yan deliberately bullied him, describing him as a very unpleasant person. Yet now, observing the uncontainable smile on Yu Ji's face, Lin Yun pursed his lips. Why did he give it to you? He must like me. That's why he gifted me this, Yu Ji replied, nervously twisting his fingers. After contemplating for an entire afternoon, Yu Ji had concocted a plausible explanation for Yan peculiar behavior. It's strange, though. Yan bullies me, clearly dislikes me. Yet he gave me such an obviously expensive gemstone brooch. Thus, the astute little beta meticulously unraveled the threads of mystery and ultimately uncovered a few clues. Yan had bestowed gifts upon him, motivated solely by his affection for Lin Yun, wishing for him to speak favorably of Yin in Lin's presence. Fearing that their cordial relationship might lead to disparaging remarks behind his back, which could tarnish his image before Lin Yun, Yan resorted to bribery. Yu Ji found delight in his own perceptiveness, having easily discerned the truth. More remarkably, he was privy to the storyline, while Lin Yun remained oblivious. Lin was unaware that the person he had rescued was Yan, nor did he comprehend the depth of Yan's feelings for him. The prospect of exploiting this knowledge to create obstacles in the romantic journey between Yan and Lin Yun, thereby fulfilling his role as a supporting character, thrilled Yu Ji immensely. Someone harbored feelings for Yu Ji, causing Lin Yun's fingers to tighten gradually, his gaze darkening, emotions tumultuous within him, even failing to notice Yu Ji's subconscious unease while speaking. He did not know Yan personally. He had merely heard his name mentioned by classmates, an elite alpha hailing from a prestigious family, one of the most distinguished among the elite. His eyes fell upon the exquisite gemstone brooch that Yu Ji was toying with. While Lin Yun possessed limited knowledge of jewelry, it was evident that this particular piece, gifted by Yan, was far from ordinary. Lin Yun wished for Yu Ji to be happy. Yet the individuals who brought joy to Yu Ji stood on an entirely different pedestal, leaving Lin Yun feeling disheartened, even anxious. Yu Ji was bound to encounter more influential and capable individuals, while he himself was destined to lag behind, to be cast aside, rendered insignificant. All he could offer Yu Ji was the best within his means, yet others could provide him with the finest the world had to offer. Contemplating this disparity, Lin Yun felt a pang of bitterness gnaw at his heart. After finishing his display, Yu Ji queried, "Why are you silent?" However, could he truly hinder Yu Ji in choosing friends, nurturing relationships, or accepting gifts? There were many ill-intentioned individuals outside, their motives wicked. They delighted in deceiving and manipulating. Lin Yun wished to shield Yu Ji from harm, to protect him from the alluring promises of alphas, and to dissuade him from casually agreeing to outings with others. Determined not to let his negative emotions cast a shadow over Yu Ji's happiness, Lin Yun clenched his palm, suppressing the extreme thoughts that clawed at his mind. His voice remained steady, yet upon closer inspection, one could detect the slight tremor that betrayed his inner turmoil. The more he restrained himself, the more ferociously the beast within him struggled, consumed by anger and jealousy, fiercely yearning to break free from its confines. In stark contrast to the despondency of recent days, Yan-Huan radiated vigor. He noticed the familiar brooch in Yu Ji's hands, bemused by the affection it inspired. Was such a trivial gift truly so cherished? What he didn't voice was that after witnessing Yu Ji's delight yesterday, he had prepared an abundance of gifts. Yet, he refrained from presenting them now. He was not one to pander to Yu Ji, nor did he feel compelled to curry favor. He planned to showcase a few items later. If Yu Ji desired them, he would gladly oblige. After all, he was not lacking in wealth or possessions. The notion that he harbored ulterior motives towards Yu Ji was laughable. He was merely gifting Yu Ji a few tokens of goodwill. A common beta, unaccustomed to fine things, receiving a few gifts to bolster his esteem was hardly a transgression. This morning began with an early class, prompting Yu Ji to rise and leave the house at dawn. Having had a restless night, her mood was already sour as she propped her chin on her hand, idly fiddling with her brooch in a daze. Yan-Huan, eager to engage her in conversation, quickly became her outlet for frustration. "Do not speak to me," Yu Ji declared, her demeanor causing Yan-Huan's smile to gradually fade. "What do you want?" he asked, returning the brooch to its box and casting a sidelong glance at her. "You're so annoying. You gifted me one present, and yet you can't stop talking about it. You're scaring me." Yan-Huan's expression turned icy almost immediately. Was he not a decent person? Instead of being amiable, he was desperately trying to curry favor with Yu Ji, who was merely an ordinary beta. After lowering himself several times, he felt that Yu Ji would simply use him and discard him. With his naturally sharp and profound features, his displeasure was evident, and he inadvertently intimidated Yu Ji, making her believe he was truly angry. Just as she contemplated softening her stance to apologize, a thought crossed her mind, and her eyes shifted as she devised a different plan. "I will report you to Lin Yun and tell him you are unkind. This way, your pursuit of him will become difficult." Yan-Huan was nearly amused by the audacity of the boy, who had become increasingly assertive. Reporting their situation to Lin Yun? Who was Lin Yun? Was he Yu Ji's boyfriend? Did he need to concern himself with such matters? As his frustration simmered, he grasped Yu Ji's wrist firmly, clouds of discontent shadowing his face. "You are not to speak to him," he commanded, his voice a low growl, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. His gaze deep and intense. Indeed, Yan-Huan was fearful of Lin Yun, apprehensive that Lin Yun would discover he had bullied Yu Ji. "I told you. It was you who bullied me first. Why shouldn't I be allowed to say it?" The boy's voice rose in pitch, now infused with newfound confidence, as if he had seized an advantage over Yan-Huan. Yan-Huan scoffed coldly. Chapter 29. The vanity of a pretentious childhood friend. His dark eyes lowered as he forcefully pulled Yu Ji closer to him, catching her off guard. Stammering, she attempted to push his hand away. "It hurts. Let go of me. You're hurting me." Yan-Huan instinctively eased his grip, yet did not release her. His gaze firmly fixed on Yu Ji. "Are you still going to talk?" The oppressive aura surrounding the alpha made one shiver. "I want to say anything," Yu Ji replied, feeling wronged. "I want to speak." She stubbornly turned her face away, though her eyes were secretly moistening. Yan-Huan found himself at a loss for words, choking on the question of how Yu Ji truly regarded him. His throat felt dry as he pondered the tears she might shed. The emotional volatility of alphas and omegas, influenced by pheromones, often rendered them unstable. With the onset of his sensitive period approaching, and without the administration of inhibitors, his internal turmoil was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Furthermore, his inherently fierce and combative nature reflected the most aggressive traits of an alpha. Yet, upon witnessing Yu Ji's fearful expression, it felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sharp needle. All thoughts of being hard and proud vanished into the ether. Why should he quarrel with Yu Ji? He understood that her temperament might be a tad spoiled and capricious, but she harbored no malicious intent, did she not? Before Yu Ji, he seemed perpetually unable to control himself. "It's my fault. Please don't cry." Yan-Huan, without seeking any excuses this time, spoke with a trembling voice, pausing intermittently. If one were to simply listen to him in the presence of those acquainted with him, they would scarcely believe such words could escape Yin-Huan's lips. After all, being entrenched in a prominent family for so long established a clear hierarchy. Even when Yin-Huan erred, it was deemed the other party's misfortune. Had Yin-Huan remained obstinate, Yuji mused that she would have accepted the loss, and the matter would have faded away. However, perceiving a hint of submission in him stirred her courage, leading her to unleash her frustrations. "You are so fierce. Why are you so ferocious? I haven't slept well, and I don't wish to converse. Yet you insist on talking to me. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm merely voicing my thoughts about you." As Yuji unleashed a torrent of words upon Yin-Huan, he believed he must suppress the anger provoked by her accusations. In truth, her remarks did not incite any ire. Rather, it was her refusal to communicate with him and her repeated mentions of Lin Yun that troubled him. It seemed Lin Yun was someone Yuji trusted, while he was perceived as a formidable threat to be avoided. "You mentioned wanting to tell Lin Yun on me. That's when I truly lose my composure." In his explanation, Yin-Huan instinctively disregarded the influence of sensitive periods, attributing his feelings solely to Lin Yun. This wasn't a falsehood. The sensitive period merely amplified his emotional instability, the root cause still lying with Lin Yun. Indeed, it was because of Lin Yun. Their thoughts diverged entirely, yet curiously aligned on certain keywords. Yuji inwardly scoffed, noting how petty Yin-Huan was consumed by jealousy. Perhaps his bullying stemmed not only from her intent to report to Lin Yun, but also from her closeness to him, serving as a deliberate warning. As Yin-Huan resolved to sever ties with Lin Yun, he made a decision of his own. "Do you have Lin Yun's card number? If so, please send it to me." After a moment's consideration, Yuji complied. It was only upon returning home for a rest at noon and hearing Lin Yun's words that she grasped Yin-Huan's true intention behind requesting Lin Yun's bank card number. "Gigi, there's an unexpected deposit in my bank account," Lin Yun remarked, his gaze flickering with confusion. He was still on his way home from work when he noticed an inexplicable transfer. "What?" Yuji gasped in disbelief. "How much?" "1 million, Lin Yun replied, his tone vague. 1 million. Yuji snatched Lin Yun's phone, counting the numbers displayed multiple times, her face flushing with excitement, nearly leaping from her seat. Quickly employing her sharp intellect, she almost instantly deduced the source of the funds. It must be from Yin-Huan. No wonder he had inquired about Lin Yun's bank card number. Once the excitement faded, the realization that the money was not meant for her washed over her like a bucket of cold water. Jealousy stung her eyes. Why was it that Lin Yun could receive money effortlessly, while she found herself in a position where Yin-Huan sought to curry favor with her, expecting her to speak well of him to Lin Yun? Yet he never bestowed a single cent upon her, making her work without compensation. "I know who transferred the money. I'll inquire about it and let you know tonight." In the afternoon, Yin-Huan returned home after receiving an injection of suppressants and decided to pick out a gift, intending to surprise Yuji. However, when he summoned her to an empty classroom, Yuji regarded him with an expression that conveyed neither recognition nor regard. He attempted to engage her in conversation, but she either retaliated with sharp remarks or turned her face away, completely ignoring him. What was the matter? What had he done to provoke her ire? Despite his coaxing, Yuji remained impervious to his advances, steadfast in her silence. In response, Yin-Huan simply rotated a chair towards her, but at that moment, Yuji merely gave him a light tap, pouted, and refused to acknowledge him further. "Gigi, why are you ignoring me?" Yin-Huan dared not adopt a more assertive tone. Yuji had a fiery temperament. She was susceptible to gentleness but resistant to harshness. And although timid, she harbored resentment towards him, blaming him for his actions. "You gave Lin Yun 1 million. Yuji sniffled, feeling particularly aggrieved. "You didn't even offer me a token of appreciation for my efforts." In the early stages of the conflict, he had merely hindered Lin Yun without committing any wrongdoing. Why was she not entitled to a reward? Were it not for his presence, would Yin-Huan have found it so easy to curry favor with Lin Yun? Token of appreciation? Yin-Huan was bewildered by the term. However, considering that Lin Yun had rescued him, did it imply a reward for saving him? He had broached the subject, yet instead of compensating her, Yin-Huan feigned ignorance, which only served to infuriate Yuji further, leaving her yearning to unleash her frustration upon him. As she opened her mouth to speak, a sudden force erupted from her side. "Let her go." Lin Yun, passing by the classroom, witnessed Yuji helplessly ensnared by Yin-Huan. When Yin-Huan leaned down to nuzzle Yuji's neck, she instinctively recoiled, clearly unwilling. In that moment, all composure and calmness dissipated. Lin Yun stormed into the classroom, his expression dark and menacing, promptly pulling Yuji to him. In embracing Yuji, Yin-Huan lowered his guard, inadvertently allowing her to be drawn behind Lin Yun. The warmth that lingered on his leg was palpable. Yin-Huan's expression hardened, yet he rose leisurely, lifting his eyelids to gaze at Lin Yun with an air of condescension. "Lin Yun? Ah, the protagonist has arrived," Yuji mused, noting that he had prohibited her from approaching Yin-Huan. She offered her commentary, sensing something amiss, yet confirming her earlier assertion that Lin Yun would not allow her near Yin-Huan. Lin Yun shielded Yuji behind him, confronting Yin-Huan. Slightly taller, Yin-Huan sported short hair and nonchalantly wore a sleeveless shirt, revealing his muscular arms in a relaxed manner. Remarkably, Lin Yun, who was not an alpha, matched Yin-Huan's imposing presence with equal intensity. The atmosphere grew increasingly taut and perilous. "Lin Yun, right? I must thank you for saving me. I have transferred the money to you," Yin-Huan remarked, a smile devoid of warmth. It became evident that the million was indeed provided by Yin-Huan, and Lin Yun recognized his face, recalling the favor. "I will return the money," Lin Yun replied coldly. Yin-Huan's smile had completely vanished, his gaze dripping with sarcasm. "This is a matter between Yuji and me. Do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Is it necessary for you to meddle?" Chapter 30. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend. He scrutinized Lin Yun's face, his piercing gaze dissecting every feature. Lin Yun's appearance was undeniably striking, slender in build, with a straightened back, exuding an air of dignity that was neither submissive nor arrogant. There was an aura about him that suggested he was not easily approachable, yet it stemmed from his character rather than any haughty disposition typical of affluent alphas. Moreover, having rescued him, Lin Yun possessed a rare and commendable kindness. However, the moment Yin-Huan observed Lin Yun's act of pulling Yuji away, coupled with Lin Yun's frosty demeanor, it became evident that Lin Yun harbored an excessive concern for Yuji. Realizing this, Yin-Huan could not conceal his disdain for Lin Yun. Even though he had accompanied him to the hospital, the million he had given was merely a means to sever any lingering ties. The physical prowess of an alpha is formidable. Even in a state of unconsciousness, instinct would compel a defensive response to external threats. He had sustained injuries, and with his pheromones spiraling out of control, he had injected himself with a suppressant before slipping into a coma. Even without Lin Yun's intervention, given the secluded nature of the alley, he would have had ample time to regain consciousness. Therefore, Yin-Huan did not feel he owed Lin Yun a great debt, especially since he had also assisted Lin Yun once before. One act of help, combined with a million, was sufficient. With ambitions akin to a wolf, and a face so beguiling, how many advantages had Yuji unwittingly surrendered while growing up alongside him? What was Lin Yun? Suddenly appearing and deluding himself into believing he was a protector? He feigned righteousness while harboring the most sordid thoughts. And it was only Yuji's naivete that allowed her to be so easily swayed, mistaking Lin Yun for a good person. Seeing Yuji hiding behind Lin Yun, her head bowed in a daze, filled Yin-Huan with frustration. Was Lin Yun truly so admirable? Did she trust him so implicitly? Unfazed by Yin-Huan's aggressive remarks, Lin Yun's eyes cooled, devoid of warmth. "All I see is you bullying him." "Bullying? Gigi, do you think I bullied you?" Yin-Huan directed the question at Yuji. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting to Yuji as well. "Huh? Me?" The sudden shift of focus on her left Yuji bewildered, still murmuring to the system in her mind. Raising her eyes, she found two pairs of intense gazes fixed upon her. She glanced from one to the other, feeling as if she had momentarily regressed to a state of lost linguistic ability. Why were they dragging her into their mess? Yuji frantically summoned the system in her mind. It was bad enough to work for free. Now she was expected to play a role in their drama. What brings you here? Yu asked Lin Yun with a sour expression, having already made plans. She had not disclosed who had transferred the money to her, which was her first step in her scheme. Since Lin Yun did not recognize Yin Huan, he was oblivious to the source of the funds. He planned to take a stroll around the school, and upon returning in the evening, he intended to deceive Lin Yun, claiming that the money was transferred to him by a friend, not meant for Lin Yun. He would explain that he accidentally provided the wrong bank account number, which inadvertently belonged to Lin Yun, and ask Lin Yun to transfer it back to him, thus acquiring $1 million without effort. Exploiting the information gap, he could obtain the money stealthily. However, Lin Yun's presence led to the recognition of Yin Huan, who confirmed the transaction with Lin Yun, thereby thwarting Yuji's scheme before it could take shape. My reaction made it abundantly clear to Lin Yun that Yin Huan was indeed truthful and had not bullied Yuji. Their relationship was nothing more than childhood bond, devoid of any intimacy, and Lin Yun's actions seemed to be unwarranted interference to both Yin Huan and Yuji. Yet given another chance, Lin Yun would likely charge in once more. After a moment of silence, confronted by the increasingly mocking gaze of Yin Huan, he licked his lips and gazed at Yuji, speaking hesitantly. When I returned to school, I noticed a newly opened candied chestnut stall outside. I bought some for you. They won't taste good when cold. I wanted to find you and happened to pass by. The chestnuts were nestled in brown, square oil paper bags, each glistening with a layer of sugary glaze, plump and inviting. Wow, I love these. Yuji, momentarily forgetting her initial question, began directing Lin Yun and Yin Huan to peel the chestnuts. Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief and obediently started peeling, while Yin Huan, albeit reluctantly, picked up a chestnut after receiving a stern look from Yuji. The two men, who had just clashed, sat on either side of Yuji. Lin Yun, you peeled chestnuts so well. Yin Huan, yours look terrible. I don't want to eat those. After consuming several chestnuts, Yuji sent Lin Yun out to fetch her some water. In a moment of pent-up frustration, Yin Huan wrapped his arms around Yuji's waist and buried his face in her neck, behaving like an alpha wolf claiming territory. Am I not as good as Lin Yun? Is that it? He scoffed. So petty. Just because I exchange a few words with Lin Yun, you get upset. You really have a small heart. I'm still angry with you, Yuji reiterated, emphasizing her words for my labor fees. Although Yin Huan remained oblivious to the concept of labor fees, he was aware that they involved money. All right, I'll transfer you the money. I meant to do it earlier, but Lin Yun's arrival delayed me. Following Yuji's prearranged account number, Yin Huan transferred the funds. Let me count. How many zeros? 2 million. The substantial sum left Yuji feeling dizzy. Perhaps Yin Huan didn't want to shock Lin Yun, which is why he transferred only $1 million to him. Counting his balance, Yuji couldn't contain his smile. Counting again, not satisfied after the first attempt. Once, twice, 3 times. The mere act of counting zeros brought Yuji immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Feeling happy now? Not angry anymore? Not angry at all. On Saturday evening, Yuji was invited by He-Fei to watch a movie together. Recently, you've been enjoying time with Yin Huan? The faint shadow of doubt crossed He-Fei's features upon hearing the rumors. Cough, cough. It's not like that. It's just that he is too fierce. You have no idea how terrifying he is. Even when I do not speak to him, he still manages to intimidate me. And what of Konglo? He enjoys playing with me, leaving me with no choice but to yield. In any case, everything is always someone else's fault. He bears no blame whatsoever. Yuji recalled the individuals he had seen in the underground black market, none other than Meng Shiyan. At that time, Meng Shiyan was surrounded by admirers, their reverence making it clear he was no ordinary alpha. Yuji, already at a disadvantage, felt utterly powerless to oppose Meng Shiyan now. Gradually, he had relayed numerous anecdotes about He-Fei, though he himself was not entirely aware of He-Fei's circumstances. Primarily, he recounted their outings, what they dined on, what they purchased, and whether He-Fei treated him well. It felt akin to composing a short essay. Yuji took pleasure in boasting and sharing with others. But when this task became enforced and obligatory, he felt as if he were being coerced to complete homework, suffering under the pressure. He feared He-Fei might discover this. Yet, disregarding these concerns, He was generous and perpetually wore a cheerful smile, showering Yuji with gifts. Seizing a moment when He was distracted, Yuji discreetly retrieved his phone, disabled the flash, and, using the ambient light from the movie, swiftly captured a selfie of the two of them. Yuji, today he took me to the movies. JPG. Once he sent the message, he noticed the other party was typing. The typing indicator appeared and vanished repeatedly for quite some time. Meng Damn, what else with the facade? He had anticipated a lengthy discourse from Meng Shiyan. A proper warning. Instead, after such a prolonged wait, this was all he received. Yuji hurriedly closed the chat box, feigning intense focus on the film. He would delete it tomorrow night. He continued to keep an eye on He, ensuring to maintain a respectful distance. The dim lighting cast a soft glow from the phone screen, illuminating the alpha's face. Meng Shiyan tossed his phone aside, an inexplicable frustration gnawing at him. In the shadows, his expression grew increasingly ominous. After the film concluded, He kindly escorted Yuji back to the entrance of the neighborhood. Yuji declined He's offer to accompany him further, as there was a flower bed in the community that was part of his usual route home. You're back. The sudden voice in the darkness startled Yuji, sending chills across his skin and causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. He froze, swallowing hard. Chapter 31. The Vanity of the Pretentious Childhood Friend. It's me, Gigi. The nervous boy trembled as someone grasped his shoulder, turning him around to reveal the familiar face of Kong Lo. His tense body relaxed slightly, allowing Yuji to breathe a sigh of relief. It was merely a friend, not a terrifying specter. However, as Yuji's thoughts settled, he realized he had been startled by Kong Lo. Why did you scare me? Yuji's voice escalated in pitch, indignantly accusing Kong Lo. You nearly gave me a heart attack. As if that weren't enough, he playfully swatted at Kong Lee's hand. You did it on purpose. It's so annoying. He added, don't talk about life and death. It's inauspicious. Kangol did not evade. After Yuji vented his frustrations with several strikes, he finally shook the numerous bags he held in his hand. I brought you some late-night snacks, he explained. How could I deliberately scare you? I simply did not know your exact address and chose to wait for you here. Yuji inquired. Didn't I send you a message on my phone? Did you not see it? The rich aroma of barbecue wafted from the bags. Initially, he was too angry to notice, but upon catching a whiff, his mouth began to water uncontrollably, his eyes fixated on the tantalizing scent, almost immobilizing him. Straining against his desires, Yuji opened his phone and, indeed, found several unread messages from Kangol, who had inquired about his address and floor, thus confirming the truth of Kangol's words. Yet, Yuji's heart swelled with indignation, as if he were a judge who had just mistakenly convicted an innocent man. Kangol, who fussed over trivial matters, had genuinely startled him. It was entirely Kangol's fault for standing in a place where he could not be seen. I simply didn't check my phone, he huffed, shifting his gaze to the late-night snack bags Kangol held and clearing his throat lightly. So you bought me late-night snacks. I misjudged you. You truly are kind. I'll have a bite now. With a quick glance, Yuji reached for the takeout bags in Kangol's grasp. A task he initially thought simple was met with resistance. Kangol's arm swayed, leaving Yuji grasping at air. Weren't these bought for me? Hand them over. They are indeed for you, but we shall share them, Kangol replied lazily, casting a glance at the nearby building. Am I simply a tool for delivering late-night snacks? Shouldn't you invite me in for a visit? Yuji had never considered inviting Kangol over. The idea caught him off guard. And Kangol had effortlessly claimed the moral high ground. As a dutiful beta, Kangol, grateful for the gesture, expected to be welcomed as a guest for delivering snacks. Who was speaking to you outside the community earlier? Kangol inquired casually. I assumed you were home, hence my decision to bring late-night snacks. Was there someone? I merely returned from a stroll. Yuji deflected, unwilling to reveal the truth, and instead resorting to deception. Kangol, with his keen eyesight, would not mistake the identity of the person, As they walked side by side, Yuji could not resist and implored Kangol for a skewer of squid. Relishing it with delight, he was being led by the hand, yet he continued to extol Kangol's virtues. You are truly wonderful. This is delicious and fragrant. Where did you buy it? When did you arrive? It's still warm. Cold barbecue is never enjoyable. I arrived just 5 minutes before you, Kangol teased, seemingly intent on provoking Yu Ji further. I didn't see you. You're talking nonsense. You must have mistaken someone else. I didn't go out with Ifei to watch a movie. Yu Ji blurted, caught off guard and revealing more information than intended. Oh, so you want to see a movie with Ifei? Kangol elongated his tone, reminding Yu Ji of his slip. No wonder you've been so distant. You must have just returned. You have witnessed everything, yet feign ignorance. Yu Ji was infuriated, loudly reprimanding Kong Lu. How foolish of him to think Kong Lu was oblivious, lying as if he had everyone dancing to his tune, while in truth, Kong Lu was silently mocking him. How vile, how despicable. The squid skewers have lost their allure. Observing the young boy's aggrieved and angry demeanor, Kong Lu blinked, the astonishment in his eyes barely contained. Wait, it seemed he was the one being deceived. However, after a few reprimands, Kong Lu could easily admit his fault and lowered his head to appease him. Initially, upon seeing the commotion outside the community, a surge of anger enveloped him. It felt as if a string in his mind was tautly pulled, ready to snap at the slightest external force. Yet, as Yu Ji approached closer, the soft moonlight cascading upon him made his skin glow with a radiant luster, miraculously calming the unrest and jealousy within Kong Lu. Lin Yun's hand rested on the doorknob, peering past the half-open door, his gaze fixating on the unexpected guest beside Yu Ji, his smile evaporating. This is Kong Lu, my friend. He specifically brought late-night snacks. Suddenly, Yu Ji felt a swell of pride. He had forged a friendship with someone both affluent and impressive. They were all friends. And even if he lacked wealth, what was wrong with receiving a little assistance? After all, Yan Huan had gifted him 2 million. Lin Yun stepped aside, permitting Yu Ji and Kong Lu to enter. It was Kong Li's first visit to Yu Ji's home. His background was evidently distinguished, yet upon entering, he seemed to adapt effortlessly. Like the late-night snacks he had procured, the restaurant was nearby, slightly pricier than ordinary barbecue stalls, yet not exorbitantly so, using fresh ingredients with a bustling clientele. Curiously, he observed without revealing any signs of discomfort. Yu Ji was quite pleased with his demeanor. As he opened the takeout bag, an array of lamb skewers, chicken wings, beef skewers, steamed buns, chicken fillets, pork belly, crispy bones, and oysters filled the coffee table. Yu Ji had experienced barbecue before, but not in such variety. He was momentarily entranced by the abundance before him. "Ah, you even bought milk tea," he exclaimed, pulling out a cup of icy milk tea from the bag. The milk tea shop was not far from the barbecue place, and since grilling took time, he had simply decided to fetch it. Kong Lu's lips curled into a smile, recounting the events as though they were effortless. Yu Ji took a deep sip of the milk tea, his eyes instantly sparkling. Delicious, and it contained all his favorite toppings. He chose a large lamb skewer, marbled with fat, sizzling with juices. With a sip of milk tea and a bite of barbecued meat, his mouth glistened with oil. Wiping his lips with a tissue, Yu Ji raised his gaze. "Lin Yun, come sit and eat." Lin Yun's nature indeed lacked the social finesse that Yu Ji possessed. Standing awkwardly like a wooden figure by the side, oblivious to the delectable spread before him. "Come on, Lin Gu, let us sit and enjoy together." Seated comfortably beside Yu Ji, Alpha paused momentarily, offering Lin Yun a benign smile. "I bought plenty, Yu Ji, and I surely cannot finish it all." At first glance, Kong Li's words seemed innocuous, even generous. However, for Lin Yun, the lightness of his tone felt somewhat jarring. After a moment's reflection, he discerned the source of his discomfort. An outsider had entered the sanctum of his and Yu Ji's home, yet this outsider wielded the authority of a host. It was as if he were the intruder and Kong Lu the true master of the abode. This sentiment soured Lin Yun's mood considerably. Refraining from reacting in anger, Lin Yun, not one to be overly domineering, chose to sit naturally beside Yu Ji, gently placing his hand upon her knee. Kong Li's expression momentarily faltered, his smile stiffening. A glance exchanged over Yu Ji's shoulder conveyed malice and warning between the two men, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yu Ji remained blissfully unaware of the subtle tension between the two, engrossed in conversation with Kong Lu. He leaned on his chin, nibbling on skewers while discussing the merits of each dish. while Lin Yun ate sparingly, primarily focused on serving Yuji the remnants of her meal and offering her water. Yuji, with her modest appetite and fondness for variety, sought to sample everything. Whenever she couldn't finish, Lin Yun instinctively took over, gradually consuming what remained. Yuji, accustomed to this dynamic, thought nothing of it, while Kong Lu seethed at Lin Yun's brazen demeanor. What a contemptible creature, with so much laid out before him. He deliberately waits to consume what Yuji has left behind. He must think I am oblivious to his vile intentions. Yuji, let me try what you're eating, Kong Lu said, reaching for the barbecue Yuji had intended for Lin Yun. Isn't there more available? Yuji, caught off guard, suddenly noticed Kong Li's choice of address and felt his cheeks flush. Why do you call me that? He exclaimed, feeling a pang of indignation. It lacks any semblance of masculinity. He had been addressed in such a manner by He Fei and Yin Huan, but those instances were private. Now, in front of Lin Yun, Kong Li's casual familiarity felt awkward to Yuji, who, had it not been for the allure of the barbecue, might have entertained the impulse to retreat to his room. Kong Li bit into the skewer Yuji had attempted to offer Lin Yun, his tone slightly ambiguous. We're friends, after all. Is it not permissible to address each other in such a way? His self-assured manner led Yuji to doubt his own sensitivity. Perhaps this was typical of an alpha from a wealthy lineage? After all, He Fei and Yin Huan had done the same. A moment of clarity washed over Yuji. Stealing a glance at Lin Yun, he found him seemingly unperturbed, his expression unchanged. Perhaps he had indeed overreacted. I couldn't care less. Call me what you will. It is merely a title. Had Yuji scrutinized more closely, he would have noticed Lin Yun's tightly clenched fists, the veins protruding from his forehead, and the shadow of darkness that lingered on his otherwise composed face. However, Lin Yun did not lag behind Kong Li for long. In one moment, he was provoked by Kong Li's taunts, and in the next, his ire was redirected towards another individual. The matter at hand was trivial, hardly deserving of Kong Li's attention. While Yuji was eating, she casually tilted her chin towards Lin Yun without uttering a word, and he understood immediately, lifting his hand to smooth her hair. As Yuji slightly turned her head, Lin Yun tended to the other side of her hair, tucking the disheveled strand behind her ear. His movements were remarkably natural, reflecting the profound familiarity and tacit understanding shared between them. He knew instinctively what Yuji desired without the need for verbal communication. Their interaction created an atmosphere that was impenetrable. Kong Li's smile remained intact, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a deepened hue in his gaze, revealing a tumultuous undercurrent of hostility. When Yuji retreated to her room to fetch something, Lin Yun had just risen when Kong Lu obstructed his path. Shall we have a chat? Lin Yun disregarded him, walking past with unwavering focus. The voice of an alpha resonated behind him, languid yet unmistakably laced with arrogance. I know you, Lin Yun, an exemplary student. Kong Lu sauntered in front of Lin Yun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon noticing his ordinary attire, he scoffed. A pauper like you has no right to approach Yuji. What can you offer her? If you possessed any self-awareness, you would voluntarily withdraw. She is not someone you can aspire to. While Yuji was present, Kong Lu feigned friendliness, but in her absence, his true arrogant and malevolent nature emerged, revealing a disdainful gaze that regarded Lin Yun as beneath him. He dismissed Lin Yun as one would swat away an insignificant insect. I can offer you money. Name your price. As long as you can remain unobtrusive before me, everything is negotiable. After speaking, Lin Yun felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. During this time, he had witnessed a cohort of self-absorbed, privileged alpha individuals. Their prestigious lineage and affluent backgrounds had bestowed upon them an unwarranted sense of superiority. But what justified their arrogance in believing it could unsettle him? It was undeniably stifling. His relationship with Yuji should have been closer than that of others. Yet any random person could flaunt their connection with her in his presence, leaving him feeling overlooked and diminished. Deep within, suppressed extreme emotions clamored to break free from his chest. The darkness loomed like an enormous net, steadily consuming and assimilating Lin Yun's heart. Impossible. Lin Yun fixed his gaze on Kong Li's eyes and declared, I will not abandon her. Kong Li could not abide Lin Yun's adoration for Yuji. questioning whether he fancied himself the protagonist of a tragic drama. With a tone laced with derision, he retorted, "With nothing to your name and no accomplishments to speak of, what grants you such confidence? One must first consider their worthiness." Kong coldly cast aside his words as he brushed past Lin Yun. Yuji entered the classroom, cradling a book, only to discover her classmates gathered in a lively, boisterous huddle. "What are you all discussing?" she inquired, eager to join the conversation, considering herself a connoisseur of gossip. "Don't you know?" one of them responded, a hint of perfectly timed curiosity gracing their features. A sudden unease gripped Yuji's heart, as if everyone around him were privy to something he was not. Next week marked the birthday of Master He, an occasion that would be celebrated with a grand banquet hosted by the He family, a lively event that had others buzzing with excitement over the invitations they had received. But upon hearing of He's impending birthday and the festive gathering, the joy that had once illuminated Yuji's face was instantly overshadowed by disappointment. He was unaware that He was to celebrate his birthday. Even more so, he was oblivious to the fact that a banquet would be held. He had never even mentioned it to him. Not a single word. Had he not overheard others discussing it, Yuji would have been completely oblivious. Clearly, He looked down upon him, deeming their friendship embarrassing, which was why he had not extended an invitation or sent an invitation card. The facade of their friendship felt like a deceitful charade. Yuji resolved that he no longer wished to be friends with He. He found himself detesting He more than ever. Yuji's emotions were mercurial, shifting from elation to anger with alarming speed. Presently, he was engulfed in discontent, finding fault with every aspect of He. His heart was a tumult of indignation and grievance. As the afternoon classes concluded, Lin Yun suggested, "Let us head back." Lin Yun was puzzled. These past few days, Yuji had been waiting for He daily. He often brought snacks or gifts for Yuji, effortlessly charming the young boy each time. However, Lin Yun had long perceived He's ulterior motives, and now that Yuji was distancing himself from him, Lin Yun felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction, trailing silently behind Yuji without offering any reminders. After they had walked a fair distance, Yuji was the first to broach the subject of He, muttering to himself, "Humph, he and I are not friends. Let me tell you, those wealthy alphas are the worst. I refuse to associate with them." The thought that he had foolishly considered He a friend ignited a fire of resentment within him. As he envisioned confronting He, wishing to deliver a sound thrashing. As soon as class was dismissed, He had rushed over with a gift, only to find Yuji absent. With a gentle demeanor, He inquired after Yuji from their classmates. "You mean Yuji has left?" Upon receiving this news, a slow smile crept onto He's face. They had made a prior arrangement. He lowered his gaze to check their chat history, where Yuji had assured him he would wait. Returning home, Yuji remained irritable, having consumed the fruit salad Lin Yun had purchased on the way. A wave of restless frustration surged within him as he tossed and turned in bed. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification, and a message popped up. "He, baby, what is wrong?" Yuji retorted, "Who is your baby?" Followed by, "You must not message me." This was not a case of forgetfulness. It was a manifestation of his anger. He, being perceptive, could easily discern from Yuji's demeanor that he had not forgotten their plans, but was deliberately avoiding him. He immediately attempted to call, only to be met with 3 consecutive hang-ups. Undeterred, he persisted, dialing again. It was not until the 4th attempt that Yuji finally answered, albeit sluggishly. "Are you angry with me? What did I go wrong?" The voice of the young alpha resonated through the phone, slightly distorted. Yuji had no intention of inquiring with He about why he wasn't invited to the birthday banquet. Humph, as if he were particularly eager to attend. He held no interest whatsoever. Anger welled up within Yuji, prompting him to once again terminate the call with He. The following day, He awaited him beneath the teaching building. Upon descending, Yuji noticed him and attempted to evade He by slipping into a corner. But the alpha's keen perception quickly pinpointed Yuji's location the moment he sensed the gaze. He traversed through the crowd, cornering Yuji in a small alcove. The little beta muttered under his breath, quietly cursing He. "My birthday is next week." "Oh, and what does that have to do with me?" Don't you want to celebrate my birthday together? You didn't even send me an invitation. Yuji's voice rose, his glare fierce. I've been preparing it for a while. I just couldn't decide how to present it to you, as I wasn't sure if you would come. I truly hope you will. Hifei revealed an invitation from his pocket. So he did have an invitation. Yuji accepted it with delight. Do you really want me to attend? He asked deliberately. Yes, Hifei affirmed. I wish for you to be present at my birthday celebration. You're my best friend. Yuji feigned contemplation, pondering for a considerable time. Well, I might begrudgingly attend, but only because of our friendship. I typically do not go to others' birthday parties. In truth, Yuji had never attended a birthday banquet. This did not hinder him from claiming that many people adored him and wished to spend time with him. Yuji, you are so kind. I will send someone to pick you up and deliver a selection of clothing tailored to your size. Not only will you attend the banquet, but you'll also have new clothes to wear. Hifei was truly naive. He thought of Yuji as his dearest friend, while Yuji had many friends. Soon, the day of Hifei's birthday banquet arrived. The He family mansion was ablaze with light. Luxury cars lined up in an impressive procession. Entering the banquet hall, a massive crystal chandelier hung overhead, and exquisite tableware reflected dazzling light. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts, the opulence of the celebration was fully appreciated. This soiree attracted a significant portion of a city's elite and influential figures. They were impeccably dressed, exuding glamour. The youthful exuberance had matured into an elegant composure over the years. How lively it was! Hifei's birthday had drawn such a crowd. Yuji felt as sour as a lemon, nearly overwhelmed by the sensation. Nevertheless, he had donned his finest attire. Standing tall and proud, Yuji exuded confidence. Ganglu, beside him, was clad in a custom white suit that perfectly accentuated his tall figure, appearing as though he had stepped out from a noble lineage of the West. Yet, anyone who drew near would notice that Kong Li's mouth was never still. Yuji, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? There are delicious cakes over there. Do you want to try some? If so, I can fetch it for you. Chapter 34, with his hair meticulously slicked back and a touch of styling wax. The youthful visage of Kong Lu radiated a certain innocence. Yet, anyone acquainted with the Kong family understood the weight that their surname carried. None dared to underestimate him. In the upper echelons of the city's elite, four families stood preeminent: the Yin, He, Kong, and Lin families. While the Yin, He, and Kong families boasted remarkable heirs, the Lin family lacked suitable successors, causing their prominence to diminish over the years as they retreated into the shadows. The Kong family amassed their fortune through arms dealing, smuggling, and ventures within the murky realms of financial transactions, once monopolizing a significant portion of underground dealings at the height of their power. This enabled them to forge extensive networks and accumulate vast wealth. Even after several generations of transitioning from illicit to legitimate enterprises, a substantial portion of their operations remained in a gray area. Their methods were notoriously ruthless, instilling fear that deterred most from crossing the Kong family. Thus, the sight of Kong Lu, the heir of the Kong family, earnestly lavishing attention on a beta, left those around them astonished. Kong Lu, however, remained unperturbed by the scrutinizing gazes. He whispered jokes to Yuji, eliciting laughter from her. Initially striving to maintain her composure, Yuji found herself chuckling at his humor, playfully scolding him for his antics that had embarrassed her, as this was a protocol she had researched online regarding banquet etiquette. What does it matter? It's merely a banquet. Stand beside me, and no one will dare to say anything or bully you. Kong Lu reassured her, casually draping an arm over her shoulder with a mischievous demeanor. It's just a birthday party hosted by Hifei. Had it not been for your presence, I wouldn't have bothered to attend at all. After all, one's comfort is paramount. Wouldn't you agree? Yuji initially dismissed his words as bravado, yet as guests passed by, many greeted Kong Lu with deference, speaking to him with utmost caution. It dawned on her that Kong Lu wielded considerable influence. She scoffed at the notion that a banquet was no different from a village celebration, merely a more refined environment with greater numbers. People gathered not merely to dine, but to cultivate connections. Go fetch that for me. I want to taste the offerings over there. Can I drink this? She inquired. Kong Lu dutifully retrieved the food she desired, gently enveloping her idle hand with his while she ate. His earlier maneuver to intercept and escort her before him.As designated car arrived proved worthwhile. Isn't that a beta? He seems quite taken with you. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the young master of the Kong family is capable of affection? I had thought he would never grasp such sentiments. Many guests noticed their intimate camaraderie, speculating about the nature of their relationship, whether they were mere friends or something more significant. Do they truly think so? How foolish of them to gossip behind my back. Believing I cannot hear, he mused, deliberately slowing his pace to absorb their conversations word for word. Feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him, with no inclination to refute their assumptions. On the long dining table, pristine white napkins adorned with an array of exquisite dishes presented a feast not only pleasing to the eye, but also far more delectable than Yuji had anticipated. With Kangol taking the initiative to serve, Yuji found himself unwittingly indulging in a considerable amount of food. We must not waste, Kangol declared with a serious demeanor as he claimed half of the cake Yuji had left untouched. To his surprise, Kangol revealed himself to be quite the advocate for food conservation. As Kangol consumed the remnants of Yuji's plate, the image Yuji held of him began to shift. Feeling a twinge of guilt for the food wasted, Yuji absently rubbed his stomach, his expression momentarily betraying his unease. After a fleeting moment of self-reproach, irritation took hold, and he reproached Kangol. Isn't your fault for serving me so much? I can't possibly finish it all. It was all Kangol's doing. Knowing full well that Yuji could not eat so much, perhaps Kangol had done it deliberately, providing him with an abundance just to have an excuse to tease him. Kangol clarified his intentions. We are in this together. If you cannot finish, I shall help you. A sudden clarity dawned upon Yuji. To counter Kangol's perceived malice and rudeness, he resolved to sample a few more dishes. Yuji had a fondness for chocolate and an assortment of fresh fruits. Reveling in the delightful offerings of the banquet, had his phone not vibrated in his pocket with a message, his enjoyment might have lingered much longer. Meng Shiyan's message read, "Come to the second floor, follow the corridor to the last room." Yuji's expression froze. Meng Shiyan was also at the banquet? I'm not going, he replied defiantly. Don't make me repeat myself. Do not forget what I hold over you, Meng Shiyan warned. Yuji bit his lip, frustration swirling within him. Why was he so insufferable, always resorting to threats? Irritated, Yuji tugged at Kangol's hand and, when Kangol looked up in confusion, whispered, I need to go to the restroom. Oh, the restroom? Kangol leaned in, his gaze fixated on the young boy's striking features, momentarily taken aback. I'll take you. The He family estate is quite large, and it wouldn't do to get lost. Lowering his voice, he added, despite the guests appearing splendidly dressed. There are plenty of unsavory characters among them. Kangol's conspiratorial tone convinced Yuji, yet his intent was merely to seek an excuse to slip away. Just tell me where the restroom is. I'll go by myself. But there is no but. You cannot go alone, Kangol retorted, his expression hinting at irritation. Yuji had already devised a clever plan. While Kangol was momentarily distracted, he would feign a trip to the restroom, but instead stealthily ascend to the second floor to meet Meng Shiyan. Reluctantly, Kangol consented. As Yuji walked a short distance and glanced back, the triumphant smile vanished from his face, his lips falling into a straight line. Why was Kangol so bothersome? He noticed Kangol's gaze fixed intently on his back, unwavering. How could he sneak away to the second floor like this? Yuji slowed his pace, moving as lethargically as a turtle, taking a few steps and glancing back, eager to ascertain whether Kong Lu, that foolish boy, was still watching him. His movements became increasingly sluggish, casting furtive glances to see if Kong Lu's gaze lingered upon him. Kong Lu, however, remained fixated on Yuji, fully aware of his actions, yet he misinterpreted Yuji's intentions, failing to realize that he was heading to meet another alpha. Was he truly so unable to separate from him? Perhaps it would be better to escort Yuji himself. Kong Lu found himself in a sweet quandary, a smile adorning his lips that he struggled to suppress. Thankfully, someone approached him to engage in conversation, momentarily distracting him and allowing Yuji to hastily make his way along the staircase he had previously scouted. He refrained from running, wary of drawing too much attention at the gathering. The long corridor, designed in a graceful arc, seemed to stretch infinitely. Western oil paintings adorned the walls, while the light fixtures were crafted in the shape of sculptures. In stark contrast to the bustling banquet hall below, the second floor exuded a serene tranquility, with sporadic glimmers of light piercing through the darkness. At the very end of the corridor, Eugene murmured to himself, attempting to dispel his trepidation. He gradually approached the innermost room, which stood unlocked. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by an abyss of darkness. Steeling himself, he took a step inside. Such a slow arrival, and Alpha's voice suddenly resonated, startlingly close, as if whispered directly into his ear. Yuji's breath caught in his throat, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Meng Shiyan, sensing something amiss, swiftly extended his arm to catch Yuji's waist, preventing his fall. Who would have thought Meng Shiyan would not be within the room, but rather beside the door, clearly intent on teasing him. Oh dear, how mischievous he was! With a snap, the lights within the room illuminated as brightly as day, yet they did little to alleviate the fear that had gripped Eugene moments before. His damp lashes glistened with unshed tears. Were you frightened? Such a timid heart, Meng Shiyan teased, seizing Yuji's flailing arms. He closed the door behind him and guided Yuji to the sofa. To prevent further struggle, he positioned one knee against the inside of Yuji's thigh, a posture that left the younger boy feeling particularly vulnerable, unable to close his legs. Yuji's shoulders trembled slightly, tears brimming in his eyes, no longer daring to retaliate. Meng Shiyan's heart softened, his fingertips gently caressing Yuji's cheek, noting the beauty of his long, elegant lashes and his exquisite visage. Why do you ignore me when I seek you out? He inquired. I mention this to you every time I go out with Yifei, Yuji retorted. I even wrote a little composition about it. That is not what I meant, Meng Shiyan replied, momentarily at a loss. From now on, it won't just be about Yifei. Whenever I reach out to you, you must acknowledge my messages and respond. In truth, Yifei was merely a secondary thought. Whenever Meng Shiyan noticed Yuji's name in messages, a pang of discomfort surged within him, yet he was reluctant to ignore those messages, yearning for more exchanges with Yuji. No, Yuji wore an expression of accusation, exclaiming, "You are being excessively unreasonable. How can you be so insatiable? Would that not render him a mere slave to Meng Shiyan? I shall compensate you." Meng Shiyan had, after their initial encounter at the mall, researched Yuji's background, knowing well his fondness for gifts and wealth. Compensation? As long as you obediently comply with my wishes, monetary matters are trivial. Feeling discomfort in his posture, Yuji shifted slightly, only to find himself being embraced by the alpha, seated upon his lap. Though this was not his first experience sitting on someone else's lap, Meng Shiyan's persistent threats made Yuji feel strangely unsettled, prompting him to instinctively struggle against the hold. Let me hold you. I will transfer money to you shortly. Yuji ceased his movements, falling silent for a moment before muttering in frustration. I fear the dark, and yet you deliberately frighten me. It is my fault. I shall transfer money as an apology. Yuji logically enumerated the various instances where Meng Shiyan had frightened him, even mentioning how he had inadvertently caused him discomfort on the sofa, successfully securing a series of monetary promises. Similarly, under the allure of wealth, the young boy gradually succumbed, feeling the alpha's hand caress his own, then his face. The alpha's pheromones wafted subtly through the air, though Yuji, as a beta, could not detect them. He nonetheless felt a dizzying effect from Meng Shiyan's actions. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. Bang! 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 Yuji, are you inside? It was an inquiry, yet the forcefulness of the knocking suggested a certainty that Yuji was present. Kangol has arrived. The knocking grew more frantic, and Yuji's face paled in fear, unsure of how to react. Once his thoughts began to coalesce, his immediate concern was the necessity of concealing his association with Meng Shiyan. He hastily pushed Meng Shiyan away and frantically searched for a place to hide. You must hide. Do not let them see you. Panic seized him, causing his words to stumble. Behind the bed, no, behind the curtain. In the wardrobe, hide in the wardrobe. Meng Shiyan also rose to his feet, but made no move. instead casting a sidelong glance at the still resounding door. If they see, they see. What is there to fear? His words caught Yuji off guard. Just previously, Meng Shuyan had also wished to keep their relationship concealed. Now, he resembled a completely different person. The young boy, uncertain of Meng Shuyan's thoughts, felt immense guilt about their clandestine meetings. Being trapped in the room, with discovery imminent, was unbearable. No, you must hide quickly. Otherwise, I will ignore you forever, he urged, his voice filled with urgency. Meeting Yuji's anxious gaze, Meng Shuyan ultimately retreated into the wardrobe. Yuji exhaled a long breath of relief and slowly approached the door. As he opened it just a crack, he immediately began to scold the intruders. You are making a racket. The door is nearly being shattered. The noise ceased abruptly. Shifting his gaze from Kangol, Yuji spotted He-Fei and, beside him, Yin-Huan. His nails dug into his palm, and a fine sheen of sweat emerged. Why were they all together, appearing simultaneously? Yuji made a concerted effort to maintain his composure, feigning nonchalance as he shot an intense glare at Kangol. I went to the restroom in search of you, but you were nowhere to be found. I did not encounter Yuji, and Kong Lu was on the verge of panic, fearing that Yuji might have been deceived by some unscrupulous man with ill intentions. Fortunately, I stumbled upon the two of them on my way back. Kong Lu, with an air of irritation, gestured towards He-Fei, remarking, the birthday boy, abandoning his guests at the banquet, insists on following me. How irresponsible. I had gone to the restroom, and, feeling somewhat fatigued, sought a place to rest. Yuji feigned composure and offered a natural explanation. Are you still tired? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the room as something fell to the floor. Yin-Huan inquired, is there a noise in here? Yuji vehemently retorted, there is no noise. He spread his hands nonchalantly, insisting, you must have misheard. I was merely resting inside. And there was no sound at all. Misheard? He-Fei was skeptical. Yin-Huan could not have misheard. And there was also Kong Lu. Kong Lu raised an eyebrow, leaning forward into the room with a dangerous tone. Darling, are you hiding a man in there? In Chapter 36, the vanity of the childhood friend is exposed. Look, aside from Yuji, everyone else seemed to have heard the noise. Yuji's frantic rebuttal appeared to betray a sense of guilt and an attempt to mask the truth. So, what exactly was concealed within those walls? Given the growing suspicion, none of the alphas opted to squander any more time. He-Fei swiftly entered the room, followed closely by Yin-Huan and Kong Lu. The three of them, meeting before Yuji could open the door, exchanged glances devoid of cordiality. Yet there was an unspoken understanding among them. Yuji attempted to block the entrance, but was promptly scooped up by Kong Lu. The alpha's cheek brushed against Yuji's neck as he teasingly remarked, it seems I was right. There is someone hiding in here. Nonsense, I am not. Yuji protested. Meng Shuyan had directed Yuji to the guest room of the He family, which boasted a private balcony and a small living area. However, the moment the three alphas entered, accompanied by Yuji, the room felt considerably smaller. The little beta, cradled in Kong Li's arms, continuously turned his head to peer back towards the direction of He-Fei and Yin-Huan, who were headed towards the wardrobe. I told you there is nothing. You must have misheard. Come out quickly. That was merely where I was resting. I did not hide anything. He-Fei and Yin-Huan split to either side, while Kong Lu held Yuji and began to search behind curtains and the like. Look, there is nothing. You can stop now. I want to go play. To join the banquet. Yuji's chatter was incessant, and he even concocted a diversion. Kong Lu, with Yuji in his embrace, gently patted his back as if soothing a child. No, we're just checking to see if there are any bad people in here. We will take you down in a moment. The room was not particularly spacious, and there were few places to conceal someone. In just a few exchanges, the room had nearly been thoroughly examined. The space beneath the bed was entirely enclosed and offered no hiding place. The wardrobe was empty, and no one was behind the curtains. Yin-Huan and He-Fei's gazes simultaneously landed on the wardrobe, quietly standing in the corner of the bedroom. Yin-Huan was the first to step forward. He-Fei remained stationary, turning his gaze towards the visibly anxious Yuji, narrowing his eyes. As Yin-Huan approached the wardrobe, Yuji's heartbeat quickened, nearly threatening to leap from his chest. His eyes were fixated on Yin-Huan, unblinking. When Yin-Huan halted, facing the wardrobe, he furrowed his brow and scrutinized it for a moment before raising his hand, causing Yu Ji's heart to inexplicably skip a beat. His mind was a tumult of chaotic thoughts. What to do, what to do? He began to envision the wardrobe doors swinging open, revealing Meng Shiyan. How would he explain? Claiming ignorance was futile. He had merely taken a brief rest inside and knew nothing of Meng Shiyan or why he had hidden in the wardrobe. Had he foreseen this, he would have allowed Meng Shiyan to remain visible, casually stating they had simply encountered one another while resting, thus avoiding any misunderstandings. Instead, he had inadvertently complicated matters by hiding him, and these perceptive alphas would undoubtedly wonder why someone was concealed. It resembled the deceitful behavior of an unfaithful lover. Yet, that was far from the truth. He and Meng Shiyan shared no such relationship. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yu Ji shut his eyes tightly as the wardrobe creaked open a crack, feigning unconsciousness. He clutched Kong Lu tightly, hoping against hope that no one would notice. Yin-Huan said, and Yu Ji abruptly opened his eyes. Before him loomed a wardrobe filled with clothes, devoid of any person. A sense of confusion and disbelief washed over him. Wasn't Meng Shiyan supposed to be hiding there? He distinctly remembered instructing him to take refuge within the wardrobe. Why was there no one? The wardrobe was spacious. Could Meng Shiyan be hiding beneath the garments? Several alphas, sharing his thoughts, pushed aside the obstructing clothing, revealing the wardrobe's emptiness. Indeed, no one was present. Yu Ji exhaled in relief, feeling as though he had escaped a near calamity. He realized his palms were clammy with sweat, his body dampened not by heat, but by fear. I told you not to search, yet you insisted. Now you found nothing? Yu Ji's demeanor transformed from panic to bravado, asserting himself against the alphas without evidence to substantiate their suspicions of wrongdoing. It was an exhilarating moment, relishing the opportunity to speak freely about others. The young man reveled in his mischief, demanding apologies from Kong Lu, He Fei, and Yin-Huan, insisting they had misjudged him. Even if you apologize, I shall not forgive you. How dare you slander me? The most honest among them, yet accused of harboring someone. Was there truly no one? He Fei straightened, surveying the room, suspicion still lingering in his eyes. Yin-Huan hesitated before nodding. He and He Fei had arrived at the same conclusion. They had found no one, yet Yu Ji's earlier panic clearly suggested he bore some guilt. As sounds echoed from within the room, they stood at the doorway, unable to depart, since no one had fled through the entrance. He Fei's gaze fixated on the balcony. The second floor wasn't particularly high. For an alpha with superior physical prowess, it was not a formidable challenge. Certainly, it is quite possible that no one else is present. After all, aside from them, the only other alpha in close proximity to Yu Ji is Lin Yun. The banquet is gradually reaching its conclusion. Ji, come and cut the cake. Cut the cake. On Yu Ji's last birthday, Lin Yun gifted him a beautiful 6-inch cake, which was accompanied by presents. Yu Ji cherishes the celebration of his birthday. However, upon seeing the cake mentioned by He Fei, which boasts an impressive 6 layers and is displayed on a grand glass turntable, it resembles a work of art, making one reluctant to slice into it. Surrounding the central cake are several small, exquisitely crafted cakes, creating a stunning display. Yin-Huan and Kong Lu stand on either side of Yu Ji. While they usually instill a sense of pressure, their presence now shields him from the gazes of the banquet guests, allowing Yu Ji to breathe a sigh of relief. This is your cake. Naturally, you should cut it yourself. Following Yu Ji's directive, He Fei carefully slices a beautifully crafted piece of cake for him, while the other guests are attended to by waitstaff. Different age groups congregate in distinct areas where young alphas gather. As the guest of honor, He Fei receives an array of exquisite and expensive gifts. However, due to the imposing presence of Kong Lu and Yin-Huan, both heirs of prestigious families, once the gifts are presented, no one dares to approach or sit too close. They cast glances at Yu Ji, who sits at the center, a beautiful young beta surrounded by 3 young alphas, akin to a delicate rose encircled by ravenous wolves. As the gift-giving winds down and the crowd diminishes, Yu Ji produces a small box and extends it forward. Here, this is my gift to you. Among the array of elegant gift boxes, Yuji's offering appears rather plain and unadorned. A dull gray box, tied with a simple ribbon in the shape of a bow. Initially, Yuji's eagerness to give a gift was heartfelt, but in comparison, he now feels somewhat embarrassed by the simplicity of his offering. What is it? Hifei inquires. It's a collection of stars I folded myself. Yuji replies softly, a hint of distress in his voice. I folded a whole jar. Unable to bring himself to purchase an extravagant gift, he opted for inexpensive, star-shaped paper. Upon attempting to fold the stars, he realized the task was simple yet laborious. Leaving his fingers sore, Hifei opens the small box, revealing a palm-sized transparent jar filled with meticulously folded stars of various colors. While it may have been a fitting gift among children, among adults, it appears somewhat out of place. How long did it take you? Hifei gently takes Yuji's hand, noticing his fair, tender skin, while his fingertips are slightly reddened. A long time. I was folding them all night, Yuji murmurs, his voice low and muffled. Hifei's gaze drops as he caresses the boy's fingers, a swell of unspoken emotions filling his heart. In the future, feel free to give me any little thing, or even nothing at all. Don't tire yourself so much. Though Hifei's words reflect concern for Yuji, the young boy perceives it differently. He had always found the gifts from others to be exquisite and beautiful, but upon hearing Hifei's remarks, he mistakenly believed that Hifei disdained the gift he had given. Do you dislike the gift I presented to you? A wave of grievance surged within him, and he exclaimed loudly, if you don't want it, just return it to me. No, I cherish it, Hifei replied, his voice softening. What I mean is, I am truly delighted that Ji could come. It is the finest gift I could ever receive. No embellishments are necessary. He appreciated the gift from Yuji, yet he did not wish for her to exert herself in any way. Upon hearing Hifei's response, Yuji let out a nonchalant hum, and he understood that his gift was indeed well received. The pile of extravagant gifts did not capture Hifei's attention. Instead, he held the small star jar gifted by Yuji with an affectionate grip. From a distance, a mocking laugh echoed. Hifei, what on earth are you holding? Kong Lu had stepped away to use the restroom and missed the moment when Hifei unwrapped his gift. As he emerged, he spotted the star jar in Hifei's hands and couldn't help but chuckle. You like that? Ha! Kong Lu remarked. At your age, you actually enjoy that? His peripheral vision caught sight of Yuji pouting, prompting him to set aside his teasing of Hifei and approach Yuji with concern. Baby, why the long face? Did someone bully you? Were Yin Huan and Hifei not men? Especially Hifei, in his own home, under his watchful eye, allowing Ji to be mistreated. It's you're the one who bullies me, Yuji exclaimed, shoving Kong Lu away. Kang Lu, bouilli d'erd, fais-tu taire l'orange? Sensing that Yuji was not sufficiently angry, Hifei fanned the flames with an elegant and gentle tone. So, Kang Le, you truly disdain the gift Ji has given? Thankfully, she chose to gift it to me. Had it been you, I fear it would have been cast aside. Damn, Hifei was so fortunate. It was merely a birthday celebration, yet Ji had presented him with a gift. Jealousy ignited within Kong Lu, simmering and bubbling. He swiftly glanced at Yuji and, indeed, noted the dissatisfaction etched on the young boy's face. When their eyes met, Yuji shot him a glare. Kong Lu cleared his throat a couple of times, adopting a serious demeanor as he scrutinized the star jar. Before Yuji could grow upset, he spoke earnestly, as if he had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. This star jar appears exceptionally unique. The individual who gifted it must possess a greater artistic sensibility than others. Clearly, only an intelligent and beautiful beta could craft something like this. In my opinion, those gaudy items are nothing compared to this star jar. It is simple, unpretentious, yet beautiful, and it carries genuine sentiment. Kong Lu truly understood him. This was precisely his mindset. Flattered by the praise, the young boy held his chin high, puffing out his chest with pride. I made this myself. Impressive, right? The fact that Yuji gifted Hifei was a source of envy for Kong Lu. And upon learning that it was handcrafted by Yuji, his jealousy was palpable, as if he wished to snatch the little jar from Hifei's hands. Hifei, who could easily brush off any trinket found on the street, did not need a heartfelt creation from someone like Yuji. How wonderful it would have been to gift it to him. As Kong Lu continued to rack his brain for compliments, he extolled the star jar to the heavens, praising it without reservation. Having finished her moment of joy, Yu Ji began to harbor resentment. "You are the most detestable." Just moments ago, one had remarked that the gift she presented was unsatisfactory, yet He Fei, who received the gift, had yet to voice any complaint. Why did Kong Lu have to express disdain? Even Kong Lu was momentarily taken aback by Yu Ji's capricious temperament. "It is I who am blind. It is I who am lacking. The stars that baby folds are exquisite. They're the most beautiful stars I have ever seen." He spoke with utmost sincerity. Yu Ji, believing in his words, fancied herself truly gifted in the art of star folding. "Here, take one." He extracted a small star from his pocket, albeit somewhat deflated from being pressed down for too long, lacking its usual fullness. "Is this truly for me?" Kong Lu cradled the star as if it were a precious treasure. Soon after, he caught sight of He Fei's jar of stars, filled to the brim, surely containing at least 100. The disparity left Kong Lu envious. A thought crossed his mind. "Baby, could you perhaps fold me some more stars?" He hastily proposed before Yu Ji could become irate. "I want to let you do it for free. I'll transfer you money." Yu Ji cleared her throat twice. "Then you must give me 10 yuan for each star." A single yuan would not suffice. Folding stars was quite the laborious task. 10 yuan for a star? How lowly do you think your wife? Perceiving the disapproval in Kong Li's tone, Yu Ji assumed he found the price too steep. She sulked then. "How about 5 yuan? Kong Lu was rather miserly. Yu Ji felt less inclined to fold stars now. Her savings had already exceeded 7 figures, several million in total. 5 yuan seemed rather inconsequential. Yet, 5 yuan was still money. As Yu Ji hesitated, Kong Lu spoke again. "For each star you fold, I will transfer you 10,000 yuan." Yu Ji momentarily failed to comprehend, only blinking in delayed response when Kong Lu reiterated his offer. Once she grasped the words, disbelief washed over her. "You must be joking. How could such a good deal exist, truly offering me 10,000 yuan for each star?" "No, I genuinely mean it. I have plenty of money. I am willing to buy the stars you fold." Kong Lu touched Yu Ji's hand, which felt as tender as soft tofu. Her palm bore no calluses, having not engaged in labor nor studied much, and thus she did not hold a pen often. 10,000 yuan still seemed too little. With hands so delicate, could she truly undertake the arduous task of folding stars? Such thoughts even eclipsed Kong Li's desire for the jar of stars. "I'll give you 100,000 yuan for each star. Just a few will suffice. Do not strain yourself too much." "You really mean to give me that?" Kong Lu held the deflated star in the palm of his hand. He transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Chapter 38. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend. He was indeed clever, earning so much money for folding just a single star. The young boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yin Huan, however, questioned what there was to be so pleased about. "Honestly, you just adore these trivial things. Yet, to be so easily pleased by a mere 100,000 yuan, it is rather easy to appease. Hadn't he previously sent you 2 million? Wasn't he that more than just 100,000? Had he exhausted his funds? If so, why not come to him for more?" Yin Huan's impatient words fell like a cold shower over Yu Ji's heart. She glared at Yin Huan. "You are picking on me again. What have I said about you?" In a moment of introspection, I realized that the implications of my words could indeed lead to misunderstandings. Yin Huan abandoned his frivolous tone, his brows furrowing as he spoke earnestly. "I'm transferring money to you, not to exchange something foolishly. You're being deceived without even realizing it." Kong Lu was indeed exploiting Yu Ji's naivety, which was evident. What? Is Kong Lu truly taking advantage of him? As Yu Ji's skeptical gaze fell upon him, Kong Lu clenched his teeth and shouted furiously. "Yin Huan, are you playing this game with me?" "Which game? Who else is as stingy as you? Setting clear prices and wanting something in return?" Yin Huan scoffed, a sound that ignited the flames of Kong Li's anger. Kong Lu loosened his tie then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, threw a punch aimed at Yin Huan's face. Yin Huan reacted swiftly, evading the blow, and deftly seized Kong Li's wrist, delivering a kick to his abdomen. The commotion attracted immediate attention, and the He family, as the hosts of the banquet, quickly intervened to mediate the situation. What started as a mere verbal dispute escalated, and Yu Ji, clearly startled, was escorted by He to a different location. The two alphas exchanged hostile glances, but eventually ceased their confrontation. "Stop making Kong Lu suffer. I'll give you the money." To his surprise, the small boy's eyes sparkled with delight. "Are you really giving it to me?" In the dim light, Yu-Ji's fair face, with distinct and long eyelashes resembling delicate fans, radiated innocence and purity. Yin Huan, lowering his head to avoid detection, let the shadows play across his sharp features. His pride softened by gentle light as he opened his phone, masking his discomfort with the act of transferring money. He sent 2 million to Yu-Ji, and considering that Yu-Ji might need more for an expensive purchase, he transferred an additional 3 million. The notifications chimed in quick succession, and Yu-Ji eagerly exclaimed, "I received it. Yin Huan, you truly are the best to me, unlike Kong Lu, who would only provide money in exchange for labor," was clearly at odds with Yin Huan's generosity. Yin Huan reiterated his earlier promise. After a moment of contemplation, Yu-Ji decided, "Then I'll just earn a few stars. I still want to make my own way. I am not one to rely on unearned fortune." Fresh from receiving the generous sum of 5 million, Yu-Ji declared, "Yes, it's a good deal for Kong Lu." Yin Huan had made it clear he would support Yu-Ji, yet Yu-Ji still aspired to be self-sufficient. There was no beta more industrious, innocent, or kind-hearted than Yu-Ji. As Yin Huan's car halted outside the community, Yu-Ji declined his offer to accompany him inside. After walking a short distance, he was interrupted by a call from Meng Shiyan. Seeing the name flash on his screen reminded him of the near-disastrous encounter, prompting him to hang up in frustration. He had no intention of engaging with Meng Shiyan or maintaining any connection with him. Within the banquet, he felt at ease, indulging in food and drink, everything going splendidly, until Meng Shiyan unexpectedly called him to the second floor, which set off a chain of events he hadn't anticipated. The phone rang for the second time, and Yu-Ji hesitated before answering. Had he learned to hang up on me? Who was outside the door at that moment? Was He there too? Or only Kong Lu? He hadn't even spoken yet, and Meng Shiyan's tone, laden with reproach, was perplexing. Yu-Ji felt a surge of annoyance. What does it matter to you? Always questioning, what good does it serve? I haven't even asked why you weren't here. Where did you go without telling me? You made me worry for nothing. I jumped down from the balcony, Alpha drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Am I foolish? If I don't run, should I just wait in the closet like a fool to be caught? Tell me, did they search the closet? Of course they did. If Meng Shiyan hadn't fled, he would have been caught on the spot. Yu-Ji understood this logic, but comprehension didn't ease the discomfort. The thought of Meng Shiyan having left while he remained, consumed by fear, made him feel like a fool, manipulated effortlessly. A tightness gripped the young boy's chest, as if a massive stone were pressing down, leaving him feeling utterly wronged. Yu-Ji's silence inadvertently affirmed Meng Shiyan's words. Alpha's voice carried a teasing lilt. I told you. You're foolish. You don't even know how to charm someone out of situation. Noticing Yu-Ji's unusual silence, Meng Shiyan's words trailed off. What's wrong? Taking a deep breath, Yu-Ji felt the emotions that had accumulated throughout the night, compounded by Meng Shiyan's previous threats, surge forth like a torrent. All you know is to threaten me, scold me for being foolish. You could have told me first. Is it amusing to make me scared? I don't want to deal with you anymore. Yu-Ji's sudden outburst stunned Meng Shiyan on the other end. After a few seconds, his voice, laced with anger, broke the silence. Have you forgotten? I have the recording. Yu-Ji's voice rose above his. Recording. Go ahead and send it to He. I hate you. I absolutely despise you. With that, he abruptly hung up. He was supposed to be clever. Why did Meng Shiyan keep calling him foolish? Always finding fault with him. Whether this was wrong or that was wrong. Meng Shiyan was the real fool. In any case, he would not be the expendable pawn. Let Meng Shiyan and He report him, and if it came to blows, so be it. After all, he had given He those meticulously folded little stars. If He were to hit him or bully him, it would be He's fault, not his. On the other end, Meng Shiyan's expression darkened, his hand gripping the phone tightly, veins protruding from the back of his hand, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. How dare Yu-Ji speak to him in such a manner? Hadn't everything been fine before? Yu-Ji, once so pretentious, vain and money-minded, had seemed easy to manipulate. A little incentive and a threat had always sufficed to ensure his compliance. Yet, here they were, and it had all gone awry. He possesses the ability to infer and manipulate others based on their personalities. Yet the young boy harbors his own quirks and moods, prone to feelings of grievance and anger. When his threshold is surpassed, while he can speculate about the thoughts of others, he remains incapable of fully deciphering the mercurial emotions of the temperamental young boy. Meng Shiyin, Yu Ji, answer the phone. Meng Shiyin, pick up the call. Meng Shiyin, have you grown bold? Yu Ji, rather than answering, grew increasingly irritated by the incessant ringing and ultimately decided to block the number. Not content with merely that, he also blocked Meng Shiyin's friends. Calls went unanswered, and messages were rejected. Yet, Meng Shiyin did not exhibit the anger he had previously shown. Instead, he stared blankly at his phone. A profound sense of dread unexpectedly blossoming within him. A voice echoed in his mind, repeating that this time, Yu Ji was serious. Without Meng Shiyin's incessant chatter, Yu Ji felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Upon seeing Lin Yun waiting at home, he greeted him, puzzled by Lin Yun's early return from what should have been night shift. But ultimately, it was of no concern to him. He indulged in a refreshing shower, humming a tune, then lay in bed engrossed in his phone. He even summoned Lin Yun to assist him with drying his hair. Lin Yun, armed with a hairdryer, activated it, and the sound filled the air. Yu Ji's hair, fine and soft, possessed an excellent quality, completely devoid of coarseness. Was he enjoying himself? Not particularly, but it was quite entertaining. The banquet was filled with affluent individuals adorned in garments that exuded luxury. There was an array of cakes, each distinct, alongside an abundance of delectable treats that left him thoroughly satisfied. Yu Ji was particular about evidence, concerned that Lin Yun might doubt him. Chapter 39. The vanity of youthful pretensions. Lin Yun's eyes flickered subtly, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the expanse of Yu Ji's skin, his throat tightening momentarily. I'll fetch you some hawthorn slices to aid digestion. Okay, Yu Ji replied, still engrossed in his phone, not fully attentive. Lin Yun couldn't help but glance at Yu Ji again, pondering his lack of wariness. What if he were a nefarious character? Yet, that couldn't be right. It was precisely because he trusted Lin Yun that Yu Ji felt safe, a sentiment he would not extend to others. Silently, Lin Yun adjusted Yu Ji's shirt to cover his midriff. I must tell you, I found a job, he began. Kangol said he would pay me 100,000 for each origami star I fold. What do you think? Isn't that splendid? Of course it is splendid, Lin Yun replied, though it was an understatement. What was the difference between this and simply gifting Yu Ji money? His intentions were not entirely pure. Lin Yun yearned to express that Kangol's motives were transparently directed towards Yu Ji, but he refrained from alarming him, wishing to preserve Yu Ji's good spirits. Is that so? Yu Ji remarked. He must be purchasing them because my stars are exquisitely folded. The wealthy seemed to revel in the unusual, eager to spend extravagantly. Yu Ji then proudly displayed his account balance to Lin Yun. Aren't I impressive? All of this is my earnings. Lin Yun felt a tumult of emotions. Unable to voice his thoughts in the face of Yu Ji's radiant smile, he sighed softly. You are remarkable. As evening descended, the sky was adorned with vibrant hues of dusk, sunlight casting a dappled glow upon the ground. At the entrance of the university, throngs of students mingled, and various food stalls occupied a vast expanse of open space nearby. As Yu Ji stepped out of the school gates, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air proved irresistible, prompting him to purchase a serving of fried chicken ribs and a pancake roll, savoring each bite as he made his way home. Unbeknownst to him, a man had followed closely behind after he finished his pancake roll, clad in black attire, with a tall and slender figure obscured by a cap that concealed much of his face. The man moved with purpose, maintaining a steady pace behind Yu Ji. The young boy remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger, engrossed in his chicken ribs. It was only upon reaching a secluded corner that the man quickened his stride. Positioning himself beside Yu Ji, without uttering a word, he covered his mouth with one hand while wrapping the other around Yu Ji's waist, silently dragging him into a narrow alleyway. Let go of me, Yu Ji exclaimed, panic rising as he was lifted off the ground, his feet dangling helplessly. Confusion soon gave way to fear. He feared he had encountered a human trafficker. However, when a man finally spoke, his voice carried an unsettling familiarity. "You don't answer my calls, you've blocked me, and you pretend not to see my messages," Meng-Shurian hissed through gritted teeth. "Let go. I despise you. Let go of me." Yuji struggled more fiercely, recalling the recent fallout with Meng-Shurian and fearing retribution, perhaps a beating in a deserted place. "Why do you hate me? Is he Fei that remarkable? You would rather be caught than betray him?" Meng-Shurian retorted sarcastically. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, a testament to a sleepless night spent pondering the abrupt shift in Yuji's demeanor. The conclusion he reached was that it was likely due to He Fei. Why should that be? He Fei was a paragon of privilege, raised in a gilded cage, untouched by adversity, with the charm to beguile anyone he chose. Meng-Shurian drew Yuji closer, scrutinizing every expression on the boy's face. He had always known Yuji was attractive, yet in this intimate proximity, he found himself momentarily entranced. He Fei. What did it mean for Yuji to refuse to betray He Fei? Did they share a profound bond? It seemed they indeed had a close relationship, yet Yuji's heart would forever prioritize himself. He would never sacrifice his own interests for another. Observing the bewilderment etched on Yuji's face, Meng-Shurian inexplicably felt a surge of relief. It became clear that Yuji's feelings were not driven by He Fei after all. Indeed, with someone like He Fei, fair of face yet dark of heart, Yuji's infatuation was superficial. He would lavish money on He Fei, but would not genuinely love him. He released Yuji, declaring, "I will no longer call you foolish, nor will I be harsh or threaten you." Meng-Shurian seemed to have lost his mind. Why was he suddenly speaking in such a manner? Yuji's impression of Meng-Shurian had always been unfavorable. He was the one who threatened him and consistently pointed out his flaws. "I am foolish, a fool indeed. I cannot see through my own feelings. What a fool I am," he lamented. Thus, the very man who had once threatened him now lowered his head in self-reproach. And Yuji couldn't help but feel a sense of malicious delight. Chapter 40. The vanity of the unyielding childhood companion. Triumphant as he may be, he still harbored no intention of forgiving Meng-Shurian. Meng-Shurian was the worst. Who could discern whether his words were genuine? "Gigi, why are you upset? Please enlighten me." If he truly regarded Yuji merely as a tool to monitor He Fei, then there was no need for such concern. Tools abound. And since Yuji had severed ties with him, anyone else would suffice. Yet, that was not the case. Throughout the night, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Yuji, whether it be her anger or her sense of injustice. In a sudden epiphany, Meng-Shurian realized that Yuji was irreplaceable, a singular presence in his life. Initially, he may have genuinely threatened Yuji for He Fei's sake, but later, he found joy in conversing with her, relishing their exchanges. He cherished her. "You were the one who threatened me first, calling me foolish and scolding me time and again. You deliberately toyed with my emotions, instilling fear within me." As she spoke, Yuji, too, felt aggrieved, her voice trembling with emotion. "I was terrified, afraid of being discovered, anxious about their inquiries, and fearful of being struck. There were multiple alphas present, including He Fei, Yin Huan, and the one holding him, Kong Lo. Any one of them could have harmed me, and I would have been powerless to resist. It was my folly," he reflected, in the moments before hiding in the wardrobe. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. It was only later, contemplating the temperament of his fellow top-tier alphas and the overwhelming pheromones filling the room, that he realized the confined space left little room for escape, prompting him to leap from the balcony instead. "You are a wicked dog," she lamented. Yuji possessed an extraordinary capacity for empathy. When she felt wronged, she expressed it openly, and when tears were warranted, she shed them freely. Meng-Shurian's heart softened inexplicably. The rival he once viewed as an enemy, He Fei, faded from his thoughts. Grasping Yuji's hand, he struck himself several times in self-reproach. The sting of his own slap diminished Yuji's timidity significantly. Yet later, you call me to chastise me, labeling me as inadequate and foolish. No one enjoys being called foolish, yet you persistently tell me so. "It is my fault," Meng-Shurian repeated. "It is my fault, Gigi." I am the foolish one. You are the wisest, the most astute little beta. He merely perceived Yuji as slightly dim-witted, believing that she should adhere to his every command, unwittingly neglecting her aversion to such remarks. Who would appreciate being repeatedly deemed foolish? Witnessing the redness in Yuji's eyes, Meng Shiyan's heart felt as though it were being mercilessly twisted by a blade, leaving him breathless from the pain. Regret overwhelmed him, threatening to engulf him entirely. You failed to realize your own mistakes. You intentionally stalked me to instill fear. You dragged me into an alley, and I feared I had encountered kidnappers. Yuji's courage was already fragile. A mere scare would send her into panic, let alone the sudden emergence of a person dragging her into a darkened alley. Because you ignored me and blocked me, I yearned for your attention. Unable to reach Yuji, He-Fei found himself in a predicament that clouded his thoughts. He resorted to the most rudimentary approach, stationed himself at the school gate early in the morning. As dawn broke, he spotted Yuji entering the premises. Yet the crowd was overwhelming, and by the time he noticed her, she had already vanished inside. It was my fault. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly. Can you forgive me, Gigi? You realize your mistake? She retorted. After all I've done for you, you still threaten me. Yuji began to show her displeasure. Meng Shiyan preferred her sulking and frowning over the prospect of her truly being angry and ignoring him. She would still acknowledge him, provided he appeased her properly. You owe me a fee for my efforts. I've assisted you countless times without receiving any reward. Yuji pressed forth with a slew of unreasonable demands, testing the limits of others' patience. Yet, Meng Shiyan acquiesced to each one without uttering a word of dissent. It was inconsequential, he claimed, but as he spoke, he lightly tapped his phone several times. A notification chimed on Yuji's device, signaling a transaction. Did you just transfer money to me? 1 million? 10 million? The young boy's breaths became rapid and heavy, his gaze fixated on the staggering sum, counting it repeatedly in disbelief. He had not miscalculated. 7 zeros, 10 million. For a moment, Yuji neglected to inquire how Meng Shiyan had obtained his card number. Clutching his phone, his heart raced. Such a fortune. He could buy a house, a car, and an array of luxuries. I mentioned I would send you money, but the situation caught me off guard. I didn't have the chance, Meng Shiyan explained. And this is also compensation for all the times I've upset you, which is hardly excessive. Yuji recalled indeed that Meng Shiyan had once promised that as long as he obeyed, money would not be an issue. However, he hadn't been particularly compliant, yet Meng Shiyan had still sent him a considerable sum. Now, with this windfall, Yuji found himself at a loss. His legs, already trembling from fear, felt weak once more. Meng Shiyan turned his back and half-squatted. Come on, I'll carry you. After having bullied him for so long, Yuji was taken aback by this unexpected gesture. Without a second thought, he climbed onto Meng Shiyan's back. Why are you so wealthy? Why do you want me to keep an eye on He-Fei? I envy him. I wish to trample him underfoot. How is that for a reason? Quite amusing. Isn't it? It was both humorous and childish, yet undeniably authentic. Then why are you carrying me? Meng Shiyan remained silent. Yuji stifled a laugh, knowing he had caught Meng Shiyan off guard with his questions. Don't move around, he cautioned, concerned about Yuji slipping off, yet wary of holding him too tightly. This was Meng Shiyan's first experience carrying someone, or perhaps he had never envisioned a day where he would do so. He had no desire to let anyone stand above him. He aspired to be superior. However, in front of Yuji, he bent his back. Though Yuji's legs appeared slender, they were actually firm, and his arms curled around Meng Shiyan's waist felt soft. How could there be a beta who was not only beautiful, but also so fair and delicate? Hello, Yuji. I am Luo-E. Luo-E gazed at the petite beta before him, his ears flushing crimson as he greeted him. The unfamiliar alpha promptly clarified his intent. He was inviting Luo-E to the lounge for a meeting of the Adventure Society, purportedly to discuss the arrangements for upcoming activities and the organization's future plans. Luo-E had styled his hair into a wolf tail, dyed it a striking white, and presented himself with a carefree demeanor, resembling a rogue. Yet, every article of clothing and accessory he adorned was undeniably extravagant. However, he murmured, but I have never participated before. It was He and the others who asked me to find you. Reassured the alpha. Do not worry. It's merely a casual conversation among friends. Inside the lounge, there were alpha scions well known to Yuji, as well as some unfamiliar faces. Nevertheless, most of these individuals have been present at He-Fei's birthday banquet, and if Yuji were to attend, he would likely find them somewhat familiar. Among the many alphas, 3 stood out prominently. Kong Lu lounged half-reclined against the table, exuding a languid charm, while Yin-Huan and He-Fei occupied the sofas on either side. He-Fei served as the president of the society. Both Kong Lu and Yin-Huan were hardly enthusiastic about managing the society, even if it merely required verbal contributions, as countless subordinates would readily attend to their needs. Are we not supposed to be starting the meeting? Why the delay? Queried a somewhat gaunt alpha, puzzled as to why the gathering had not yet commenced despite the near completion of attendance. We're waiting for others, responded the alpha beside him. Waiting for whom? Aren't these 3 already here? The lean alpha found himself equally bemused. The Adventure Society meetings were infrequent, but given that its members typically belonged to the same social circle, their casual gatherings could also be regarded as society meetings. Among them, He-Fei, Yin-Huan, and Kong Lu were the epitome of privilege. They were usually accompanied by a small entourage, always centering around themselves, thus making it a rare occasion for the 3 to congregate collectively. He glanced at the other alphas, who, despite coming from affluent backgrounds, seemed constrained in demeanor, clearly overshadowed by the trio's status. Just as he was about to mock, his gaze fell upon a nearby cane. Recalling that this individual had been in a car accident, resulting in a broken leg that had confined him to his home for recuperation. Consequently, he began to recount who they were waiting for. A beta? How striking could they possibly be? Truly that beautiful? The lean alpha expressed skepticism. Even if they were exceptionally handsome, could they truly garner the admiration of 3 top-tier alphas? Are they genuinely waiting for him? The alpha beside him produced his phone, flashing the lock screen, a candid profile shot of the petite beta taken during a previous outing at a bar. The dim lighting and the hurried capture rendered the image slightly blurred, yet it did not detract from the beta's ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being. The lean alpha's eyes widened in astonishment. He murmured, I believe I am in love. Love is but a prelude to heartbreak. The alpha beside him patted his shoulder and gestured for him to observe the trio at the center of attention. As the serene ambience enveloped the room, Kong Lu seized the opportunity to approach He-Fei, who was momentarily distracted by his phone, and stealthily glanced at the screen. Fortunately, He-Fei was not engaged in a conversation with Gigi. Instead, he had sent a message to Yuji, which remained unanswered, mirroring his own predicament. This revelation unexpectedly uplifted Kong Lu's spirits. However, he soon realized that He-Fei was perusing a delivery app for a bubble tea cafe. One could simply send someone to fetch refreshments, yet He-Fei chose to order himself, and it was evident for whom the treat was intended. Kong Lu casually settled beside him, leaning in. Make sure to give me a cup too. He-Fei, maintaining a stoic expression, gently nudged Kong Lu's head away and gave a faint nod. This elicited an immediate burst of joy from Kong Lu. A cup of bubble tea was merely a few dozen yuan, yet the thought of it being ordered by He-Fei himself, at He-Fei's expense, filled him with delight. Yin-Huan, would you care for some bubble tea? Noticing Yin-Huan's silence, Kong Lu called out, He-Fei is ordering for Gigi. Do you want in? Yin-Huan, who had been resting his eyes, opened them without regard for his earlier disagreement with Kong Lu and succinctly replied, I'll take a cup. He did not close his eyes again, instead joining Kong Lu in perusing their phones. The alphas found a rare moment of shared understanding. If He-Fei could purchase bubble tea for Yuji, they could certainly indulge in other treats. The distance between the lounge and the teaching building was not great. As Luo led Yuji into the room, numerous pairs of eyes turned toward her. Though Yuji felt a twinge of nervousness, she was no stranger to grand occasions and kept her gaze steady. 10 minutes into the meeting, an alpha returned to the lounge carrying a bag of beverages. After receiving it, He-Fei suggested a few points, announcing a temporary pause in the meeting to reorganize the materials. Kong Lu took a sip, only to find himself unable to contain his reaction, spitting it out immediately. The moment he picked up the cup and felt its scorching heat, his mind had already cautioned him against drinking. yet his hand moved with a momentum that was too quick to halt. What the heck? Scalding? The intense heat surged from his throat to his head. How absurd! It was supposed to be iced. Yuji, sipping her own chilled bubble tea, perhaps it was coffee, found it to be more delightful than any she had previously tasted, filled with an abundance of toppings. Konglu was already feeling warm and, having taken a sip of the hot Americano, began to feel dizzy. In stark contrast, Yuji appeared utterly at ease, leisurely swinging her legs, cool and refreshing. With deft movements, she grasped the cup of bubble tea and lifted it to her lips. What did he order for you? She inquired with mild annoyance. It's just regular bubble tea. Konglu, who had his own, felt it was petty for her to covet his drink. He hadn't had enough yet and began to inspect the label, reciting aloud the contents. Almond milk replacement, whipped cream, cocoa crisps, and 2 servings of chocolate drizzle. Konglu then picked up his own beverage, Americano, hot. The stark difference between what he and Yuji were drinking was almost laughable, as if they had not ordered from the same establishment. Who drinks hot Americano on a sweltering day? He must be unwell. The jealousy among the alphas was palpable. Surely, this was intentional. I apologize, but I seldom indulge in drinking. This is my first order, and I presumed the options were default. I did not anticipate receiving a hot Americano. Hefei's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any remorse, as if to convey that it was a trivial matter. It was not as if it were undrinkable. At least it was still a beverage. Yuji, aware of the unfolding situation, clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Kong Li's face was as grim as a stormy sky, shrouded in clouds. The more Yuji laughed, the more exuberant he became. Truly, for a grown man, what was the need for such affectation? It was not as if he could not drink. The young boy stood, untroubled, delighting in his own beverage while taking jabs at Konglu. Konglu adopted a fierce expression, lunging to pin Yuji down, grasping his chin. Taste this. Yuji had scarcely sipped, and Konglu, reluctant to part with him, playfully offered him a small taste. Nonetheless, Yuji, unaccustomed to bitterness and disdainful of it, grimaced. He stuck out his tongue, spitting several times, unable to shake off the lingering bitterness. You're wicked. How could you be so cruel? Gangusterd, captivated. At the small portion of Yuji's tongue that he had unwittingly revealed, red and soft, akin to a chewy candy, inciting an irresistible urge to kiss and devour it. He stood there, dazed, receiving several playful slaps from Yuji. It's my fault. I am to blame. Konglu picked up the hot Americano and gulped down half a cup, feeling even more disoriented. His body grew warm, and he leaned closer to Yuji, the young boy's soft fragrance filling his nostrils. Yuji, oblivious to Kong Li's intentions, assumed he was merely tipsy, playfully hitting and twisting at Konglu. Believing himself to be the one teasing, his face radiated excitement and self-satisfaction. Konglu, impervious to the playful blows, continued to nuzzle against Yuji. Ji, baby, you feel so cool and comfortable. I'm not bullying you. Let me lean against you. His voice was sticky, more reminiscent of a clingy puppy than an alpha. Yuji attempted to push him away several times, but found himself unable to budge him. Reluctant to admit his own lack of strength, especially against someone who was tipsy, he resigned himself to letting Konglu lean against him. Konglu. Yanhuan's forehead tightened, veins bulging, swiftly pulling Konglu away from Yuji. If you're going to lose control, do it elsewhere. Don't you have enough suppressants? Why is it always you? Try to temper that jealous expression. Without Yuji's embrace, Kong Li's head cleared, and he withdrew his hand, brushing off his clothes while delivering a sharp, sarcastic remark to Yanhuan. The transformation left the young boy astonished. As the tension between the two escalated, despite disapproving of Kong Li's brazen familiarity with Yuji in public, it was not appropriate to let them fight in the lounge. Let us first hold the meeting. We can settle this afterward, Hefei remarked coldly. The club meeting resumed. Yuji began to listen attentively, and whenever someone mentioned him, he would spout nonsense, much to his delight, as everyone seemed to endorse his views, showering him with compliments. Indeed, he was remarkable and intelligent. After several attempts, Yuji felt a reluctance to continue speaking. It seemed as though the knowledge in her mind was being pilfered by others, prompting her to drift into a state of drowsiness. Nestled on the sofa at the far end of the lounge, she could hear the discussions but remained untouched by the surrounding noise. Kong Lu and Yan Huan also grew impatient and withdrew, knowing that with He Fei presiding over the gathering, their involvement was unnecessary. Yan Huan draped a blanket over Yu Ji. Upon witnessing this, Kong Lu let out a soft grunt but remained seated, bowing his head to send a photograph to an account. The image, captured when he was close to Yu Ji, depicted them in close proximity, their faces nearly touching. A mere tilt of the head would allow him to steal a kiss from her. This had indeed been his intention, to steal a kiss, only to have it thwarted by Yan Huan. Yet, even without the kiss, the photograph exuded an air of intimacy. Ding ding. In the cafe, Lin Yun received this very photograph. His eyelashes fluttered as he recognized the subjects. One was Yu Ji, the other Kong Lu. Emotions surged within him like a flood, overwhelming his restraint, and his knuckles turned white from the pressure. The dark tide of jealousy threatened to engulf him entirely. Yu Ji belonged to him. She should be his. He understood all too well that Kong Li's motive for sending the photo was to flaunt his connection and to suggest that Lin Yun should withdraw. Yet, despite this awareness, Lin Yun found himself unable to remain unaffected. What was he? He was rapidly losing even the right to stand beside Yu Ji. Nonetheless, his affection for her was profound, almost unbearable. As he berated himself for his selfishness, he recognized that the alpha Yu Ji knew could provide her with a life of comfort, while he had nothing to offer. Some things could not be attained solely through effort and ambition. Meanwhile, jealousy gnawed at him like a parasite, leaving his heart riddled with countless wounds. Yu Ji returned home in high spirits. Upon opening the door, she discovered Lin Yun lying unconscious on the floor, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water, his brow furrowed in pain. Lin Yun, what happened to you? Yu Ji, filled with fear, reached out to touch his face, relieved to find it warm. What a fright it had given her. She instinctively grabbed her phone, intending to call He Fei. Wait, she should contact Yan Huan instead. A mere supporting character ought to inadvertently create opportunities for the main protagonists. Yu Ji quickly opened Yan Huan's contact. He answered almost instantly, as if he had been waiting for a call. Gigi, what is wrong? Could you come to my house? Something has happened, and I'm so scared. Something has happened to Gigi. Yu Ji wished to drag Lin Yun outside or help him onto the bed, but she feared that he might have sustained further injuries from a fall, which could result in additional harm. Torn between her options, she chose to wait quietly for assistance. There was a rapid knock at the door. Gigi, are you all right? The alpha burst in, panting heavily, his dark eyes filled with concern and worry. He was radiating heat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yan Huan had certainly come from a distance, yet he managed to arrive in under 10 minutes. It's not me, it's Lin Yun. Yu Ji stepped aside, gesturing for Yan Huan to attend to the unconscious Lin Yun. Yan Huan realized that the situation involved Lin Yun, not Yu Ji, and his urgency dissipated. He retrieved a piece of paper to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The same individual stood before him, yet in a drastically altered state. Gone was the previous fervor, replaced by a calmness of thought. What had transpired? He was likely in a coma. Perhaps a visit to the hospital was warranted. This was Yu Ji's first encounter with such a predicament, leaving her bewildered and at a loss, never considering to call for an ambulance, instead seeking out acquaintances. A reminder from Yan Huan brought clarity to her thoughts. After some commotion, the unconscious Lin Yun was placed in the back seat, with Yu Ji occupying the passenger seat. As they drove out of the old neighborhood, Yan Huan sensed something amiss and glanced into the rearview mirror. Several black cars trailed closely behind them, for in total, devoid of any distinguishing marks. Each housing 3 or 4 alphas, exuding a ruthless demeanor uncommon among ordinary alphas, unmistakably seasoned by violence. They appeared relaxed, casually fixating on the luxurious vehicle ahead. Surely, the person we seek is within that vehicle? Indeed, yet there's another approaching, one who seems formidable, not an ordinary alpha. No matter how formidable, he is but one man. During their descent earlier, there had only been 3 individuals, one of whom was already unconscious. True, 2 were mere liabilities. The route from the old neighborhood to the hospital was not a major thoroughfare, somewhat secluded, with sparse traffic. Yin-Huan pressed the accelerator, quickening their pace. However, the pursuers were seasoned, following like a catfish, tenaciously clinging to their trail. What is happening? Due to Yin-Huan's sudden acceleration, Yuji was jolted about, and had it not been for her seatbelt, she might have toppled over. A vehicle is tailing us. Chapter 43. The Vanity of the Pretentious Young Man, Yuji. Yin-Huan had no time to answer her query. Their vehicle was forced to a halt. If it had been just Yin-Huan, he would have preferred to crash through their blockade, seeking to carve a path to safety, not out of recklessness, but from the understanding that once they stopped, they would truly be ensnared, vulnerable to any threat. However, upon glancing at Yuji, he was reluctant to expose her to any risk of harm. First, Yin-Huan dialed a number on his phone, softly instructing Yuji, do not exit the vehicle. Subsequently, he exited the car himself. Through the window, Yuji witnessed about 10 alphas disembarking from the black cars, their imposing figures and fierce expressions striking fear. Kid, we want that beta. Be sensible. And we will let you go, declared an alpha, his face marred by a long scar that ran from his brow to his chin. The moment the scarred alpha mentioned the beta, Yin-Huan's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a cold intensity. Initially, he had believed the confrontation was for his own sake or the Yin family's, but it dawned on him that it was for Yuji's protection. Get lost. An alpha, sensing an unsettling change in the atmosphere, whispered to the leader, this guy bears a resemblance to the young master of the Yin family. There is only one young master of the Yin family, Yin-Huan. What could possibly be the matter with Yin-Huan? Surely, he cannot recognize us. The leader furrowed his brow, lost in thought for a moment before gritting his teeth and turning his head. You brought the drug, right? Yes, replied the alpha with a glint in his eyes. When the time comes, we will inject it, and he will surely be incapacitated. Without further ado, Yin-Huan engaged in combat with the alphas before him. His skills were exceptional, honed through rigorous training, and as a top-tier alpha, he managed to take on several opponents at once. Although they had also undergone brutal training and had faced life-and-death battles, they found it exceedingly difficult to approach a single individual. Whenever they managed to get a bit closer, the young alpha would send them sprawling several meters away with a fierce kick. As time passed, Yin-Huan appeared to be completely unfazed. Suddenly, a faint, panicked cry pierced the air. Yin-Huan's expression became terrifyingly fierce, a storm of fury surging within him, almost breaking free from his chest. Amidst the chaos of the fight, someone had attempted to pry open the car door. Distracted with worry for Yuji's safety, Yin-Huan's focus wavered. In that fleeting moment, a glimmering needle pierced his arm with brutal precision. The angle was too cunning. The leader had not engaged in the fight, but had lingered at the periphery. And when he struck, Yin-Huan had no time to evade. Though he did not immediately lose control, the drug spread rapidly through his system. In mere moments, he recognized the substance, a potent inducer capable of forcibly triggering and amplifying an alpha's sensitivity period. His body felt as though it were ablaze, skin turning red and feverish, while his heart raced uncontrollably. The glands beneath his skin radiated an aggressive pheromone. Drawing upon sheer willpower, he managed to take down several alphas despite the excruciating headache that felt as if his brain were about to burst. Yet, his vision continued to blur. Realizing the drug's effects, the alphas merely engaged in a tangle of combat. Yin-Huan fought valiantly, striving to suppress the drug's influence, instinctively shielding Yuji from any approaching alphas. Ultimately, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Let me go while I let go. Yuji was forcibly dragged out. Lin Yun, who had fainted, seemed to sense Yuji's peril, struggling to open his eyes. Let him go, he cried, gripping the alpha's leg tightly. There's another one in the midst of transformation. The alpha chuckled, his gaze turning cold as he delivered a harsh kick. Lin Yun stifled a groan, but did not relent. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze to Yuji. His Ji was crying, undoubtedly terrified. Lin Yun, why can't you even protect Ji? You are utterly useless. A complete failure. He repeatedly chastised himself, his fingers drawing blood. Yet, he was powerless. In his transitional phase, he was not much better off than Yin-Huan. The two had lost their capacity for action, while their captors reveled in their spoils. One of the unfamiliar alphas, youthful and brash in appearance, could not resist whistling. Yuji was hoisted into a dark vehicle, where several alphas were already seated. The alpha, cradling Yuji, was reluctant to set him down, opting instead to allow him to sit upon his lap. Is this an omega? A beta? So fragrant. His body felt soft and pliable. Yuji felt as though he were a doll, under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes. He yearned to hide, yet the confines of the vehicle grew even more constricted with his presence. What are you crying for? Two worthless beings merit your tears. Cry again, and you'll find yourself up for auction. Yuji remained silent, pressing his face against the car window, observing the shifting scenery outside. He endeavored to memorize the landmarks they passed, hoping to escape, but soon a strip of black cloth obscured his vision. Darkness enveloped him entirely. The underground black market, a core within a core, was a private domain of the black market's master, inaccessible to outsiders. There, modest white buildings stood quietly. In a luxurious suite on the highest floor of the casino, an alpha reclined on a sofa, perusing a report in his hands, while several overseers of the underground market stood before him. They were responsible not only for the casino, but also for other affairs. The overseers exhibited a profound respect towards Meng Shiyin, one that was tinged with fear and reverence rather than mere courtesy. After listening to the overseer's report, the alpha casually pressed a button on the remote beside him. The wall before him flickered, revealing a massive screen that dominated the entire surface, displaying scenes from the casino below. The atmosphere was raucous and lively, the thrill of gambling causing the alphas and betas within to flush with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Some gambled for mere amusement, while others, blinded by the prospect of immense wealth, wagered their entire fortunes. It was the underground market, a veritable den of iniquity. Every moment, vast sums of money flowed ceaselessly into his pockets. Meng Shiyin leaned back against the sofa, quietly observing the scenes on the screen. Unlike the four prestigious families, the Meng family, which bore his surname, was merely a mid-tier clan, and he was a bastard child. The existence of a legitimate son in the Meng family subjected him to relentless mockery. When he had a conflict with He, no one cared about right or wrong, for He was destined to inherit the He family. Everyone unabashedly criticized him, pressuring him to bow to He and apologize. At that moment, a seed of hatred took root in his heart. Had the boss changed a bit from before? Indeed, a little. In the past, even when the boss smiled, I dared not speak, fearing that a loud word might provoke him to have me dragged away. Now, it seemed that even without a smile, the boss was in a good mood. Chapter 44. The vanity of a pretentious childhood. Friend Meng Shiyin stood up, preparing to leave. At the entrance of the suite, several alphas jostled one another, hesitating to speak. Just say it, don't be so coy. He pressed his fingers to his forehead. Boss, we've prepared a surprise for you, an alpha said with a mischievous glint. Surprise? Meng Shiyin pondered the term, assuming it referred to some rare collectibles. He nodded casually. As he exited, the alphas exchanged glances, a flicker of unease shared among them. They all knew that Meng Shiyin despised one particular alpha above all, He. Thus, keeping a vigilant eye on He's daily life, it became apparent that He had been entangled with a beta. Unbeknownst to him, it was unclear who broached the subject first, but they had bound the beta that He fancied and delivered him to the formidable Meng Shiyin on the second floor. As he paced before the bedroom door, Meng Shiyin, utilizing the superior hearing characteristic of an alpha, detected soft sobs emanating from within the room. He halted in his tracks, his expression darkening instantly as the implications of the recent cryptic dialogue weighed heavily on his mind. Was this what they termed a surprise? An irritable restlessness surged within him. How presumptuous! This bedroom was no longer tenable. As Meng Shiyin's fingers hovered over his phone, intending to summon someone to remove the unrelated individuals from his residence, he paused, abruptly lifting his gaze, his eyes piercingly fixed on the bedroom door. The sound of weeping was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a time when someone had spoken to him in a similar manner. The door to the bedroom swung open. Upon seeing a beautiful young boy curled up on the bed, clutching his knees, Meng Shiyin's alpha eyes trembled violently, and he strode into the room. the force of his movement stirring a gust of wind. Veins protruded from his forehead as a wave of fury surged within him. Gigi, are you all right? Does it hurt? He discerned the current state of Yuji, whose ankles and wrists were bound with coarse ropes, discarded upon the bed. The knots were not overly tight, yet they were expertly tied, rendering it likely that Yuji could not free himself. With his fingers distinct and deft, Meng Shiyin swiftly began to untie the ropes. Fortunately, there were no abrasions. Are you here to rescue me? Yuji, under the impression that Meng Shiyin had come to save him, was filled with a jubilant surprise at the prospect of his deliverance. He spoke in a deliberately hushed tone, yet his sparkling eyes betrayed his excitement. He had always believed that someone would come to his aid. Look, here it is, just as I hoped. Meng Shiyin fell momentarily silent, his throat feeling constricted as if choked by cotton. How could he explain that it was his subordinates who had brought Yuji here bound? The knots were swiftly undone, and Yuji soon found his limbs liberated. Yuji began to chatter incessantly, extolling Meng Shiyin's virtues. He praised Meng Shiyin's intellect for having located him so swiftly and for orchestrating his rescue, asserting that now all they needed to do was escape. Thank heavens you arrived. I had no idea who those alphas were. They blocked our vehicle on the way, and Yin Huan fought them off. They injected a terrifying substance, and Yin Huan collapsed. Lin Yin also fell ill, unable to resist them, and I was captured. I don't understand why they want to take me. They mentioned something about auctioning me off, and said they would wait for their leader to arrive. We must flee quickly. Those alphas were menacing. Their leader must be even more fearsome. If circumstances were different, Meng Shiyin would usually find himself at ease and cheerful. Yet now, as he listened to Yuji's plight, he stood rigid and silent, absorbing the weight of the situation. Even Yuji, despite his usual obliviousness, sensed something amiss. What are you standing there for? Did you not hear me? Is their leader returning? We must hurry. Meng Shiyin's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible tension. Those alphas are my men. The leader they speak of is me. Yuji's pupils dilated in shock. Incredibly, she gazed at Meng Shiyin, utterly unable to fathom the words she had just heard. Meng Shiyin, embracing the notion that since he had begun speaking, he might as well divulge everything, hastened to explain. Seizing the opportunity while Yuji's mind was still in disarray, he feared that, like last time, Yuji might disregard him and truly come to despise him. I had mentioned my enmity with He, hadn't I? They are all aware of it. Perhaps they realized your close relationship with He and, without my consent, took the liberty of bringing you here. You are the mastermind behind this mischief. They all heed your commands. I did not instruct them to capture you. How could I bear to do so? Yuji was not inclined to accept Meng Shiyin's justifications. After all, those alphas were under his command. You intentionally ensnared me and imprisoned me here. Where on earth is this place? It must be quite remote. You are utterly despicable. I loathe you. Meng Shiyin must have confined him in some desolate wilderness, with only a solitary house, making escape impossible. Even if Meng Shiyin was not the one to directly capture him, having done so meant he would not easily release him. Whenever Meng Shiyin approached, he would be met with kicks and punches from the young boy, as if he were attempting to expel all his fear. If it were merely that, Meng Shiyin could withstand a few of Yuji's blows. The boy's strength was insignificant, and his strikes were hardly painful. However, Yuji was genuinely frightened and felt deeply aggrieved, having been unexpectedly bound on the road, surrounded by unfamiliar alphas, and then thrown alone onto a large bed. Consequently, tears quickly welled in his eyes, and his voice became choked with emotion. Meng Shiyin was thoroughly flustered. Employing a tenderness he had never exhibited before, he repeatedly sought to soothe him. Those who had captured Yuji were summoned. A total of 10 alphas standing before the bedroom. Confused, they observed as Yuji cried in distress and struck out in anger. Yet, their usually ruthless leader displayed no signs of irritation. Instead, he took a piece of paper to help the delicate beta wipe away his tears. It was them. They were the ones who captured me. Upon seeing them, Yuji immediately lodged a complaint. Meng Shiyin's gaze swept over the group, his tone icy. You shall face punishment. 30 lashes each. But chief, we captured He-Fei's boyfriend. They were perplexed, Their leader appeared to harbor a fondness for Yuji. So why was he punishing them instead of rewarding them? I am not He-Fei's boyfriend, Yuji protested. He is far too honest to be the kind of beta who would engage indiscriminately with any alpha. As Meng Shiyin spoke in a soft voice. Most of the alphas grasped the situation. It was evident that their leader shared a connection with this beta, and their relationship seemed quite amicable. A few, however, failed to grasp the implications and were swiftly restrained. Fortunately, they departed quickly. Otherwise, just a few careless words would have warranted double punishment. Once they had left, Yuji could not contain his curiosity. What happened to Lin Yun and Yin Huan? Are they all right? Chapter 45. The vanity of the bamboos. Though Yuji was well aware that Lin Yun and Yin Huan were the protagonists and unlikely to perish so easily, he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear from the chaotic and fierce battle, particularly when Lin Yun clutched the hem of the alpha's trousers. Upon realizing that Yuji was present, Meng Shiyin offered words of comfort while discreetly sending a message to his subordinates to ascertain the details of the incident. After a brief inquiry, it became apparent that both individuals were safe. Yin Huan had sustained only minor injuries, merely a few blows that his alpha constitution would easily heal. Meng Shiyin smirked, a hint of derision in his laughter as he ruffled Yuji's hair, assuring him, "Do not worry. A top-tier alpha is not so easily dispatched." If we were to speak more seriously, it might be that he had been administered an inducing agent. Does Ji know the purpose of an inducing agent? Though Yuji was still slightly miffed at Meng Shiyin, his curiosity was piqued by his words. An inducing agent? What is its function? Meng Shiyin deliberately elongated his tone, his voice laced with amusement. It is a substance that allows an alpha to enter a susceptible period. He lowered his voice, adopting a more serious demeanor as he regarded Yuji. Remember this in the future. Keep your distance from alphas during their susceptible period. They lack reason, akin to wild beasts, and will rend your nape mercilessly, much like a dog, impossible to dislodge. Someone as fragrant and delicate as you, a beta with such little strength, if captured and bitten, would only be left to weep hoarsely, unable to push them away. You are deliberately trying to frighten me, Yuji retorted, alarmed by the prospect of being bitten by an alpha. Meng Shiyin's admiration for you, Ji, only deepened with each passing moment. Where's the fright in that, Baby, I cherish you the most. Once delivered to the hospital, it will be of no consequence. It is merely an inducing agent, easily managed during the susceptible period. Yuji began to fidget with his fingers. What about Lin Yun? Lin Yun has differentiated. Meng Shiyin's words detonated like a bomb, sending ripples through the calm surface of Yuji's thoughts. He turned his head in disbelief. Surely he hadn't misheard. Lin Yun had differentiated. Wasn't it too early for such a transformation in the plot? Yet it mattered little. Differentiation was differentiation. He differentiated into an alpha. I see. Differentiated into an omega? The pitch of Yuji's voice rose significantly, his eyes widening in shock. How could Lin Yun become an alpha? He was the protagonist's beloved. Shouldn't he have differentiated into an omega? Yuji pressed for clarification. Why did you think he would become an omega? Meng Shiyin inquired, slightly puzzled. It was merely my intuition, Yuji mumbled, unable to articulate his reasoning as he deflected the question. His mood began to darken, overshadowing any lingering irritation towards Meng Shiyin. He had initially contemplated how he might torment Lin Yun once he differentiated into an omega. Omegas are inherently weak. Once Lin Yun's strength diminished, he could easily bully him. This had been the sole source of Yuji's solace amidst countless jealousies. However, the shocking revelation that Lin Yun had differentiated into an alpha left him in disarray. At this moment, 998 expressed concern regarding this development and its potential uncontrollable ramifications for the storyline. Aside from the fact that Lin Yun cannot be bullied, Yuji has actually accepted the situation quite well, dismissing 998's concerns with nonchalance. His expression was one of indifference. Love knows no gender. Rest assured. Who says that an alpha cannot fall in love with another alpha? After reading several novels, Yuji has become quite the literary enthusiast, delving into a wide array of genres, not merely limited to the typical overpowered protagonists, melodramatic tales, or farming stories, all of which he devours with great enthusiasm. The notion of two top alphas is rather trivial to him. As for 998, cannot express that its worries lie elsewhere. It is concerned that the relationship between the protagonist and the lead has no spark whatsoever, and there seems to be an underlying tension between the two. Now that Lin Yun has differentiated into an alpha, it feels as though this pairing is precarious. Whenever I converse with Lin Yun, Yin-Huan casts a fierce glance in our direction, clearly disapproving of my interaction with Lin Yun, a display of possessiveness typical of an alpha. When I mentioned a family emergency, Yin-Huan rushed over in a panic, blocking my exit and insisting that I remain in the car to look after Lin Yun. Yu Ji, with unwavering conviction, managed to gather substantial evidence proving Yin-Huan's deep concern for Lin Yun and his profound attachment to him. At the Yin family's private hospital, Lin Yun endured the agonizing sensation of his spirit being torn apart and struggled to open his eyes, revealing a sterile, white environment. He found himself in a single patient room, brightly lit and spacious, with the unmistakable scent of antiseptic typical of hospitals. Clad in a thin patient gown, he soon found himself surrounded by doctors and nurses. "Congratulations, you have successfully differentiated," a voice awakened Lin Yun's memories, flooding his mind with fragmented scenes. He hurriedly inquired, "What about the person who came with me? It was a beta." "A beta? You must be mistaken. The individual brought to the hospital with you was an alpha." The doctor's face bore a hint of regret. "I apologize, but we cannot disclose information about one another." At that moment, two familiar alphas entered the room, prompting the nurses and doctors to step aside respectfully. Kong Lu rushed towards Lin Yun, seizing his collar forcefully. "Where is Ji? Why is he missing?" Yu Ji's phone was unreachable, and the surveillance footage at the community entrance confirmed that he had been with them. Yet only two individuals were sent to the hospital by the Yin family. Ji was not among them. "You encountered an accident. The surrounding surveillance and signals were blocked. Yin-Huan is currently in a coma. Did you see anything at the time?" Yifei's tone was stern. Ji was taken away. Memories churned in Lin Yun's mind, the profound sense of helplessness washing over him once more. They were a group of unfamiliar alphas. Recognizing that the priority was to locate Yu Ji, Lin Yun hurriedly shared the information he possessed, unbothered by Kong Lu's demeanor. They looked fierce, had combat training, clearly not ordinary individuals. Yifei noted each detail meticulously. "Since you have differentiated, proceed to register." Differentiation is one of the most critical phases in a person's life, often accompanied by a loss of consciousness. The fact that Lin Yun could recall these details is a testament to his remarkable willpower. Having received no further information, it is futile to continue wasting time in the ward. Chapter 46. The vanity of a conceited childhood friend with Meng Shiyin backing her. Yu Ji was no longer the beta who had been captured. Once freed from her restraints, she gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and finally realized where she was. Remarkably, it was the underground black market. "I had been here before and saw you just before I left. Indeed, the underground black market is my domain." The head of the Meng family has numerous lovers and has fathered many illegitimate children. The original heir was frail and passed away before reaching adulthood, while the legitimate wife bore only this one child, thereby granting each illegitimate offspring a chance to inherit the Meng family legacy. However, Meng Shiyin's ambitions were far too grand. He did not wish to be confined to the Meng family, which was merely a mid-tier affluent clan. Fortunately, he was ruthless enough to earn the favor of the underground black market's ruler, who took him under his wing for guidance. He eventually excelled, usurping the position and seizing control of the black market, though he could not compare to those alphas who were born as the favored ones. He was relentless towards himself and others. Step by step, he arrived at his current status. "Is this truly your domain? The underground black market belongs to you?" Yin-Huan, He Kong, and the heirs of the Yin, He, and Kong families are indeed impressive, as Yu Ji knew, but she had no concrete understanding. Having visited the black market herself, Yu Ji's mouth fell agape at Meng Shiyin's declaration. "What is mine is yours," Meng Shiyin said with a smile, gazing earnestly into Yu Ji's eyes. "I'm still angry. Yin-Huan and Lin Yun were injured because of your people. Therefore, I punished them." Meng Shiyin was concerned about his subordinates who had taken Yu Ji, frightening her. The source of his anger lay in their actions. Even if Yin Huan and Lin Yun had been beaten by his men, he bore no guilt whatsoever. He was no good person, but rather a pure villain, self-centered, and scrupulous, and merciless. To achieve his desires, he would employ any means necessary. Aside from holding Yuji dear, he harbored no positive feelings for anyone else. They were merely rivals. Were it not for his fear that Yuji might feel scared or sorrowful, he would have wished for his rivals to perish. It was also because Yuji was protected by Yin Huan and Lin Yun that he inquired about their well-being, fearing she might blame herself or express concern for them. However, they were not dead, and injuries could heal in time. A trace of regret still lingered in Meng Shuyan's heart. Indeed, the vitality of rivals is always remarkably resilient. Meng Shuyan attended to his matters, instructing someone to return Yuji's phone, indicating that he did not prohibit her from communicating with the outside world. Yuji had yet to decide whom to message first when a call came in. She pressed the answer button, and, on the other end, she heard Kong Li's voice, brimming with surprise, urgency, and worry. Gigi, is it you? Where are you? Are you all right? It's me, I'm fine. That's good, that's good. Where are you? Are there any bad people around you? I'm so worried about you. Kangol repeatedly expressed concern, and Yuji initially felt a sense of importance, believing that others could not do without him. However, Kangol's persistent inquiries began to wear on the already impatient young boy, who inadvertently let slip. I'm in the underground black market. The underground black market? You're in the underground black market? Kangol echoed, as if in disbelief. Since Kangol had uncovered the truth, Yuji decided to drop the pretense. I'll tell you, my friend is the owner of the underground black market. Quite impressive indeed. This time, there's just a mix-up. They kidnapped the wrong person. He is someone I know, a friend of mine. It was no surprise that he had such an eclectic circle of friends, each wealthy and generous in their own right. Yuji subtly reveled in his boast. Kangol, oblivious, was entirely consumed by the notion of the underground black market. The underground black market, you say? I'll be there immediately. After assuring his safety, Yuji paid little heed to Kangol's words. He had heard from Meng Shuyan that this was the very heart of the underground black market, heavily guarded, inaccessible to ordinary people. Yuji felt no trepidation at all. Half an hour later, Kangol appeared before him, having climbed up from the balcony and swept him into an embrace, spinning him around twice. The boy relished being held. Kangol's lift off the ground brought him undeniable joy, evident in the sparkle of his eyes and the lift of his brows. Even his initial queries were momentarily forgotten. After the twirl, Kangol did not set him down, but instead toppled onto the bed, prompting a soft gasp from Yuji, who found Kangol cushioning him beneath. If Kangol dared to drop him, he would have him promptly thrown out. How did you find this place? This is how I found it. You already gave me the address. Wouldn't it be rather inept if I couldn't locate it? That's not the same. You only told me about the underground black market, but there are numerous buildings associated with it, not just the external clubhouses, but also various dens within. Yet, Kangol managed to find this small building. Yuji altered his response, his expression conflicted. I'm on the 3rd floor. How could you possibly climb up from the balcony? Heaven knows, when Yuji saw Kangol's face suddenly appear at the balcony, his heart nearly skipped a beat. I simply climbed up. It was quite easy. Not difficult at all, Kangol replied nonchalantly. Yuji could only attribute this to the nature of alphas. Meng Shuyan was the same, agile and strong enough to leap from the 2nd floor balcony. He inquired, what about Yin Huan and Lin Yun? Kangol relayed all he had learned, confirming that Lin Yun had indeed evolved into an alpha, leaving Yuji feeling somewhat conflicted. Is Yin Huan still unconscious? Are you worried about him? Kangol's hand rested reassuringly on Yuji's waist. Don't fret unnecessarily. Alphas are not so easily felled. It's not as if he was shot or slashed open. It's merely a common injury. The inducing agent amplified his susceptibility period. Once the medication wears off, he should regain consciousness. If one were to say this, Yuji might still harbor doubts. However, with both Meng Shuyan and Kangol affirming that such injuries posed little threat to an alpha, he found some solace. What about your friend? I wish to meet him later, the owner of the underground black market. Where did you come to know him? The underground black market is perilous, yet Kong Lu remains unafraid. For the Kong family emerged from the shadows to embrace the light, maintaining numerous clandestine connections. The proprietor of this underground realm may be enigmatic, yet they are merely one faction among many. In Kong Lee's eyes, they pale in comparison to the elite families forged through generations of wealth and power. In an ABO society, despite stringent drug regulations, there will always be demand, leading to a vast network of illicit transactions, casinos, auctions, and underground fighting rings, all catering to the affluent elite. This has nothing to do with you. He is my friend, and what business do you have with him? A noise echoed from below. Yuji glanced outside, surprised to see Meng Shiyan returning. Wait, Kong Lu is still here. Panic surged through her as she quickly rose and pushed Kong Lu. You must hide. No. Why should he conceal himself? This is an opportunity to meet Yuji's friend. Given their connection, her friends are also his. Did you sneak in without anyone's permission? Yuji demanded, hands on her hips, her tone resolute. I'll just explain things to him. Kong Lu replied nonchalantly. If necessary, he could relinquish a portion of his interests. There must be something within the Kong family's enterprises that would pique the black market owner's interest. No. Engaging in such clandestine activities will only lead others to believe you are here to steal or uncover secrets. They won't heed your explanation. Yuji insisted, her urgency palpable. Why would that be? Kong Lee's voice faltered. It seemed that Yuji was genuinely apprehensive about him being discovered. He lowered his gaze, then raised it again, catching sight of the myriad emotions flickering across the young boy's face. His eyes darted, brimming with anxiety and guilt. What is there to be anxious about? What is there to feel guilty for? We have done nothing wrong. I came openly to see you, so why should I hide? Chapter 47. The vanity of a pretentious childhood. Friend, what are you afraid of? Despite being somewhat slow to react in certain respects, often referring to everyone as his good friend, the young boy could sense that some of the friendships mentioned were somewhat exaggerated, and Yuji's confidence was waning. Clearly, he and Kong Lu were innocent, with nothing to hide. Was Kong Lu concerned for him, or perhaps for Meng Shiyan, who warned of tight security, yet allowed Kong Lu to climb up? Seeing Kong Lu stand tall, with no inclination to hide, Yuji's heart raced, and she unconsciously bit her lip, her complexion growing pale. She seemed to hear the sound of the door downstairs opening, the sound of man's footsteps ascending the stairs, drawing ever closer to the room. Kong Lu, initially indignant at Yuji's fear, felt his heart soften at the sight of her distress, unwilling to pressure her further. There would be future opportunities. There was no need to force the issue at this moment. He realized he had entered without informing Yuji's friend, and if discovered, it might complicate matters for her. Fine, I will hide. Is that acceptable? Once Kong Lu truly concealed himself behind the curtain, Yuji finally exhaled, her racing heart finding a moment of reprieve. The tension that had gripped her eased slightly, though she knew she still had to face Meng Shiyan. Otherwise, she might have collapsed in relief. He instinctively wiped his face, noticing a layer of dense sweat beads forming on his forehead. The knocking on the door sounded rhythmically, slow and imbued with a unique cadence. Yuji glanced at the curtain once more. A cabinet cast a shadow against the wall, obscuring part of it. Had he not been forewarned, he might not have guessed that someone was hiding behind the curtain. However, the young boy felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. If it were up to him, hiding in the wardrobe would have been far preferable. Once the door was closed, nothing could be seen. Unfortunately, Meng Shiyan was knocking, leaving no time for Yuji to call Kong Lu out to hide in the wardrobe. The more he pondered, the more he felt it was indeed better to conceal oneself in the wardrobe. Kong Lu was truly foolish, standing behind the curtain where anyone could easily spot him. It was he who was the clever one. If Kong Lu were discovered, he would simply claim ignorance of Kong Lee's identity. After all, Kong Lu had boasted so much that he would surely take the blame himself, saying he had come over secretly. Come in, Yuji called casually. His flustered heart gradually began to calm. Meng Shiyan entered, moving at a leisurely pace, sitting at the edge of the bed. He inquired about Yuji's happiness, how he was eating, and then pulled out a small booklet, asking where Yuji would like to go. The booklet contained items from an upcoming auction. Yuji perused it for a while, finding this and that appealing, and when he grew tired of looking, his gaze fell upon the peculiar small box that Meng Shiyan held. It was silver, roughly the size of 2 palms. What is this? Meng Shiyin fell silent, a hint of hesitation flickering across his face, which Yu Ji keenly noticed. Your face is so red. Are you unwell? No. In front of Yu Ji, Meng Shiyin opened the box. Inside were neatly arranged syringes, unopened. Yu Ji was taken aback. A look of distress appeared on Meng Shiyin's face, as if he were contemplating whether to disclose this to Yu Ji. His features were striking, with a handsome visage and elongated eyes that gleamed coldly. Yet when his cheeks flushed unnaturally and his gaze fell slightly, a subtle vulnerability emerged. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Yu Ji asked, "What's the matter? What are these for? If you're not sick, then what is it?" "My sensitivity period has arrived. I feel quite unwell and uncomfortable, and I don't know what to do." The notion of administering suppressants during a sensitivity period was a basic understanding that any alpha should possess. Meng Shiyin's words sounded implausible, especially since he had brought the suppressants. Yet, Yu Ji believed him, casting a triumphant glance at Meng Shiyin, his voice rising in tone. "How foolish. You don't even know how to inject the suppressants." He glanced at the syringes in the box. "You just need to use this syringe and inject it into your glands. It's quite simple." I can't do it. Help me, please." Meng Shiyin naturally took a syringe from the box and handed it to Yu Ji. "Only you can help me. Just like you said, inject it into the glands, and it will suffice." Yu Ji, who could only speak but not perform the task, felt as though he had been handed a hot potato, unsure of how to proceed. However, seeing Meng Shiyin's slightly trembling body, he mistakenly assumed that Meng Shiyin was afraid. It is often said that it is quite simple, so what is there to fear? Even the alpha can exhibit such sensitivity at times. Unwittingly burdened by responsibility, Yu Ji swallowed hard and, trembling as she followed Meng Shiyin's instructions, injected the serum into the nape of the alpha's neck. A sharp pain radiated from that spot. Meng Shiyin was accustomed to this. He had endured such moments during every sensitivity period. Konglu, who had initially been standing at the back of the curtain, now found himself nearly stepping out. Half his body exposed to the air, his complexion a pallid shade of iron. In Chapter 48, amidst the confines of the bedroom, Yu Ji engaged in conversation with another unfamiliar alpha, leaving no word unheeded. Friends? What friends? Was his hand broken or rotting, unable to administer the inhibitor himself, necessitating assistance from others? It was late, and the timing of this visit to Yu Ji reeked of ill intent and ulterior motives. Konglu clenched his fist tightly, the knuckles protruding, his eyes a terrifying crimson, harboring no doubt that had Yu Ji not expressly forbidden him from leaving, he would have undoubtedly smashed that man's face in. Konglu silently repeated Yu Ji's name, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Damn it! The effort to regain composure proved futile. The web of restraint was torn asunder by the wrath of jealousy. He yearned to obliterate everything in sight, to charge forth and violently confront this alpha, rather than remain in the shadows. Konglu's position was astutely chosen. Meng Shiyin's back was turned to him while Yu Ji could see him perfectly. Thus, after Yu Ji finally administered the inhibitor to the alpha, her gaze met Kong Li's seething face, nearly causing her heart to leap from her throat. Yu Ji swallowed the scream that threatened to escape her lips, fervently shaking her head and signaling to Kong Lu to hide behind the curtain, to not emerge. Their eyes locked, both faces dark with frustration. Hide? Must he always hide? To cower like some shadowy insect, while witnessing how others took advantage of him? Kong Lu stubbornly stood his ground, resolute in his refusal to retreat. Yu Ji, nearly frantic, quickly formed words with her lips. What's wrong? At that moment, Meng Shiyin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. No, nothing at all, Yu Ji replied, like a startled cat, abruptly averting her gaze, fearful of raising Meng Shiyin's suspicions. She fervently hoped Kong Lu would heed her words. Kong Lu simmered with pent-up frustration, his eyes blazing red, fixed intently on Meng Shiyin. Despicable. That shameless green tea man. Reflecting on Yu Ji's words, he slowly retreated, silently, yet filled with determination. If you're uncomfortable, tell me. If someone is bullying you, also let me know. I won't allow anyone to mistreat you. After speaking, Meng Shiyin furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings before withdrawing his gaze. He had sent over numerous garments, and Yu Ji had changed into a thin nightgown, short sleeves and shorts, revealing her porcelain-white arms and legs. Akin to a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Clean, soft, and beautiful. Ji, she murmured, her words indistinct. Yu Ji was taken aback. Had they not already administered the suppressants? Why was Alpha proving to be so troublesome? Perhaps the frequent injections had led to a resistance. It had been the same in the past. Meng Shiyin softly remarked, however, with you by my side, my discomfort has lessened considerably. Yu Ji thought, indeed, it is because of me that you're feeling better, ignoring everything else. She patted her chest and hurriedly claimed credit for his relief. Yu Ji mused on how remarkable he was. Meng Shiyin subtly curved his lips into a smile. It is because of you. This time, you have saved me. Without your injections, I would certainly be in great distress. He extended a hand, as if offering a delectable fruit, enticing Yu Ji to make a request. Then you must transfer me some money. I have exhausted my funds. It's not so easily depleted. He merely saved it. With a substantial fortune, every expenditure allowed Yu Ji to acquire what she desired, yet the money continued to accumulate. As Alpha left, he casually closed the door, and Yu Ji yawned. Finally, she could rest. It seemed she had forgotten something important. What was it? Never mind. She couldn't recall. Upon seeing Kong Li's sullen face, Yu Ji suddenly remembered what she had neglected, and a flicker of guilt crossed her expression. She had forgotten Kong Lo. To express her apology, Yu Ji vacated her seat for him, but Kong Li's demeanor remained grim, his gaze menacing. Had he not treated her well? A top-tier alpha, he had doted on her, nearly offering his face for her to tread upon. Yet she turned her back on him, engaging in dubious activities with other men, disregarding him entirely. He had thought he was truly Yu Ji's friend, striving not to burden her, only to discover such ill-intentioned companions. He too possessed pride. He was not a mere plaything for Yu Ji to summon and dismiss at will. With his hands and feet restrained, he found himself unable to move, his expression one of barely contained rage. Yet, since Kong Lu consistently lowered himself before her, Yu Ji was not particularly afraid of him, her small face betraying her dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Get away. Kong Li's voice emerged through gritted teeth. Is this what you call a friend? Unable to move her legs, Yu Ji intentionally nudged Kong Lu with them. You only think about these things all day. I refuse to speak with you. What can you do about it if I think of nothing else? A sharp slap from the spoiled Yu Ji landed squarely on him. Caught off guard, Kong Lu was about to express his anger when he noticed Yu Ji cautiously scrutinizing his face. Chapter 49. The Vanity of a Pretentious Childhood Friend. His mood inexplicably brightened. Let me see if I hurt you. He was truly insufferable, willingly inviting scorn and blows, with not a shred of dignity left. Did he treat her well? Just a pretentious man. Kong Lu showed no restraint. How can you speak of others in such a manner? Kong Lu only knew how to speak ill of others and bully him. Had he not approached stealthily, he would not have felt fear. Yu Ji also relished speaking ill of others, deriving great amusement from the fact that those he disparaged remained blissfully unaware of his words. He fancied himself a master manipulator, skillfully ensnaring others in his web of deception. Yet before Kong Lu, he donned a facade of righteousness. Am I not permitted to speak of him? You were deceived without realizing it, naively handing over your money. Upon uttering this, Kong Lu, fearing that Yu Ji might take offense at being labeled foolish, rephrased the statement. While you are indeed clever, there exist unscrupulous alphas who deliberately prey upon innocent and kind-hearted boys like you, feigning misfortune to elicit your sympathy. Kong Lu cited several instances that closely mirrored Yu Ji's experiences. How could this be? Yet he has promised to give me money. Yu Ji cast a glance at Kong Lu, comparing him to himself, and muttered softly, he is better than you. I do not need to fold stars. Yet he gives me so much. He nearly accused Kong Lu of being stingy, leaving Kong Lu exasperated. You need not fold stars for me. I will give you money. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Kong Lu retrieved his phone and promptly transferred 5 million to Yu Ji. Having received several substantial transactions before, Yu Ji remained elated, counting his ever-increasing fortune. Do you recall our agreement that if I were to hide, you would fulfill my requests? Is there such a thing? I seem to have forgotten. Yu Ji feigned amnesia. Attempting to evade responsibility, Konglu chuckled lightly, unfazed, and pretended to leave, pondering where Meng Shiyan might be. He should be here as well. I am injured and can only exit through the front door, inadvertently bumping into. Yuji swiftly grasped his arm. I merely wish to test you, to gauge your response. I have not intended to evade. I have kept it in mind. Make your request. He added, however, that it must not involve his money. Then I shall ask for this. Yuji pretended to deliberate, causing Kong Li's heart to race before he modestly nodded in agreement. Upon returning and encountering He Fei, Kong Lu wore a radiant smile. He Fei inquired, have you located Ji? No, I'm still searching. Kong Li's smile faltered, yet he sought a pretext for his earlier joy, feeling he was on the right track to find him soon. He Fei responded with a soft hum, uncertain if he believed it. Afterwards, he messaged someone, investigate where Kong Lu went today. Yuji had stayed at Meng Shiyan's for 3 days. During this time, he first informed the known alphas of his safety. Meng Shiyan introduced him to the intriguing underbelly of the black market, which Yuji found endlessly fascinating. After several days away from school, having little interest in studying, Yuji first visited the hospital. Lin Yun and Yin Huan were nearly recovered, though Yin Huan required a few more days of rest, while Lin Yun needed to undergo various examinations due to stagnation in his differentiation. Yin Huan, already awake, idly fiddled with his phone, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the door. Yuji had promised to visit today. He wondered when he would arrive and if his hospital gown would betray a lack of vitality. After countless glances towards the entrance, Yuji finally appeared. The words Yin Huan had prepared lodged in his throat, inexplicably refusing to emerge. It's my fault. I did not protect you well. If the individuals lurking behind were not acquainted with Yuji, but rather malevolent beings intent on causing her harm, it is possible that unbeknownst to him, Yuji has already suffered and been mistreated. The defiant young alpha, wounded, has transformed into a beast quietly tending to its own wounds. After offering solace to Yin Huan, Yuji entered Lin Yun's hospital room, only to discover 2 unfamiliar figures within. The elegantly dressed strangers animatedly conversed with Lin Yun, whose expression remained placid, occasionally nodding slightly. Upon noticing Yuji, however, his eyes sparkled with vitality, as if infused with life. You may leave for now. These matters can wait. Please do not disturb me. Lin Yun's words were courteous, yet distant. The woman, her throat choked with emotion, yearned to speak further with Lin Yun, but was pulled away by a man who seemed to be her husband. They brushed past Yuji, who curiously glanced back until he stood before Lin Yun, still gazing in their direction. Who are they? Why are they speaking with you? Lin Yun remained silent for a moment before responding. They are my biological parents. He recounted the stories he had overheard from the couple. He had long believed himself to be an orphan, a child abandoned. It was only after his pheromones were logged into the database that his lineage was traced, leading to the Lin family, who claimed him as their son. Lin Yun was wealthy, a young master, which filled Yuji with an almost bubbling envy. A darker thought crossed his mind. Lin Yun must be doing this deliberately, flaunting his newfound status in front of him. Otherwise, why would he confide in him alone amidst so many people? It was clearly an attempt to boast. How infuriating and yet enviable. How wonderful for you. Then, you can return to your family, Yuji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, Lin Yun replied, lowering his gaze to his hands. He had worked diligently, discovered a talent for stocks, and opened new avenues for income. Yet the wealth he amassed paled in comparison to the inherent advantages of others. He once believed that he could achieve everything through his own efforts. But in his most vulnerable years, he encountered the person he longed to be with. He urged himself to hurry, to catch up. Yet no matter how fast he tried to go, he felt he would be left far behind. A sudden turn of events had struck him like a pie from the sky. Everything felt so theatrical, yet it was enough to astonish him. He was not vastly inferior to others. Could they not also see him? Chapter 50. The vanity of a pretentious childhood friend. Lin Yun merely found his wealthy parents and now ignores everyone else. Yuji, feeling deeply slighted, was filled with indignation. Previously, his jealousy had been a 9 out of 10. Now it soared to nearly 10. Yuji even wondered if there had been a mistake, that he was truly the young master of a wealthy family, and Lin Yun had stolen his identity, deceitfully usurping his place. Logically, given Lin Yun's character, he was not one to act in such a manner, yet the boy, consumed by jealousy, could not think beyond that. The beautiful illusion shattered, reality returned. "Since you are fine, I shall take my leave," he declared, frustration swelling within him. The young boy's voice was notably rigid, and his expression was stern. Lin Yun grasped his hand. "I still need to conduct a checkup. Please sit here for a moment, have something to eat, and once the examination is complete, we can return home together, shall we?" "No." Yu Ji withdrew his hand, his demeanor impassive. "You are a young master from a wealthy family, lacking for nothing." Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. "Am I mistaken? You have found your biological parents. You can simply live in your grand house." A flash of insight struck Lin Yun like a bolt of lightning, and he quickly clarified, "I do not wish to reside in a grand house. I only desire to be with you." Upon uttering these words, both Lin Yun and Yu Ji paused in surprise. Lin Yun felt an anxious anticipation creeping into his gaze. To his dismay, Yu Ji seemed oblivious to the underlying affection in Lin Yun's words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retorted, "Is it merely talk? Just because you express a desire to live together, does that mean it can happen?" Yu Ji was inwardly vexed, having always been regarded as a mere comparison. Suddenly Lin Yun had leaped into the position of a young master from a prestigious family. "Are you done speaking?" He Fei awaited outside, assisting the irate Yu Ji as he departed. It was as if he failed to notice the jealousy etched upon Yu Ji's face. The Lin family had lost a son, and to his astonishment, it was Lin Yun. He Fei couldn't help but reflect on the myriad of coincidences in the world. From him, Yu Ji learned that the Lin family was not merely affluent, but belonged to the upper echelons of society. No sour lemon could match the bitterness Yu Ji felt at that moment. He sought solace elsewhere, thinking Lin Yun was too naive to contend with others, likely to have his inheritance usurped. He Fei spoke softly. "The Lin family has only one heir. The rest are collateral branches. As long as he remains unharmed, he will undoubtedly inherit the Lin estate." Is Yi Ji unhappy after conversing with him? Yu Ji would never admit to being envious of Lin Yun. "Since he found his parents, his demeanor towards me has changed." Yu Ji's response was vague. "How could that be? Yet perhaps it is so, considering he is now aware of his wealth and expanded social circle." He Fei hesitated, revealing a look of understanding towards Lin Yun's true nature. Exactly. Whether He Fei was merely attempting to appease Yu Ji or genuinely believed it, at that moment of Yu Ji's bitterness, he felt that He Fei's words resonated profoundly. "Do not hold it against him. Even without him, there is still me. I will not treat you as he does. Whenever you are free, let us visit the mall once more, and I will lend you my card. Purchase whatever you desire during our outings." Lin Yun's discharge from the hospital was quite the spectacle, with the Lin couple sending a vehicle for his transport. Yu Ji came to see him off as well. A procession of luxury cars lined up. Dressed impeccably, Lin Yun exuded the distinctive elegance of the elite, leaving Yu Ji standing at a distance, almost unable to recognize him. How could Lin Yun's fate be so fortunate? The young boy stood alone beneath the corridor, his eyelashes glistening with moisture. Lin Yun was a deceiver, a grand deceiver. He had promised to return home with Yu Ji. Anger simmered within him. Yet Lin Yun should have been the one to seek him out, to soothe him, yearning to return home together. Drizzle fell like fine hair, enveloped by a biting wind, sending a shiver through Yu Ji. The bodyguard of the Lin family held an ebony umbrella, standing beside Lin Yun. The transformation into an alpha had indeed rendered Lin Yun markedly different. His aura had grown more formidable, and he stood taller and more imposing. His facial features were more pronounced, shedding some of the youthful naivete. Upon catching sight of the small boy huddled in the corner, Lin Yun's gaze sharpened, and he hastened towards Yu Ji. Meeting Yu Ji's pleading eyes, he removed his coat and draped it over the boy's frail shoulders, securing it firmly. Upon touching Yu Ji's hand, he was met with a chill. "Where's He Fei? It's raining outside, and he allowed you to come out like this?" Lin Yun was acutely aware that the three alphas lingered ominously around Yu Ji, fearing that if he hadn't spotted him in time, Yu Ji might catch a cold. "You lied to me, telling me to wait for you to go home together. I need to visit my parents' house first. Let me take you back." "No." Just go, hurry. Don't block my view. Yu Ji, in a fit of anger, attempted to push Lin Yun away, but was still half embraced into the car by him. Lin Yun hesitated for a moment before messaging He Fei. Yu Ji had reverted to his previous routine. However, the past involved slacking off in class, while now it had transformed into a sporadic engagement, attending class only occasionally. Originally, Yu Ji had little interest in studying and no ambition. With sufficient funds in hand, he regarded education as inconsequential. Why toil in learning when he could simply speak and receive money? Lin Yun had not attended school for a while, yet he frequently messaged Yu Ji. There are no impenetrable walls. The news of the Lin family's search for the lost heir gradually spread throughout a university, and Yu Ji, without even seeking it, was aware. A few individuals even mentioned the identity of this heir, Lin Yun. However, the majority remained skeptical. Yu Ji, you're doing well now. During class, everyone talks about you. Envious of you. Yu Ji, we used to be so close, getting into university together and renting a place. Yu Ji, I was always good to you. Thinking of you in everything, sharing my thoughts. Even when I earned money, I would tell you. Yet you just packed up and left. You've changed. No longer the Lin Yun I once knew. Yu Ji, back in our little village, we had little money. You could only buy me a 3-won ice cream. And the phone you got me wasn't too expensive. You constantly pressure me to study, and I never complained, but now it's different. You are no longer the same, and we no longer share the same world. After revisiting the past, Yu Ji subtly criticized Lin Yun, not pausing for a response, positioning himself on a moral high ground. As anticipated, Lin Yun offered various explanations and softened, revealing Yu Ji's true intentions. One moment he desired something specific, then lamented his lack of funds. Next he envied others for acquiring certain items. Lin Yun became akin to an ATM, ever ready to fulfill Yu Ji's requests, generously supporting his childhood companion who once shared both joys and hardships. Lin Yun, what is mine is yours, and will only ever be yours. Such sweet words. Lin Yun is the subject of many discussions as the scion of a wealthy family, yet he remains the same commoner at heart. Upon receiving money, Yu Ji remarked, Lin Yun, you are truly admirable, so unlike those who disdain the impoverished and forget their once dear friends upon acquiring wealth. With a solemn expression, Yu Ji concluded this message, wishing fervently to bury himself in his pillow and weep profusely. Chapter 51. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend. It was once Lin Yun who sought to please him, yet now the roles had reversed, demanding that he curry favor with Lin Yun instead. Lin Yun had transformed. Now a man of means, he sought wealth and reveled in it, compelling Yu Ji to speak well of him and refrain from quarrels. Otherwise, their relationship would falter. Had Yu Ji not solicited money from Lin Yun, the latter might never have contemplated offering financial assistance. Yu Ji held no belief in Lin Yun's supposed moral dilemmas, as he was prone to envision the worst in others. Lin Yun must have withheld funds to prevent his former impoverished companion from clinging to him, and now, out of pride, he was obliged to comply with Yu Ji's request for money. After class, a beta approached Yu Ji, curiosity evident on his face. Yu Ji, as a close friend of Lin Yun, could you shed light on whether it is true that he has transitioned into an alpha and been reinstated into the affluent circles? Isn't it already common knowledge? Yu Ji replied, rolling his eyes. Well, even if rumors abound, Lin Yun himself has yet to make an appearance, so it remains unverified. He treats you exceptionally well, escorting you to and from classes. Lately, however, it seems he has vanished from sight. How has he treated me well? Yu Ji retorted. He buys you meals and comes running at the mere sound of your call. Yu Ji felt a twinge of guilt at this mention. One incident after another echoed of Lin Yun's kindness towards him. His affairs are of no concern to me. I know not where he has gone. Fearing further probing from the beta, Yu Ji hastily slipped out. Who has angered you? Ji, you all have. Both He Fei and Kong Lu were cautious in their approach to Yu Ji, yet Yin Huan, for reasons unknown, showered him with gifts and attention, outshining the other two in his attempts to win Yu Ji's favor. The trio found themselves entangled in a delicate balance. Is this all in relation to Lin Yun? He Fei speculated. Kong Lu, with a playful grin, opened a packet of beef jerky and offered it to Yu Ji. Lin Yun has just been reclaimed by his family, so his preoccupation is understandable. But he shifted his tone. If it were me, even if I were to be reinstated, my priority would still be Gigi. Indeed, for Gigi, I would forsake everything. Lin Yun seemed to have abandoned school altogether. Perhaps he had genuinely changed, leaving the rest of them behind. As Fei had suggested, Lin Yun appeared to look down upon him. Yu Ji took to his phone, posting a flurry of messages, venting his frustrations and speaking ill of Lin Yun. He accused Lin Yun of deliberately mistreating his friends, claiming they were innocent and kind. On the verge of being overwhelmed by Lin Yun's bullying, Yu Ji did not disclose his identity, for as the protagonist, Lin Yun surely had many acquaintances. It is unlikely that he will be found so quickly. The views on this post are surging rapidly, not due to its factual accuracy, but rather due to the overwhelming resentment that permeates the content. Just looking at it evokes a sense of malice directed towards Lin Yun from the poster. The original poster is so disingenuous. I know Lin Yun, and he is nothing like what you described. It seems the original poster harbors dark thoughts and envy towards Lin Yun. Who doesn't know that Lin Yun is diligent, working hard while studying? There are just some issues with differentiation, but recently, it has been said that Lin Yun has successfully differentiated. Moreover, I have heard whispers that Lin Yun might actually be a child lost from the prestigious Lin family. The original poster retorted, "Nonsense. What I say is the truth. Lin Yun only knows how to bully others, and you know nothing." He has indeed been bullied by Lin Yun multiple times. Since you are so certain, would you dare to share your name and confront him in person? Hiding behind a screen to slander someone and being so brazen about it. Do you think that is true? Exactly. There's not a shred of evidence. We only hear the original poster maligning Lin Yun. Lin Yun excels academically, and there are many who envy him. Yu Ji is engaged in a fierce debate online, with the anger in her heart not diminishing but rather intensifying. One individual remarked that he could still convince himself he was blinded by Lin Yun, while another pointed out that so many were standing up for Lin Yun, praising him, leaving Yu Ji at a loss for how to respond. She crossed her legs and huffed. "I'm out of money. Send me some." Lin Yun replied, transferring 50,000 yuan. Yu Ji immediately clicked confirm, watching her wallet balance gradually swell. "TCH, the Lin Yun you all admire is sending me money. This is too little, far too little. I want more, a lot more." Lin Yun responded, "There's a limit on transfers. I will send it directly to your card." Seeing the newly deposited funds in her bank account, Yu Ji finally felt satisfied. With a vague yet superior mindset, she returned to the post. However, as she continued reading, her anger flared again. Beneath the post, examples of Lin Yun's various virtues were being recounted by those he had assisted or who appreciated his hard work, with some even referring to him as the beacon of the common folk. It was unclear who initiated this praise, but quickly garnered a wave of adulation. People are drawn to excitement and tend to follow trends, and the number of replies declaring Lin Yun as the beacon of the common people grew. The original poster protested, "Lin Yun is not as wonderful as you claim." Yu Ji concocted a few minor flaws about Lin Yun. She merely sought to vent her emotions on the forum. And if it could tarnish Lin Yun's reputation a bit more, that would be even better. The beacon of the common folk? TCH. She believed herself to be the true beacon of the common people, while Lin Yun was merely a traitor hidden among them from an affluent background. In her heart, she secretly hoped that more people would see this post, allowing the alphas, betas, and omegas at university to witness Lin Yun's true colors. As she drifted into a deep sleep, the post's view count indeed surged at a pace far beyond her expectations, a terrifying velocity. Lin Yun possesses a gentle disposition and is approachable. It is an undeniable truth that no individual is perfect. Not everyone can be universally adored. While some admire Lin Yun, there are inevitably those who hold disdain for him. They lurk like hyenas in the shadows, ready to pounce and tear apart any perceived flaw. Additionally, there exist bystanders who, though uninvested, relish in the unfolding drama. The facade of Lin Yun begins to crumble, and each revelation stirs the latent malice and excitement within them. In Chapter 52, the fabricated shortcomings conjured by Yu Ji ultimately reduced to vague accusations. Lin Yun's excessive need for control, his bullying of friends, and an overall unkind demeanor. After a brief slumber, Yuji awakens to find a multitude of voices discussing Lin Yun in his vicinity, initially feeling a sense of delight. How can you claim the original poster's words are inaccurate when you have never truly interacted with Lin Yun? A voice retorts, if Lin Yun were genuinely innocent, why would the original poster voice such sentiments? Perhaps it would serve him well to reflect on his own actions. The original poster clearly appears to be a victim of Lin Yun's tyranny, a sufferer. It seems you have grown accustomed to being subservient, merely because it has been revealed you might be the young master of the Lin family. Is it truly necessary to ingratiate yourself to him? Sending hugs to the original poster, it's futile to reason with them. Lin Yun embodies the archetype of a duplicitous alpha, projecting kindness while reveling in the manipulation of others' emotions. Does he not have a beautiful childhood friend? I suspect Lin Yun's feelings towards that lovely companion are far from innocent. Lin Yun's beautiful childhood friend? Yuji pondered this notion and gradually recognized that the description referred to himself. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he touched his face. A hint of pride surfacing. With the commentary in the post, notions he had never previously entertained began to emerge. Perhaps Lin Yun indeed wished to toy with his emotions. He could not shake the feeling that Lin Yun's intentions were anything but pure, despite knowing Lin Yun was the protagonist in this narrative. Yuji found himself indulging in a small act of slander against him internally, observing the responses grow increasingly fervent and intense. Lin Yun's image transformed into that of a cunning and malevolent character. With a sense of guilt, Yuji glanced around nervously, lowering his head to quietly close the thread. Surely, they would not discern his involvement. He had not used his own account, but rather a guest account, presenting himself as a friend of Lin Yun, which would make it nearly impossible to connect back to him. Striving to maintain composure, his phone chimed unexpectedly, signaling a message from Lin Yun. Assuming it was a summons for retribution, Yuji's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the device. Thankfully, it was not. Lin Yun, I will return to school tomorrow afternoon. Shall we take a stroll in the evening and enjoy a meal together? Lin Yun, I have prepared a surprise for you. After sending the message, Lin Yun stared intently at the screen of his phone, unwavering. Their recent exchanges had been filled with various transactions, devoid of any other conversation. Each time he attempted to broach different topics, Yuji seemed impatient to engage. Now that he finally had a moment of leisure, he wondered whether Yuji would agree to his proposal. The response came swiftly. Yuji consented. He had not contemplated refusal. Lin Yun's words left him feeling overwhelmingly anxious. He has taken so much money from Lin Yun. Yet Lin Yun still prepared a surprise for him. However, he spoke ill of Lin Yun and portrayed him as a villain. Yuji said, Lin Yun, isn't it inappropriate for me to keep asking you for money? She continued, if others were to find out, they would surely think I am vain and materialistic, exploiting your finances. But you know that is not my intention at all. Yuji added, I merely wish to assist you in saving money. I have no ulterior motives. When it came to asking for money, she appeared greedy and domineering, eager to extract every penny from him. Yet, when faced with a situation, she became timid, never considering the idea of repaying him. It seemed Lin Yun was like a soft persimmon, lacking temper, allowing the little boy to take advantage of him. Eventually, he began to experience a pang of conscience and attempted to make amends, albeit in a small way. Lin Yun responded, no, how could you think that? It is I who willingly gives to you, desiring to do so. He reassured her, do not overthink it, and there is no need to help me save money. The money is for you to spend as you wish. Lin Yun inquired, is it that you find yourself short of funds? I can transfer more to you. You are wonderful, and that is more than enough. He earnestly typed his reply, feeling no negativity towards Yuji. Her willingness to ask for his money was a sign of trust, a belief that he was not a bad person who would deceive her. Unlike other malicious alphas, who offered Yuji money merely to touch the young boy's hand, to coax and embrace him, Lin Yun thought to himself that he would never stoop to such depths, using money to manipulate Yuji for his own sordid ends. Confronted with Yuji's request for money, he felt joy. As she had stated, it was intended for her savings. There was no better beta than Yuji. He gave her the money without a thought of spending it. Instead, she claimed it was to be saved. However, it should not be this way. He did not require Yuji to save money. Now that he had sufficient funds, He should make up for the shortcomings of the past and treat Yuji even better. Yuji was unaware of Lin Yun's thoughts, yet she could keenly feel the leniency he bestowed upon her, gradually spoiling her temper. They had agreed to meet at the school gate. Lin Yun no longer wore faded clothes. Even if he did not choose, any garment he casually picked from the wardrobe was of a renowned brand, exuding the confidence and stature of an alpha. Yuji occasionally found herself taken on shopping excursions, accumulating many clothes without the need to pay. Perhaps due to psychological factors, she always felt a head shorter than Lin Yun. Indeed, he was somewhat taller than her. Yuji reminded herself that this was merely because Lin Yun was an alpha who naturally stands taller than a beta. During this period, Lin Yun was exceedingly busy, needing to familiarize himself with the partners of the Lin family. While he might not know each one personally, it was essential to grasp which were friendly and which were antagonistic. After all, he had been absent for over a decade and had not received the so-called elite education from a young age. Despite the Lin family's efforts to cater to him, many things had changed. I purchased a house near the school, closer than our previous residence, and quite spacious. Let us go see it together. Lin Yun took Yuji to an upscale residential community. He described the apartment as neither too high nor too low, a spacious flat with ample light, where a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a splendid view of the river. The furniture and appliances were the latest and most fashionable styles. Yuji was instantly enamored. How could Lin Yun afford such a splendid residence? He snorted softly and turned to Lin Yun, retracting his smile. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Lin Yun responded with a puzzled expression. The young man, visibly irritated, continued. Now that you have money, you look down on your previous home. So, you also look down on me, don't you? You must think I'm bothersome for asking you for money. This place was bought for you to live in. So it was meant for him, thought Yuji, his lips curving upward, his eyes sparkling. But wait, it still belonged to Lin Yun. What if they quarreled? Surely, he would evict him. Yuji argued passionately. If that happens, I won't be able to be angry with you. I will have to appease you, or I will end up homeless. How could you think like that? Lin Yun pressed his fingers to his forehead. It had to be those alphas who had corrupted Yuji's thinking. Lin Yun then produced several sheets of paper. At that moment, Yuji's eyes widened, and he snatched them up, eagerly flipping through them. He read aloud the text of the gift agreement, his mouth gradually dropping open in disbelief as he looked at Lin Yun. With a composed demeanor and a twinkle in his eye, Lin Yun said, once you sign, we can proceed with the transfer. Oh, Lin Yun, you are the best. This is amazing. I have a home now. Chapter 53. The Vanity of the Pretentious Childhood Friend. Yuji's smile was radiant. Why didn't you give me a villa? Wealthy people usually gift villas. Afraid that Lin Yun might only provide this one gift, he hastily began to voice his concerns, pretending to mumble quietly, though his voice was loud enough for anyone to hear. Lin Yun was not at all put off by Yuji's greed and responded earnestly, because the villa is too far from school. This place is closer. I will buy you a villa later. All right. Yuji quickly agreed, adding, but remember, it's not what I want. It's what you insisted on giving me. Yuji's feelings toward Lin Yun were complex. He felt envy for Lin Yun's newfound status as a wealthy heir, while simultaneously feeling joy at the prospect of gaining substantial wealth and property through their friendship. He wished he could be the one recognized as an heir, for he too was a kind and honest beta, not at all materialistic, and would treat friends with the same generosity. Yuji had forgotten about the post he had made online. Each day, countless posts were shared on the forum, and his was merely one among many. It hardly mattered, did it? At most, it would gain a day or two of attention. After all, Lin Yun was not a widely recognized affluent alpha, and many people were unfamiliar with him. After their encounter, Lin Yun returned to school. Alongside his studies, he was also engaging in the essential courses for heirs of affluent families. Upon returning to school, Lin Yun was no longer the impoverished boy he once was. He had become well-informed, having learned of his own identity through connections with other wealthy youths. It turned out the rumors he had previously encountered were not mere jest. Lin Yun truly was the estranged heir of the Lin family. Thus, a post that should have reached its conclusion was unexpectedly revived. The initial fervor, as Yuji had anticipated, would dissipate once the onlookers had their fill of gossip. However, With Lin.As vastly different status and the audacity of some to speak ill of him, the post regained traction and surged back to life. Lin.As, who typically paid little heed to the forum, sensed something amiss from the expressions of those around him. He soon discovered the prominent post hanging in the forum. The account of the poster was a randomly generated string of characters, and the replies were numerous. Lin.As, possessing a commendable temperament, felt no anger upon seeing the post. His expression remained neutral, but as he scrolled through the responses, his fingers, resting on his knees, gradually tightened. Why did the tone seem somewhat familiar? His gaze deepened as he dialed a number. A day later, he received an answer. You must have an inkling of who authored those posts, correct? Lin.As remained silent, shadows obscuring the contours of his face, leaving the person opposite him unable to discern his expression, save for catching a fleeting glimpse of his pale lips. However, the bitterness of betrayal by those closest to him was palpable. It was rumored that Lin.As had transferred a considerable sum of money. You must have guessed by now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have instructed me to remain silent. You merely sought to uncover the truth. Being slandered from behind is not something one can easily overlook. Unless, of course, one wishes to show leniency. I'm not saying this lightly. You ought to see for yourself. The man has no ties to the Lin family. He is merely someone Lin.As sought out privately. No need for you to interfere. Just manage your own affairs. The alpha's voice was hoarse. A few flimsy documents seemed to weigh a ton. He slowly flipped through them, scanning the lines. Lin.As focused solely on rereading the original poster's words. After a long moment, he gently closed the documents. Having grown up alongside Yu, how could he not understand his disposition, though somewhat spoiled and willful? It was Yu's innocence that allowed others to easily deceive him with a few casual words. The fault did not lie with Yu, but rather with that group of alphas. If they hadn't whispered in his ear, how could he have acted in such a manner? Lin.As wished to discuss this with Yu. He had no intention of exposing the matter, as the post had long since been removed by the forum administrators. Yet Lin.As overlooked the fact that if he did not act, others would. Initially, the Lin family seemed rather inconspicuous compared to the other three prestigious families due to their lack of an heir. With Lin.As emergence and differentiation into an alpha, many sought to curry favor with him and the Lin family. Now, a prime opportunity for allegiance lay before them. One would be a fool not to seize it. Consequently, those harboring such thoughts enlisted the help of hackers. The Lin family members were slandered on the forum, and though they used guest accounts, they were still methodically stripped of their facades, like peeling an onion. The hackers easily traced Yu's IP address and identity. Unexpectedly, it was indeed someone from Lin.As past who posted this. The two had grown up together as childhood friends. One might ponder whether the allegations of Lin.As bullying others are true or false. It is uncertain. One should not casually utter Lin.As name. For behind him stands the Lin family, who could easily bring about your financial ruin. Then you shall have cause to weep. Nevertheless, this beta possesses quite the talent for treachery. Amidst laughter and jest, the send button was pressed. The evidence of Yu's slander and schemes was thus brazenly displayed on the forum. It was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves and revealing many lurking in the depths. Is this Yu the one I'm thinking of? Due to his close associations with He Fei, Kong Lu, Yin Huan, and that group of affluent second-generation elites. Coupled with his humble origins as a beta, a myriad of unique factors coalesced to render Yu quite renowned at a university. Naturally, envy and admiration for him existed. Yet given the alpha standing beside him, these individuals dared not express their malice openly. The situation twists and turns. I truly did not anticipate this. So, did Lin.As genuinely bully Yu, or is it Yu who is deliberately framing Lin.As? Chapter 54. The Vanity of the Beta Pretending to be an Alpha. As far as I know, ISNT Yu depended on Lin.As for his sustenance. Lin.As has been quite generous to him. How could he possibly speak ill of Lin.As in a post? Lin.As has never disclosed that Yu spends his money. Yet Yu's tendency to let secrets slip has led many to become aware of it. Lin.As wears clothes so worn they're nearly white, having spent all his money on Yu. Rumor has it that Yuji was able to attend a university thanks to him.As outstanding grades lowering the threshold. Is it possible that Yuji's claims hold some truth? That Lin pretends to treat him well on the surface while secretly bullying him? Yuji appears frail and delicate, with striking looks. Perhaps Lin seeks to torment him, leaving Yuji defenseless. While you're all concerned with whether Lin truly bullied Yuji and the veracity of Yuji's statements, I am the only one pondering. Wasn't Lin the wayward young master of the Lin family? If Yuji openly betrays him on the forum, will he not face retribution? Retribution would be warranted. I have attended a few classes with Lin. He is not the type to bully others. Though he may appear indifferent, he is earnest in both his studies and interpersonal dealings. Behind the scenes, he has been working diligently to earn money. He would never intentionally bully anyone. I have long wished to express that the accounts posted previously are largely fabrications, devoid of truth. Yuji harbors a fondness for browsing forums. There are numerous fresh happenings within, allowing him to partake in various juicy tidbits. This time, while casually scrolling through, he stumbled upon a post that caught his attention, prompting him to click eagerly. Upon recognizing the name of the individual being exposed, a chill ran down his spine, as if his blood had congealed. It was him. It was him. He hastily scrolled down. It was that very post. Lin had discovered it. And not just Lin. Everyone was aware. They knew how he spoke of Lin behind his back, how he secretly engaged in disparaging conversations. Yuji wished to gain a clearer understanding of the situation, yet aside from the evidence, all that remained were the incessant replies and discussions from university students, emerging one after another. Why is it that a misdeed is so swiftly uncovered? Moreover, he had said nothing derogatory about Lin. He merely pointed out Lin's bullying tendencies and a few minor flaws. However, under the influence of netizens, the focus shifted not to the content of his criticisms, but rather to the perceived betrayal of Lin, who had been his childhood companion. It seemed as though his mere utterance of discontent transformed him into a villain of the highest order. The young boy was flustered and dared not raise his head. While his classmates engaged in conversation around him, Yuji felt that many eyes were directed at him, whispering and gossiping. He bowed his head, struggling to hold back tears, and hurriedly fled the classroom. Opening his contacts, he did not pause to consider whom to call. He simply dialed the first name that appeared. "Hello, Gigi." It was Hifei's voice. Yuji, in a state of panic, let out a couple of sobs. "What should I do? Oh no, Hifei. I've done something wrong, and now I've been discovered. What am I to do?" Hifei, initially calm, felt his heart race upon hearing the distressed tone in Yuji's voice. Yet he composed himself to offer comfort. "It's all right. Don't be afraid, Gigi. What happened? I'll come to you. Don't worry." Sounds of hurriedly putting on a coat and the rush of air accompanied his words. Yuji, in a fluster, recounted his predicament to Hifei. He had spoken ill of Lin in a post, which had gone viral, leading to others exposing him. And now many were discussing him online. What should I do? What Hifei perceived as a trivial matter felt like the end of the world to Yuji. He understood that Yuji's innocence made him susceptible to fear of others' words. Yuji lacked the courage to stand alone. He needed protection. "It's all right. Don't be anxious. No one dares to speak ill of you. Are you at school? Where are you? I'll come find you. I'll investigate who posted about you on the forum." After hanging up, Hifei maintained a serious demeanor as he made another call. The person he treasured deeply, whom he could scarcely bear to utter a word against, was being targeted by malicious intent, causing Yuji distress. In 5 minutes, Hifei rushed to the far corner of the hallway where Yuji had taken refuge. The young boy sat on the ground, hugging his knees, clearly having cried. His eyes reddened. He had merely posted a single message, with no intention of inviting comments. It was others who had chosen to speak about him. Yet, the discourse was all centered around him. Yuji reviewed the contents of his post. It was nothing significant, merely a simple complaint, perhaps exaggerating Lin's flaws. "I've already had the post deleted. It's all right. Nothing will happen. Please don't cry, my dear, don't cry." Hifei half-squatted, wrapping his arms around Yuji's back, awkwardly attempting to wipe away his tears. "It's all sorted now. No one can post those things anymore." Yet, Yuji's tears seemed endless, rolling down like a ceaseless stream, and despite Hifei's efforts to console him, he could not be soothed. He Fei, feeling the chill of the ground, gently cradled Yu Ji in his arms, enveloping him in warmth. They would undoubtedly speak of him in their hearts, Yu Ji sobbed. They would say, how could there be such a villain as Yu Ji, who, despite Lin Yun's kindness, still slanders others behind their backs? They would cast him sidelong glances, whispering about him, just as they did when his disguise as an Omega was uncovered. At that time, he was indeed frightened and disheartened. However, since the number of people who knew him was far fewer than it was now, and Lin Yun allowed him to rest at home, the fear and sorrow gradually faded as Lin Yun became inseparable from him. Yu Ji pondered whether he was truly as wicked as they said. Had Lin Yun treated him poorly? Ever since he met Lin Yun, he had relied on him to rectify his mistakes and had often ordered him around. Yet Lin Yun never seemed angry with him. Yet he still spoke ill of Lin Yun behind his back. Bowing his head, he admitted, I am a villain. He Fei countered earnestly, not at all. Where is the wickedness in you? You are not wicked in the slightest. Your posts were merely ordinary complaints. I complain. Kong Lu complains. Yan Huan and Lin Yun do too. It is common to voice discontent when one is troubled. It is the malice of others that magnifies it. You merely intended to post something without anticipating its virality, did you? He Fei's voice was gentle, coaxing. Ultimately, this was Lin Yun's fault. Had it not been for Lin Yun, Yu Ji would never have been embroiled in such matters. Yu Ji mumbled an affirmative. He Fei seemed to have found his evidence. His expression serious. You are still young, timid, and would never dare to do anything wrong. At other times, being called timid would surely upset Yu Ji, prompting him to retort fiercely. Yet now, he nodded earnestly, acknowledging that he was indeed timid, and thus incapable of wrongdoing. The worst he had done was merely speak ill of others on his phone. After He Fei's comforting words, Yu Ji's spirits visibly lifted, yet he remained discontent. He softly stated, I do not wish to return home. Lin Yun might be waiting for him there, ready to ensnare him, as those commoners had suggested, preparing to retaliate against him. Chapter 55, The Vanity of Disguising as an Omega. He Fei suggested, why not stay at my place tonight? Take a short leave from school, and let us venture out for a few days to unwind. We should at least wait until the rumors at school have settled. Do you have a place in mind you would like to go? Yu Ji hesitated, unable to think of anything. His mind raced until he spotted a notification on his phone. A sudden inspiration struck him. I want to go soak in a hot spring. It was just the right time, as the weather had turned cold, and he had yet to experience the pleasure of a hot spring. It would surely be delightful. He Fei contemplated, recalling a place. Let us go to the hot spring resort. There are pools for soaking, it's very comfortable, and massages are available. He Fei impassively closed the affordable hot spring hotel notifications on Yu Ji's phone and searched for several private hot spring resorts for Yu Ji to choose from. Convincing himself with the excuse of Yu Ji being deceived, He Fei noticed that Lin Yun did not seem as pleased as he had envisioned. He appeared as if his very spirit had been drained. He was afraid. He was apprehensive that Yu Ji would despise him, just as he had mentioned, harboring feelings of aversion and disfavor. He yearned to have an open conversation with Yu Ji, to discuss matters candidly, yet he pondered, would she find him intimidating? Secluding himself in his room, he repeatedly opened Yu Ji's profile, caressing his phone, typing and deleting line after line of messages. It was not until 2 days had elapsed that he discovered someone had posted evidence of Yu Ji's betrayal on the forum. His mind buzzed, leaving him in a state of utter emptiness. Was it true that someone had shared the evidence? Seeking confirmation, he trembled as he accessed the forum. Although the post had long been removed, several individuals had reached out to Lin Yun, sending him numerous screenshots regarding the incident. Upon reading those words, Lin Yun's eyelashes fluttered, his dark eyes seemingly harboring unfathomable currents beneath their surface. He opened his phone and sent several messages to Yu Ji, but silence ensued, devoid of any response. Typically, Yu Ji would indulge in late mornings, and her replies could be delayed, sometimes taking days for longer messages. Yet this time felt different. It was not mere indifference, but rather a sense that even if she had seen his messages, she would choose not to respond. His complexion drained of color, as if all the blood had been drawn from his face. Distant mountains appeared like indigo shadows. The contours of a sprawling complex emerged in the twilight. They had arrived at the hot spring resort, surrounded by dense bamboo groves, which enveloped the buildings in a verdant embrace. "Sir, welcome to him.As Resort," greeted a staff member as two cars came to a halt, and the doorman approached, bowing to open the car doors. The expansive glass facade reflected the last hues of the sunset. He-Fei unfastened Yu-Ji's seatbelt. Emerging from a second vehicle were Yin-Huan and Kong Lu, one carrying snacks for Yu-Ji, while the other had a bag filled with daily necessities and clothing. The trio of tall, handsome alphas illuminated the space with their presence. Upon entering the lobby, it was more spacious and grand than an ordinary hotel, with strings of lights cascading like waterfalls. The reception desk, carved from solid black walnut, bore flowing patterns resembling ink in motion. The new Chinese-style design added a touch of natural beauty to the resort's interior. The staff, clad in tailored uniforms, wore smiles that had been measured for perfect curvature, exuding grace and poise. In addition to the public hot spring area, there were private villas equipped with independent hot spring baths. Under the guidance of the staff, Yu-Ji excitedly began to converse. "The village I come from resembles this place. The mountains are also filled with bamboo, and we have an abundance of bamboo shoots in winter." He had assumed that a luxurious, high-end establishment would consist of tall buildings with large glass windows, but he was pleasantly surprised to find the resort within the bamboo forest to be so enchanting. Originally, He-Fei had come out with Yu-Ji, but Kong Lu, aware of the situation on the forum and concerned for Yu-Ji, was desperate to find her. When he sought her out, Yu-Ji had made an excuse to decline, claiming it was inconvenient. Kong Lu was relentless, refusing to accept mere excuses, and through persistent questioning, he eventually learned that Yu-Ji was staying at He-Fei's residence. Yu-Ji was not adept at concealing matters, and under Kong Li's incessant inquiries, she found herself divulging the plans she had with He-Fei. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu was taken aback, and they proceeded into the courtyard. Yu-Ji took a photograph while soaking in a hot spring. Yes, first block Lin Yun. After checking twice to ensure that Lin Yun was indeed blocked, he felt relieved and shared the photo on his social media. A little relaxation and a soak in a hot spring seemed just right. He was somewhat of a minor celebrity, having added numerous affluent alpha friends. These acquaintances were likely different from those in the forums. They were genuine friends. Once Yu-Ji posted on his social media, he immediately garnered a plethora of responses. "Wow, this pool looks a bit familiar. Is it Yu-Chuan? Their establishment is members only and quite expensive." Yu-Ji replied, "Is it a members-only place? I had no idea. I just came here on a whim." Of course, Yu-Ji was well aware of the membership requirement. He feigned ignorance merely to imply that he had an extensive network of friends, suggesting that he could come and go as he pleased. Meng Shiyin texted, "Have you gone to hot springs?" Initially, Yu-Ji feared that He-Fei might see the message, but then he recalled that only mutual friends could view it, which alleviated his worries. Meng Shiyin despised He-Fei and surely did not have him as a friend. Meng Shiyin then called. "So, are you at the hot springs? Where? I've seen your post. You weren't paying attention." Yu-Chuan. Meng Shiyin must have scrolled through the messages. After a moment of silence, he lazily remarked, "I'll come find you after I finish my work tomorrow." "Huh? No need, really. You're busy. I'm quite comfortable soaking alone. Are you with someone?" Yu-Ji was taken aback by Meng Shiyin's perceptiveness. He had revealed not a shred of information, yet it had been discerned. The young man squinted his eyes, scanning his surroundings seriously, dismissing the possibility that Meng Shiyin had placed a surveillance device nearby. He concluded that it must be a wild guess on Meng Shiyin's part. What luck that he had guessed correctly. Yu-Ji's silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Through the phone, Meng Shiyin wanted to press the matter, but was concerned that Yu-Ji might sulk and ignore him, which he had no way of appeasing. Suppressing his jealousy, he said, "Let us discuss this tomorrow. Just send me your room number." He hung up. Yu-Ji comfortably soaked for a while in the private hot spring pool, nearly drifting off to sleep. Thankfully, Kong Lu brought him some fruit. "I know," Yu-Ji pouted, "I just dozed off. It was so hot. Tomorrow evening, we'll go to the large hot spring behind the villa, a private pool, much more enjoyable than the one in the room." Yin-Huan and He-Fei had matters to attend to the next day, which would afford Yu-Ji and himself some quality time together. Considering Yu-Ji's social media post, Kong Lu paused. "It's perfect for photos. It'll look great on social media." In a daze, Yu Ji agreed. Tomorrow, they would visit the large hot spring. Meng Shiyan arrived the following evening, bringing Yu Ji a cream cake. Is the hot spring enjoyable? It's all right, quite comfortable. It's warm. But one can't soak for too long. After exchanging a few words, there was a loud and heavy knock at the door. Yu Ji had not fully closed the door. It was merely ajar. With fury etched upon their faces, Kong Lu and Meng Shiyan locked eyes, momentarily taken aback. Kong Lu pointed accusingly at Meng Shiyan, exclaiming, Ji, who is he? Upon entering Yu Ji's room, he had initially thought he was mistaken, only to discover that there was indeed someone present. Have you been up to no good? Kong Li's mind raced with countless suspicions, transforming him into a detective, intent on uncovering every clue surrounding Yu Ji. What nonsense are you spouting? He is my friend, here specifically to see me, Yu Ji insisted, believing she was speaking the truth. Yet, when faced with scrutiny, her timid nature betrayed her. Her eyes darted about, her voice quavering, rendering her attempts to convince others futile. You have done something wrong. Kong Li's expression darkened ominously. I knew it. He stared intently at Yu Ji for a prolonged moment, muttering a curse under his breath. Finally, he delivered a forceful kick to the nearby sofa, producing a resounding thud. At that moment, the alpha resembled a beast on the brink of madness. Its heart corroded by jealousy, yet forced to endure. Ji, do not associate with such an emotionally volatile alpha. It may bring you harm, Meng Shiyan remarked, casting a casual yet pointed glance at Kong Lu. However, Kong Lu, acutely aware of the underlying provocation, felt his temper flare, his mind exploding with rage, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. Damn that insolent alpha for daring to provoke me. Yu Ji, come here, he commanded, but Yu Ji remained motionless. She believed she had Kong Lu under control, thinking she could express her frustrations at will, yet the sight of the enraged alpha filled her with trepidation, especially with Meng Shiyan's warning about the alpha's unpredictable emotions, which could lead to harmful actions. Thus, the moment Kong Lu was pushed to the brink occurred. Instead of moving toward him, Yu Ji instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Meng Shiyan. He extended his hand protectively, shielding Yu Ji. Meanwhile, Kong Lu became the villainous figure, intent on wrongdoing. His ire was not directed at Yu Ji, but rather at this alpha. Surely, Yu Ji wouldn't mistake him for a mercurial, temperamental alpha, would she? Panic surged within Kong Lu as he strode forward, glaring fiercely at Meng Shiyan before circumventing him. Like a hawk seizing its prey, Meng Shiyan could not entirely block Yu Ji's form, yet he managed to grasp her arm. Why won't you come over? He grit out, a pang of bitterness lacing his words. With a scrutinizing gaze, Kong Lu assessed Meng Shiyan from head to toe, his expression critical and disdainful. Familiar with He Fei and Yan Huan since childhood, having grown up within the same elite circles, he regarded this alpha as a mere insignificant figure who had inexplicably emerged. However, with each passing moment of observation, the sense of threat intensified. There was more to him than met the eye. He would need to observe further. In contrast to the haughty demeanor of prestigious heirs, Meng Shiyan exuded a somewhat different aura. His pallid complexion suggested a prolonged absence from sunlight, and his elongated eyes, half-lidded, bore a sardonic glimmer. What is most distinctive about him is the sinister aura that envelopes him, akin to a venomous serpent, a clear indication that he is not of good nature. Kong Lu, despite his own shortcomings, believes he would never harm Yu Ji. However, this individual, whose identity is shrouded in ambiguity, poses a significant threat. Remaining close to Yu Ji could very well lead to her suffering. Let go of me. Do not hold me any longer. Yu Ji struggled, yet her efforts proved futile. Did you hear that? Ji wants you to release her. Kong Li's expression darkened suddenly as he growled. Who do you think you are to call her Ji? Chapter 57. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend, his gaze fixated on Meng Shiyan's hand gripping Yu Ji. Remove your hand at once, you wretched creature. The smile on Meng Shiyan's face gradually faded, replaced by an impassive expression, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Useless, he murmured softly. Thus, before a moment of silence could settle, the two erupted into another furious argument. Considering Yu Ji, neither chose to resort to physical confrontation. Yet their verbal exchanges surged like waves, with neither willing to release Yuji, as though yielding would signify defeat. Caught between the two alphas, Yuji observed with a sense of disillusionment. At this moment, the alphas no longer seemed intimidating. In fact, they appeared rather juvenile, akin to two schoolchildren bickering. "Enough already. You're both so loud," she exclaimed, covering her ears and shaking her head vigorously. As soon as Yuji's voice echoed, the room fell silent. Konglu raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't me who started this. He insulted me first." "Gigi, you heard that, didn't you?" Meng Shiyan, unyielding, looked down at Yuji, who barged in without understanding the situation first. "Darling, shall we kick him out? He shows no respect whatsoever." Just as it seemed the two alphas were poised to clash again, a knock echoed from the door. However, rather than feeling relieved, Yuji felt a knot in her stomach, wishing the two would continue their quarrel. "I hope it's the waiter, the waiter." Heaven did not heed the boy's silent prayers. "Gigi, would you like to join me for a hot spring?" It was Ifei's voice. Why does this always happen? It seemed that whenever he found himself in private company with an alpha, unforeseen circumstances would arise, particularly in intimate spaces like this room. "Weren't you supposed to be busy?" Yuji exclaimed, widening her eyes as she questioned Konglu. "He truly is occupied," Konglu replied, for he had indeed used his family's influence to create obstacles for Ifei and Yanhuan, wishing to keep them apart and enjoy a world of two with Yuji. This morning, he had witnessed Ifei and Yanhuan leaving together. He had not anticipated Ifei's swift return. Wait, if Ifei is back, what about Yanhuan? Wouldn't he return as well? Would he? Then you should hurry and hide, Yuji urged, her small face stern and particularly fierce. Konglu found the fierce Yuji endearing, fearing to upset her, and immediately sought a place to conceal himself. However, upon noticing Meng Shiyan standing still beside him, his steps halted abruptly. "What are you doing? Hurry and hide," Yuji exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Konglu gestured for Yuji to glance at Meng Shiyan. Following Konglu's gaze, Yuji looked over. Meng Shiyan retorted, "Hide? Do I really need to hide from Ifei?" He found the notion amusing. After all, he had always despised Ifei. To hide now would imply that he felt inferior to Ifei, that he feared him. Yuji quickly turned his attention back to Konglu. With Meng Shiyan's words, Konglu became even less inclined to conceal himself. He spread his hand wide, stating, "I won't hide either. What is there for me to hide from?" He entered the hot spring villa openly, boldly stepping into the room, feeling he had even less reason to hide than Meng Shiyan. Konglu scorned himself for regressing. Why should he fear Ifei to the point of hiding? How could there be such a troublesome alpha? Ifei was just outside, and Yuji could hardly imagine the scene of three alphas meeting. He exerted all his strength to push, his cheeks flushed with effort, while the alpha remained unfazed, casually stroking his hair. Amidst his urgency and desperation, Meng Shiyan finally relented. "I can hide if necessary, but," he added before Yuji could rejoice, "you must agree to go on a date with me first." Konglu shot a fierce glare at Meng Shiyan, insisting, "Gigi, if you agree to go on a date with me, I will hide too." Reluctantly, Yuji acquiesced to both of them. This time the two alphas, as Yuji desired, concealed themselves in the wardrobe, the perfect hiding place. Yuji hurriedly opened the door for Ifei. Once inside, Ifei surveyed the room, following Yuji's gaze behind him. Apart from the furniture, there seemed to be nothing else at first glance. "I've been waiting outside for quite a while." Yuji swiftly changed the subject, yawning, "I accidentally fell asleep and didn't hear you knock. I heard sounds inside. Are you the only one in here?" Ifei's expression suggested a desire to investigate further, prompting Yuji to think of a diversion. "I'm not feeling well." Yuji pretended to sway unsteadily, feigning dizziness. The act was painfully obvious. Ifei caught him, concern etched on his face. "Not well? Feeling dizzy? Where's her pain?" "Dizzy and everything hurts." Initially, it was merely a performance, but as he listened to Ifei's caring words, Yuji found himself genuinely feeling unwell, lightheaded and weak, his eyelids heavy, yearning for sleep. "Let me take a look. It's fine. I just need to rest a bit." Yuji's nonchalant demeanor elicited a disapproving expression from Ifei. Being sick is a serious matter. How can you simply rest and expect to be well? A minor ailment can escalate into something grave, leading to loss of appetite and gradual weakness. No amount of medication or hospital visits will suffice in the end. Yuji was taken aback by He-Fei's words. What began as slight discomfort morphed into something far more severe. What should I do? I feel so dizzy and weak, sob. It's all right. I'll check you over. Check. Yuji questioned, puzzled. Have you studied medicine? He felt reluctant for He-Fei to examine him, fearing that an examination might only worsen his condition. I've learned a bit. I can manage a simple check. He-Fei pondered and said, Do you feel dizzy, lacking strength, unable to lift your fingers, and experiencing a heaviness in your chest? Yes, that is indeed how I feel. He-Fei surprisingly articulated his symptoms accurately. The thought of him potentially falling gravely ill filled Yuji with increasing concern, escalating from fraction to an overwhelming sense of dread. Wishing fervently for He-Fei to conduct an examination, he had no desire to fall ill, to take medication, or to confront mortality. Thus, he complied with whatever He-Fei instructed. When He-Fei advised him to recline on the bed, he obediently complied, and when He-Fei suggested lifting his shirt, he did so without hesitation. Although the setting was different, it bore an uncanny resemblance to their previous encounter in the underground black market, offering a similar treatment but with an additional presence. As he reflected on this, Kong Lu shot a chilling glance at Meng Shiyan. Is he the alpha from the underground black market? The one feigning vulnerability to persuade Yuji into receiving inhibitor injections? Gang Lumut, do you believe He-Fei's claims of illness? I do not, came the silent response from the alpha, his downcast lashes and thin eyelids betraying a cold demeanor, who was unaware of He-Fei's intentions to deceive the young beta, leveraging the pretense of a physical examination to exploit Yuji. His demeanor was overly composed, devoid of any tumult, prompting Kong Lu to cast him another curious glance. Suddenly, he noticed the alpha's fingers clenched tightly, blood seeping through. Quite ruthless indeed. It appeared all of this was merely an act. After his derision, Kong Lu felt a pang of self-reflection. At least others could converse with Yuji, while he remained the one forced into hiding, unable to appear openly. What was this, a clandestine romance? How did He-Fei conduct his examination of Yuji? An alpha with such ulterior motives would surely first deceive the young boy into shedding his clothing, then coax him about his discomfort, taking the opportunity to explore the young boy's body thoroughly. Chapter 58. The vanity of a pretentious friend. He-Fei was precisely the kind of perverse alpha. The wardrobe was not small, yet felt distinctly constricted with the presence of two alphas inside. Listening to the hurried breaths beside him, Meng Shiyan could envision Kong Li's face, fraught with agitation and fury, unable to endure the situation any longer. The two alphas were huddled together like two wild dogs, concealed within the wardrobe, hidden from sight. At some point, a small crack appeared in the wardrobe door. The esteemed alpha, after a silent struggle, squinted, eager to glimpse the entirety of the scene within the room through the narrow opening. Fortunately, the wardrobe was situated in a blind spot, typically overlooked, so the slight opening went unnoticed. I'm feeling quite unwell, came Yuji's mumbled voice, exceedingly delicate and instinctively reliant on the person beside him, fearing any oversight during He-Fei's examination. So foolish, so naive to heed He-Fei's words. He knows nothing about medicine. Meng Shiyan and Kong Lu did not have the luxury to ponder whether the other was a rival. In any case, regardless of their status, neither could stand He-Fei. Let us go soak in the hot spring shortly. It will bring much relief, He-Fei suggested after massaging Yuji for a while, the young boy humming contentedly, convinced that He-Fei truly had a talent for healing. Sounds wonderful. In a certain sense, Kong Li's thoughts were not entirely misguided. Yuji's complexion was pale, with shadows beneath his eyes, clearly indicating late nights spent on his phone. He-Fei casually mentioned a few symptoms of fatigue and sleep deprivation, which immediately captivated Yuji's attention. Yan-Huan's arrival was unannounced. He leaned against the wall, cigarette in mouth, observing He-Fei as he administered a massage to Yuji. Do not smoke in here, He-Fei frowned. It's quite unpleasant. Yuji was initially startled upon seeing Yan-Huan. But as he realized Yan Huan was merely leaning against the wall without any further action, he resumed his focus on He-Fei's treatment. The world was vast, yet nothing was as paramount as his own health. He despised the acrid scent of smoke, which clouded his mind. Had Yan Huan been his former self, he would not have dared to voice such sentiments. However, the current Yan Huan was different, and he found the courage to speak up, commanding, "Do not smoke in my room." He-Fei's words prompted Yan Huan to lift his eyelids dismissively, still clutching the cigarette. Yet, when Yu spoke, Yan Huan swiftly tossed the cigarette into the trash bin, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "I haven't smoked. I haven't even lit it. Is that so? Does not lighting it exempt you from smoking? Then why not light it?" The young man pressed assertively. "Is it not to avoid bothering you? Besides, I do not smoke all the time." As an alpha with strong physical resilience, Yan Huan had no addiction. He simply found life mundane. Yan Huan shifted the topic. "What did He-Fei do for you?" His tone was nonchalant, as if it were a casual inquiry. Yet only He-Fei noticed the tension underlying Yan Huan's otherwise indifferent expression. "He-S treating me. I am quite ill and feel exceptionally uncomfortable." "Ill?" Yan Huan scoffed, glancing at He-Fei, his demeanor darkening suddenly. "You look perfectly healthy. There is no sign of illness. How could you be so easily deceived by He-Fei's underhanded tactics? You care not for my well-being. Do not linger here." He was indeed unwell, and He-Fei had articulated his discomfort so clearly. Yan Huan must have been intentionally obstructive, wishing to prevent his recovery. Yu turned his face away, ignoring Yan Huan. Seeing him like this, Yu was resolute in his belief that he needed treatment. Yan Huan hastily attempted to placate him, disregarding any intention to expose He-Fei's deception, revealing it would only further aggravate Yu. "Young master, we are almost there," Lin Yun said, his eyes reflecting the swiftly passing scenery outside the vehicle. Yu had not attended class and was unreachable upon inquiring with the counselor. Lin Yun learned that Yu had taken a leave of absence for a while. Lin Yun dispatched individuals to locate Yu, but after several days, they were still unsuccessful. Altering his approach, Lin Yun sought other avenues. Indeed, He-Fei, Yan Huan, and Kong Lu had also taken leave. What circumstance could compel all three to be absent simultaneously? From their recent frequented locations, he deduced that they were likely at Yuchuan Mountain Villa, which coincidentally belonged to a branch of the Lin family. However, due to the distancing of generations, while it was known that the villa's owner was affluent, few were aware of the connection to the Lin family. During the time spent searching for Yu, Lin Yun also took the opportunity to address several factions behind the smear campaign. While other forces intervened, their mutual goals led Lin Yun to refrain from interference. The night had fallen, casting a shadow over the deep bamboo grove in the mountains, a place where most would hesitate to tread. "I seek a guest by the name of Yu, or perhaps a room belonging to the young masters of the He, Kong, or Yin families. Kindly assist me in my search. I apologize, but that information pertains to our guest's privacy, and we cannot disclose it," the manager replied, his expression revealing his discomfort. Lin Yun fixed his gaze upon him, tilting his head, prompting his subordinate to swiftly make a phone call. Upon receiving a call from the manager, the staff's demeanor towards Lin Yun shifted to one of greater respect, and soon he had the information Lin Yun sought. "Young Master Lin, I have found the person you're looking for. They checked in yesterday at the Tingzhu Yuan. Allow me to escort you there." Yu. Lin Yun quickened his pace, his heart racing with anticipation and trepidation. He yearned to see Yu, yet feared that Yu would shun him, harboring disdain for him. "Are we almost there?" "Just ahead," the staff replied, discreetly wiping their forehead to dispel non-existent sweat. Initially, they had intended to offer Lin Yun a detailed introduction, but now they merely hurried along. However, upon arriving at the Tingzhu Yuan, just before entering the secluded courtyard, Lin Yun hesitated, his resolve faltering. 5 minutes later, Yu peeked out, spotting the service staff wheeling in a food cart, and he exhaled in relief. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Here are some light refreshments from our lodge. I shall bring them inside for you. Enjoy your stay." "Oh, refreshments!" Yu exclaimed with surprise. "Thank you, but I can take them myself." It became evident that Yu had relaxed far too soon. A pair of hands, quicker than his own, seized the tray. Yu stood frozen for 2 seconds, following the arm of the person who had taken the tray upward. Lin Yun, what was he doing here? Surely, this was an act of retribution against him. How could he harbor such disdain, such hatred? All he had done was speak ill of Lin Yun, and now he was being pursued for vengeance. He stood bewildered, uncertain whether to dash into the room immediately or first retrieve the tray before making his escape. Lin Yun, oblivious to Yu's turmoil, took a deep breath and approached him, gazing into the young boy's fair, delicate face. I wish to have a word with you. What is there to discuss? Yu retorted without a moment's thought. The system's prompt arrived slowly. Upon learning that Lin Yun had successfully ascended and was recognized by a prestigious family, the disparity between your statuses became stark. Your lofty aspirations were met with the harsh reality of your situation. And even though Lin Yun continued to provide for you and treat you kindly, you could not endure the disparity. It was merely Lin Yun's charity, a manifestation of his pity. The more he invested in you, the greater your envy and resentment grew, feeling it was unjust. Thus, you took to the forum to malign Lin Yun, fabricating baseless tales to vent your jealousy. You, the foolish and venomous individual, shall ultimately be vanquished. You believe yourself clever, creating a new account to bask in your own self-satisfaction, thinking no one would unveil your identity. Yet, reality proved otherwise, and your true nature was effortlessly exposed, revealing your duplicity to all. Lin Yun approached you with a sense of urgency, and you were acutely aware of his elevated status. Overwhelmed with emotion, you pleaded for his forgiveness, hoping he would not hold your transgressions against you, attributing your actions to a moment of folly. In any case, you sought to concoct various excuses to express your innocence. Please wait a moment, Yu said as she abruptly closed the door. In the absence of Lin Yun, a fleeting sense of relief washed over her, only to be swiftly replaced by a heavy heart at the thought of him. I need to discuss something with Lin Yun. You all should leave, she insisted. Is Lin Yun here? Outside? He raised an eyebrow. Yes, he has come to speak with me, she replied. He noted that Lin Yun appeared considerably more at ease now, and there was no need for him to remain and provide treatment. After a moment's contemplation, Yu added, perhaps we can indulge in a hot spring later this evening, though I may be too busy to join. Her tone carried a slight lift, and despite her anxiety over the prospect of Lin Yun's wrath, a smirk of pride crept onto her face at the thought of his busy schedule. I can't leave. What if he bullies you? Our rooms are far apart, and should you call for help, there's no one to hear you, Yan declared, crossing his arms defiantly. But I need to speak with Lin Yun without your presence. Yu's voice grew firmer, though deep down, she yearned for Yan's protection. However, the thought of admitting her faults to Lin Yun was too humiliating to bear in front of others. Yan responded, no, I cannot trust him, and I trust you even less. He shook his head. I will not leave either. You posted that message. Lin Yun must be quite upset. Until I can ascertain that he poses no threat to you, I will remain. He then shifted his tone. However, if you must speak with Lin Yun, Yan and I can conceal ourselves within the room, ensuring Lin Yun remains unaware of our presence. With a resigned sigh, Yu acknowledged the situation. The steadfast resolve of the two alphas left her little choice but to lower her voice, aiming to avoid detection. Go to the wardrobe, she instructed. Wait, you should hide behind the curtains. Over there, she directed as she noticed Yan changing direction. A wave of relief washed over her. It was a close call. As Yan nearly entered the wardrobe, Yu took a moment to compose herself, rubbing her eyes and patting her cheeks before finally welcoming Lin Yun inside. You. Lin Yun barely managed to utter a single word before Yu interjected. I know why you are here to see me, she said, her gaze fixed on the floor as she playfully kicked her slippers forward, as if to direct her frustration towards Lin Yun. You know, Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Yes, it is because I posted that message and spoke ill of you. As she spoke, the young woman cast a furtive glance at Lin Yun. Lin Yun remained silent, his expression grave. Yu instinctively felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. She considered herself fortunate that he had not struck her yet. Steeling herself with a deep breath, she bit her lip and trembled as she spoke. I am sorry, Lin Yun. I was wrong, and I should not have acted that way. It was not my intention. Please forgive me. Yet, Deep down, she knew Lin Yun would never grant her forgiveness. He had committed numerous wrongdoings, and Lin Yun would certainly scold him harshly, insisting he leave. If Lin Yun commanded him to go, should he merely exit or actually roll away? It was, after all, his own residence. How could he be forced to roll out? Acknowledging his mistakes? After all those misdeeds, Lin Yun huffed lightly, and he finally comprehended why Yu Ji had been avoiding him. The young boy drooped his head, wishing to cover Lin Yun's mouth, pleading for silence. I understand I was wrong. Lin Yun was always so talkative. Setting aside the facts, did Lin Yun bear no responsibility in this matter? It was Lin Yun who had ascended to the status of a wealthy heir, deliberately flaunting it before him, leading him astray. Wait, had he misheard? What had Lin Yun said? Yu Ji quickly turned to Lin Yun, wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could emanate from his lips. Moreover, he was apprehensive, fearing Lin Yun's retaliation, yet the latter's response was unexpectedly lighthearted. I forgive you. I do not blame you. Really? A hint of bewilderment flickered across Yu Ji's face. But why? He did not understand. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. Yu Ji relished being coddled, adored, and was petulant and willful. Yet when it came to matters of the heart, he was rather naive. He believed he knew much, but regarding others' affections, he felt it was due to his own cleverness, failing to recognize how much he had unwittingly gained. Because I know, Ji, you've been deceived by others. How could your innocent and kind nature fathom such treachery? Lin Yun's voice was soft, like a drifting cloud, devoid of any hostility, offering warmth and solace. There is someone nearby who has been inciting you with ill intent, coaxing you into wrongdoing. Is that true? Lin Yun's conviction was overwhelming. Initially, these thoughts had emerged from the depths of Yu Ji's heart, but as Lin Yun spoke, they became hazy, and Yu Ji began to feel that he was not the one committing the misdeeds. Rather, it was others who had deliberately lured him into them. In truth, he remained that innocent and kind-hearted little beta. It is your failure to protect me that allowed the wicked to deceive me. Yu Ji began to assert himself, transitioning from his previous submissiveness to lifting his chin with an air of pride. He had always been one to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Initially expecting Lin Yun to scold him, he put on a pitiful facade. Yet now, with Lin Yun showing no aggression, he grew emboldened. It was I who allowed Ji to be deceived. It is all my fault. Please forgive me, Ji. Then you must write a clarification, stating that person is not me and that I did not post those messages. You made me scold you. I never intended to berate you. It was only upon your insistence that I reluctantly agreed. How clever he was, compelling Lin Yun, the very victim, to clarify. Thus, no one could refute him. See how they speak of me? They all claim I am wicked, but I am not, right? Yu Ji sought to show Lin Yun the posts. Chapter 60. The Vanity of the Pretentious Childhood Friend. Initially intending to show Lin Yun the comments about him, Yu Ji flipped through the posts, but found none. Almost forgetting, the post had already been deleted. Yet Yu Ji still felt wronged. I did not say anything at all. The discourse merely hinted at Lin Yun's mistreatment of friends and suggested, albeit subtly, that he favored associating with affluent alphas, insinuating his flirtatious nature. However, the subsequent remarks by Yu Ji were scant, lacking in concrete examples. Initially, he contemplated incorporating Yin Huan and others into the narrative. But the dynamics among individuals are often transparent. Classmates possess discernment. Thus, his writing would have appeared fabricated had he proceeded. Consequently, he offered only ambiguous conjectures. Now, with the evidence vanished, he could articulate whatever he wished, claiming that if he stated something did not exist, then it simply did not. If he asserted that his comments were mere light-hearted banter, hardly qualifying as slander, then they were indeed not. Lin Yun had certainly perused the post, and Yu Ji dared not refute it entirely. In moments of emotional turmoil, coupled with Lin Yun's repeated indifference, Yu Ji felt compelled to voice such sentiments in his post. When they were together previously, he had restrained his words, believing that had it not been for Lin Yun's aloofness, as a child of privilege, leaving him to navigate life alone, he would never have resorted to such public expressions. Even the slightest grievance could be exaggerated to a significant degree by Yu Ji, painting Lin Yun as the architect of all woes. while he himself bore no fault. Upon discovering screenshots of disparaging comments about Lin Yun on social media, Yuji hastily seized Lin Yun's phone to peruse a few of the images, feeling increasingly aggrieved. How could they speak of him in such a manner? Labeling him as overly sensitive? The delicate young man could hardly withstand such words, even if not directed at him in person. Having seen them before, he could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes, though he refrained from shedding them. Having experienced the discomfort of swollen eyes from previous tears, he consciously sought to control his emotions, allowing tears to flow only when utterly unavoidable. His disdain for the individuals behind the disparaging posts grew exponentially. He believed that his affairs with Yuji required no external advocacy. Moreover, the underlying motives of those involved were hardly innocent. Upon investigation, it became evident that their intentions were to curry favor with him, which inadvertently caused Yuji harm. The general consensus among their peers regarding Lin Yun was predominantly positive, yet he was acutely aware of his own nature, far from benevolent or forgiving. He sought no definitions from outsiders. He was inherently selfish, desiring only Yuji's happiness. No matter the wrongdoing, he would willingly shoulder the blame, accepting any repercussions that may arise. Yuji, in his purity and kindness, was undeserving of the world's cruelty. It was Lin Yun who failed to protect him, and he vowed to ensure the poster faced consequences. Yuji was not flawed. He was a genuinely innocent young man, embodying all that is virtuous. Lin Yun did not weep profusely nor plead with Yuji. Instead, he effortlessly forgave him and even sought retribution on his behalf. It was a remarkable display of control. No wonder he was the protagonist, effortlessly maneuvering through the situation. Yuji, with a smug expression, eagerly urged Lin Yun to compose a clarification. "Is it finished?" he inquired, leaning closer to glimpse Lin Yun's phone. "It's done," Lin Yun replied, clearing his throat and nodding. The young boy beamed with joy, and seeing Yuji's elation softened Lin Yun's expression. It is entirely his fault. Upon discovering that Yuji had committed wrongdoing, he should have taken measures to nip any potential dangers in the bud, rather than succumbing to chaos and allowing his thoughts to wander aimlessly for so long, resulting in Yuji being slandered and subjected to public ridicule. Fortunately, Ji, being kind-hearted, forgave him and did not harbor any anger. The memory of the derogatory post screenshots flooded Lin Yun's mind, and merely contemplating those words rendered his throat parched. He could hardly fathom the extent of the grievances that Yuji had endured. However, in a moment of good spirits, after reading the clarification post edited by Lin Yun, Yuji's demeanor shifted dramatically, filled with indignation. "Why didn't you write that you forced me into this? It should be said that you made me insult you." And I reluctantly acquiesced. In such moments, Yuji ceased to contemplate the rationality of the situation or how Lin Yun could be foolish enough to provoke such public disparagement. He simply wished to appear blameless, hoping that all the misdeeds were solely Lin Yun's doing. "You claim the clarification post isn't yours. Yet you also assert that I begged you to insult me." Lin Yun chuckled. "What exactly do you want me to say? Think it over." Yuji found himself in a quandary. Lin Yun gently advised him, articulating his thoughts clearly. "If I claim that I begged you to insult me and that all those words were prompted by me, others will surely think I am deranged." Now, whenever Yuji saw Lin Yun, he would recall how others supported Lin Yun and stood by him in his defense. Thus, at that moment, Lin Yun's words sparked a flicker of delight within him, even though he wished to maintain a facade of indifference. Fearing that the forgiveness he had so painstakingly earned from Lin Yun might be rescinded, his expression betrayed him. He attempted to feign concern, but his eyes danced with suppressed mirth. It was a relief to realize that not everyone sided with Lin Yun. There were still those who criticized him. This was precisely how he wanted it. He resolved to insist that Lin Yun articulate it this way. Ideally, everyone would speak of Lin Yun, and he would then feign support, offering a few gracious words in his favor to showcase his magnanimity. To his surprise, Lin Yun shifted his tone. "What others say about me does not concern me. I am unperturbed by their judgments. However, I do not wish for you to be implicated." Yuji's eyes widened in disbelief. "What does that have to do with me?" He pondered. "Consider this. I am your friend. To others, we are merely childhood companions. If I am deemed eccentric, they will undoubtedly extend that label to you as well. Yuji nodded, recognizing the validity in Lin Yun's reasoning. Lin Yun's voice softened as he lowered his lashes, genuinely concerned for Yuji. I do not wish for you to be criticized. Yuji contemplated this. While dismissing Lin Yun's faults was one thing, he wondered what would happen if others also cast aspersions upon him. After much deliberation, he feigned reluctance and begrudgingly acquiesced to Lin Yun's perspective. Let us set aside that matter. Instead, let us discuss the unfortunate incident of my account being compromised. You mentioned that you sought my confirmation, but it was not I who sent those messages. It was a malicious individual who deliberately hacked my account with the intention of undermining our relationship. Yuji affectionately wrapped her arm around Lin Yun's, giving it a gentle shake. Can we say it like this? Would that be all right? Lin Yun readily acquiesced. Yuji reveled in the joy of having resolved yet another significant issue. She found Lin Yun much more agreeable, and as he conversed with her, she responded to him with enthusiasm. While Lin Yun was editing a text, he occasionally sought her input, asking if he should phrase it this way or that, and whether his wording might be amiss. Yuji, animatedly gesturing, expressed her thoughts freely, regardless of her understanding, voicing numerous opinions based on her desires. She couldn't help but tease Lin Yun, saying, "You really are foolish. You need me to point this out to you. Fortunately, I'm here, otherwise, you would still be struggling to compose a post." Meng Shiyin and Kong Lu, seeking convenience in their discussions, added each other as friends. One leaned against the inner wall of the wardrobe, fiddling with his phone, while the other rummaged through the wardrobe's seams, the soft glow of the phone screen illuminating their shadowy faces. Their expressions were tense, brimming with hostility. The scheming had reached a boiling point, deliberately choosing the late hour for confrontation. Meng Shiyin inquired, "Who is outside?" Kong Lu replied, "Lin Yun, Yuji's childhood companion. He was once a poor boy, but now he has been acknowledged by the Lin family." Kong Lu typed with gritted teeth, his force almost piercing through the phone. "Damn it, Lin Yun. Why won't he just fade away? He was just a poor boy, yet his luck turned, and now he is part of the Lin family. I have worked tirelessly to make Lin Yun recognize his true identity, to understand our disparity, and now he is transformed, gaining the ability to steal Yuji from me." Meng Shiyin cast a glance at the seething Kong Lu, whose eyes brimmed with animosity. The Alpha's hand rested against the wardrobe door, its grip so tight that it turned pale, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Meng Shiyin almost wished Kong Lu would indeed charge out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere outside. He had once thought that his greatest disdain was reserved for He Fei. However, apart from He Fei, the rivalry of a competitor was equally detestable. The curtain was tightly gripped in a large hand, veins bulging on the back of the hand, while Yan Huan, hidden behind the curtain, wore a countenance as dark as soot. Wasn't he, it said, that they were to discuss matters with Lin Yun? Was this truly how one conducted such discussions? In the innermost part of the room stood a dark-colored sofa, not far from which was a window overlooking a bamboo grove. He Fei reclined against the far arm of the sofa, kneeling on the floor, with the shadow of the armrest obscuring his figure. He listened intently to the conversation between Lin Yun and Yuji, repeatedly whispering Lin Yun's name to himself. He could not fathom why Yuji was so invested in him. Perhaps it was simply due to their shared upbringing that Lin Yun could so easily evoke Yuji's emotions. Maybe Yuji himself was unaware of his dependence on Lin Yun. Speaking ill of Lin Yun was one thing. How could he possibly be deserving of Yuji's apologies and forgiveness? Fingers pressed against the floor gradually curled into a fist, while the Alpha's handsome visage remained indifferent. The moonlight cast an eerie chill upon his face. He slightly tilted his head, shadows darkening beneath his eyelids. In front of Yuji, Lin Yun sent the meticulously edited clarification post, bringing this matter to a close. "Gigi, why didn't you tell me when you came out? You used to inform me." Yuji would never confess his fear of Lin Yun's retaliation for fleeing. I can go wherever I please without informing you. I thought you were in trouble, which is why I was searching for you. Get lost." Suddenly, with an Alpha's furious growl, a force surged from beside him as Lin Yun was pulled away by the grim-faced Yan Huan. Perhaps having not anticipated the presence of another in the room, Lin Yun was genuinely taken aback as he was yanked from Yuji's side. Steadying himself, he turned to see Yin Huan standing before Yuji, obstructing his view. Lin Yun did not speak first, his gaze shifting behind Yin Huan, his cold, obscure eyes changing expression several times. Yin Huan had emerged from the direction of the curtains. Had he been in the room the entire time? When Lin Yun had been conversing with Yuji, when had Yin Huan arrived? In that fleeting second, a myriad of thoughts raced through Lin Yun's mind. Meeting Lin Yun's gaze, Yuji felt a tightening in his chest, an inexplicable sense of guilt washing over him, continuously urging himself not to be afraid. After all, Yin Huan had arrived first to discuss matters with Lin Yun. They could remain hidden in another part of the room to avoid disturbing the two. "I'll speak with him outside," Yin Huan coldly declared. He truly could no longer tolerate Lin Yun's inappropriate actions towards Yuji. Merely listening felt akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at his heart, inciting a troubling jealousy within him. Before Yuji could explain Yin Huan's presence in the room, he watched helplessly as Yin Huan pulled Lin Yun out the door. What could Yin Huan possibly want to discuss with Lin Yun? He appeared quite furious. Deep down, he understood that it was natural for the protagonists to express their feelings towards one another. Yet, the young boy could not resist the temptation of mischief. He tiptoed closer, pressing his ear against the door near the crack. Fortunately, the door was not fully closed, and their conversation drifted through the air into Yuji's ears. However, as he listened, Yuji found himself increasingly reluctant to hear more. The exchange boiled down to just a few sharp words, but to Yuji's ears, it felt like Lin Yun and Yin Huan were locked in a tumultuous dance of love and conflict, utterly nauseating. Yin Huan must have perceived the intimacy between him and Lin Yun, leading him to intervene and pull Lin Yun outside. Lin Yun, upon seeing Yin Huan, realized he had been hiding in his room and mistakenly assumed that this minor character shared an ambiguous relationship with Yin Huan, thus feeling jealous. Did he not notice Lin Yun's particularly dark expression? He must have thought, "How could I have trusted you, Yuji, believing you to be my good friend and childhood companion, only to find out you were entangled with Yin Huan?" Yuji mused, believing oneself to be remarkably accomplished. "I have consistently fulfilled the role of a mere pawn, inciting jealousy and misunderstandings in Lin Yun, thus creating a rift between the protagonist and their counterpart." While Yuji pondered these thoughts, outside the door, the expressions of the two alphas were far from pleasant. Yin Huan, who preferred a straightforward approach, wasted no time in demanding that Lin Yun depart from Yuji's presence. Naturally, Lin Yun could not acquiesce to Yin Huan's unreasonable request and had long harbored suspicions about the unsavory alphas surrounding Yuji, who seemed intent on corrupting the innocent and kind-hearted little beta. Consequently, he often expressed his desire for Yin Huan to leave Yuji alone, fearing for Yuji's well-being. Without a moment's hesitation, no agreement was reached. When rivals faced each other, tempers flared easily, with a mere door separating them, and with a shared affection for Yuji. It was inevitable that they would exchange barbs, each trying to outshine the other while emotions naturally escalated. The commotion outside grew louder. It was uncertain who initiated the conflict, but the two soon found themselves in a scuffle. Yin Huan discarded his cumbersome jacket, revealing a tank top that showcased his well-defined upper body, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. In contrast, Lin Yun appeared slender and slight, yet his muscular arms bore an impressive strength that was evident when flexed. Their fighting was surprisingly fierce, with both targeting each other's faces. "What are you doing? Stop fighting," Yuji exclaimed, hastily opening the door, fearing for Yuji's safety. The two alphas exchanged glances, their expressions begrudging, and gradually ceased their altercation. "Come inside. If you come in, you won't fight anymore. Hurry and get them out." Yuji felt a slight thirst and went to fetch a bottle of mineral water. His room was spacious, featuring a small living area. However, as he turned his back and walked a short distance away, Lin Yun's voice cut through the tension. "You two have led Yuji astray. You had best keep your distance." When Lin Yun was angry, his face revealed little emotion, as if all his feelings were contained within the tranquil depths of a serene lake, with only the chill in his voice hinting at his discontent. The physical prowess of the alphas was evident. Their faces showed no signs of fatigue, and only the bruises on their skin betrayed their recent scuffle. "Huh, Who can pretend better than you? You take advantage and then feign virtue, Yan-Huan remarked, wiping his lips with his fingertip and scoffing. Stay away from Yu and watch how you deceive him into believing you are a good person. Wake up. You are the most despicable of all. Thus, the two alphas, having barely calmed down, reignited their conflict. Yu, having taken a sip of water, pouted in displeasure. Why are you fighting again? Yu, this is between him and me. Just sit on the sofa and eat something. It will be over soon. This time, neither was willing to concede defeat. To avoid harming Yu, they both instinctively steered clear of him, their struggle gradually shifting towards the bed and the wardrobe. Bang! The wardrobe was forcefully struck by Yan-Huan's back. Take your fight outside. Do not fight in here. Yu, belatedly realizing the presence of others in the room, felt his heart race upon witnessing the wardrobe door being slammed. The thought of the two alphas hiding within made it impossible for him to enjoy his food. As he feared discovery, he hurried over, anxiously wanting to intervene, yet terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Lin Yun was forcefully slammed against the wardrobe by Yan-Huan, causing it to shift and emit a harsh, grating sound as it scraped against the floor. Leaning against the wardrobe door, Kong Lu was momentarily distracted, perhaps lost in thought, and failed to notice the impending chaos. He lost his balance and tumbled out of the half-open wardrobe, landing heavily on the floor. Supporting himself on the ground, he lifted his gaze. Yan-Huan and Lin Yun exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. In the eye of the storm, Kong Lu remained unfazed under their simultaneous scrutiny, adopting an air of authority, his brow furrowed with irritation. Are you done? Fighting in the room, without considering if it might hurt Ji? He was different. He cherished Ji, hence his ability to endure hiding in the wardrobe. He had planned to wait until all the alphas had left to speak with Yu, hoping to express his grievances and seek her comfort. As fellow admirers of Yu, these two alphas had not learned even a fraction, no, not even a quarter of his restraint. Kong Lu cast a disdainful glance at Yan-Huan and Lin Yun before rising gracefully. Meng Shiyan brushed off his clothes and stepped down from the wardrobe. Another one. Have you all been hiding in there? Yan-Huan furrowed his brow, questioning them with barely contained fury. Yes, Meng Shiyan replied nonchalantly, as if Yan-Huan's inquiry bore little significance. Yan-Huan's expression darkened as he muttered an expletive under his breath due to the unexpected presence of a stranger. With this new Alpha's arrival, both Lin Yun and Yan-Huan ceased their quarrel, their faces serious as they focused their attention on the wardrobe. Fortunately, the wardrobe was now empty, devoid of any occupants. Yan-Huan contemplated asking a question, but upon seeing Yuji's displeased expression, he hesitated, opening his mouth yet saying nothing. The atmosphere thickened with an awkward silence as they exchanged glances, the tension palpable. Yuji had been tense ever since the wardrobe was knocked, fearing it might burst open, and as fate would have it, the more one wishes to avert disaster, the more likely it is to occur. Seeing Kong Lu and Meng Shiyan emerge one after the other, Yuji felt a wave of confusion wash over her, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Steeling herself against their gazes, she remained silent. It's quite a lively scene, He-Fei remarked as he rose from the shadows of the sofa, resting his hand on its armrest. Lin Yun, sensing the shift, felt Yuji's gaze divert, her eyes darting to the floor in a mix of shame and resignation. A thought of surrender loomed in her mind. Now that everyone had emerged, there was nowhere left to hide. The once spacious area suddenly felt crowded. He-Fei's cold gaze swept over the group of alphas, lingering momentarily on the unfamiliar Meng Shiyan before he turned away. He and Yan-Huan had arrived first, followed by Lin Yun, yet when they had entered, there had been no one present. Prior to their arrival, Kong Lu and this unknown alpha had already been concealed within the confines of the room. As He-Fei's gaze swept across the open wardrobe, it was evident two unfamiliar alpha scents lingered in the air, and the corner of his lips curved slightly as he stood beside Yuji. Yan-Huan could not contain himself, and Lin Yun felt the same. Compared to He-Fei, Yan-Huan was more acquainted with him, while Kong Lu and Meng Shiyan recognized the three of them. Indeed, Lin Yun was undeniably the last to arrive. Ji, Why are they here? The atmosphere was rife with hostility and vigilance. It was indeed a rarity for several alphas to congregate. I clearly sensed their urgency towards Yuji, yet they suppressed their eagerness. However, Yuji was in a state of panic. The more flustered he became, the less articulate he was. The carefully prepared script in his mind was abruptly forgotten. Please do not inquire further, for I know not a single detail. I merely attempt to evade the situation. Ji, Kong Lu, and this Ifei all directed their gazes towards Meng Shiyan. It was not an illusion. This alpha harbored a peculiar animosity towards him. Meng Shiyan chuckled lightly. Ji, why were they hiding in the wardrobe? Though Ifei's demeanor was gentle, seemingly benign in his questioning, Yuji felt an overwhelming reluctance to respond to this query. Do not press Ji. He knows nothing, and your inquiries will only cause him discomfort. It was Lin Yun who discerned Yuji's resistance. Immediately, Yuji feigned discomfort, tears welling in his eyes. Ifei is the most detestable. You portray yourself as the Good Samaritan. I do not believe you are not curious about the answer. Ifei pinched his fingertips, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes as he regarded Lin Yun. His expression one of resigned exasperation while he instinctively crafted an excuse for Yuji. Very well, I shall not inquire further. They are at fault, and you know nothing. They must have stealthily concealed themselves in the wardrobe while you were distracted. In that moment, Ifei shifted the blame onto them, while simultaneously reviling Ifei's shamelessness without rebuttal. Even the alphas present knew this was not the case. Without Yuji's consent, none would risk incurring his disdain by intruding. Yet, they would not allow Yuji to be frightened. After all, it was they who had come first. Were it not for their arrival, Yuji would not have felt the need to fear their presence in the wardrobe. It was their fault, and it seemed justifiable. What fault did Ji possess? He was merely too timid. Some alphas were familiar with one another, while others were not. Yet they all understood that those present were undoubtedly rivals. Eavesdropping from the wardrobe. Well done, Kong Lu, you seem to have regressed. Yan cast a disdainful glance at Kong Lu. Pretending to be aloof, you think yourself superior? Now you realize you must win Ji's favor. Yet you did not say so before. TSK, you truly fought fiercely for him. This was Kong Lu's retort to Yan. Taking advantage of living with Yuji, you have no idea how many benefits you've accrued. Believing that being recognized by the Lin family grants you a chance against us? You fancy yourself in love with Ji? Let me offer you a word of advice. Those who lack substance will forever remain inconsequential. This was the derision of the affluent alphas directed at Lin Yun. Who were they referring to? Was Yan doing this for him? Did Lin Yun harbor feelings for him? Yuji's face flushed crimson. It was utterly incomprehensible. How could this be? Yan was enamored with Lin Yun, and Lin Yun favored Yan. It was as if seeking verification. As he jogged up to Yan, he raised his eyes and asked, Yan, you like Lin Yun, don't you? Yan replied with disdain. He loathes Lin Yun. How could he possibly like him? The expression on the alpha's face was filled with aversion, his sharp features devoid of any emotion, only reflecting distaste. Clinging to the last glimmer of hope, Yuji gazed eagerly at Lin Yun and asked, Lin Yun, what about you? I like you. Only you, Lin Yun responded honestly, frowning slightly, puzzled by Yuji's peculiar question. He had no intention of being associated with Yan. Did Yuji truly believe he had feelings for Yan? That was utterly absurd. Damn, how could he have been the one to say it first? This sentiment echoed in the minds of the alphas present, their eyes casting disapproving glances at Lin Yun, especially Yan, who longed to reclaim the question posed by Yuji and express how much he cherished her. However, upon hearing Lin Yun's response, Yuji appeared disheartened, his spirits seemingly adrift. His small face fell, and the jealous alphas, noticing his unusual demeanor, ceased their banter. Ji, are you feeling unwell? Were we too loud? We won't make any noise, they offered. Yet, Yuji heard none of their words. He resolved to return to his village, vowing never to associate with them again. He had been so earnest in following the narrative, believing he had fulfilled his role splendidly, only to find Yan and Lin Yun in such a predicament. The young boy felt deeply wounded, even harboring a tinge of resentment towards Yan and Lin Yun. convinced that since he had exerted sufficient effort, the fault lay with the two of them. Yuji had heard from System 998 that each time he completed a role-playing task, he would receive a rating and points. He had performed so admirably, always believing he was among the best. But perhaps he was mistaken. The protagonist had betrayed him. He diligently followed the plot and fulfilled his mission. Yet these two were no longer together. After returning from the hot spring resort, Yuji's behavior seemed unchanged. However, when Lin Yun arrived as usual to pick him up for class, he noticed a significant emptiness in Yuji's room, causing his heart to tighten with a surge of anxiety. Gigi, he called out a few times, still holding on to the hope that Yuji would appear. When no one responded, Lin Yun quickly opened his phone, sending numerous messages to Yuji, but predictably, he received no replies. Yuji's home lay in a remote village, with the nearest town located 3 or 4 kilometers away. Villagers often traveled there to buy groceries and necessities, while reaching the county town required over half an hour by car. As the outside world progressed economically day by day, the small village saw the rise of several 3-story buildings. Though they could not compare to the towering structures of the city, they stood in stark contrast to the still unpaved paths. Yuji's return stirred waves within the village. He walked along the country road, dragging his suitcase, and encountered several familiar villagers. Jibao, why are you back? Didn't you go to City A? Big brother Ji, you're finally back. We miss you so much. City A is such a big city. Did you enjoy it there? From a young age, Yuji possessed a fair complexion and a cherubic visage, endearing him to the elders, who would often bestow him with sweets whenever they had some to spare. Upon encountering Yuji, adorned in high-end attire that starkly contrasted with the rustic village, the villagers first marveled at his identity before realizing he was the handsome son of the Yu family. Their surprise quickly transformed into delight, as they enthusiastically invited him to their homes for a visit. Stepping into familiar surroundings, Yuji exuded a newfound confidence, exchanging pleasantries with his former little brothers while inadvertently showcasing his experiences. Yes, I returned from City A. I traveled alone by plane. When asked why he had taken a bus back instead of having his uncle pick him up, he replied nonchalantly, I did take the bus. I had to transfer several times from the county town to the village, and it was quite a bumpy ride. As Yu's mother approached, opening the door to find her son standing outside, her astonishment rendered her speechless. Jibao, you're back, she exclaimed, hurriedly fetching his suitcase and ushering him inside. After wiping her hands, she brought out a chair for him. Since you're back, why didn't your second uncle come to fetch you? You took the bus? Well, I actually intended to take a taxi, but I only remembered once I was on the bus, Yuji replied with a playful pout, his tone tinged with a hint of complaint. Concerned for her son, his mother retreated to fetch him a glass of ice-cold Sprite. Yuji had always been delicate, unable to tolerate the bus ride without feeling nauseous. After a refreshing sip of the fizzy drink, clarity washed over him, invigorating his spirit. Why didn't Lin Yun accompany you on your return? This isn't a holiday time, his mother inquired, her curiosity piqued after the initial surprise had faded. She recalled the precise dates for summer and winter vacations. I've severed ties with him. We're no longer friends. The revelation shocked her. For Lin Yun had always regarded Yuji as precious, diligently protecting and caring for him, a sentiment echoed by the villagers. While it was conceivable that their friendship had soured, it was implausible that Lin Yun would have instigated such a rift. Yu's mother suspected that a conflict had arisen between them, likely due to her son's notorious temper. You don't understand. He is no longer the same Lin Yun, Yuji asserted, leaving his mother perplexed and unable to grasp his meaning. Lin Yun is no longer an orphan. He hails from a wealthy family now. Not only has he changed, but he has also been recognized by his parents. He is accompanied by several bodyguards daily and has long since looked down upon me. Yuji recounted with a hint of bitterness. Lin Yun had been taken in and raised by an elderly villager who had passed away a few years ago, leaving him to fend for himself. His resilience and diligent work ethic had allowed him to survive. Even if the law prohibited child labor, helping out at homes was still permissible and rarely scrutinized. Listening intently, Yu's mother furrowed her brow. That boy should not be of such a nature. Yuji felt a pang of guilt, aware that he had spoken carelessly. aiming to tarnish the adult's favorable impression of Lin Yun. However, it seemed that his efforts bore little fruit. He even bullied me. Yu Ji insisted, his voice resolute. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yun secretly harbored feelings for him. How could this not be considered a form of bullying? Indeed, when discussing other matters, Yu-Mu might hesitate, contemplating whether there was a misunderstanding, but when it came to Yu Ji, she would easily become agitated. Has Lin Yun bullied you? Yes, he has indeed bullied me. Yu Ji replied, feeling aggrieved. He is transformed into an alpha, his strength greater than ever, and I find myself unable to resist. Lin Yun always embraced him, and Yu Ji mistakenly believed that this was an indication of their friendship, pridefully thinking he played the role of a mere pawn flawlessly, concealing his true feelings from Lin Yun. It was only now he realized that Lin Yun had ulterior motives. However, I have earned a substantial amount of money. Chapter 65. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend Yu Ji, brimming with excitement, opened his banking app and raised his phone to flaunt it to Yu-Mu. Look, Mom, isn't it impressive? This is all mine. I am wealthy now. The long string of numbers left Yu-Mu feeling dizzy, rubbing her eyes, even questioning whether she had misread. Upon a second glance, the figures remained unchanged, confirming their validity. Impressive. I always knew my precious Ji Bao was the brightest and most capable. After all, if others cannot succeed, how could my Ji Bao gain admission to such a prestigious university? Yu-Mu, having limited exposure to the world, had often heard that university students were valuable. Given their worth, it was not surprising that one could earn such a fortune, leading to her astonishment at the multi-million sum, which felt almost surreal, as if separated by a veil, akin to an ethereal dream. Yet outwardly, she offered no skepticism regarding the source of the money, instead showering Yu Ji with praise, lauding him as clever, capable, and financially astute. In Yu-Mu's eyes, Yu Ji had always been exceptional and intelligent. How could he not be, when he had so effortlessly outwitted the other children in the village, having been the leader among them since childhood? And how could he not be clever, achieving admission to such a prestigious university? Her blind confidence in Yu Ji and her protective lens prevented her from considering any notion of wrongdoing. Yu Ji was, after all, her most innocent and kind-hearted son. Earning such a fortune, well, it seemed reasonable. Ji Bao, you are remarkable. Dinner will take a little longer. Let us have a snack in the meantime. Yu-Mu prepared pancakes, sliced meat, washed her hands, and rolled a pancake for Yu Ji. He eagerly took it, disregarding the heat, devouring it ravenously. Delicious. Pancakes are the best, Mom. Let me tell you, the restaurants in big cities charge exorbitantly for a single dish. A friend once took me out, and just a small portion could cost over 10,000, particularly expensive, and the taste was merely passable, with some dishes looking appealing but tasting dreadful. Their shopping malls differ greatly from ours, filled with various luxury brands, and the floors are spotless. Just look at this piece of clothing. It may seem ordinary, yet cost several thousand. There are so many styles that we simply do not have here. Mother, you listened intently as Yu Ji recounted tales of city, and life beyond their rural confines. Having ventured no farther than the county seat, she found great delight in Yu Ji's evident joy, still awash in the astonishment of Yu Ji's bank balance. She absorbed stories of friends who casually frequented restaurants with six-figure bills and shopped for clothing and luxury goods without a second thought. Their purchases piled high. Gradually, her heart found solace. She realized she should not view Yu Ji through her own lens, like a bird that had soared beyond the confines of their small village. Yu Ji had formed connections with remarkable individuals, now able to glide freely through the sky. Reclining on the old sofa at home, Yu Ji stretched his legs carelessly over the armrest, adopting an unrefined posture, yet relishing an unusual tranquility. There was no fear of being caught, nor interruptions from others. A sense of guilt akin to wrongdoing had vanished. His room, though not as spacious as those in city, exuded warmth, with furnishings carefully selected for comfort, mindful of Yu Ji's well-being. Mother Yu emerged with a fluffy, soft blanket, preparing the bed for him. As Yu Ji shifted from the sofa to the bed and lay upon the blanket, he could not help but exclaim, "This is living." Choosing to return to the village signified that he was counting down the days until his task concluded. Turning his head, he blinked and said, "Mom, I'll transfer some money to you. In a few days, let us renovate our house and add some new items. No need, she replied, halting her hands. Your father and I have saved a bit. We won't require your assistance. Without further thought, she declined. Their savings were modest. Years prior, father you had fallen ill. And although he recovered, their finances had been depleted, leaving them with debts exceeding 100,000 yuan. They'd spent years repaying, finally settling their debts only last year. Yet savings remained scant. Yu-Ji's acceptance into a university should have been a cause for celebration. Yet they were nearly forced to take out a loan for tuition. Thankfully, Lin Yun had offered to cover the costs, significantly enhancing his stature in Mother Yu's eyes. Reflecting on this, Mother Yu remarked, regardless of whether Lin Yun has treated you poorly, he paid your tuition. I will transfer the money to you shortly, so you can repay him. Although she had long intended to return the funds, she had been unable to reach Lin Yun, hesitant to distract Yu-Ji with such matters. All right, you needn't send it to me. I have money. I will repay him myself, Yu-Ji resolved, deciding to wait 10 minutes before transferring money to Lin Yun. He no longer cared about such a trivial amount. That insufferable Lin Yun, even with all his wealth, he still wants repayment. Without hesitation, Yu-Ji generously transferred 1 million to Mother Yu, his eyes unwavering. However, when it came time to send money to Lin Yun, he hesitated, deleting and re-entering numbers. Moving slowly, scrolling through the transaction history, he noted that all entries were from Lin Yun to him. Each amount stood alone. Those were gifts from Lin Yun, while the tuition fees had passed through his parents' hands. Although Yu-Ji perceived Lin Yun's assistance as a gift, he chose to return the money to ease Mother Yu's mind. Yu-Ji remained in the village for 3 days. In the past 3 days, his former junior had been visiting him quite frequently. Yu-Ji had evidently become the talk of the village, speaking until his throat grew parched. As the sun dipped low in the west, its fading rays painted the distant mountains in hues of orange and red. Dressed casually in a loose tank top, Yu-Ji reclined on a lounge chair. His fair skin, as pristine as fresh milk, appeared so tender that one could almost squeeze water from it. His hands bore no calluses, a clear indication of his sheltered upbringing, untouched by household chores. With a languid demeanor, Yu-Ji scrolled through amusing short videos on his phone, while his other hand reached for the folding table beside him, laden with various snacks, some purchased online and others lovingly prepared by his mother, all of which he found delectable. As he indulged in his entertainment, the light before him abruptly dimmed, shadowed by the figure standing in front of him. Assuming it was one of his juniors, Yu-Ji lifted his head, displeased. Upon seeing a familiar face, he initially felt a pang of alarm, but soon reminded himself that there was no cause for concern, and thus retorted with irritation, What do you want? Lin Yun was the first to notice Yu-Ji's absence, and the others quickly followed suit. It was as if Yu-Ji had cast a veil over them. The messages he sent felt like stones cast into the ocean, sinking without a trace or echo. The alphas, each employing their own methods, soon uncovered that Yu-Ji had not merely hidden away, but had departed from City A. Tracking down his whereabouts was straightforward. Aside from hiring someone to investigate, the clues in Yu-Ji's social media were plentiful. The young lad, believing himself to be quite clever, had blocked them, yet continued to update his moments. By simply perusing the friends of Yu-Ji, one could easily stumble upon his posts showcasing first-class plane tickets, images of the luxurious cabin, cotton candy clouds in the sky, photos from the airport upon arrival, a humorous lament about forgetting to take a taxi, and a complaint about the weight of a suitcase. The sequence of posts was coherent and organized, clearly indicating that Yu-Ji was likely headed home. The act of deleting friends and blocking them, even when using other alphas' phones, had little impact on locating Yu-Ji. The true reason for Yu-Ji not deleting them was that he secretly contemplated borrowing money from them in times of need. The alphas remained oblivious to his intentions, interpreting his lack of deletions as a sign that, despite his anger, there was still room for reconciliation, albeit requiring some amends and apologies. The crux of the matter lay in understanding why Ji was upset and why he chose to leave. Everything seemed to have gone awry since that day at the hot spring resort. Was he frightened by the altercation, overwhelmed by the sheer number of alphas present, each displaying strong inclinations and vying for attention? leaving him feeling repulsed and opting to escape? Or was it simply a matter of being irked, finding them bothersome, and wishing to be alone? Chapter 66. The vanity of a pretentious childhood friend Kangle appeared as though he had suffered a grave illness. His complexion an alarming shade of pallor. He had arrived by a stroke of luck, having paid to hitch a ride with someone else, arriving slightly ahead of the others. Alpha knelt down, his eyes glistening like a puppy's, greedily fixed upon Yuji's face. "Yuji, I have found you," he said, gently cradling Yuji's drooping hand, as if it were the most precious and fragile treasure. Yuji glanced at him, noticing Kong Lee's pallid complexion, and immediately inquired, "What is wrong with your face? Are you unwell?" "I am in my susceptible phase," Kong Lu replied in a low, hoarse voice. "During your susceptible phase, do you not inject inhibitors?" "I did, but it was futile." His voice was raspy, and the Alpha articulated maddening words in the most innocuous tone. His pale visage accentuated the darkness in his eyes. Despite the frenzy and obsession that engulfed him after losing sight of Yuji, he dared not release even a fragment of negative energy in her presence. Yuji was momentarily taken aback by Kong Lee's words, failing to grasp the situation. Sensing his abnormality, she exclaimed, "I am truly going to be angry. Let him go." Gamlu. A few other Alphas arrived belatedly. He Fei, Lin Yun, Meng Shiyan, and Yin Huan, totaling 4 besides Kong Lu. The tall, striking Alphas resembled a captivating scenery as they entered the quaint village in luxurious cars, drawing curious gazes from numerous villagers upon their arrival at the Yu residence. In contrast, Kong Lee's vehicle, an ordinary car belonging to the villagers, lacked such allure. Similar sentiments have been expressed before, but this time, the sharpness and aggression in their words had considerably diminished, merely conveying annoyance. This transformation was a testament to the significant changes that had occurred. In the absence of Yuji, nothing else seemed to matter. It was unclear when it began, but Yuji had nestled into their hearts, and they wished to cherish and pamper him, unwilling to let him endure any hardships or grievances. They felt jealousy and envy, striving to capture Yuji's attention, yearning for his gaze to rest upon them. Yet, if the result was his withdrawal, they preferred to endure silently. Thus, in the brief days spent searching for Yuji, they sat down for a serious discussion. The 4 hailed from the most prestigious families, while Meng Shiyan, now estranged from the Meng family, controlled the underground black market. Although the status was slightly inferior to that of the top families, as the direct controller rather than merely an heir, the distinction was not significant. Haunted by anxiety and despair, they had lost their spirited vigor. Therefore, even though they found Kong Lee's pathetic demeanor intolerable and resented his premature disruption of their agreement, they refrained from expressing anger towards him in front of Yuji. Chapter 67. The vanity of the pretentious childhood friend's such occurrences would become frequent in the future. They had to grow accustomed to it. "How did you find us?" Yuji furrowed her brow. He had concealed his whereabouts so well, quietly departing from City A. Yet, within just 3 days of returning home, one after another, these individuals appeared. "Gigi, why did you suddenly leave City A? Did we do something wrong that upset you? Were you frightened by our last altercation? We shall never quarrel again. My dear, I miss you dearly. Whatever you have expressed, we shall amend. Please do not leave, all right? I am addressing you." Yuji's countenance was stern as she demanded their response. The fervor radiating from Alpha rendered her exceedingly uncomfortable. "Oh, so many have arrived." Yu's mother had made a trip to the town, procuring various items, and upon her return, she was astonished to find several unfamiliar gentlemen in her home. Initially, she was seized by the notion that they were intruders. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these strikingly handsome individuals exuded an extraordinary presence, suggesting their noble lineage, thus rendering the thief theory improbable. In the living room, her daughter Yuji was ensconced in their midst, her legs crossed, indulging in small fruits, resembling a cherished little deity in need of attendance. "Mother, they are my friends from City A who have come to visit me." "Ah, friends of Gigi. Allow me to prepare some sweetened water for you. Please have a seat on the sofa. I have just acquired some snacks." The unfamiliar young men, each possessing distinct appearances yet collectively commanding a formidable aura, made Yu's mother instinctively tense. unsure of where to place her hands and feeling more constrained than enthusiastic in her speech. Yuji pouted slightly and whispered, "Lin Yun is here too." Upon hearing that familiar name, Yu's mother's gaze swept across the group before settling on one individual on the left, her tone tinged with surprise. "You are Lin Yun?" Lin Yun had undergone a remarkable transformation, his beauty striking and his demeanor radiating a warm yet aloof aura, evoking an air of inaccessibility. Indeed, as Yuji had indicated, Lin Yun had reconnected with his parents, resulting in a notable change in his spirit and appearance. Yu's mother found herself at a loss for words, her heart a swirl of emotions, sensing that Lin Yun had become a person of significance. However, as an elder who had watched Lin Yun grow, her initial nervousness waned as she conversed with him. Moreover, since Lin Yun's presence here suggested that the earlier claims of severing ties with Yuji were likely exaggerated, she sighed. "Now that you have found your parents, Uncle Lu can rest easy." "Yes, I'm grateful to you for these past years," Lin Yun replied with a nod. "You must be Ji's mother. She is indeed quite intelligent." Observing Lin Yun engage with Yu's mother, some members of Alpha exchanged knowing glances. In perfect synchrony, they approached Yu's mother, casually showering praise upon Yuji and commending her upbringing, extolling her virtues. Yu's mother relished such compliments about her daughter, her delight evident as she beamed with pride. "Gigi's friends are truly exceptional and of high character. Please take a seat. Do not stand. Gigi is fortunate to have you all looking after her." "Mother, do not heed their words," Yuji interjected. Although she relished being praised for her intelligence and capabilities, she felt a peculiar discomfort when others extolled her virtues in front of her mother, leading to a sense of awkwardness and mild embarrassment. Wishing to curtail their compliments, Yuji remained at home for several more days, during which Alpha made a concerted effort to assert their presence, demonstrating their attentiveness and eagerness to assist. They vied to undertake household chores, garnering goodwill from Yu's mother, while also tending to Yuji with great diligence, frequently taking her out for leisurely drives and outings. Despite the small county's lack of the development seen in City A, the presence of familiar faces transforms the surroundings into something intriguing. The Yu family possesses farmland, which has always been tended to by Yu's father. Even with a job, he remains devoted to the land, cultivating staple vegetables for the household. A few down-to-earth alphas assist with the farming, instantly earning Yu's father's approval as capable and industrious young men. Furthermore, Yuji expressed a desire to explore the mountains, and after 2 excursions, he exerted no effort, being carried up, where he indulged in photography, scenic views, and snacks before being carried back down. Yuji felt content and delighted, coaxed into returning to City A, where he was lavished with meticulous care. While it appeared that all was well, 2 individuals, Lin Yun and Yen Huan, felt a disquiet within. Although the underlying reasons eluded them, Yuji's affections were easily discernible. In their presence, he deliberately ignored them, engaging with others instead. This preferential treatment starkly contrasted with how he interacted with others, accumulating day by day. On a particular day off, unable to contain themselves, they confronted Yuji, seeking an explanation. Faced with their inquiry, Yuji remained unruffled, frowning slightly. "How can you speak to me this way? Claiming to protect me is mere pretense. You're bullying me again." His tone was petulant, and he pretended to cry, covering his eyes. Lin Yun and Yen Huan found themselves utterly at a loss, their expressions tense and anxious, distracted from all else. "Gigi, I was wrong. You're bullying Gigi again." On this day off, others gathered around, and upon hearing commotion in the living room, they swiftly positioned themselves beside Yuji, glaring at Lin Yun and Yen Huan. "There's no bullying. On Monday, I wanted to carry you downstairs, but you wouldn't let me and instead allowed Meng Shiyan to do so. The day before yesterday, I tried to converse with you, but you ignored me, choosing to speak with Kong Lu instead. Yesterday, I brought you breakfast, yet you intentionally refused to eat mine, opting for what He bought." Yen Huan recounted these grievances as if presenting evidence against Yuji, yet his tone betrayed a sense of grievance, resembling an overlooked, neglected puppy. Yuji retorted, "Your breakfast was unpalatable. I wanted the soup dumplings from the old street by the east gate of the school. I brought you soup dumplings, the very ones from that place you mentioned." Yuji shot a glare at Yin-Huan, realizing only then how adept he was at cornering others in conversation. Lin Yun inquired, Ji, are you upset with me and Yin-Huan? Yuji nodded immediately. However, when asked about the reason for his anger, he fell silent. Lin Yun and Yin-Huan did not comprehend the fundamental cause, but began to understand that Yuji's deliberate neglect was not born of dislike, but rather of frustration. They offered a plethora of apologies and attempts to placate him. As they spoke, a sudden thought crossed Yuji's mind, and he lifted his chin. Very well. Then you shall hold hands. If you hold hands, I will forgive you. Lin Yun and Yin-Huan exchanged glances, perplexed, while the other three alphas blinked in confusion, failing to grasp Yuji's intent. Let Lin Yun and Yin-Huan hold hands. After all, they are both alphas and rivals in love. Ji merely wishes to play, but must be said that this situation is rather perverse and tormenting. He-Fei observes with leisure, while Kong Lu crosses his arms, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Lin Yun and Yin-Huan exchange a few glances before simultaneously averting their eyes, displaying palpable reluctance and disdain for one another. Yuji, dissatisfied, urges, Why aren't you holding hands yet? Hurry, I'm done with you both. I find you insufferable. He employs his tried-and-true method. Please, hold hands. Ji is waiting. Meng Shiyin places a hand on Yuji's shoulder, enjoying the spectacle, and half-jokingly remarks, Just a moment ago, you both claimed to heed baby's wishes. Yet now it's evident that not a word of truth escapes your lips. Yuji's expression darkens, revealing her growing distrust. Thus, Yin-Huan reluctantly takes Lin Yun's hand. A chill runs down their spines. Even as the heavens seem to crumble around them, their countenance remains unchanged. However, this minor gesture sends shivers across their skin. He immediately wishes to release her hand. A devilish voice whispers in his ear, You cannot let go. Hold on for another 5 minutes. As the 5 minutes pass, Lin Yun's expression grows grim. The lingering warmth of another alpha's skin igniting within him an urge to shed his own hand. Yin-Huan crouches before Yuji, his demeanor betraying unease. You're not angry anymore, are you? Not angry, she replies. You did quite well. Now it seems the protagonists have officially been together. They've even held hands. The young boy, surrounded by his companions, beams with delight. Task accomplished. Calculating. Chapter 68. Side story. Yuji's transformation into Omega Meng Shiyin takes Yuji out shopping, noticing her repeatedly touching her neck. Is her neck bothering you? I'm not sure. It's been itchy and uncomfortable these past few days, Yuji pouts. Let me take you to the hospital. It could be an allergy. I want to go. Meng Shiyin is utterly unreliable. She has nothing she could be allergic to, and allergies typically manifest as large rashes, which she does not have. Meng Shiyin attempts to persuade her further, but Yuji is not receptive. A visit to the hospital implies needles, and she absolutely detests needles. If Meng Shiyin is trying to trick her into getting a shot, she would be a fool to believe him. If you're unwell, you must message me, he insists. Still unable to quell his concern, he examines the area at the back of Yuji's neck where she claims discomfort, repeatedly confirming there are no visible abnormalities. However, the closer he gets, the more uncomfortable Yuji feels, frowning and unhappily pushing him away. Stay away. I feel unwell. Is it true discomfort? Or is it merely because I am close? I don't know. It's just uncomfortable when you're near. It feels swollen and bothersome. Meng Shiyin, more sensitive than others, initially thinks Yuji is merely inventing an excuse to avoid his touch. Yet, upon observing her lethargy and lack of spirit, he despises himself for such thoughts. How could he entertain such notions? Yuji is innocent and kind. Why would he harbor malice towards such a sweet boy? After much contemplation, Meng Shiyin remained troubled. Although Yuji had advised against visiting the hospital, he feared her ire for his disobedience more than he feared for her safety. He promptly sent a message to He-Fei, fortunate that he had informed him in advance. In the car, Yuji suddenly lost consciousness without warning. At first, Meng Shiyin assumed she had merely fallen asleep, but soon realized something was amiss. Yuji's body was burning hot, her forehead radiated heat, and the pallor of her face had transformed into a flush of crimson. He made a swift turn and pressed the accelerator, racing towards the nearest hospital. Preoccupied with worry for Yu Ji's condition, he scarcely had a moment to glance at his phone. It was only after he had admitted her into the examination room that he managed to notify He and the others. The Alphas arrived promptly. Given Yu Ji's unconscious state, they directed their frustration at the person who had been with her. How could you care for Ji? You shouldn't accompany her out anymore. If an Alpha cannot even look after another, what use are you? They speculated whether she had caught a chill, given her frail constitution, and urged him to pray that she would be all right. The consensus among them was that the majority of the blame for Yu Ji's condition lay with Meng Shiyan's inadequate care. He pressed his dry lips together, remaining silent. Their verbal assaults were inconsequential to him, as his only concern was for Yu Ji's well-being. He intervened, urging calm. Enough, let us maintain our composure. Meng Shiyan has informed me that Yu Ji is experiencing discomfort in her neck. That may be the root of the issue. Following a series of examinations, amidst the Alpha's growing anxiety, they arrived at a shocking conclusion. Yu Ji was on the verge of differentiating into an Omega. It was rare for someone like Yu Ji, who had already undergone differentiation, to experience a second transformation, yet she was now among the few who did. Me? An Omega? How could this be? When she was still a Beta, Yu Ji had aspired to be an Alpha. Now that she was becoming an Omega, she wished to revert to being a Beta. Being a Beta seemed preferable. After all, Omega required injections, which were quite painful. Yu Ji indeed received an injection, lying on the bed, tears streaming silently down her face. Unable to be consoled despite all attempts, Meng Shiyan's words, no matter how soothing, failed to bring her comfort. The Alphas took turns trying to cheer her up. Had it not been for the incompatibility of their reactions to the medication, they would have gladly taken the needles in her stead. After spending 3 full days in a private hospital, accompanied by the Alphas, Yu Ji successfully navigated her differentiation period and officially became an Omega. Omega, he pondered, there seemed to be little difference. Yu Ji had always exuded a delightful fragrance, and he remained a handsome young man. Even as an Omega, he appeared unchanged. Kong Lu leaned closer to Yu Ji, inhaling the familiar sweet scent, now tinged with a hint of creamy lychee. It was the scent of her pheromones. Unable to resist, he took several more whiffs, as if enchanted, greedily breathing in the fragrance from the delicate skin of her neck. The only notable change was that Yu Ji could now perceive pheromones. The fragrance of lemon from Kong Lu, the spirit of Yin Huan, the scent of white musk from He, the minty aroma from Lin Yun, and the whiskey essence from Meng Shiyan. Yu Ji appeared to have stumbled upon a new world, inhaling this and that with childlike curiosity. Do I possess pheromones as well? He inquired of Kong Lu. Kong Lu nodded. Indeed, it is a delightful blend of cream and lychee, quite pleasant. Yet, you naturally exude a captivating fragrance. Is that so? Cream? Lychee? As a subject of the matter, Yu Ji was less certain than Kong Lu. Kong Lu had procured a bottle of perfume with a similar scent, which Yu Ji found quite agreeable. Thus, this was the realm of Alphas and Omegas. However, Yu Ji's sense of novelty faded in less than a week. For being an Omega was undeniably more troublesome than being a Beta. Moreover, the mere proximity of an Alpha left him dizzy and disoriented. Initially, Yu Ji did not perceive it as his own issue. He blamed the Alphas, deeming them mischievous and intentional in their actions. Upon reflection, he realized it might indeed be his predicament. He had nearly forgotten that he had transformed into an Omega. He no longer wished to be an Omega. Being a Beta was far preferable. Chapter 69, Side Story. Yu Ji and his affluent friend Kong Lu. Yu Ji was a freshman at a university, having emerged from a small village to find himself in a vast and unfamiliar metropolis, feeling out of place and constrained. Fortunately, he befriended a young man named Kong Lu. The two met on the day of orientation and quickly became friends. Upon entering university, Yu Ji discovered that Kong Lu hailed from a wealthy family. Whispers of Kong Li's affluence surrounded them, yet Yu Ji remained indifferent to such matters. What mattered to him was the essence of a person's soul, not their wealth. Although he did not refuse Kong Li's financial assistance, it stemmed from their genuine friendship, as Kong Lu willingly sought to help him. How could he possibly decline the generosity of a dear friend? Moreover, their bond rendered Kong Lee's wealth as inherently shared. Yu confidently reassured himself, justifying his use of the money received from Kong Lu for various personal purchases. Evidently, within a month of entering university, the once unassuming villager had transformed remarkably, adopting a polished and vibrant appearance. Whenever his funds ran low, he would simply reach into Kong Lee's pockets for assistance. Yu, I came looking for you yesterday. Why were you not there? I waited for a minute. Kong Lu, I apologize, darling, it is my fault. My sensitivity phase has commenced, and I need to rest at home for several days. Kong Lu, is it that you have run out of money? I will transfer some to you. Indulge in more delightful treats and amusements. Yu adeptly accepted Kong Lee's monetary assistance without hesitation. When others sent him a substantial sum, the smile on his face remained unwavering, wishing for Kong Lu to continue transferring more. However, after receiving the funds, he became critical. Yu, I'm speaking with you, yet you incessantly mention money. All you ever talk about is finances. Yu, did you think I am like others? That our friendship is merely a consequence of your wealth? Allow me to clarify, I am not that kind of person. I genuinely regard you as a friend. Yu, I never anticipated you to be this kind of individual. How could the bond we share be measured by money? Kong Luo, I will transfer 500,000 to you. Disregard their nonsensical remarks. I simply enjoy giving you money. Upon seeing the transfer, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, fearing Kong Lu might retract the transfer, she hurriedly accepted the funds. Yu, all right, Kong Lu, I knew you were not that sort of scoundrel. You have withstood my test. Only a rogue would concern himself with what others say. Yu, you are different. Our friendship transcends monetary value. What matters to me is your kindness towards me. Yu, you are truly wonderful. You are my dearest friend. Having undergone numerous tests from Yu, Kong Lu had grown quite accustomed to this routine. Previously, he had heeded Yu's words about not measuring affection with money, only to find her upset and ignoring him. The reason being that she believed he regarded her friendship as a transaction, questioning why he would not transfer money otherwise, showing such stinginess toward the friend. Or perhaps it was merely a test, and he had unwittingly conformed to the preconceived notions of others. How vexing. She declared she no longer wished to be friends. Kong Lu exhaled in relief, suppressing the emotional turmoil characteristic of his sensitive period, and typed a message. Kong Lu, Gigi, you are my absolutely best friend. Kong Lu, please come see me. My home is filled with delightful things to do and delicious food. Everything here is yours as long as you come. Kong Lu promised to prepare an abundance of treats and entertainment, and Yu accepted his invitation. The Kong family's ancestral residence was even more grand than Yu had imagined, imposing and magnificent, with a sprawling, beautiful flower garden, unmistakably a place for the elite. The butler, impeccably dressed in a suit, attended to every detail with precision, his smile seemingly measured to perfection. Young master Yu, the master is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. It was Yu's first experience being addressed as young master, and he felt elated as he followed the butler. The young master's condition was somewhat precarious during his sensitive period. The emotions of an alpha could be magnified infinitely, although the young master had received suppressants. Their efficacy was not particularly pronounced due to his near uncontrollable state at that time. Yu nodded, somewhat understanding, though, as a beta, he had never experienced a sensitive period himself and felt a twinge of anxiety as he listened. This visit felt less like a friendly call and more akin to visiting a patient. Following the butler, they reached the room on the 3rd floor. The chamber was enveloped in darkness, the curtains tightly drawn, allowing no light to seep through. Once inside, the butler signaled to Yu before gently closing the door, granting privacy to Yu and Kong Lu. Gigi, a hoarse voice emanated from the bedside. Have you come? Gigi? Yu fumbled along the wall for a light switch, but could not find it. Yet his dear friend was calling him, and he gathered his courage. It's me. Where are you? I can't find the switch. It's so dark in here. The young boy's voice lowered as he scanned the surroundings, attempting to discern Kong Lee's position amidst the darkness. The voice-activated light switch was inside. and Kongla seemed either to have forgotten or to have deliberately neglected to offer a reminder. Moving a bit further in, I was nearly there. Yuji took a few steps when he was suddenly embraced by a stumbling figure. Startled for a moment, he quickly realized it was Kongla. Displeased, he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you trying to scare me on purpose?" Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Otherwise, he would have been genuinely frightened, not allowing Kongla to succeed. And feeling as if he had unraveled a minor scheme, Yuji's mood lightened, and he let out a small hum, no longer feeling so angry. Silence lingered in the air, broken only by the heavy breathing of the alpha. Yuji found it strange and pushed Kongla's shoulder, feigning annoyance. "Why aren't you speaking? If you don't talk, I'm leaving." Kongla wrapped his arms around Yuji's waist, wishing he could bury his face in the crook of Yuji's neck. "Don't go, please, baby. Yuji, it feels so unbearable." During the sensitivity phase, an alpha could become irritable, fragile, and sensitive. Yuji had only heard of this, but was taken aback by how severe and peculiar it was in person. The towering alpha nuzzled closer, sticky and uncomfortable. "You're acting like a dog. Don't come so close." Kongla's body radiated an intense heat, making Yuji feel as though he might be scorched. Moreover, Kongla's strength was overwhelming. No matter how hard Yuji pushed, he could not free himself. His face flushed. "If you keep this up, I won't let you be my good friend anymore." The phrase "good friend" triggered some mechanism in Kongla's mind, and he loosened his grip slightly. With a hint of grievance, he replied, "No, I want to be good friends with Yuji." "Yes, that's the way it should be. If you listen to me, we will be the best of friends." Kongla had specifically instructed the butler and servants to prepare some delicious treats. When the butler ascended the stairs to deliver the sweets, he opened the door and was astonished to see his young master miraculously quiet. The irritation in his brow dissipated. He merely clung to the young boy's side, continually leaning in, only to be pushed away in playful disdain, seemingly enjoying the interaction. Seizing the opportunity while Kongla was in a dazed state, Yuji playfully teased him several times, stifling laughter behind his hand. He relished in his mischievous antics. When Kongla looked over, puzzled, Yuji feigned seriousness, pretending to dust Kongla off. "You're being foolish. The sensitivity phase has made you silly. Thankfully, you have me as a friend, willing to endure the trouble of taking care of you. When you're better, you must repay me. Yes, Yuji is the best. Of course, we're good friends." Chapter 70, Extra. The Working Yuji and his Fortune God the Jinlan Club is a premier establishment in City A, frequented by the elite and illustrious figures. As a high-end venue, it boasts vast grounds, adorned in opulence and extravagance, promising an unparalleled experience for its guests. Yuji works as a server at the club, serving drinks. With his exquisite looks, he is a favorite among wealthy patrons. Yuji. The son of the big boss is coming today, did you know? A companion of Yuji, who enjoyed a close friendship with her, lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. "I certainly know," he thought, although in truth, he was utterly uninformed. Yet, to maintain her facade, Yuji held her head high, her expression proclaiming her as a veritable fountain of information. "You see, our establishment attracts quite a number of affluent patrons. But this is merely one of the many ventures owned by the big boss. It's just a plaything for him. Imagine how wealthy he truly is." Yuji, eager to preserve her image as an insider, could not help but reveal her envy at such wealth. How infuriating it is that the rich can possess such fortune. After their conversation, Yuji's mind whirled with anticipation. By afternoon, she stealthily positioned herself in the club's grand hall, awaiting the arrival of this so-called young master. Upon seeing a strikingly handsome youth surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards, a voice in her mind echoed, "He's here." Rising to her feet, she stretched her numb legs and feigned an accidental encounter. "Xiaoji, this is young Master Ifei." The manager, having noted Yuji's beauty, recognized her despite being puzzled by her presence and called her over. "Hello, young master," Yuji greeted, her smile sweet and her eyes sparkling like stars. The young man regarded her with a flicker of interest, but remained silent. "Allow me to guide you," she offered, after a moment of silence. Ifei nodded slightly in response to her gaze. "Very well." Yuji endeavored to curry favor with Ifei, believing herself clever. Yet he had encountered many such sycophants and recognized her attempts as rather clumsy, both in her speech and expressions. Miraculously, He did not seem annoyed and listened with mild amusement to her awkward flattery. Gazing at the porcelain purity of her youthful face, he suddenly inquired, "What brings you to work at the club?" Yuji thought to herself that the club was indeed a quick source of income. She found it rather wicked of the wealthy to ask such questions, mistakenly believing they could relate to her struggles. Born with a silver spoon, they never had to worry about sustenance, possessing vast sums of money to purchase whatever they desired. However, no matter how affluent they were, they lacked intelligence. With just a few kind words, a touch of complaint, and a few tears, one could extract money from them. At most, a gentle handholding or a brief embrace sufficed. Having grown weary of financial hardship, Yuji dismissed the gravity of her situation. The prospect of receiving substantial sums for a mere touch was unprecedented in her experience. "My family is in need of money," she lamented, casting a pitiful glance at Ife, her palm poised upward in anticipation. To her dismay, Ife seemed to ignore her plea entirely. How annoying! A son of the big boss, yet so miserly. Frustrated, Yuji escorted Ife to the private room on the top floor of the club. Access to this level required both status and prestige, and Yuji had only visited a handful of times. "Young master, we have arrived," she said timidly, raising her eyes to meet his. Despite internally cataloging a multitude of grievances against Ife, she maintained an outwardly obedient demeanor, cautious and unwilling to provoke discord. Ife tapped his fingers on the back of the chair, contemplating as he murmured an absent him. Yuji waited a while longer, but no gratuity was forthcoming. "I'm leaving," she finally declared. Yuji reminded Ife, "I really am leaving." "Well, you may go," he replied. Yuji departed with a pace as slow as a tortoise. Until he exited the private room, no one called after him. What a scoundrel! Yuji's face fell, displaying his frustration. A bodyguard who followed Yuji stopped him. "This is for you from our young master." The bodyguard handed him a thick stack of money. The surprise came too abruptly. Yuji, cradling the cash, stammered, "Thank you, young master." Ever since he became acquainted with Yuji at the family club, Ife had been a regular visitor, insisting that Yuji attend to him personally. Consequently, Yuji found his work considerably eased. He no longer had to pour drinks or serve. The room contained only Ife and an abundance of delectable food. He could lounge on the sofa, indulging in endless snacks or playing games. Each visit yielded generous tips, his wallet swelling as if a divine benefactor had come to bestow riches upon him. However, Yuji did not harbor any admiration for Ife. Rather, his envy led him to perceive Ife as merely flaunting his wealth. He secretly fantasized about being the son of a wealthy magnate, while wishing Ife were just a lowly server. In this mindset, Yuji faced a downfall. His companions at the club betrayed him by exposing his disparaging remarks about others. The envious young server, who often criticized his wealthy employers, mocked their folly and fabricated stories, unwittingly inviting scorn upon himself. His affluent employers were particularly incensed, playing the role of an obedient servant while harboring malice behind their backs. Yuji's duplicity was unveiled. When Ife learned of the news, the unfortunate server had already been confined to the private room. Without hesitation, he stormed in with his entourage. Several imposing young men encircled the server on the sofa, leaving him with reddened eyes from the bullying. Ife raised his hand, and the bodyguard promptly intervened, separating the wealthy youths. Ife approached Yuji, trembling with fear. Yuji recounted how the men not only groped him, but also threatened to kiss him as punishment for his slanderous words, warning that any resistance would result in being taken home for further torment. The wealthy youths, employing harsh words to intimidate Yuji, did not truly intend to harm the delicate and charming youth. However, Yuji appeared genuinely terrified. "Are you frightened now?" Ife embraced the sobbing Yuji, feeling a pang of sympathy while admonishing him with, "Let us see if you dare to deceive again." He lifted Yuji, holding him face to face. Yuji, through his tears, protested, "I didn't deceive anyone. You are the worst." He purposefully smeared his tears on Ife's expensive coat. Indeed, he had not lied. He had spoken ill of others and had been caught. Yuji was reluctant to admit his fault, feeling humiliated for being exposed. How could I have trusted him so much? You are all terrible. I will never trust anyone again. They are all deceitful scoundrels. Whispers circulated within the Jinlong Club, hinting that the most beautiful server, Yu had caught the eye of the young master. It is not without reason that everyone noticed Fei's daily insistence on inviting Yu into his private room. Yu, having overheard some envious and spiteful remarks from others, felt an immense sense of grievance. They all claimed that you were supporting me, that I was being kept by you. I merely accepted your money, which you offered willingly. I did not ask for it. It is not a matter of being kept. Who said that? There is no such arrangement. It is simply that I admire you and wish to be with you. Fei took out a tissue, his tone earnest as he gently wiped away Yuji's tears. Really? Of course, as you said, I willingly gave you money. I am the one trying to win your affection. Fei lowered his voice, leaning in as if whispering in Yuji's ear. Ji, would you be willing to be with me? Being with the son of a wealthy tycoon is an undeniably advantageous arrangement. Memories of past comments echoed in her mind, places that made money hand over fist, yet merely one insignificant entity within the vast empire of the wealthy patriarch. All right, then I shall test you for a while longer. Once I am satisfied, I will allow you to be with me. Chapter 71. The male protagonist's former boyfriend in the apocalypse. World loading. You have matched the role. The former boyfriend who abandoned the male protagonist. Plot transmitting. This world is a tale of a grand male protagonist amid an apocalyptic backdrop. The protagonist, Lu Hong, rose from a life of delinquency, earning money to support his boyfriend through university, only to be cast aside by his ungrateful partner, who conspired with a wealthy heir to humiliate him verbally. Days later, the apocalypse descended, and Lu Hong emerged as an extraordinary individual, awakening a formidable lightning-based ability and inheriting a family heirloom that granted him spatial powers. He shone brightly in this new world, assembling a team and gradually becoming one of the most powerful and elite supernatural beings. Those who once looked down upon him could now only gaze up in admiration. Conversely, Yuji's role was that of the male protagonist's ungrateful ex-boyfriend, characterized by laziness, a preference for wealth, and selfishness. Like Lu Hong, he was orphaned, but unlike Lu Hong, he lacked the resolve, being timid and reliant on Lu Hong for protection. He remained utterly ungrateful, showering Lu Hong with sweet words while depleting his finances, using the money Lu Hong earned through hard labor to attend university. Upon witnessing the lavish lifestyle, he quickly deemed the once delinquent Lu Hong unworthy of him. He began to flirt with a wealthy heir, seeking to end his relationship with Lu Hong. When Lu Hong refused to comply, he publicly humiliated him with derogatory remarks, ridiculing Lu Hong as a poor boy unworthy of his company, reveling in his perceived correctness. However, after only a few days of luxurious living, the apocalypse struck, and the wealthy heir tragically became a zombie. Yuji found himself hiding in the heir's villa, surviving on the remaining supplies. Just as he was on the brink of starvation, he was fortuitously rescued by Lu Hong's team. Upon seeing Lu Hong, the ex-boyfriend he once scorned now transformed into a powerful being. Yuji's pride turned to regret, mingled with a tinge of jealousy. Within the group, he became nothing but a hindrance, adding trouble wherever he went, and when faced with zombies, he could only weep in terror, paralyzed by fear. Time and again, he shamelessly implored Lu Hong for sustenance and drink, leveraging their former relationship to utter ambiguous statements that misled others, ultimately leading to his repeated humiliation. The affection Lu Hong once held for him had long since been extinguished, eroded by abandonment and ridicule. His willingness to offer assistance was merely a manifestation of curiosity regarding the dire consequences the other would face after their severance. In a fit of embarrassment and fury, he harbored resentment towards Lu Hong, spewing slanderous remarks, and was eventually cast aside by the group. Bereft of any supernatural protection, he succumbed to hunger and, within mere moments, was bitten by a zombie on the road. The moment Yuji traversed into this timeline was precisely when he had been rescued from imminent starvation in a villa. A convoy gradually halted at a gas station. Amid the pushing and shoving, Yuji, fresh from absorbing the unfolding narrative, was swept from the vehicle by the throng. Before her lay a desolate expanse of crumbling walls, exposed rebar, and the ground stained with extensive patches of dried blood and other unidentifiable, desiccated substances, all pervaded by a nauseating stench. 3 months prior, the apocalypse had descended without warning. More than half the population had fainted, and upon awakening, transformed into insensible, pain-immune monstrosities known as zombies. These mindless creatures bit indiscriminately, and those who fell victim to their bites became assimilated and infected. The spread of infection was swift and unchecked. In the blink of an eye, societal structures collapsed, order disintegrated, and cities were rendered paralyzed. Water and electricity ceased, plunging the world into chaos. The apocalypse unraveled societal norms, unleashing the latent malevolence within humanity, leading to theft, conflict, and murder as individuals committed acts that shattered moral boundaries. Some acted out of a desperate will to survive. Others sought to vent their inner fears, while a few, inherently wicked, reveled in their lawlessness. Yet, a minuscule fraction of the populace, fortunate enough to awaken extraordinary abilities in this new era, emerged as supernatural beings. Eugene nestled within the crowd, pressing her hand against her abdomen, which echoed with emptiness. She felt an overwhelming hunger and thirst, her limbs weak and devoid of strength. Clad in a black windbreaker, Lu Hong had his collar drawn tight, concealing the outline of a pendant resting against his chest. A faint scar traversed his brow, exuding a rogue charm. His fingers casually tapped the car window, his gaze drifting outwards, unfocused. "Lu Gu, is that person among this batch of survivors?" Someone inquired. "Who? What are you talking about?" Came the response. "That one who previously discarded our Lu Gu," they pointed out. "Su Min Ang Scop." A look of disdain crossing his face. How foolish of us to have sacrificed so much for Lu Gu, starving ourselves and giving him our earnings for his education, only to raise a thankless ingrate. He had once been a good-for-nothing, having known Lu Hong for several years. Yet, while Lu Hong struggled, he thrived in comfort. Years ago, shortly after their acquaintance, Lu Hong had once saved him, and thereafter he referred to him as Lu Gu with genuine respect, as if he were a brother. Though he had never met Yu Ji, he was aware of Lu Heng's protective nature, pouring his earnings into her care, only to encounter a thankless wretch in return. "Let us not discuss him. I have severed ties with him," Lu Hong interjected. In his past, he had been naively earnest, offering his heart unreservedly, only to have it trampled into fragments. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds receive their just deserts. Lu Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. As the apocalypse descended, he awakened his extraordinary abilities, transforming into a supernatural being. Yet he found himself parched beyond measure. His throat felt parched, making it arduous even to swallow saliva. Yu Ji, unaccustomed to such suffering, surveyed his surroundings. Finding a direction, he moved slowly towards it. "Could you spare me some water?" he implored, his gaze fixed on the young man leaning against the vehicle. "Water?" The water-affiliated supernatural being, Jiang Xiaobai, scrutinized Yu Ji, his tone languidly elongated. "You wish for water?" Chapter 72. The male protagonist's former boyfriend in the apocalypse. "That can be arranged, but what do you offer in exchange?" he asked, his gaze unabashedly roving over Yu Ji. The man's eyes were intensely predatory, his clothing peeling away like layers of an onion. I have nothing to trade," Yu Ji stammered, his demeanor one of pitiable innocence, exuding a timid aura. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he regarded him. The young man possessed a delicate physique, slightly plump, contrasting sharply with the emaciated survivors in their group. His waist was slender enough to be encircled by a single hand, a clear indication that he had been well cared for before the world collapsed. A boy unable to withstand hunger. A mere morsel of food and a few kind words would likely render him compliant. "Here, drink," Jiang Xiaobai said, initially intending to provide just a sip of water. He recognized that in this desolate world, water had become a precious commodity. The residential areas they traversed had long ceased to supply it. To offer even a bottle of water was an act of kindness on his part. In a moment of uncharacteristic impulse, he retrieved a sealed bottle of mineral water. The sight of the entire bottle made Yu Ji's eyes sparkle with delight. Fearing that Jiang Shaobai might retract his offer, he hastily accepted it, thirsty and famished. He lacked the strength to twist off the cap. Undeterred, his cheeks flushed as he struggled to open it. Jiang Shaobai smirked at him, teasing, "You can't even open a bottle." Yu Ji blushed, his eyes misting over with unshed tears. Feeling wronged and bewildered as to why he was being tormented over a bottle of water, he clung tightly to it, unwilling to relinquish his grip. Under Yu Ji's anxious gaze, Jiang Shaobai took the bottle, effortlessly twisting the cap off. The water inside was pure and untainted. Yu Ji tilted his head back, eagerly taking a sip, then gulping down nearly half the bottle. Never before had he tasted water so exquisite. Stealing a glance at Jiang Shaobai, he was drawn to him for a reason. While others appeared grimy and disheveled, Jiang Shaobai stood out, pristine and radiant, reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic days. He clearly was a supernatural being untroubled by resource scarcity, and to Yu Ji's astonishment, he was a water manipulator. Having concealed himself within the villa, Yu Ji was only aware of the monstrous zombies outside, remaining utterly ignorant of the true state of the world beyond. He possessed not a shred of courage to step outside. The monsters would bite, transforming those afflicted into horrific creatures. Even from the safety of the window, he had witnessed several instances of zombies attacking, and as the number of bitten individuals grew, so did the horde of zombies. This only deepened Yu Ji's trepidation about venturing outside. Fortunately, the villa he occupied belonged to the affluent heir with whom he had a flirtatious relationship. As it was not a residence frequented by the young heir, there were no servants or housekeepers present. After the heir ventured outside and tragically fell victim to a zombie bite, he found himself alone in the villa. Yu Ji firmly secured the door and retreated to the third floor, where the zombies could scarcely detect his living scent and thus overlooked the villa entirely. It was not until Lu Hong and his companions arrived, eliminating the zombies that roamed the villa grounds, that Yu Ji realized the presence of not only monsters but also supernatural beings. The abilities of these extraordinary individuals rendered them far more adept at dispatching zombies than ordinary people, often without the need for direct confrontation. A mere burst of their powers could easily annihilate the undead. Yet, Yu Ji was oblivious to the existence of such abilities within himself. Having never exhibited a hint of supernatural prowess, he lamented the unfairness of it all. Why was he not endowed with such powers? His heart swelled with jealousy, feeling that fate had dealt him an unjust hand. He had pursued education, gained knowledge, and prided himself on his intelligence. Yet he found himself outshone by a mere ruffian like Lu Hong. Despite any lack of intellect, it was evident that Lu Hong, as one of the few endowed with abilities, occupied a prominent position within their group. His ex-boyfriend, whom he had been spurned by, thrived in circumstances that far surpassed his own, leaving Yu Ji feeling utterly defeated. "I am so hungry. If only there were something to eat," he mused. The young boy, accustomed to being pampered, lacked the sense of decorum and thus boldly sought to climb the social ladder. If they were able to provide him with water, surely they would have food as well. His gaze fixated on Jiang Shaobai, filled with yearning. He perceived Jiang Shaobai as a person with a tender heart. Surely, if he expressed his hunger and feigned a pitiful demeanor, the other would feel sympathy and offer him sustenance. Jiang Shaobai wore a faint smile, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of indifference in his eyes. "You want something to eat?" he inquired nonchalantly. In this post-apocalyptic world, everything held an equivalent value. To acquire something, one must offer a commensurate exchange. He was no benevolent soul. Unaware of a shift in Jiang Shaobai's demeanor, Yu Ji seized his hand, gently shaking it in a tentative manner. "Could you spare me some food, please?" he implored. The boy's face bore a patchwork of dirt, yet it could not conceal his striking features and glistening eyes. His lips, stained red from drinking water, added to his allure. Before his mind could fully process the situation, Jiang Shaobai's hand instinctively reached into his pocket. Upon feeling an object, his expression darkened with dissatisfaction at his own action, and he attempted to withdraw his hand. However, upon seeing Yu Ji's expectant face with its sparkling eyes, he hesitated, pursed his lips, and ultimately retrieved a piece of chocolate. With an air of annoyance, he asked, "Do you want some chocolate?" It was a square piece about the length of a finger. Yu could hardly wait. His eyes fixated on the chocolate as he snatched it from Jiang Xiaobai's hand. He swiftly unwrapped the foil, and the chocolate entered his empty stomach. Although it did not satiate his hunger, the bittersweet taste brought a delightful flavor to his mouth. "Delicious!" he exclaimed. Yu considered once more how to provoke Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, with an impassive expression, withdrew his hand, declaring her hands to be filthy. "How repugnant! I am the epitome of cleanliness." Yu, infuriated by what she perceived as a criticism of her unkempt state, refrained from retorting, particularly as Jiang Xiaobai possessed food. With a furtive glance, Jiang Xiaobai feigned submissiveness. Masking a heart full of mischief, though fundamentally timid, he maintained an appearance of obedience. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "Shall we have instant noodles for our meal later?" Their group was a makeshift assembly of survivors, comprising individuals from all walks of life. When he joined, only a handful of them were endowed with abilities, alongside some ordinary people. Gradually, as they scavenged for resources, more survivors sought refuge within their ranks. Although the individuals in the group were united, it did not imply they functioned as a cohesive entity. Resources were limited, and food had become a precious commodity in this post-apocalyptic world. It was not distributed freely. To procure sustenance, one had to either eliminate zombies or partake in the group's endeavors, such as extracting zombie cores or assisting in resource searches under the guidance of those with abilities. The brains of zombies contain a translucent core that could enhance the abilities of those endowed with them. Survivors contributing to the group received daily rations, while those engaged in zombie hunts were allocated slightly more food, albeit at a greater risk. Being caught or bitten often resulted in infection. Others who performed different tasks could also receive food, but in scant quantities, insufficient to satiate hunger. Within the group, those with abilities enjoyed significantly better treatment than ordinary individuals, often being regarded as superior, a common dynamic in this new world. The stark reality of the rich and poor had transformed into a more brutal hierarchy of survival, where the strong dominated and the weak struggled for existence. "I am so hungry," Yu murmured, pressing her palm against her stomach. "I have not eaten for an entire day, nor have I had any water." The remnants of food left in the villa were meager. Fortunately, a few boxes of water and a plethora of snacks had sustained her through the past 3 months. Upon mentioning water, Yuji's spirits lifted. "I was quite clever. Upon spotting monsters outside, I hurried to the bathroom to collect water. I filled several containers, ensuring I remained clean." She lifted her head with pride, believing she had accomplished something remarkable. Her resourcefulness had been inspired by information gleaned online. When the zombie outbreak first occurred, the internet had still been operational. Initially mistaking the zombies for deranged individuals, she had captured photos and videos to share online, only to discover an uproar of commentary regarding the apocalypse and the arrival of monsters, with numerous warnings about water storage and food hoarding. Amidst her fear, Yuji had diligently absorbed this advice. "What do you mean clean? It is undeniably filthy." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai recalled their first encounter in the villa. He had not paid much attention then, but indeed, she had appeared quite pristine at that moment. Yet, having stockpiled so much water, why still feel parched? One must refrain from consuming untreated water, especially when it harbors unwelcome creatures, which instills a profound sense of dread. Yuji, particularly averse to insects, trembled at the sight of the critters in the water, nearly losing the resolve to attend to his personal hygiene. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of those insects conjured vivid images of them wriggling within his abdomen, sending shivers down his spine and raising fine goosebumps upon his skin. Countless individuals suffer far worse fates, yet Jiang Xiaobai felt no inkling of sympathy. However, witnessing Yuji's quaking form softened his expression unbeknownst to him. I placed my hand upon Yuji's abdomen, which was indeed flat. Jiang Xiaobai retrieved another piece of chocolate. How could there be such an abundance of chocolate? Yuji, with his cheeks puffed out while savoring the treat, began to form clearer memories of Jiang Xiaobai. He broached an utterly unrelated question. "Do you know Lu Hong?" "Of course," came Yuji's response, though he immediately regretted it. He found himself uncertain whether to assert his acquaintance with Lu Hong or to deny any association. Lu Hong had transformed into a formidable ability wielder, and he was certain retribution would follow. Despite having been seen by Lu Hong in the villa, when he inadvertently called out to him, Lu Hong had merely dismissed him without a word. Yet, the thought lingered that Lu Hong might secretly seek to retaliate against him. Furthermore, what if others discovered his past with Lu Hong and the manner in which he had treated him? Would they not bully him to curry favor with Lu Hong? He had done nothing wrong. Yet, had he foreseen Lu Hong's evolution into an ability wielder and the onset of the apocalypse, he would never have forsaken him. Do you truly know him? Yes, he confirmed. Expecting Jiang Xiaobai to delve deeper, Yu Ji's mind raced, pondering how to articulate the nature of his relationship with Lu Hong. To his astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai merely acknowledged his response with a casual hum, and then shifted the topic. Su Mingyang had long taken notice of the unassuming boy in gray. Rewinding to the morning, they had paused in the villa district to regroup. After clearing the area of zombies, they began to scavenge for supplies. Despite the devastation wrought by the undead, many of the opulent villas remained largely intact. However, with the arrival of the zombies, the once valuable furniture, appliances, and jewelry had become worthless, rendered less significant than a mere pack of instant noodles. Within the villa community resided a fraction of survivors. Upon seeing their numbers and the presence of ability wielders, eagerly gravitated toward them. Once the zombies had been dealt with, Su Mingyang's gaze fell upon the corner where Yu Ji sat. He appeared strikingly pure and innocent, the sort of boy who would never harm even a zombie. Su Mingyang's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. It seemed he had succumbed to the enchantment of love at first sight. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, they had been compelled to hurry, leaving no time for conversation. Once in the vehicle, acquaintances began to gossip about Lu Hong encountering his ex-boyfriend. Su Mingyang, aware of Lu Hong's past relationship, found himself unable to suppress his curiosity. I hope Lu Hong can open his eyes and not be deceived by this ungrateful person again. After all, with the advent of the apocalypse, there are plenty of those eager to curry favor with abilities. Not long after exchanging a few words with Lu Hong, I stepped out of the vehicle and immediately sought out Yu Ji. Su Mingyang found Yu Ji, but at the same moment, he noticed the water-type ability user, Jiang Xiaobai, standing quite close to her. He reached out toward Yu Ji, who stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Damn it! Is Jiang Xiaobai taking advantage of her? Su Mingyang furrowed his brow, a surge of anger welling up within him, and hurried over. Survivors who contributed to the team would receive half a pack or a full pack of biscuits or instant noodles. Among the survivors, many had families to care for, and those who were capable of work were often the laborers of their households. Half a pack of biscuits was hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. Meanwhile, the ability users feasted on warm meals daily. There was a former chef in the group responsible for cooking canned meat, instant noodles. Instant noodles are convenient and quick. After boiling water, one simply adds the noodles and sprinkles the seasoning. When it was ready, Jiang Xiaobai brought over a steaming bowl of noodles. Each strand exuded a rich aroma, accompanied by a generous piece of meat. Even instant noodles, when prepared by a skilled hand, took on a different flavor. Yu Ji ate with such focus, her adorable demeanor shining through. Su Mingyang observed for quite a while, ensuring that Jiang Xiaobai meant no harm to Yu Ji. He approached her, clearing his throat softly. Why didn't you come find me when you were hungry? I don't know you. Why would I look for you? Upon uttering those words, Su Mingyang felt an urge to slap himself. His mind was flooded with thoughts of how endearingly cute she was. He had completely forgotten that she was not his wife. Not his wife anymore. Hearing Yu Ji's unreserved response, he felt no anger. Instead, he silently scolded himself for his lack of decorum. To Yu Ji, it was simply Su Mingyang uttering an odd statement, standing still with a peculiar expression, his lips curving into an enthusiastic smile. Even though Su Mingyang was quite handsome, such a display diluted his striking features. Yu Ji quickly took a step back, retreating to Jiang Xiaobai's side, whispering to him, "He is so perplexing and strange." While criticizing him, she did not forget to take a bite of the meat from her bowl. The rich, savory flavor of the canned meat, having been simmered for a while, was tender and delectable. After such a long time without a proper meal, the sudden arrival of both noodles and meat was simply irresistible. She thought Jiang Xiaobai must have a soft heart, casually offering her chocolate and a bowl of noodles with added meat. Regaining his composure, Su Mingyang shot Jiang Xiaobai a glare, but did not feel disheartened. Taking a deep breath, he turned and walked away, only to return shortly after, carrying a bowl of noodles piled high with meat, revealing only a few strands of noodles peeking through the abundant topping. "Here you go," he said. "I assure you, I'm not a bad person." He inadvertently pushed the bowl forward, constantly reminding himself to maintain composure. Yet his gaze remained affixed to Yu Ji, filled with anticipation. Within the group, there were 5 individuals with extraordinary abilities: Lu Heng, the lightning wielder; Su Mingyang, the fire manipulator; Jiang Xiaobai, the water controller; Zhang Lin, the strength enhancer; and Zhao Lifeng, the metal manipulator. Among them, only Zhang Lin had a family, accompanied by his wife and aging parents, while Su Mingyang busied himself in the kitchen. Everyone else, except Lu Heng, had already begun to eat. The gaunt survivor, with sunken eyes, was drawn to the aroma, swallowing in anticipation. Observing Su Mingyang's attentiveness towards Yu Ji, Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned icy. It felt akin to discovering a rare treasure, only to have someone leap from the shadows to vie for it. What concern was it of Su Mingyang? Suddenly, he emerged, uttering a barrage of nonsensical remarks. "Is this for me?" Yu Ji exclaimed, her hands empty. She spoke ill of him, called him peculiar, yet upon receiving food, she no longer urged him to leave. Her small face beamed with joy. Even though she was unfamiliar with Su Mingyang, it felt as if they had known each other. "Didn't he it? Well, here you go. But refrain from consuming what others offer you so casually." Su Mingyang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaobai, implying that some individuals might harbor ill intentions. His tone was laden with sarcasm, causing Jiang Xiaobai's brows to furrow deeply. Su Mingyang, once a ruffian, spoke bluntly. He liked what he liked and disliked what he disliked. In contrast, Jiang Xiaobai, hailing from illustrious lineage, was a wealthy scion before the apocalypse, surrounded by those eager to curry favor with him. In the past, he would not have deigned to acknowledge someone like Su Mingyang, a mere street thug. Su Mingyang grinned. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's formidable prowess, even the water element, often perceived as a weak ability, was wielded skillfully by him. Water arrows, bindings, and strikes could be devastating in human confrontations, potentially suffocating someone in moments. Nevertheless, even if he could not rival Jiang Xiaobai, he and Lu Heng together surely posed a challenge, did they not? The men exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with unspoken rivalry. Yet Yu Ji remained oblivious to the tension. The food presented to them was a gift, and not to be wasted. Moreover, Yu Ji had not recognized Su Mingyang at first, but soon realized he was the fire user who had conjured the fireball she had seen earlier. Her stomach had been empty for quite some time, and consuming such a large quantity of food, especially the generous bowl Jiang Xiaobai had served, was overwhelming. After a few mouthfuls of the new bowl, she found herself unable to continue. "Stop eating. Too much will make you uncomfortable," Jiang Xiaobai advised, refilling his bowl of instant noodles with an elegance that transformed the simple dish into a fine dining experience. Su Mingyang let out a scoff. Accepting the bowl Yu Ji had used, and without changing chopsticks, he slurped his noodles heartily. "The bowl and chopsticks I have used." Yu Ji hesitated to speak. Is this not akin to consuming his saliva? Although they are his, Su Mingyang's actions still left Yu Ji feeling a tinge of disdain. He would never do such a thing, unwilling to utilize items previously handled by others unless they had been thoroughly cleaned. He harbored no disdain for Yu Ji, yet the latter seemed to hold him in contempt. Noticing the disdain in the young boy's eyes, Su Mingyang felt a surge of frustration, his hand gripping the chopsticks as if enchanted. Food provided for the ability wielders in the group was always abundant, while survivors struggled to fill their stomachs. The ability wielders could indulge in food at any moment. Yu Ji exemplified the classic case of having eyes larger than his stomach, watching them eat, his belly full yet still craving more. "My name is Su Mingyang. Feel free to call on me if you need anything, understood?" Fearing that Yu Ji might decline, Su Mingyang added, "I'll bring you some delicious food when I return." All right, then I want to eat. Su Mingyang maintained a friendly demeanor towards Yuji, but his gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai bore an implicit warning, silently urging him to keep his distance from Yuji. Jiang Xiaobai completely disregarded him, softly conversing with Yuji while showcasing a small water sphere in his hand. Yuji's attention immediately shifted to Jiang Xiaobai, captivated by the small water sphere, completely forgetting Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang thought to himself, damn it, a scheming guy. So many tricks up his sleeve. He filled a bowl with instant noodles and walked towards the vehicle. They were currently situated in S City, which had essentially fallen, with zombies lurking everywhere. The car door stood ajar, and Lu Hong leaned against the seat, poring over the route map in his hands. The pathways to various locations were no longer clear. Many roads severed, with ruins obstructing the way, and small groups had emerged to collect tolls. Lugo, have something warm to eat first. We can check later. Su Mingyang suggested, glancing at the colorful route map before retracting his gaze. He had never been fond of such things. Lu Hong set the route map aside. Have the rations been distributed to the others in the group? Everyone who has worked has received their share. Lu Hong took a bite of his noodles, softly affirming, choosing not to probe further. Su Mingyang had come to understand Lu Hong somewhat, sensing that he often appeared distracted. He broached the topic, where are we headed? B City has established a base. We could go see it. A few days prior, they had heard over the radio that numerous locations had set up survivor bases, offering refuge for humanity and welcoming survivors, with B City being the nearest to their current location. To the base, huh? Upon hearing Lu Heng's words, Su Mingyang was uncertain whether he felt more anticipation or complexity. Strangely, he felt a sense of contentment with their current way of life. Previously, he had merely been a thug. In the eyes of others, they might fear him but would not confront him directly. Yet, he was well aware that this fear stemmed from his unpredictable nature and that no one truly respected him. He was inconsequential and lacked prominence. However, since the apocalypse had arrived and he had awakened his abilities, the way others regarded him had transformed dramatically. His status had surged to the highest echelon. When the once prized currency of wealth loses its significance, the affluent individuals and illustrious celebrities, who once seemed unapproachable, are rendered no different from the common folk, reduced to begging for mere sustenance. To be fair, and perhaps selfishly so, Su Mingyang secretly yearns for the advent of the apocalypse, envisioning a transformation from the downtrodden to a position of supremacy, to become an entity that demands reverence and admiration. Such an identity shift is one that few would reject. Yet, the reality is sobering. Without a comprehensive understanding of the base's specific conditions, Lu Hong remains uncertain about the necessity of joining it. After all, we are already amidst the apocalypse, with the roaming zombies and dwindling food supplies serving as constant reminders that the days before the calamity are irretrievable. Chapter 74. The male protagonist's former boyfriend in the apocalypse. For upon entering the base, how will the treatment of abilities users differ from that of ordinary individuals? Can abilities users act with impunity, or will there be restrictions imposed upon them? What force will enforce these limitations? Furthermore, the inevitable intrigue and power struggles within the base will likely abound. Abilities users will not readily submit to inferiority, and the higher echelons of the base surely will not allow them to wield their formidable power over their heads. Moreover, the regulations set by each base are likely to vary significantly. With an influx of new members into the group, have arrangements been made? Indeed, around 10 have joined the zombie hunting squad, while others, Su Mingyang scoffs, are cowardly, cowering in vehicles, trembling at the sight of zombies, fleeing faster than anyone else. They even dare to demand food from us, questioning why we do not share our supplies, strutting about as if they were esteemed individuals. Do they truly think they are still in the past, dressed in a thin hoodie, with a straight nose and a slender jaw? Su Mingyang's hair ends in an unshaken ash gray. His words emerge with a hint of bitterness, revealing a face marked by the experience of bloodshed. Over the past 3 months, he has slain not only zombies, but also people. There are always those who, in their arrogance, fail to recognize their own station, some who hold themselves in high regard, while others covet resources. Once the psychological barrier is breached, human life becomes the most worthless commodity in the apocalypse. When discussing these matters, Su Mingyang's tone drips with disdain. Yet he does not dwell on it for long, knowing which words to utter and which to keep silent. He dismisses them. Lu Heng ponders, his tone indifferent, as if addressing Su Mingyang or perhaps merely engaging in a soliloquy. There are too many of them. We are not a charitable organization. Survivors who have endured several months of the apocalypse are acutely aware of how sensitive zombies are to the flesh and blood of the living. Lu Heng's words are not without merit. The greater the number of people, the less the zombies will fear them. Rather, they will converge in greater numbers, more frenzied, rushing forth in waves. Currently, they are stationed at a gas station and have already dealt with several scattered zombies that had approached them. The instant noodles are lukewarm, and Lu Heng finishes his meal quickly, only to notice Su Mingyang displaying an air of awkwardness. Moreover, if he is not mistaken, his ears have turned red. Lu Heng, Sugo, what about the snacks you have in your space? Su Mingyang hesitantly inquires, leaning closer to Lu Heng and deliberately lowering his voice. In the group, only he and Lu Heng are aware of the latter's spatial abilities. Indeed, he merely believed that Lu Heng had awakened two types of supernatural abilities. During the initial chaos of the apocalypse, Lu Heng and he happened to be together. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Heng decisively acted, and the two of them swept up a considerable amount of food, daily necessities, and other supplies. The situation escalated so rapidly that they had no time for multiple trips. Lu Heng showcased his spatial abilities, storing an abundance of resources within his spatial realm, which also served as their source of confidence. Lu Heng's concealment of his spatial powers from him moved Su Mingyang deeply, and he made numerous promises. In his heart, no matter the circumstances, he would never betray Lu Heng, for Lu Heng had once saved his life, leading him to regard Lu Heng as a brother. In their team, there were no other spatial ability users, and the supplies collected during this period were stored in their vehicle. The existence of Lu Heng's spatial abilities was kept hidden from the outside world, as their makeshift team lacked trust. Furthermore, they were not caretakers, bearing no obligation to be responsible for anyone. Having more people was beneficial, allowing them to mitigate certain risks and broaden their resource-gathering efforts, thus acquiring more crystal cores. If anyone felt that the team was a burden, they could depart at any time. Snacks? Yes, at the supermarket we visited, there was a section dedicated to snacks. I recall placing some in the spatial realm. Lugo, you might want to check. What do you want? Su Mingyang mentioned a few items. Lu Heng immersed himself in his spatial realm, and suddenly, potato chips, milk candies, and beef jerky materialized in his hands. That should suffice. No need to take too much. After all, Lugo was right here, and couldn't he possibly run away? Once they were finished eating, they could return for more. Su Mingyang took the beef jerky and candies, placing them into his backpack. The beef jerky was in a bulk package, weighing a hefty 2 kilograms. The bag of potato chips was large, but mostly filled with air, so Su Mingyang simply held it in his hands. Who are you planning to give this to? Lu Heng noticed the unusual behavior. Normally, Su Mingyang would occasionally ask him for beer or similar items, but his current demeanor was tense. Unlike his usual self, he would typically open a can to drink right away, and Lu Heng recalled that Su Mingyang was not particularly fond of dairy-flavored snacks. Could it not be that I simply want to eat? Lu Heng clearly did not believe him. I'm interested in someone, and this is all for him. He imagined presenting the snacks to Yu Ji, envisioning the surprise on the other's face. Wouldn't he embrace him and exclaim how impressive he was? How useful he could be. Just the thought made Su Mingyang's throat tighten and his heartbeat falter. Just don't let yourself be deceived, Lu Heng reminded him. Yes, do keep an eye on Jiang Shaobai for me. Chapter 75. The male protagonist's ex-boyfriend in the apocalypse. 5. Does this have anything to do with Jiang Shaobai? Lu Heng's expression shifted slightly. I suspect Jiang Shaobai's intentions are not pure, Su Mingyang said, elongating his tone and narrowing his eyes, utterly convinced. He wishes to compete with me for someone. Lu Heng initially thought Su Mingyang would unveil some shocking secrets. It turned out to be this. Very well. I shall help you keep an eye on him. After exchanging a few words with Su Mingyang and sensing his usual exuberance, Lu Heng felt somewhat more relaxed. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaobai was summoned to deal with the zombies. Yuji sat upon a stool, and before long, a throng had gathered around her. Most of the onlookers were gaunt, their sunken eyes reflecting a deep-seated numbness and despair, their appearances disheveled and grimy. Yet, when Yuji was addressed, their expressions suddenly ignited with fervor, voices overlapping in excitement. "What did Brother Jiang say to you? I saw you eating instant noodles, properly cooked instant noodles. Can you believe an ability user would actually share their food with you? I was close enough to see there was a generous piece of meat in your bowl. I can hardly recall the last time I had meat myself." Among the crowd were both men and women, young and old, their unfeeling faces betraying an insatiable envy. Their tones were urgent, tinged with an unmistakable desperation. "What is with the you and your? My name is Yuji." In truth, Yuji preferred to be addressed as Brother Yuji, for it carried a certain prestige. A young boy raised an eyebrow and lifted his chin, seemingly impressed. "You're Yuji, right? I've seen you before. You're the newcomer from that villa area. Aren't you? Do you know Brother Jiang? How impressive. You're acquainted with an ability user from the team. Brother Jiang is the water ability user. And when water is scarce, the entire team relies on him for supplies." The mention of ability users sparked animated conversation among them. "I've even seen Brother Su. He is a fire ability user and quite formidable against zombies. If only I possessed an ability as well. What a wretched world this has become. Why has everything turned out like this? Really? There are plenty of supplies?" Yuji feigned indifference, though she listened intently, for this information could prove vital for her future sustenance. "I'm so hungry. Can anyone spare me some food? I beg you. I'm on the verge of starvation, and I promise I will repay you." The speaker was a small-framed man, licking his parched lips, slumped on the ground, clutching his belly in agony, his pained wails echoing, whether by sound or sight. He appeared utterly pitiable, yet all around him wore expressions of indifference, not a soul moved to sympathy. "Each day, we receive only 2 biscuits. Before the craving can be satisfied, they're gone, and there's nothing left to eat. If you're that hungry, why not go kill some zombies? The team that hunts zombies starts with half a pack of biscuits. Today, they even distributed a pack of instant noodles. Even without water, it tastes good. Who isn't hungry? We're all starving. In a realm where food was so scarce. Yuji's fortunate circumstance of being served instant noodles by an ability user made her an object of attention. The crowd, conserving their energy, ceased their envious murmurs about the ability users. It was not that they lacked envy, but rather that their envy could not transform them into ability users. They turned to Yuji for insight. "Do you really know Brother Jiang?" Yuji shook her head honestly. Upon hearing her response, many in the crowd felt a flicker of hope. If she knew him, it signified a level of acquaintance. If not, it meant they too could aspire to gain the favor of an ability user. "So, what did you discuss? I saw Brother Jiang serve you noodles, and Brother Su seemed to have handed you a bowl as well. Did you sweet-talk them?" Some gazed at Yuji, whose dusty appearance failed to conceal her delicate beauty. The pride on the young boy's face was evident, yet not easily suppressed. "Not at all. I said nothing. It was they who voluntarily offered me instant noodles, and who claimed that I had merely consumed the noodles." Speaking of this, Yuji did not consider himself to be dishonest, for he had indeed only asked Jiang Shaobai for water and perhaps secured a piece of chocolate. The noodles were something the other party had inquired if he wished to partake in. They even provided me with water. Yuji retrieved his bottle of mineral water, still holding a modest half, and waved it in front of the onlookers. The other survivors swallowed hard, their eyes nearly bulging with desire. 3 days prior, they had stumbled upon a clean, uncontaminated well, and all the containers they could find were filled with water. Having consumed it, they were now nearly finished. Practically everyone here was both hungry and thirsty. "Look, this is what he gave me, clean mineral water," in front of dozens of gazes. Yuji effortlessly twisted off the cap and took a generous sip. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed their expressions, which indeed reflected envy. The young boy felt as though he were floating above the clouds, having evidently ascended to a position of prominence, surpassing ordinary individuals under the aegis of those with powers. Some gazed at Yuji with admiration, while others wished to taste the same fortune, believing he had merely charmed the extraordinary beings with his appearance. A few in the crowd exchanged furtive glances. How fortunate he is, with both noodles to eat and water to drink. I never realized that being full could become such a luxury. After all, he was merely a newcomer. Why should he feel so proud? Yuji's display of pride stung the eyes of many. The survivors were indeed not in good condition, disheveled, emaciated, and ravenous. It had been a long while since any of them had enjoyed a hearty meal. While some contemplated leaving to seek food, the city was fraught with danger. Perhaps around the next corner, they would encounter a grotesque zombie with rotting flesh. Being near the extraordinary beings, even with minimal protection, felt significantly safer than elsewhere. Many survivors who ventured away from the group were swiftly overwhelmed by zombies, devoured in an instant. Those fortunate enough were turned into zombies themselves, while the unfortunate were torn asunder. What the group desired most was to align themselves with the extraordinary beings. Just a mere scrap from their hands could sate their hunger. Allowing Su Mingying and Jiang Shaobai to fend off another wave of zombies, Lu Cheng sat for a moment, clearing his mind, and then retrieved a bottle of milk from his storage space. Clutching in his palm, he exited the vehicle, inadvertently passing by Yuji. Initially, Yuji did not notice Lu Cheng, still engrossed in conversation with another survivor of similar age, chattering animatedly about the events that had transpired in the Villa district. Primarily boasting of his cleverness and prowess in detecting abnormalities, cleverly hiding away and barricading the door. This was what had ensured their current safety, while those who were not as astute had already succumbed to becoming zombies. Still, he loved to flaunt. Though Lu Cheng appeared to be walking, he attentively absorbed every word Yuji uttered. As if lost, Lu Cheng turned back once more. Yuji had remained utterly oblivious to him, completely disregarding his presence. Lu Hong pressed his lips together, feeling an irritation within himself that he had not previously acknowledged. He slowed his pace and decisively halted right before Yuji. A shadow loomed before her, forcing Yuji to lift her gaze. Her pupils constricted in fear, and she instinctively recoiled a step back. Lu Hong had come to exact his revenge on him. Yuji hurriedly scanned her surroundings, hoping to find someone who could assist her, but alas, she could not locate Su Mingying and Jiang Shaobai, the two newly acquainted abilities users who had seemingly vanished. Apart from the ordinary people surrounding her, there was only Lu Hong. Unable to see him, Lu Hong had merely stopped here by chance. It had nothing to do with her. Yuji chanted a few affirmations in her mind, yet before her, Lu Hong remained motionless, his penetrating gaze exuding an overwhelming pressure. There was no denying the truth. Indeed, he had come looking for her. What do you want? Yuji braced herself to confront Lu Hong. However, her courage was feeble. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes glazed over with a film of mist. The survivors nearby, who had been conversing with her, had long since fled upon witnessing Lu Hong's approach. Afraid? Lu Hong smirked slightly, memories of the moment Yuji had ended their relationship flooding his mind. Her smug expression felt like a distant memory. He had worked hard to support Yuji through college, lost in her sweet words, but what had he ultimately received? She had turned her back on him, condescendingly humiliating him, pushing him away. He had once thought Yuji merely spoiled and capricious, yet she was utterly despicable. A shadow of dark emotions crept into Lu Hong's eyes, his expression shifting to one of inscrutable anger and sorrow, his aura growing colder. Yuji shrank her neck, hesitantly parting her lips, her gaze fixed on the tips of her shoes, too fearful to meet Lu Hong's eyes, terrified that he might bully her. In the past, Lu Hong had been so accommodating. He would obey her every command, even when she deliberately teased him. Their breakup had been Lu Hong's fault, after all. She was now in college, while he was merely an illiterate rogue. She had so many desires to fulfill. How could he possibly afford them? The more she pondered, the more the selfish little rascal felt no guilt. She believed all faults lay with Lu Hong, deeming him useless and stingy. What was wrong with wanting to live a better life? Regardless of her internal justifications, as an ordinary person, facing a now unyielding Lu Hong, she could only listen to his incessant criticisms. Her self-proclaimed cleverness was branded as cowardice by Lu Hong. Why did he have to speak of her this way? Declaring her neither formidable nor intelligent? His tone was slow, yet each word pierced Yuji's heart with sharp cruelty. Wasn't it said that without him, she would thrive? Wasn't it said that she was the one burdening him? Huh. The man stood tall and imposing, his windbreaker adding a touch of sharpness to his demeanor. His playful gaze, appraising Yuji with palpable mockery. Thank goodness I broke up with you. Otherwise, when the zombies arrive, I might have been pushed to shield you from them. Yuji's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, her vision blurred with unshed sorrow. After venting his frustrations and expressing the words that had long been repressed within him, Lu Hong felt no sense of relief. Instead, he was filled with an uncomfortable sensation. Particularly, witnessing Yuji on the verge of tears made his throat constrict painfully, as if something was lodged within. He parted his lips, but his words faltered. He placed the milk into Yuji's hand, meeting her astonished gaze with a slightly frosty tone, retorting, I fear you might starve to death, leaving no one to torment. Indeed, he knew that Lu Hong was not genuinely benevolent. Feeling a bit parched, Yuji, with a sense of grievance, sipped the milk while internally cursing Lu Hong. The young boy was quite transparent with his emotions, and Lu Hong truly understood Yuji well. Just by observing the indignation etched on her face, he could tell she was mentally berating him with fervor. How wretched I am. Lu Hong inhaled deeply, his chest swelling with pent-up frustration and anger, his temples throbbing. He stormed off, his back radiating fury. At that moment, Yuji's attention was entirely fixated elsewhere. Lu Hong had dropped something. Stealthily, she picked up the pork floss bread that had fallen before her. Its palm-sized form glistened invitingly in a golden hue. It was quite careless of him to drop food, yet she would not remind Lu Hong of it. After a brief respite at the gas station, distributing supplies and allowing the ability's users to finish their meals, the vehicles were fueled, and the convoy was about to set off. Zhang Lin and Zhao Lifeng were shooing away the few cars that wished to follow. These individuals hailed from both the villa area and nearby residential districts, numbering quite a few. The moment they were informed they could not accompany the group, the crowd erupted into chaos, filled with heated debates. Why can't we follow behind? We merely wish to survive. Is that a crime? There's so many zombies outside. Are you trying to force us to our demise? Zhang Lin and Zhao Lifeng remained unfazed, their expressions icy. Leading the group of survivors was a middle-aged man clad in a wrinkled suit, desperately attempting to argue his case. Yet due to the cold demeanor of Zhang Lin and Zhao Lifeng, both ability users, he lacked conviction and appeared increasingly anxious. The suited man shifted his approach. This road does not bear your names, does it? We simply wish to traverse here. Even ability users should not be so unreasonable and domineering. Whether it was a matter of convenience or simply clinging to them like a stubborn adhesive, he knew the truth in his heart. Zhao Lifeng's voice deepened, cutting him off mercilessly before he could finish. Sensing the unyielding gaze of Zhang Lin and Zhao Lifeng, devoid of warmth, akin to the look one might give a corpse, some in the crowd felt a shiver of fear. Hesitating, they halted in place. Yuji had initially been seated in a van, the rear seats removed, sitting among others. The vehicle was filled with an assortment of unpleasant odors, making it hard to bear. Yuji was prone to motion sickness, with acid rising in her stomach, nearly causing her to retch. She hesitated about boarding the vehicle, but fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai whisked her away. As she casually turned her head, she noticed the envy glimmering in the eyes of others. You are truly wonderful. You are the best person I have ever encountered. Jiang Xiaobai. Observing the bewilderment on Yuji's face, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently uttered, My name. Oh, I am Yuji. Chapter 77. The male protagonist's ex-boyfriend in the apocalypse. 7. Are we friends now? The man's hands were well-defined, with a thin layer of calluses adorning his palms. An indescribable thrill surged within him, filling his chest to the brim. You. His words were abruptly interrupted by another voice. Wait. Su Mingyang approached at a brisk pace, his gaze fixated on the intertwined hands of Yuji and Jiang Xiaobai. His brows furrowed deeply, and his expression darkened instantaneously. How long had he been away? Jiang Xiaobai had already arrived with him closely following behind. Surely, Jiang Xiaobai must be a deviant. He appeared virtuous on the surface, yet his heart was tainted akin to that of a wealthy scion. Stealthily positioning himself between the two, he separated them. "Come with me to my car. There's still room." Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, Yu Ji felt a tinge of pride. Indeed, a clever individual can thrive anywhere. He merely revealed a hint of his abilities, and now, the gifted were eager to forge a connection with him. Though lacking supernatural powers, he possessed a sharp intellect. Initially, he contemplated feigning indecision. Having become a coveted prize, he certainly aimed to leverage the situation. He intended to consider his options thoroughly. Whoever provided him with food and kindness would be the one he chose. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. Su Mingyang's car was the very one Lu Cheng occupied. "I won't go." The young boy shook his head vigorously, fearing that a moment's hesitation would result in Su Mingyang dragging him away. Lu Cheng would undoubtedly torment him. He had already coerced him into drinking milk. If he were to board the car, the bullying would likely intensify. Yu Ji licked his lips. The milk was delightful, yet Lu Cheng was wicked. Once he discovered that Yu Ji was unafraid of milk, he would surely devise even more tormenting methods. Not going? The rejection came as a surprise to Su Mingyang, who felt a pang of discomfort. Silently, he acknowledged that he stood a head shorter than Jiang Shaobai. Yu Ji's choice of Jiang Shaobai over him seemed to signify that, in the other's heart, Jiang Shaobai held far greater importance. Su Mingyang's expression darkened, but in the presence of someone he admired, he suppressed his frustration, which morphed into jealousy and ire directed at Jiang Shaobai. Perhaps it was Jiang Shaobai who, while he was away, had secretly spoken ill of him. The young boy exuded an air of innocence and goodness, easily swayed by others. If Jiang Shaobai had indeed maligned him, Yu Ji would likely naively take it to heart. Viewing Jiang Shaobai as the virtuous one, his gaze was as sharp as a cold blade, continually piercing through the air. "Don't listen to him. I'll take you to my car. It's much safer." Bolstered by Jiang Shaobai's presence, Yu Ji covered his ears, feigning annoyance. Raising his voice slightly, he declared, "I said I'm not going. Not going. You're so bothersome." This was Su Mingyang's first experience of affection. His feelings for Yu Ji deepened with each passing moment, and he could not bear to utter a single word of reproach. His tone softened, his demeanor became humble, and even after being rejected, he dared not express anger towards him. Gently soothing Yu Ji, he said, all right, do not be angry. Please do not take offense. I have brought you some treats, just as you wished. Dried beef, milk candies, and this as well. While I was out battling zombies, it was inconvenient to carry chips, so I opened a small corner and packed some into my bag. Rest assured, they are still good." He produced a bag of partially opened, flattened chips. "Is there so much?" "All for me." Yu Ji was taken aback by the generosity of the ability user, momentarily frozen as he accepted the items from Su Mingyang, a beaming smile stretching across his face. His eyes sparkled with delight. "You are truly wonderful, my dear friend. How splendid it would be if everyone were like Su Mingyang, so adorably earnest, actually bringing me precisely what I mentioned without missing a single item. If it weren't for Su Mingyang sharing a ride with Lu Hong, I might have seriously considered joining him. He need only mention a few delectable treats, and Su Mingyang would fetch them for him." Jiang Shaobai cast a cryptic glance at the supplies cradled in Yu Ji's arms, pulling the intrigued Yu Ji into the vehicle. His face betrayed little emotion, yet Su Mingyang sensed an undercurrent of mockery. It wasn't until the car door fully closed, obscuring Yu Ji from view, that the young ability user turned away, gritting his teeth and delivering a forceful punch into the air before him. Normally seated in the passenger seat for ease of communication with Yu Ji, Jiang Shaobai opted for the back seat this time, aligning his leg with Yu Ji's. The driver, a taciturn, good-natured middle-aged man, remained silent. "Why did you take my hand?" Jiang Shaobai inquired casually. However, a closer observation would reveal the seriousness in his demeanor, along with an unacknowledged expectation lurking deep within his gaze. "Friends hold hands. It strengthens our bond and affirms our friendship." Yu Ji's words doused Jiang Shaobai with cold water, dispelling any fanciful notions that had sparked in his heart. For Yu Ji, holding hands was a commonplace affair, yet Jiang Shaobai fell silent, uncertain of his own feelings. He had hoped for something more from Yu Ji, and hearing such a statement inevitably cast a shadow of disappointment over him. As for why, he dared not ponder, for they had only just met. In Yuji's moment of triumph, seeing his silence, he pouted, "Are we not friends? If we aren't, then why did you share your name with me? Or do you believe that because I lack abilities, I am unworthy of your friendship? Do you think I am unfit to be your friend?" Yuji possessed an extraordinary talent for shifting blame onto others with just a few words, leaving no room for anger. Jiang Xiaobai, typically perceptive, would usually recognize such tactics, but the look of grievance on Yuji's face rendered him compliant. "I did not mean it that way. We are friends. I was just momentarily distracted." "Humph." Yuji turned his head defiantly, arms crossed, adopting a posture that signaled he would not entertain explanations. Yet, internally he was elated. He had not expected Jiang Xiaobai to apologize after his outburst. "Jiang Xiaobai, I was pondering, you told Su Mingyang he is your good friend, yet you have so many friends." Suddenly, her lips were covered by a hand. Ignoring her anger, Yuji leaned forward and tightly pressed her palm against Jiang Xiaobai's mouth. "Stop talking. If others wish to befriend me, what can I do? I am no supernatural being," Yuji mumbled, taking advantage of the absence of Su Mingyang in the car to distance herself from him. Although it was Yuji who had initially proclaimed their friendship, Jiang Xiaobai clearly understood her words, not exposing her pretense after hearing her serious murmurs. He gently placed his hand on Yuji's waist, pulling her onto his lap. "I know it's not you. You're back." Su Mingyang's spirits were low as he merely acknowledged her return. Lu Heng quickly sensed Su Mingyang's disengagement. Ordinarily, he would inquire further, but he too found himself in a daze, distractedly gazing out of the car window, neglecting Su Mingyang. He suddenly asked, "Is there space in the car?" They were in a 7-seater SUV, and besides Su Mingyang and Lu Heng, there were several survivors aboard. Although they lacked supernatural abilities, they were quite capable, adept at dispatching zombies, standing out among ordinary individuals. "Yes, there's room for 2 more, replied a young man in the passenger seat, sporting a black buzz cut, chewing gum, and dressed in a worn leather jacket. "Boss, who do you want me to call up?" "No one," Lu Heng replied tersely, his tone rigid. Chapter 78. The male lead's former boyfriend in the apocalypse. Why has everyone suddenly changed their mood? The buzzcut man scratched his head. "Should I have Li San drive?" "Wait a moment." After 5 minutes, Lu Heng's gaze remained fixed outside. Su Mingyang snapped out of his reverie and sensed something was amiss. "Lu Ge, are we not leaving?" They had previously agreed to depart, yet the vehicle had remained stationary for quite some time, which was uncharacteristic of their usual efficiency. He had thought they would have already set off. Su Mingyang wished for a swift departure, as it would make their journey seem shorter and allow for an earlier stop. Lu Heng remained silent. After a spell, he spoke softly. "Shall I check if everyone is boarded?" Zhou Su, the buzzcut man, was a loyal subordinate. Since Lu Heng had spoken, he stepped out, albeit with some confusion, and carefully surveyed the area. "Everyone is on board. There's no one outside." "Then let us go." When Jiang Xiaobai had pulled Yuji onto his lap, she braced for a bump to her head, quickly closing her eyes and tucking her neck in. She harbored many grievances in her heart. As it turned out, she did not bump her head at all. The SUV's roof was quite high, leaving ample space above. "I was not afraid," she insisted, emphasizing her denial. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly. Yuji felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, firmly believing that Jiang Xiaobai was mocking her. Had it been anyone else, she might have retorted, but she still felt a twinge of fear towards him. What if he suddenly became angry? Hastily changing the subject, she asked, "Why aren't you in the same vehicle as them?" It seemed that the other cars were filled with people, while Jiang Xiaobai was alone, aside from the driver. "It's dirty and smells bad." Not everyone possesses the water-based abilities like Jiang Xiaobai. Water is a precious resource, and many struggle to procure enough for their needs. In such challenging times, survival itself is a formidable task, leaving little room for personal upkeep. Only a few endowed with special abilities have the luxury to attend to their appearance, while the younger abilities may strive to maintain a polished image. There are also those who are rather unkempt. For instance, Zhang Lin, despite being an ability wielder, bears heavy burdens with his family and is unlikely to waste water frivolously. Yuji nodded in agreement, expressing his own penchant for cleanliness. You claim I am dirty, yet I am not dirty at all, am I? Jiang Shaobai harbored a strong aversion to dirt. In his previous affluent days, his fastidiousness seemed trivial. However, in this apocalyptic era, where desires are not easily fulfilled, he could remain unfazed while confronting zombies, indifferent even as gore splattered around him. Nonetheless, his obsession with cleanliness persisted. He preferred to cultivate a comfortable environment within his capabilities, turning a blind eye to others as long as they did not breach his boundaries or impose their filth upon him. Yu Ji spoke with considerable fervor. Jiang Shaobai produced a packet of tissues, dampened by water, and gently wiped Yu Ji's face. Now you're clean. It is the vehicle that is dirty, not you. Yu Ji reluctantly accepted this explanation as Jiang Shaobai meticulously wiped his fingers. Subsequently, he began to eat. Yu Ji had brought a backpack, scavenged from a villa, filled with various items: toothbrush, toothpaste, phone, band-aids, neatly packed spare clothing, a nearly empty water bottle, and the food given to him by Su Mingyang. The backpack was plump, but in reality, only a few items were truly useful. Yet Yu Ji believed every item he carried was invaluable, particularly his phone, which had long since shut down, but could still serve him well once he found a source of power for gaming. Yu Ji rummaged through his belongings and selected something. Look, I have meat floss bread. Would you like to have some? He feigned generosity, pretending to offer Jiang Shaobai a share of his food. However, when Jiang Shaobai genuinely nodded in acceptance, Yu Ji's demeanor shifted to one of reluctance. Haven't you had enough? Why do you want more bread? Jiang Shaobai remained silent, merely observing him, his gaze seemingly asking, "Didn't you just inquire if I wanted some?" Feeling exposed under Jiang Shaobai's scrutiny, Yu Ji felt a twinge of guilt. Jiang Shaobai provided him with water and instant noodles, and even a portion of his meat floss bread. As Yu Ji tore open the packaging, he hesitated, feeling he had taken too much, and gradually tore off a smaller piece, finally ending up with only a fragment the size of a fingernail. "Here, take this. It's delicious," Yu Ji said, reluctantly handing the bread to Jiang Shaobai. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaobai accepted it, showing no disdain for the piece Yu Ji had touched. "Why are you eating so quickly?" Yu Ji, fearing that Jiang Shaobai might find his portion insufficient and ask for more, opened his mouth wide and took an enormous bite, easily 10 times the size he had offered Jiang Shaobai. As dusk approached, their vehicle halted outside a modest inn. It was a small roadside establishment, its sign partially missing, casting a dim glow. Su Mingyang could hardly contain his excitement as he alighted from the vehicle, casting a glance at the few cars behind him, effortlessly locating Jiang Shaobai's. Striding purposefully towards it, he chanced upon the door swinging open, revealing a young boy who descended first. His eyes sparkled as he waved at Yu Ji. Noticing the food in Su Mingyang's hands, Yu Ji eagerly approached. "What are you eating?" "Cookies. They seemed a tad unclean. Allow me to have a taste for you." Yu Ji nearly offered to feed him directly. "Would you like some?" Su Mingyang handed over an entire box of creamy biscuits along with a bottle of clean water. "You are so kind." The cookies were sweet and fragrant, with a rich layer of nougat filling that delighted the palate. After savoring 2 pieces, Yu Ji meticulously folded the bag of cookies, glancing at Su Mingyang, only to find him seemingly oblivious to his presence. He reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved a piece of milk candy, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. Delicious. He comfortably squinted his eyes. The joy of sneaking a treat in front of others was immensely pleasurable for Yu Ji. "Is the milk candy delightful? Once you finish, I'll get you more." At the beginning of his sentence, having been caught sneaking, Yu Ji pouted, but by the end his eyes twinkled with laughter. With a packet of cookies in hand, Yu Ji regarded Su Mingyang as if he were a treasure trove of snacks. "You are truly wonderful. I have not erred in befriending you." Yu Ji began to boast about his past accomplishments to Su Mingyang. Captivated, Su Mingyang listened intently, nodding occasionally, praising Yu Ji's prowess and providing him with rich emotional affirmation. Su Mingyang had not misjudged him. He was indeed an extraordinary and intelligent individual. Only that scoundrel Lu Hong would malign him, leveraging his powers to claim he was timid. As they stood near the roadside path, with a lawn behind them and the evening sky dimming their surroundings, A hazy mist seemed to envelop the scene. One was entranced, while the other gazed at Yuji's profile, unable to help but drift into a reverie. Yuji was truly beautiful, akin to a delicate doll displayed in an exquisite showcase, precious yet fragile, requiring careful handling by the mischievous boy who had claimed him, reluctant to let him encounter any harm. Fixated on the porcelain-white skin, Su Mingyang felt his throat tighten, warmth flooding his body. Suddenly, an odd sound broke the moment, prompting Yuji to turn and glance back. It was dark, the figure unclear. What could someone be doing there? This was Yuji's first thought, and in an instant, the thing stumbled forward clumsily. As Yuji finally discerned the source of the noise, a short, sharp scream escaped him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Before him stood a zombie. Its skin was pale and mottled, with wounds marring its form, its face grotesque and decayed, dark veins creeping across its visage. This was Yuji's first encounter so close to a zombie. His face drained of color, becoming a ghastly white, desperately covering her mouth. Her entire body felt cold as ice. She dared not move, even a muscle, let alone run. In the villa, or amidst the ranks. Seeing zombies from afar filled Yuji with dread, yet nothing compared to the visceral terror of close proximity. Even as darkness descended, she could almost perceive the remnants of flesh and blood caught between the zombie's teeth. Particularly alarming was the moment a zombie seemed to catch the scent of the living, abruptly lifting its head as its previously languid movements hastened. In mere seconds, Su Mingyang regained his senses, stepping forward as the zombie approached, pulling Yuji behind him. With a focused expression, he raised his hand, conjuring an orange fireball that radiated intense heat. With a thunderous roar, the fireball, glowing brilliantly, illuminated the surrounding gloom and swiftly struck the zombie in the head. Hiss hiss. Faced with a formidable ability user, this ordinary zombie had no strength left for resistance. It was knocked to the ground, struggling for a brief moment before its dark, sharp claws continued to reach forward, ultimately engulfed in flames. However, alongside the fallen zombie, another figure also crumpled down. Su Mingyang, engrossed in defeating the zombie, released his grip on Yuji's arm. As he did, her legs turned to jelly, collapsing like a strand of noodles. Having vanquished a zombie, Su Mingyang, eager for recognition, turned to Yuji only to find her head lowered, mouth covered, eyes rimmed with red. Were her fears overwhelming? Such timidity. His words were not intended to mock her. Rather, he hoped to alleviate her distress, or at least provoke her anger to distract from the fear. Yet, Yuji remained in a daze. Su Mingyang crouched down, finding the position awkward, so he half-kneeled, cradling Yuji's face. It's all right. The zombie has been slain. There's nothing to fear. His words seemed to open a floodgate, and Yuji's emotions erupted, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She hugged her knees tightly, her body tense. I'm so scared. I'm so afraid of the zombies. Her lips trembled, her voice punctuated by faint sobs, unmistakably terrified. Su Mingyang felt a surge of panic. He grappled with how to console her, but suddenly she cried out, I was bitten. It was so close. I must have been bitten. At those words, a deafening silence enveloped him, his thoughts momentarily unraveling, and it felt as if he had ceased to breathe. The surrounding sounds faded, leaving only the haunting notion of being bitten echoing in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, Su Mingyang jolted back to clarity, stammering, No, you weren't bitten. The zombie was still far from us, at least the length of my arm away. He gestured to indicate the distance. No, you weren't bitten. He recalled vividly that the zombie had not touched them. I must have been bitten. I will turn into a zombie. Oh no, I'm going to become a zombie. Yuji was unyielding, insisting that the zombie had nearly lunged at her. Perhaps it had already done so. So near, so very near, she had seen it so clearly. As the realization of being bitten took root in his mind, Yuji sensed an unsettling transformation within himself. He felt an overwhelming discomfort, a pervasive unease coursing through his entire being, accompanied by goosebumps. His hands ached, his legs throbbed. He had been bitten, and he feared he was on the verge of becoming a zombie. A wave of weakness surged from deep within, and Yuji, who had initially curled up in a fetal position, gradually succumbed to the ground. Believing that Yu was in dire straits, Su Mingyang disregarded everything else, hastily scooping him up and striding towards Jiang Xiaobai's off-road vehicle. Jiang Xiaobai, step aside and make some room. He placed Yu in the vehicle, noticing that the young boy continued to tremble, and gently patted his back in a soothing manner. Jiang Xiaobai, keenly observant, had also taken in these details. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, but after a brief outing, his countenance darkened abruptly, shadows of concern clouding his brow as his piercing gaze locked onto Su Mingyang. He seized Su Mingyang's hand, which was poised to rest on Yu, and forcefully flung it aside. What has happened to Ji? Is that his name? The immediate concern was the state of the young boy. Su Mingyang's thoughts flitted past this query without lingering. Was he startled by you, or did you bully him? With each probing question from Jiang Xiaobai, Su Mingyang's expression soured. There was a zombie outside, and he was frightened, he admitted. Jiang Xiaobai's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes flickering with suppressed fury. You possess abilities, yet you are so inept? You couldn't even sense a zombie approaching? How could you allow it to come so close to him? Su Mingyang found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed his failure to detect the zombie first that had terrified Yu. Regret and self-reproach flickered in the depths of the young man's eyes. You need to get out, Jiang Xiaobai commanded coldly. The back seat of the vehicle was cramped, and Su Mingyang had to squeeze in, causing the air to feel stifled. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaobai found Su Mingyang's presence thoroughly unappealing. What purpose did this uselessness serve in the vehicle? Initially, Su Mingyang had one leg propped up on the seat, half of his body outside. Despite his resentment towards Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, he complied and exited the vehicle, taking a seat in the passenger's side instead. Reclining the passenger seat allowed him to still catch a glimpse of Yu. Jiang Xiaobai regarded him with a stoic expression before averting his gaze. I was bitten. I'm going to become a zombie. Please don't kill me. The notion of becoming a zombie was synonymous with death. If he were to transform, despite having only been bitten once, there was a chance he could still survive as a zombie. Yet now, being cradled in a vehicle in the presence of two superhumans, the likelihood of being killed if he truly transformed was overwhelmingly high. Trembling, he uttered pleas for mercy. Su Mingyang shook his head at Jiang Xiaobai, signaling that Yu had not been bitten. Activating the car's lights, Jiang Xiaobai removed Yu's outer jacket, revealing the boy's unblemished arms. There were no bites, no injuries whatsoever. Really, you must believe me. If you don't, just take a look. Fearing that Yu might be overly frightened and fall into a panic, he meticulously reassured him, conducting a thorough examination for any wounds. Su Mingyang chimed in, I wasn't bitten truly. I swear I would never deceive you. The power of the mind can be formidable. When he believed he had been bitten, Yu felt pain coursing through his entire being. Yet, when Su Mingyang and Jiang Xiaobai simultaneously assured him he had not been bitten, Yu surprisingly sensed a modicum of strength returning to him. Following Jiang Xiaobai's pointing finger, he examined his hands and legs. He had not been bitten. He would not transform into a zombie, nor would he meet his demise. A small sigh of relief escaped Yu as the cramped interior of the vehicle enveloped him in a sense of safety. He buried his head, trembling. I don't want to go outside. There's zombies out there. He paused, struggling for words to articulate his fear, and after much contemplation, managed to utter, It's so terrifying. Jiang Xiaobai felt both amusement and compassion. He wrapped his palm around Yu's back, reassuring him, It's all right. We are in the car, and the car is safe. Don't fear, my dear. Nothing will harm you while you are beside me, and no zombies will come too close. Though Su Mingyang was not mentioned directly, the insinuation lingered in the air. Su Mingyang, known for his straightforwardness, would have clashed fiercely with Jiang Xiaobai in the past. However, now, his face was ashen, filled with suppressed anger, as he bore the brunt of Jiang Xiaobai's veiled criticisms. It's all my fault. I am to blame. If you're scared, you can hit me. Su Mingyang grasped Yu's hand and struck his own face several times. The zombies inside and outside the hotel had been cleared out by the ability users, accompanied by a few ordinary people. Business at this hotel was likely not thriving, as there were only a handful of zombie guests wandering the premises, alongside a few staff members at the front desk, resulting in 12 crystal cores being collected. The survivors were assigned rooms. Logically, the hotel had numerous rooms. 1 or 2 individuals per room would suffice, and having a place to stay, with the comfort of a bed, was a rare luxury. However, most survivors had developed a mindset characterized by paranoia. Their concerns were no longer about comfort, but rather the primal instinct to survive after 3 months in a post-apocalyptic world. Consequently, groups of 4 or 5 banded together, providing them with a fighting chance against zombies. Should another zombie unexpectedly emerge from a corner, at least someone would be able to alert the others, preventing an unconscious bite during their slumber. I will stay in the car. It's safer here, away from the zombies. Having come so close to the undead and nearly suffered a bite, Yuji's face was etched with reluctance and resistance at the thought of venturing outside. But how could the car be safe? Zombies are surrounding us. If they come to bite, they could break the windows. How would you escape? This grim scenario flashed vividly in Yuji's mind. Zombies crawling through the window while he attempted to flee, only to find himself trapped with no means of escape. Completely overwhelmed. Perhaps I should just stay at the hotel instead. I will share a room with you and keep watch, Su Mingying volunteered eagerly. No, you should stay in your own room. Yuji labeled him as unreliable. Weak in his legs, Yuji found himself unable to move, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to slide his arm beneath Yuji's knees and lift him effortlessly. Fearing that Yuji lacked a sense of security, he draped his coat over her shoulders. Indeed, with such a snug covering, Yuji felt less apprehensive about the world outside. The movements of the abilities users within the group often attracted attention. Jiang Xiaobai, cradling someone in his arms, caught the eyes of numerous survivors nearby. Notably, Su Mingyang lingered closely, his demeanor earnest and attentive. Once they ascended to the second floor, out of sight, murmurs of astonishment erupted. Who was Jiang Ge holding? Why was Su Ge so closely following him? I couldn't have misread his gaze. It was unmistakably filled with envy, a sourness threatening to spill forth. Surely it was Yuji, for I had seen her in Jiang Ji's vehicle. What was their relationship that they were so intimately entwined? Yuji had indeed clung to a significant ally. But what of Su Ge? Could it be true that he harbored feelings for Yuji? The thought was too overwhelming to entertain. With an abilities user safeguarding her, Yuji should undoubtedly be safe, prompting a wave of envy among the onlookers. Yet, Yuji herself felt anything but secure. Accidentally dozing off, she awakened in the embrace of another. Complaining of the warmth, she kept her eyes shut, mumbling incoherently as she playfully swatted at him several times. Even after that, she continued to murmur her desire for sweets, particularly milk candy. Jiang Xiaobai peeled open a piece of milk candy for her. In a daze, upon tasting the sweetness, Yuji instantly roused, though she still refrained from opening her eyes, pretending to remain asleep. I want cookies, she insisted. Beef jerky. The cookies are too sweet. I want beef jerky. Under Jiang Xiaobai's attentive feeding, the young boy's cheeks became pleasantly stuffed. It seemed that even in sickness, one could be afforded such tender care. The hotel rooms were simply categorized into standard rooms. Large beds and double rooms. They were not luxurious, merely functional. With windows wide open, fresh air circulated through the space. Survivors responsible for tidying up moved about, performing their tasks in hopes of receiving a small portion of food during distribution. Working posed no risk of zombie bites, and they approached their duties with earnest diligence. Jiang Xiaobai chose a large bedroom, one that had remained unoccupied due to the apocalypse, resulting in a thick layer of dust accumulating from the prolonged neglect. Yet, the neat arrangement of the bedding indicated a semblance of orderliness. The cleaning had not yet reached this area. Standing outside the door before entering, Jiang Xiaobai utilized his abilities. His water-based powers conferred advantages in cleaning tasks that other abilities lacked. The dust and grime within the room were swept away by his powers, coalescing into a sizable water sphere, which he directed outside with a mere gesture. The dimly lit room brightened significantly when he placed a lamp inside, transforming the atmosphere. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yuji opened her eyes fully, astonished to see the room rejuvenated, resembling a freshly cleaned hotel room. Wow, how impressive! Is this the power of water abilities? Just moments before, she had been peeking through one eye, observing. But the clarity brought about by the light allowed her to appreciate the transformation fully. She reached out to touch Jiang Xiaobai's palm, feeling a mix of wonder and disappointment, momentarily overshadowing her fear of the zombies. Why don't I have abilities? How I wish I could possess such powers. Water, fire, thunder, and plants. He is capable of mastering them all. Since we are friends, my extraordinary abilities shall become yours as well. Is that truly the case? Yuji emphasized his tone, intentionally inquiring, does that mean I can use these abilities whenever I wish? Indeed, you may. Splendid. He shall never lack for water again. Initially, Yuji did not entertain the thought that Jiang Xiaobai might be deceiving him. A person endowed with abilities like Jiang Xiaobai surely would not lie to him. However, the young boy had a tendency to assume the worst in others, and as he pondered, he began to suspect that Jiang Xiaobai could indeed be misleading him. If he were to naively believe him, he would appear a complete fool. You are lying to me. I am not. You are indeed deceiving me. Jiang Xiaobai found himself at a rare loss for words, placing his palm on Yuji's shoulder, turning him to face him, their foreheads touching. I am not lying to you. Yuji huffed and reluctantly conceded. I shall keep a close watch on you. He began to meticulously inspect the room under the light. Why is there only one bed? The twin rooms are all taken. Only the large double and standard rooms remain. Jiang Xiaobai spoke in a calm tone, but his expression gave no hint of truth or deception. The twin rooms had indeed been taken, but that was only after they had chosen the large double room. The timeline had reversed. Yuji nodded. Compared to the cramped standard room, he certainly preferred the spacious double, and besides, he was too frightened to sleep alone. He needed someone to protect him. Are the blankets here safe to use? Without overthinking, Yuji intended to sit down and rest for a while. Jiang Xiaobai steadied his arm. They're dirty. At first glance, the blankets appeared white, but upon bringing the light closer, one could see they were covered in grimy dust, embedded in the fabric and not washed away by water. There are blankets in the car. I will have someone bring one over. As autumn approached, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold. A single blanket would suffice. Su Mingyang returned with a large assortment of items, all of which he had requested from Brother Liu. He paused outside the room, hearing voices that did not belong to a young boy. It was Jiang Xiaobai's voice. Su Mingyang's expression darkened. He had forgotten that Jiang Xiaobai had carried the boy back. Could it be that they were to share a bed tonight? Jiang Xiaobai, with his cunning nature, surely had plans to take advantage of the situation. Perhaps he would wait until darkness fell, claiming to be afraid of ghosts and shadows, playing on the boy's sympathy to slip under the covers beside him, sharing a blanket. And once the boy was asleep, he would seize the opportunity, or he might deliberately make strange noises to frighten him. Given how easily scared his partner was, he would likely seek refuge in Jiang Xiaobai's embrace. At such a moment, Jiang Xiaobai, the rogue, would undoubtedly feign hesitation, using protection as an excuse to gain favors, caressing the boy's small hands, kissing his delicate lips, and once he had received enough benefits, he would reluctantly agree. Su Mingyang felt a surge of anger rise within him, his face darkening significantly. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he kicked the wall next door with a forceful thud, his movements sharp and decisive. But sleeping alone was not an option. It was far too unsafe. He needed someone to protect him. It is unacceptable. Why should Jiang Xiaobai be the one to offer protection? Cannot he safeguard his own wife? Acknowledging his missteps and already lagging behind Jiang Xiaobai, Su Mingyang adjusted his facial expression and began to mentally prepare himself. Suddenly, a timid young man appeared in the corridor. Hesitating as if he wished to approach yet felt deterred, Su Mingyang frowned and glanced over. The young man immediately noticed Su Mingyang standing outside the corridor, his body jolting in surprise as he turned to flee, only to be halted by Su Mingyang's cold voice. Is your room here? What brings you over? Su Mingyang's tone was leisurely, yet it carried an undercurrent of danger. His pitch-black eyes fixated on the newcomer, sharp and discerning, missing no subtle shift in expression. If he was not mistaken, the direction the stranger intended to approach was the same as his own, and since ordinary individuals typically resided on the first or third floors, he found it hard to believe that anyone could misjudge the floors. Gao Yuan, Trembling and somewhat at a loss for words, stammered Su Gu. I am here to find Yuji. Gao Yuan was a young man who had struck up a lively rapport with Yuji. Having witnessed the attention two supernatural beings bestowed upon her downstairs, he pondered whether he could align himself with Yuji. After all, it was no exaggeration. Yuji possessed a distinct essence that set her apart from the survivors, exuding a naive innocence untouched by the treachery of the apocalypse, having been well shielded from its harsh realities. Unlike him, who had survived to this day by adapting to the winds of change, ever cautious and fearful of provoking either the supernatural beings or the ordinary individuals associated with them, living in constant trepidation, his spirit long since dulled. Yuji's temperament was easy to decipher. As long as one showered her with praise and treated her kindly, she would respond with warmth, believing in the truth of their words and encouraging further compliments. Gao Yuan sought to test this theory. Who? Su Mingyang, perhaps not having heard clearly, inquired once more. Yuji, I am here to find Yuji, Gao Yuan hurriedly replied. You seek him? Su Mingyang's voice gradually faded, having heard the name Ji from Jiang Shaobai. Su Mingyang realized he now knew Yuji's full name. Yuji. What a melodious name, just as he had imagined. Su Mingyang lowered his head. A familiar name indeed. So very familiar. It bore a resemblance to the name of Lu-Heng's former boyfriend. If he recalled correctly, that name was also Yuji. Gao Yuan, filled with apprehension, finished speaking, but upon receiving no response from the man before him, cautiously lifted his gaze, only to find that Su Mingyang seemed lost in thought, his attention no longer fixed on him. Although he was unsure of the cause, this was favorable for him. Su Gu, if you have no further orders, I shall take my leave. He slowly turned, forcing himself to take a few steps, and once beyond Su Mingyang's line of sight, quickened his pace, hastening down the stairs. Su Mingyang did not pay him any mind. Such attitudes towards supernatural beings were commonplace among the veterans of the group. How curious. What a coincidence that the names are the same, Su Mingyang muttered to himself, his expression inscrutable, his fingers curled slightly, the tips digging deeply into his palm. A tremendous, silent roar erupted within his mind, settling like dust. His body swayed imperceptibly, and his eyes took on a complex, obscure quality. He found himself unable to deceive himself any longer. What an uncanny coincidence that Lu Heng's ex-boyfriend is among the survivors in the Villa District, and Yuji, who also resides there, is none other than Lu Heng's former lover. The person he has developed feelings for is Lu Heng's ex-boyfriend, Yuji, who is indeed Yuji. Such thoughts incessantly surged through Su Mingyang's mind, crashing against the fragile barriers of his heart like roaring waves, threatening to engulf him. He arrived with great enthusiasm, only to depart in utter disarray. Lu Heng and Su Mingyang shared a double room on the second floor. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Su Mingyang trudged back with leaden legs. Despite the proximity of their rooms, he felt as though he had traversed vast distances. The items he had brought were returned, untouched, to their original state. Their room had been tidied up, and upon seeing Lu Heng standing by the window, gazing down at the scene below, it was evident that, with his extraordinary abilities, discerning objects in the dark was no challenge. In the past, he would have easily approached Lu Heng, engaging in light-hearted banter. But now, Su Mingyang found himself hesitant to confront Lu Heng. How could he confess, I've developed feelings for your ex-boyfriend? He set his belongings aside and sank onto the bed, resting his palms behind his head, a cloud of frustration and confusion enveloping his visage. Once, he had known of Lu Heng's relationship with that man. After Lu Heng was heartbroken, Su Mingyang had even spoken ill of the other, urging Lu Heng to forget and move on. Had he known that Yuji was indeed Yuji, he would never have uttered such disparagement. Mingyang, Lu Heng suddenly turned around. Huh? Su Mingyang nearly leaped in surprise. What was he, a child, still startled so easily? Lu Heng, exasperated, noticed the items Su Mingyang had placed on the bed. Weren't those meant to be given away? Why had he brought them back? What's going on with you? Lu Heng asked, his tone playful yet probing. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets. It was natural for Su Mingyang to have personal matters he found inconvenient to share. Consequently, Lu Heng did not dwell on the issue for long. However, Su Mingyang, pierced by the implications, dared not meet Lu Heng's gaze. Is there? No, there isn't. He silently murmured an apology to Lu Heng. He had always believed Lu Heng would be his eternal brother. It was acceptable for Lu Heng to have a partner. But Lu Heng would forever occupy the foremost place in his heart. Brothers like limbs, lovers like clothing. No one could surpass Lu Heng's significance in his life. Reflecting now, he realized his youthful ignorance. How could a romantic partner eclipse the importance of a brother? The mere thought of never seeing Yu Ji again, of not being able to speak with him, left Su Mingyang feeling breathless, as if he were suffocating. It seemed he had pondered much, primarily entangled in the complexities of Lu Heng and Yu Ji's past relationship. Initially, Su Mingyang chose to evade the issue, reluctant and fearful to confront it. He felt utterly at a loss regarding how to interact with Yu Ji or how to face Lu Heng. Did he betray Lu Heng? However, after a moment of reflection, the decision became remarkably unchallenging. In Su Mingyang's perspective, although Lu Ge and Yu Ji had a past, Lu Ge had long since parted ways with Yu Ji. The two shared no connection, so how could there be talk of betrayal? Since Yu Ji was no longer Lu Ji's boyfriend, and he harbored feelings for Yu Ji, what was the harm in that? Even Lu Heng had no grounds to dissuade him. As for the tales he had heard about Lu Ge's ex-boyfriend, whom Lu Ge had financially supported through college only to be left behind, Su Mingyang's initial indignation gradually transformed into understanding. Lu Ge, much like himself, was a rogue. It was entirely normal for a partner to feel insecure when their significant other lacked a stable job. Lu Ge was indeed formidable, possessing both intellect and skill. Yet the tangible wealth he held was scant. Earning a meager living left his pockets empty, despite an infinite potential for the future. One could not judge a person solely based on aspirations. Su Mingyang believed that Lu Ge would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Yet being down on his luck was still being down on his luck. Though he considered himself a brother to Lu Ge and had previously misunderstood Yu Ji, he had never truly met Yu Ji. He could only form opinions based on Yu Ji's actions. Yet after genuine interaction, it became clear that Yu Ji was not at all that type of person. Innocent and timid, he flinched at the mere approach of a zombie, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Breaking up with Lu Ge did not seem a grave fault. It was a perfectly reasonable act. Yu Ji appeared to be the kind of person who needed nurturing, while Lu Ge had indeed spent money on him. Was it not expected to lavish a little on such a well-behaved young man? The thought of being Yu Ji's boyfriend for a while, using that money, would surely make anyone smile in their dreams. Moreover, it was said that Yu Ji had even entered college. Was it not commonplace to be swayed by the temptations of the bustling world and deceived by unscrupulous men? These notions gradually took root in Su Mingyang's mind. He increasingly felt that Yu Ji was blameless. Young men like Yu Ji, innocent and easily misled, could naturally be duped in college. It was entirely normal for a young man to possess a sense of pride and vanity, leading him to part ways with Lu Ge under the influence of more calculating individuals. Lu Ge was not without fault. If he had treated others with a bit more kindness, perhaps the breakup would never have occurred. Su Mingyang found himself inadvertently adopting Yu Ji's perspective on the matter. He opened his mouth. Lu Ge, under Lu Heng's slightly perplexed gaze, Su Mingyang momentarily lost his train of thought, tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's nothing. I was just pondering some trivialities. Sensing the complexity of Su Mingyang's expression, Lu Heng felt a hint of curiosity. Enlightened and invigorated, Su Mingyang resolved that if Lu Ge could not protect Yu Ji, then he would take on that responsibility himself. Yuan, did you not go find Yu Ji? Why have you returned looking so dejected? A few survivors were gathered together, scattered on beds and the floor. Not far away, a slender candle flickered, casting a dim glow as they spoke in hushed tones. Upon noticing the last person, Yuan, returning, they could not help but snicker. However, he still cast a sweeping glance over Yuan, scrutinizing him for any additional items. He felt a sense of relief. What if this young man had truly formed a connection with someone? Including Yuan, there were a total of 5 individuals in the room. Their relationships neither too distant nor too close. Yet, due to their similar arrival times, a certain familiarity had developed among them. It was likely that none of them held any regard for him. After all, why would a perfectly capable individual choose to play the sycophant, and worse yet, a mere commoner-esque sycophant? Yu was indeed fortunate. She had caught the attention of an extraordinary individual. While we languished in hunger, barely managing a full meal, the extraordinary ones feasted on cooked dishes, with meat gracing their tables daily. Some directed their words at Gao-Yuan, cautioning him, "Someone like Yu is beyond our reach. Tread carefully, lest you attract trouble." They were well aware of Gao-Yuan's intentions toward Yu. Merely exchanging a few words with her in hopes of ingratiation was nothing short of fanciful dreaming, setting aside the absurdity of his attempts to curry favor. It was also true that while Yu appeared to be under the scrutiny of the extraordinary, the reality remained shrouded in mystery. Gao-Yuan sat silently at the edge of the bed, convinced he had done nothing wrong. The situation simply unfolded beyond his expectations. Initially inclined to ignore them, he found their escalating chatter increasingly irksome. "I don't need your counsel. I merely wish to survive." He pressed a hand against his abdomen, the gnawing hunger having become a familiar torment. In just a few months, life had transformed dramatically. The people around him had become unrecognizable, and he had even forgotten when he last had a satisfying meal. Someone cautiously extracted a small piece of bread from their pocket, their gaze vigilant as they faced several piercing stares. They shoved the bread into their mouth without hesitation, fearing it might be snatched away. Those around him were indeed tempted. Yet the man seated at a distance consumed his food swiftly, his throat moving, indicating it was swallowed whole. "Old Zhao, why are you still hoarding food?" complained the one sitting closest to him. "I found it while cleaning the hotel. We split it into thirds, and there's nothing left now." With the food already consumed, Old Zhao spoke with a calm demeanor. "Tomorrow, I'm going to face the zombies. With my life hanging by a thread, if I don't eat more, I fear I might starve to death. Isn't it said that many places have survivor bases established? I only hope to reach one before starving or being bitten by a zombie. You all think they will provide food, right? After all, it's the official word. Not sure. It seems highly unlikely. This isn't the past anymore." Su Mingyang had a restless night filled with dreams. In his slumber, he found himself in close proximity to Yu, able to admire the porcelain-like radiance of her face and the delicate, curled lashes. He gradually took her hand, his heart racing, hand-holding, embracing, and then kissing. Such a beautiful reverie was abruptly shattered by the appearance of Brother Liu, his face devoid of expression, with dark eyes simmering with anger, questioning him about his betrayal and his role as the interloper in their relationship. The dream was too subjective. Upon awakening, Su Mingyang silently repeated the reality of Brother Liu and Yu's separation multiple times in his mind. Thus, he acted with complete integrity, neither betraying Liu Gu nor intruding upon another's affections. He was merely pursuing the one he cherished. The following day, Su Mingyang arrived early, bringing breakfast for Yu. Fearing that Jiang Shaobai might shamelessly consume it, he decided to prepare a portion for him as well. The breakfast consisted of rice balls, each filled with crispy fried dough and pickles, 2 in total, each the size of Su Mingyang's entire palm, remarkably substantial. As he entered the room, he discreetly observed the expressions on Jiang Shaobai and Yu's faces. Noticing no signs of unusual emotions, he felt a slight easing of his worries, though not entirely. For he recalled that he had been absent the previous night when Jiang Shaobai had bullied Yu, and Yu was known for her forgetfulness. Yu sat on the bed, transformed from the day before, clad in a slightly oversized new outfit that rendered her particularly radiant. After enjoying a refreshing bath the night prior, she felt exceptionally clean, and with Jiang Shaobai's water manipulation abilities aiding her morning routine, she had no concerns regarding water usage. Suddenly, Su Mingyang narrowed his eyes. "Isn't that shirt yours?" "It's mine, what of it?" Jiang Shaobai rested his chin on his hand, clearly amused by Su Mingyang's reaction. Yu wore a white shirt that subtly highlighted her waist, appearing loose and oversized, and she seemed to have little inclination to button it, exposing a delicate expanse of her alabaster collarbone. Below, she donned a pair of gray shorts, presumably her own, but their short length, obscured by the shirt, gave the impression that she wore no pants at all, revealing her slender, fair legs. Su Mingyang's gaze, unable to refrain, fell upon her legs. A rush of warmth flooding to his cheeks. He quickly averted his eyes, directing his gaze to the ceiling, unable to look further. Well, I didn't bring much clothing. This shirt is quite comfortable. There's a reason wealthy individuals purchase expensive garments, he remarked, regaining his composure after hearing Yuji's words. I have new clothes. There's no need to wear his hand-me-downs, Jiang Shaobai interjected. Su Mingyang was inclined to retort, but found himself unable to resist glancing back at Yuji, marveling at her exquisite beauty, so delicate and fair. Clearing his throat and holding the plastic bag containing the 2 rice balls, he first handed the plumper one to Yuji and tossed the other to Jiang Shaobai. Today's rice balls are particularly tasty, comparable to those purchased outside. Give it a try. Breakfast served on a platter. No wonder Yuji eagerly tore open the plastic bag. However, she quickly stifled a yawn, covering her mouth. Why are you up so early? Were you awakened by someone? Upon mentioning this, Su Mingyang immediately glanced at Jiang Shaobai, the implication clear, as if suggesting he was the one who had disturbed Yuji's slumber. At the mention of this matter, Yuji felt a pang of grievance. I couldn't fall asleep. Why couldn't you sleep? Well, I used to sleep until the sun was high in the sky, basking in its warmth. However, ever since the interruption of water and electricity, deprived of the amusement of his mobile phone, he managed to find some entertainment within the villa. Yet here, truly apart from slumber, he found himself at a loss for activities, retiring early to bed and rising with the dawn. It was dreadfully tedious. I longed to engage with my phone, which housed a plethora of downloaded novels and dramas, alongside solitary games I yearned to enjoy. Is that all? Su Mingyang languidly retrieved his phone from his pocket, illuminating the screen and directing it towards Yuji. Your phone is actually charged. Almost unable to contain her excitement, Yuji snatched Su Mingyang's phone, and though it wasn't of the same brand, her exceptional electronic aptitude allowed her to swiftly master the similar operations. She scrolled through and selected a block matching game to play. Su Mingyang exhibited just the right amount of curiosity. Didn't Jiang Shaobai inform you that his phone could be used? Upon hearing his words, Yuji glared at Jiang Shaobai in exasperation. My phone. Jiang Shaobai produced his device and handed it to Yuji. There's nothing entertaining. You can see for yourself. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share, but rather that his phone contained little of interest. Upon inspection, Yuji confirmed this. There were no games to be found, only commonly used apps devoid of downloads. Yet, her current concern was far from this, as she fiddled with the device. How come your phones still have battery? What is the big deal? Brother Lu is an electric-type ability user. Su Mingyang casually shifted the conversation. Ji, do you know Brother Lu? Brother Lu? Lu Hong. Yuji quickly protested. I have nothing to do with him. No connection is good. No connection is best. Even though he knew he shouldn't, Su Mingyang couldn't help but feel a secret joy at her words. He suddenly lowered his voice. I had someone add a particularly large chicken fillet to your rice ball. You should give it a try, as no one else has it. The fragrant aroma of rice mingled with the savory scent of fried dough. Taking a bite revealed the soft, glutinous rice alongside the salty crispness of the dough. Yuji had often had buns, pan-fried dumplings, and rice balls for breakfast, and after so many days, the return to rice balls brought her immense satisfaction. The mention of the chicken fillet made her spirits soar, nearly bubbling over with joy. You're so kind. I knew you were the best to me. She whispered back to Su Mingyang. As for the source of the chicken fillet, she didn't even consider that aspect. Jiang Shaobai, with only the 3 of them in the room, did he think lowering his voice would render him unheard? Brother Lu, here, crystal cores. Su Mingyang produced a handful of crystal cores. A quick glance revealed more than 10. For me? Lu Hong arched an eyebrow, not taking them. Su Mingyang grinned and clarified. Even if we are brothers, I can't simply use the resources you have stored in your space without recompense. Don't you utilize crystal cores to enhance your abilities? Abilities can evolve through the absorption of zombie crystal cores, resulting in a hierarchy among ability users. Within the team, he and Su Mingyang, as well as Jiang Shaobai, had already ascended to Tier 2 ability users, while Zhang Lin remained a Tier 1. And Zhao Lifeng had recently advanced to Tier 2 2 days prior. Zhang Lin remains at level 1, primarily because a significant portion of the crystal cores he acquired was not utilized for his own advancement, but rather exchanged for resources to support his family. Consequently, he still has a considerable distance to traverse before elevating his abilities. I have enough, Su Mingyang added. I went out this morning to hunt zombies and gathered quite a few crystal cores. Lu Heng pushed the cores back towards Su Mingyang, saying, There's no need for you to give me the cores. The resources were originally gathered together, and you have contributed your share. What you have is merely a fraction. Lu Heng's expression relaxed as he teased, You can still gather plenty. Typically, Su Mingyang would accept such remarks without hesitation. Given their long-standing friendship and his understanding of Su Mingyang's straightforward nature, devoid of pretense. However, Su Mingyang behaved unusually, insisting on pressing the crystal cores into Lu Heng's hands. Lu Heng's demeanor darkened. I said I don't need them. Are you not considering me a brother? Since you call me brother, I will not take advantage of you. Lu Heng possessed a unique space where items placed within remained in a state of stasis. He had previously conducted an experiment by storing hot water, which retained its temperature upon retrieval days later, signifying that the resources he stored could be utilized indefinitely. However, the volume of items in his space was astonishingly immense, sufficient for several individuals to last for decades. Su Mingyang was aware of this, as the chicken fillet and the rice ball he provided for Yuji was derived from Lu Heng's space. Although he understood less about the peculiarities of Lu Heng's abilities, he assumed it was merely a variation of Lu Heng's spatial anomaly. Su Mingyang found himself at a loss for words in response to Lu Heng. He felt uneasy about utilizing resources from Lu Heng's space for Yuji, as he desired to rely on his own efforts and avoid entangling Lu Heng and Yuji further. However, he realized that if this conversation continued, Lu Heng might genuinely become upset. Yielding to the situation, Su Mingyang accepted the crystal cores with a playful smile. Lu Gu is the best to me. He then resumed his small, endearing demeanor, gathering some daily necessities to bring to Yuji. Lu Heng could not bear to watch Su Mingyang bustling about, appearing as if he were love-struck. He offered a few words of advice. You should focus on yourself and not let your affections cloud your judgment. Su Mingyang quickly replied, I understand, Lu Yi. Whether he truly absorbed the advice was another matter entirely. Su Mingyang had never felt such affection for anyone before, desiring to offer all that was good to him. Love-struck? Indeed. As Su Mingyang exited the room once more, Lu Heng's expression softened. I will accompany you to take a look. He feared that Su Mingyang might be deceived. Chapter 82. The male protagonist's ex-boyfriend in the apocalypse. Su Mingyang halted, his body stiffening awkwardly. That's unnecessary. He averted his gaze, clearly rejecting the notion. Lu Yi, why would you suddenly think of this? Before Lu Heng could respond, Su Mingyang began to explain his reasons for not wanting to bring Lu Heng along. He is quite shy, and I worry he might be frightened. You know, we Haven T established a definite relationship. Bringing him along like this would undoubtedly make him uncomfortable. Having given so many gifts without establishing a relationship, Lu Heng raised an eyebrow, bemused by Su Mingyang's excessive eagerness. After all, it was merely a personal choice. He had no intention of consuming him, so why all the hesitance? And what of Jiang Shaobai? Lu Heng lifted his eyelids, his tone leisurely. With all these gifts, you cannot surpass Jiang Shaobai. Su Mingyang was touched at his core, and though he knew he ought not to feel this way, a fleeting pallor crossed his face. This nuance did not escape Lu Heng's notice. With a scoff, he remarked, using your things while maintaining a good rapport with Jiang Shaobai. And yet you still cling to him? What? Is he perhaps living with Jiang Shaobai? The last statement was a mere guess from Lu Heng. Yet the darkening of Su Mingyang's visage confirmed his suspicion. Having been acquainted for many years, Lu Heng shifted from his earlier mockery, adopting a more serious demeanor. I advise you, Su Mingyang interrupted, emphasizing, the path I choose is mine alone. This is between him and me. Regardless of the outcome, it is my own will. Lu Heng regarded Su Mingyang for several seconds, who met his gaze with unwavering resolve, indicating the steadfastness of his conviction. Lu Heng had no choice but to abandon his thoughts. Without Su Mingyang as a connection, the other party was merely a stranger to him. Su Mingyang himself had declared his willingness, rendering Him.As concerns somewhat intrusive. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, nor did he wish to impose his subjective judgments upon another's life. While he felt it might be inappropriate, the individual involved clearly found joy in the situation, willingly so. Seeing that Lu Hong was not insistent on meeting this person, Su Mingyang's expression relaxed, albeit subtly. He spoke softly, "I understand, Brother Lu, that you care for me. But as I mentioned, I genuinely like him. No matter his circumstances, I like him. If he is close with Jiang Xiaobai, so be it. As long as he is happy." He still needed to discuss matters with Jiang Xiaobai to prevent Lu Hong from encountering Yu Ji. Su Mingyang's mindset had undergone a significant transformation in a short span. Initially, he had been tormented by thoughts of, "What should I do? Yu Ji is Brother Lu's ex-boyfriend. How can I continue to like Yu Ji? Am I betraying Brother Lu? How could I betray him?" Yet now, Brother Lu was merely a thing of the past. They were no longer connected, since there was no longer a bond. His affection for Yu Ji and their potential together did not equate to betrayal. He could assume the role of Yu Ji's protector in lieu of Brother Lu. At this juncture, he must ensure that Brother Lu remained unaware of his feelings for Yu Ji. Should Lu Hong have a change of heart and attempt to reclaim him? Even though he recognized Lu Hong was simply Yu Ji's former boyfriend, he repeatedly reassured himself of this, deepening his conviction, yet anxious thoughts persistently resurfaced. The fear of Lu Hong regretting his decision lingered. Gao Yuan had not given up. The group lingered at the hotel for 2 days, and Yu Ji indulged in his favorite pastimes, either reclining on the couch or bed, absorbed in his phone, or wandering about the safe confines of the hotel. Due to the overwhelming pressure from Su Mingyang, Gao Yuan intentionally steered clear of the ability users and serendipitously encountered Yu Ji. Upon encountering Yu Ji, one spoke with an air of admiration, lavishing praise upon him to the extent that he was left momentarily dumbfounded. Regaining his composure, he donned a proud demeanor, reveling in the acknowledgement of his prowess. Indeed, this was his sentiment, and it fostered an exchange of numerous conversations between Gao Yuan and Yu Ji. Gradually, Yu Ji began to regard Gao Yuan as his subordinate. Initially, he insisted on being addressed as Yugu, but later deemed it less dignified, opting instead for the title of boss. At present, clad in a black coat, he stood in a modest hotel, gesturing from the second-floor communal balcony, imparting wisdom to Gao Yuan with a tone that suggested profound understanding. Superhumans possess merely a slight edge in abilities. It is no grand feat regardless of one's strength. It remains an individual pursuit. While we may lack extraordinary powers, we possess keen intellect. Yu Ji nudged Gao Yuan's arm, drawing all attention to himself, and raised his chin. "Observe, the reason for my formidable reputation and why they dare not confront me, seeking to curry my favor, lies in their perception of my intelligence. Should I withdraw my support, they would tremble in fear. I detest those who rely on the benevolence of others. I consistently conduct my affairs with diligence and integrity, which is why those with abilities heed my words. Zombies are merely creatures. Exercise caution when confronting them to avoid bites. It is not particularly daunting. There is no need for excessive fear." With eloquence, Yu Ji shared his life experiences with Gao Yuan, perhaps embellishing his tales as he sought to infuse them with a sense of adventure. He recounted instances of his calm encounters with zombies and his ability to navigate through hordes unscathed. "Boss, you're truly impressive, possessing such vast knowledge," Gao Yuan exclaimed, showering him with praise at the opportune moment. Feigning a cough, he leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, "It's just average, really. I intentionally downplay my abilities to allow others a measure of grace. In truth, I'm quite adept at dispatching zombies." Yu Ji's composure remained unshaken, momentarily forgetting the terrors of the undead, as he waved his fists, perceiving zombies as mere trifles easily vanquished. If the young boy had a tail, it would likely be wagging with glee. Yu Ji, holding a long box of blueberry jam biscuits, generously offered a piece to Gao Yuan. Truly the boss, Gao Yuan thought, recognizing the scarcity of food in this apocalyptic world. Swallowing hard, he lavished further compliments upon Yu Ji, yearning to align himself with him. Part of his motivation stemmed from the superhumans surrounding Yu Ji. Being associated with them was a stark contrast to solitude. In his pursuit of survival, even the slightest flicker of hope was worth grasping. Yuan's cleverness lay in his refusal to deceive Yuji, as he understood that their interactions were scrutinized by the vigilant eyes of the two superhumans who regarded Yuji with great importance. His intention was not to procure Yuji's food, but rather to endear himself to him, hoping to become of value. Yet, who could genuinely refuse sustenance if it were to be offered? A single cookie, merely a trifling matter for those endowed with abilities. Yet, were he to utter more, Yuan might lack the courage to accept it. In comparison to the lengthy box of cookies owned by Yuji, it was insignificant, but in his grasp, it felt substantial, the sweet aroma of fruit preserves wafting through the air. Ah yes, food is indeed a precious commodity. Recalling his near-starvation experience, Yuji hastily devoured several cookies. In truth, Yuji possesses an undeniable charm. There exists an innocence and purity about him that has been well preserved. Even though Yuan approached him with ulterior motives, he found himself irresistibly captivated by the boy's bright and vibrant demeanor. As certain unspoken thoughts threatened to surface from the depths of his heart, he forcefully suppressed them, extinguishing them before they could blossom. He was unworthy. Accompanying Yuji were two other ability users, providing him with a sense of security regarding resources. What assets did he possess to compare himself to those with powers? Not to mention, he was receiving Yuji's benevolence from a position of superiority. With great care, Yuan savored the cookie, taking small bites. Yuji had already consumed 5 or 6 cookies and, observing his little brother's state, extended another cookie towards him, saying, "I'll give you one more. I found this in the corridor. I've picked up several packs of these cookies." The boy's eyes sparkled with unmistakable delight. Indeed, he was the most fortunate of all. "No, I have enough. You eat it," Yuan replied, adding softly, "The cookies are delicious." They were not the bland, salty variety they had been allocated, but rather sweet, fragrant, and rich in dairy. What kind of cookie would be carelessly discarded in the corridor? It was evident that someone had deliberately placed it there for Yuji to discover. Today, the survivor team had passed by a large supermarket and temporarily set up camp not far from its entrance. After vanquishing zombies, some had suffered unfortunate bites, becoming infected and subsequently killed by acquaintances from their former team. Such scenes had been witnessed more than once, even if some struggled to adapt. Every individual was striving to endure. Compared to when they entered the supermarket, the familiar faces in the team had dwindled somewhat. Nonetheless, they had reaped significant rewards. Ordinary individuals came and went, their faces still etched with the tension of survival, yet equally filled with the joy of returning laden with supplies. With so many resources, we should be able to share a portion. Yes, it has been ages since I've had a full meal. We certainly can't carry all of this, they whispered, walking cautiously, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Yet not everyone was cautious, especially those carrying food, whose eyes glinted greedily, fixated on the supplies in their hands. However, due to the regulations within the team regarding resource distribution and past experiences, no one dared to steal at this moment. Although they would not face death, being expelled from the team and confronting the zombies outside would be akin to a death sentence. While receiving some protection, they were bound to adhere to the team's rules. They were already far more fortunate than those who perished at the hands of the undead. If only there were a space-manipulating ability user, we wouldn't have to carry everything ourselves. One person murmured. In the supermarket, the zombies have been subjected to a cursory cleanup, yet the establishment is vast, encompassing 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below. Numerous areas remain neglected, allowing for the sporadic presence of wandering zombies. Perhaps, as one bends down or turns away, a zombie might suddenly emerge from the shadows of the shelves. However, no one is there to specifically protect them. Once bitten by a zombie, an ordinary person possesses nearly no resistance and will be instantly infected. Before the words could fully settle, someone interjected, "I beg to differ. Do you truly believe having space manipulators is advantageous? With such powers, what need do we have for ourselves? They can effortlessly gather vast supplies with a mere wave of their hand, far more convenient than our manual labor. Each individual's strength is finite. We can only transport so much. Thus, we we would become utterly useless. A man, previously complaining about fatigue, suddenly displayed a look of apprehension. Gao-Yuan is one of the laborers. He is perpetually wary, acutely aware of the dangers that may lurk nearby. And as he sets down his load in the open area outside the supermarket, he is called to turn back. Gao-Yuan, right? Brother Lu wants to see you. The messenger, observing the unremarkable Gao-Yuan, could not fathom why Brother Lu would summon such a person, whose appearance was mediocre and whose demeanor exuded timidity. Who? Are you certain? Gao-Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly have any connection with such a prominent figure? I said, Brother Lu is looking for you. The messenger replied impatiently, gesturing for him to follow. A sense of unease enveloped Gao-Yuan as he approached the car door, his demeanor still tense and constrained. It truly was Brother Lu. The man was strikingly handsome, with deep-set features, and the scar on his brow lent him an air of ferocity. Lu Hong, with a cigarette between his lips, lounged against the back seat of the car, the door wide open, casting a sidelong glance at Gao-Yuan without uttering a word. After what felt like an eternity, as Gao-Yuan's anxiety reached its zenith, Lu Hong finally spoke softly. I hear you have a close relationship with Yu Ji. His tone was devoid of inflection, seemingly free of any ulterior emotions. Gao-Yuan's expression shifted rapidly, puzzled by Lu Heng's mention of Yu Ji, especially since the two space manipulators surrounding her did not include him. Was it perhaps because of Ming Yang? Due to Su Ming Yang's deliberate concealment, Lu Hong was unaware of Ming Yang's affections for Yu Ji, nor the frequent company she kept with Jiang Xiaobai and Su Ji. Ever since that day he had met Yu Ji, leaving behind milk and intentionally dropping the bread in a fit of pique, he himself struggled to decipher his own feelings. On one hand, he felt he was being foolish, forcing himself not to think of Yu Ji. Yet on the other, he could not help but worry about her well-being. Reluctant to confront her directly, he had discreetly arranged for food to be sent her way, ensuring that she would find it. Boss, Yu Ji is doing well. Do not fear. I merely require your assistance with a few tasks. The man's voice was deep and methodical, uncertain of what Lu Hong had alluded to. Gao-Yuan abruptly looked up, astonishment etched across his face. Lu Heng's smile faded, and he calmly instructed, do not concern yourself with that. Simply accomplish what I have asked of you. Meeting Lu Heng's gaze, Gao-Yuan slowly nodded in agreement. After completing the task of moving supplies from a supermarket, Gao-Yuan sought out Yu Ji. Wow, is this for me? You're so incredible. Holding an imported candy jar, Yu Ji was left speechless in astonishment. His prowess was impressive. Yet Gao-Yuan's abilities were equally remarkable. This is for you. Had it not been for the boss's guidance, I would not have acquired such resources. Recently, a temporary channel for resource exchange had emerged within the team, allowing for the barter of zombie crystal cores. Indeed, you must continue to strive. Do not tarnish my reputation. Yu Ji patted Gao-Yuan on the shoulder, appearing quite commendable. After a moment, Yu Ji's curiosity surfaced once more. How many zombies have you slain? And how many crystal cores have you obtained? It was astonishing that an ordinary person like Gao-Yuan could achieve such feats. Admittedly, a pang of envy stirred within Yu Ji, akin to a child boasting fanciful tales, only for Gao-Yuan to turn those tales into reality. I may have been cunning. Gao-Yuan whispered conspiratorially. I secretly excavated several crystal cores from fallen zombies. Perhaps others overlooked them. I had to search meticulously to find them. In joint operations, the crystal cores had to be surrendered, while those that could be retained were earned individually. Yu Ji exclaimed, mouth agape. How clever. You managed to procure crystal cores in such a manner. Flattered by the compliment, Yu Ji mused that, despite Gao-Yuan's seemingly simple approach, he himself was too fearful to dig into a zombie's brain. Moreover, he had always been fortunate, often finding delectable treats without needing to rely on crystal cores. I want chicken legs. I want chicken legs. Yu Ji clasped his hands together, murmuring fervently. Gao-Yuan cast him a puzzled look. Yu Ji shot him a sidelong glance. What do you understand? I am praying. My luck is exceptional, and soon, chicken legs will be mine. Time and again, whatever he desired seemed to manifest before him. He was a favored child of fortune, even stumbling upon resources while walking. The boss is truly remarkable. Gao-Yuan, having heard Yu Ji mention this previously, began to speculate about the connection between Yu and the resources he gathered. Recently, Sugo and Jiangge seem to have grown closer. I've noticed them frequently conversing. Are they blind? They are not merely on good terms. They are close with someone else. I've noticed too. It's quite extraordinary how people have such varied fates. Survivors within the group clustered in small groups, some with family, some alone. While many lack the time to concern themselves with others, they occasionally observe the dynamics within the team. Yu, an ordinary person without any powers, received treatment that starkly contrasted with that of the others. They toiled under the constant threat of death while battling zombies. Whereas Yu merely needed to relax comfortably in the vehicle, exerting no effort whatsoever. Jealousy and envy brewed within them, yet they dared not confront Yu, fearing he might report them. Jiang Xiaobai spent most of his time with Yu, while Su Mingyang also made time to converse with him. Yu was often found either sharing a room with Jiang Xiaobai or hidden within his vehicle, having scarcely encountered Lu Hong. Among all this, in addition to Su Mingyang's intentions, there lies a portion of responsibility with Lu Hong himself. He believed that he could timely cut his losses and deliberately chose to evade. Hoping to forget, perhaps by coincidence, Lu Hong happened to catch a glimpse of Yu, a solitary young boy. Just like at this moment, from afar, survivors bustled about, engaged in lively conversation, while Yu sat on a small stool, resting his chin on his hand. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet he appeared to have lost weight. Lu Hong gazed at Yu's face with an almost greedy intensity. Emotions that had long been suppressed within him surged forth, nearly overwhelming his reason. He yearned to abandon all thoughts, to forget everything, and to draw close to Yu once more, to speak to him, to embrace him, rather than remain mere strangers. With a furrowed brow, he summoned someone and issued a few commands. Immediately, a short man approached, his hair a dull yellow, his appearance unremarkable, the type one would easily overlook in a crowd. After a brief exchange, Wang Dong, anxious, felt compelled to swear his innocence, repeatedly insisting, "Brother Lu, I absolutely delivered it. Really, every time I placed the items right in front of him and only left once I saw him pick them up." Although Lu Hong offered a variety of fine goods, which would have commanded a respectable price and quality before the apocalypse, Wang Dong, despite his desire, dared not engage in deceitful behavior by hiding them away. Failing to complete Brother Lu's task, or even leaving the group, would have been a grave misstep. In the presence of those with abilities, the lives of ordinary people hold no value. Being able to serve the capable was already a blessing he could scarcely hope for. "And I can assure you, I haven't been discovered," Wang Dong hesitantly added. The notion of finding items on the road, while fitting in stories from before the apocalypse, seemed implausible in the current world. The neat and pristine supplies, clearly selected with care, would lead anyone else to suspect a trap. However, Wang Dong had to keep a close watch on the individuals taking the items. If he missed seeing them, he would have to place them back on the ground for a second chance. Thus, he always maintained a discreet distance, casually observing and occasionally overhearing Yu's murmurs. The young man, whom Brother Lu had asked him to look out for, had never shown any suspicion, genuinely believing the items were merely dropped by someone else, never considering they were intentionally placed there, thinking himself fortunate. However, Yu had a good rapport with Su Gu and Jiangge. Brother Lu must be aware of this. Wang Dong hesitated, but chose not to voice his curiosity. It was wiser to feign ignorance than to entangle himself in matters concerning the capable. Among the few who knew of Lu Heng's former boyfriend in the group, several had succumbed to infection and become zombies, leaving only a couple, like Wang Dong, who were not prone to idle chatter. "All right, you may return now." Whether Yu had truly lost weight, or if it was merely Lu Heng's subjective perception of him suffering, remained uncertain. After a moment's thought, Lu Hong could not help but take a step forward. As he drew closer, his steps slowed, and an unfamiliar hesitation began to rise within him. Upon first encountering Yu, the humiliation he had once inflicted upon him seemed to have reversed their circumstances, and he felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction. A voice within him incessantly echoed, "This is the path you have chosen," yet this fleeting pleasure was insignificant. He thought that the past should remain in the past. The more he pondered, the more he would care, so he endeavored to disregard it, to treat Yu Ji as a stranger. It should not have been this way. Why was Lu Heng here again? Yu Ji was not particularly eager to see Lu Heng, who always uttered words he found distasteful and never offered him praise, calling him timid and unwise. Yu Ji braced himself to cover his ears, prepared to ignore Lu Heng's remarks. The young boy appeared devoid of any extraneous expressions. Yet upon seeing Lu Heng approach, his lips involuntarily curled into a frown. Lu Heng observed Yu Ji for a moment in silence before gradually crouching down to meet his gaze, rather than looking down upon him from a height. Ji. He spoke in a voice that was rough and hoarse. Yu Ji turned his head away, refusing to respond. An inexplicable impulse surged within Lu Heng, and he clasped Yu Ji's hand resting on his knee. His large hand gradually tightened around Yu Ji's. "Oh, what are you doing? Let go of me," Yu Ji exclaimed, the chair he sat on scraping loudly against the floor. Lu Heng applied no real pressure, allowing Yu Ji to easily withdraw his hand. However, Lu Heng's hand remained draped over Yu Ji's knee, gentle yet possessing the strength to keep him anchored. When Yu Ji attempted to move his legs, he found himself indeed restrained by Lu Heng. He felt utterly trapped. Lu Heng was insufferable. Yu Ji glanced around, spotting Gao Yuan in the distance, who was looking over with a series of exaggerated gestures. "Quickly, go find someone to rescue me," he implored. Gao Yuan, ever the loyal subordinate, immediately set off upon receiving Yu Ji's signal. "Are you all right? You seem to have lost weight," Lu Heng remarked cautiously, his words deliberate and measured, as if he weighed each syllable. Yu Ji, who was easily intimidated, sensed the unusual tone in Lu Heng's voice. Tentatively, he gave Lu Heng a light kick, declaring, "It's none of your business." He had resolved that if Lu Heng grew angry, he would immediately beg for forgiveness. Yet, Lu Heng did not respond with anger. Instead, he carefully smoothed Yu Ji's trouser leg, covering the exposed portion of his ankle. "Be careful not to catch a chill," he cautioned. Lu Heng's demeanor irked Yu Ji, who felt emboldened and slightly superior. "A cat weeping for a mouse's misfortune," he scoffed, rolling his eyes. "How could I possibly compare to you extraordinary individuals?" He began to count on his fingers. "I am undernourished, sleep-deprived, devoid of resources, and still have to contend with zombies. I am not an extraordinary being. I am merely an ordinary person. Were it not for my good fortune, I would have long since become a zombie myself." Yu Ji became deeply immersed in her thoughts, momentarily forgetting the blissful days of recent times, her mind consumed by the struggle for survival in a cruel world, enduring the mockery of others while facing omnipresent dangers. There was not a moment of peace, even though she was aware that the reality diverged from what Yu Ji had said. After all, he had sent her plenty of supplies, always selecting the finest. She seldom worried about material needs despite indulging in food. However, in other respects, while he faced zombies with unwavering composure, Yu Ji's timid nature made her prone to tears. Would she not fear the zombies? Did she have a place to sleep at night? Would the members of their group bully her? As he reflected, Lu Heng realized he had overlooked many facets of her experience. In this apocalyptic world, in the shadows he could not see, while deliberately avoiding thoughts of Yu Ji, an image emerged in his mind. That of her, marginalized within the group, pitifully bundled in her clothing, struggling to sleep warmly. His heart felt as though it had been pierced by something sharp, and his voice turned hoarse. "Has someone bullied you?" Yu Ji lowered her head in silence, her lips pressed tightly together. There were no tears, yet her eyes glistened with stubborn defiance. Lu Heng bit his lip, his heart tightening painfully. "Who has bullied you? I will not allow anyone to mistreat you. I am sorry, I am so sorry." He found himself unable to resist the surge of emotions within. The mere thought of Yu Ji being bullied, suffering, truly enduring hardship made his hands tremble. Each breath felt like a knife slicing through his chest, leaving him bleeding internally. Did saying sorry even matter? "You let me be bullied. Indeed, you were the first to torment me. How could someone be as cruel as you? I despise you." Yu Ji struck Lu Heng several times in frustration. Her strength was feeble, the blows hardly impactful. Yet Lu Heng would rather endure her strikes than feel the weight of his own heartache. Once was not enough. He felt compelled to endure it again. But could he truly stand by and watch Yu Ji suffer? Merely hearing of it left him breathless. And, as Yu Ji pointed out, he too was bullying her albeit with words. Taking a deep breath, Lu Heng gently enveloped her in his embrace. "Do not fear, Branch. Do not be afraid. It is my fault. I am the one who is wicked. Let it be." He would accept his fate. He still recalled the scorn and humiliation Yu Ji had heaped upon him at their parting. Yet he understood her nature, spoiled and willful. With little patience, she spoke those harsh words only because he refused to let her go. Though painful to hear, those words were grounded in truth, striking at the core of his deepest insecurities. He truly cherished Yu Ji very deeply. He worked hard to earn money to buy her desired things. Yet what he offered paled in comparison to what others could provide, so insignificant it seemed. It dawned upon him that he too was a base individual, attempting to bind himself to Yu Ji through his sacrifices. He had given her so much. How could she dismiss him so easily once she lost interest? He felt unwilling. He felt furious. However, when he initially exerted himself, it was merely a desire to bring joy to Yu Ji, not in pursuit of any recompense. Has Lu Heng truly changed his nature? Yu Ji was engulfed in uncertainty, suspecting this to be a trap set by Lu Heng, a cunning ploy designed to ensnare him, only for Lu Heng to reveal it as a ruse once he fell for it. As she stifled her sobs, comforted by a gentle pat on her back, she gradually realized that Lu Heng was not merely acting. It seemed to be genuine. She clung to Lu Heng's shoulder, straightening her upper body. "You're so wicked, always seeking revenge, bullying me when I did nothing wrong. Isn't that so?" Lu Heng slowly nodded. "Indeed, that's correct. If it's wrong, then so be it. That's more like it." Yu Ji murmured softly, "I'm a university student. How can I associate with a thug?" Having entered university, she felt mismatched with Lu Heng, thus deciding it was best to part ways. "You fool." Lu Heng laughed in exasperation, on the verge of saying something but ultimately holding back. "Never mind. Yet." His silence did not prevent Yu Ji from seizing the moment to retaliate. "Who gave you the right to scold me? You're the worst. I wanted to call you out for ages. You're the coward. You're the fool." The boy's voice grew louder with each declaration. Suddenly, a presence approached, and the group became alert. Under their watchful gazes, 4 or 5 vehicles halted across the road. Survivors, perhaps? Chapter 84. The male lead's ex-boyfriend in the apocalypse. Immediately, some sensed something amiss and sought out the abilities within the group. Curious, wary, and hesitant gazes turned towards the newcomers. The vehicles had come to a swift stop, and from a distance, the sound of tires scraping heavily against the pavement outside the pharmacy echoed. The doors swung open, revealing a group of young individuals clad in black combat attire, their figures strikingly tall and poised. They exuded vitality and an untamed aura. In this post-apocalyptic world, gaunt and emaciated faces were the norm. It was peculiar to encounter those with robust features. They seemed to have taken notice of the group, casting playful glances their way, not treating them as equals, but with a dismissive, assessing air. Their observational skills were keen, their eyes sharp. Noticing the prominent Ouroboros symbol on the side of their black uniforms, where the serpent devoured its own tail, it resembled a circular emblem at first glance. Unlike the group, these individuals were devoid of the elderly, the weak, the ill, or children. Every one of them was a fully grown man. Surrounding them, the zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, swiftly converged. They emitted deep, guttural growls, their decaying faces forming layers that encircled the newcomers completely, leaving no room for escape. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the astonished eyes of the ordinary members of the group. Various types of abilities surged through the air, a cacophony of supernatural power, dazzling and vibrant. The approaching horde of zombies, initially menacing and horrifying, vanished within moments, as if they were mere toys easily manipulated in their presence. The survivors' eyes bore remnants of lingering shock, their voices trembling. These individuals are all endowed with extraordinary abilities, each and every one of them. Fortunately, there were only 4 vehicles, totaling perhaps 7 or 8 individuals. Several survivors have been discreetly observing the situation since the commotion began with the zombies. Witnessing the strength of these individuals filled them with excitement and envy, as they inwardly compared them to the abilities of their own team members. Are they from the survivor base? Someone suddenly inquired. A hush fell over the crowd. The survivor base, if every day in this post-apocalyptic world was a torment, represented the sanctuary of hope they clung to in their hearts. To endure. The existence of the survivor base held immense significance. Many still naively fantasized about returning to a life reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse upon reaching the base. Were they unaware that, with the onset of the apocalypse, resources were scarce, and the base might be vastly different from their imaginings? Deep down, they understood but were unwilling to admit it, preferring to preserve their idyllic visions. Otherwise, the world felt unbearably grim, lacking the courage to embrace death, yet living each day in a state worse than death itself. Surely, there must be teams of endowed individuals within the base. The crystal cores extracted from zombie brains were intended to enhance the abilities of such individuals. Where are we now? Have we reached City B? During that time, broadcasts had been incessantly discussing the survivor base, and many present had heard about it while at home or in their teams. They should currently be in City Y, and leaving City Y would lead them into City B. Although this new group of endowed individuals was unaware that they had been mistaken for members of the base. They had indeed mentioned it. Brother Gene, I never expected that someone would arrive before us. They must be a temporary team organized by the survivors. However, they seem relatively orderly, and there should be endowed individuals among them. Lang touched the earring on his ear, breaking into a grin. This team appeared significantly better than those they had encountered previously, although the majority of its members were still gaunt and emaciated, their cheeks hollow from hunger. Yet they retained their humanity, unlike some groups that treated people as mere livestock, completely devoid of compassion. Contemplating this, a look of disdain crossed his face. Not out of malice, but simply disgust for those individuals. This group was likely heading to the base in City B. City Y was a necessary route to reach the base in City B, and the influx of newcomers had been increasing lately. The leader at the forefront curled his lips into a smirk. The man possessed striking features, with an exquisite androgyny. His tall frame encased in combat attire that perfectly showcased his muscles, ready to unleash exceptional strength at any moment. He wore black half-finger gloves, his long fingers distinctly articulated against the stark contrast of black and white. He chuckled, his tone languid, just in time to replenish supplies here before heading back. This supermarket has quite a bounty. What do you all think? Should we seize it directly or gather it ourselves? As he spoke, the young endowed individuals chimed in enthusiastically, each offering their opinions. Of course, we should seize it, since it's readily available. Why not exert less effort? Thanks to their assistance, had it not been for them, we would still be entangled in the troublesome task of clearing out the zombies. Amidst laughter and banter, they completely disregarded the gravity of the situation, treating the resources of others as if they were their own. Following the apocalypse, numerous private organizations emerged, consisting of both a motley crew and individuals of genuine prowess. The organization to which Jin Zhao belonged was one among them, while most survivors might be unaware of their existence. Nearly all established survivor bases had heard of their notorious reputation. Known as the Ouroboros organization, their emblem depicted a serpent devouring its own tail. Straddling the line between good and evil, they possessed no moral compass, indulging in reckless abandon. Those who dared to provoke them invariably met with dire consequences, as their methods were chillingly ruthless. They rejected official oversight, yet were open to employment. Sufficient crystal cores would suffice for them to eliminate targets, whether ordinary individuals or abilities users, high-ranking officials or the lowest of the low. Their numbers were few, yet every member was an ability user. An organization composed entirely of such elite individuals is formidable, regardless of the setting. One of them retrieved a box from the trunk, revealing an array of firearms and weaponry. Each member picked up one, unable to resist testing its weight. Alas, had they known to bring along a spatial ability user, they could have transported more supplies. But now they were constrained to wait for the next trip. It was prudent to assess the situation first. Who could ascertain the authenticity of the reports before confirming them? Moreover, if the warehouse turned out to be empty and someone else had gotten there first, their journey would have been in vain. The resources they referred were not those typically found in supermarkets, which were primarily food, beverages, or daily necessities, items that were ubiquitous. Their presence in city-Y stemmed from intelligence regarding a highly clandestine arms cache. Securing this batch of weaponry would significantly bolster the strength of the Ouroboros organization. While abilities were effective against zombies, they required time to recharge, whereas firearms could provide immediate firepower in critical moments. However, due to the uncertainty of the information, only a little over 10 had come, half of whom remained to guard the arms cache, with most of their supplies left behind. They planned to return with reinforcements to transport the entire arsenal once they confirmed the news. Jin Zhao turned, his gaze sweeping over the nearby shops. Pointing to two individuals, "Go check the pharmacy. If there are any medications, gather them all." Gao Yuan, "What do you think they came from?" Yu Ji, ever curious, glanced towards the opposite side, though her view was obstructed by vehicles and buildings, making it difficult to see clearly. They should not be ordinary people. Their attire bears distinctive insignia. Gao Yuan described the markings he had observed, his background in art prior to the apocalypse, allowing him to convey the details vividly. "It's too dark. I can't see anything at all," Yu Ji retorted, her phone resting on her lap. Gao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her phone, silently conveying his thoughts. Undeterred, Yu Ji insisted, "It's merely that their designs are too small and not very prominent. My eyesight is perfectly fine." Gao Yuan's information was rather limited. After the apocalypse, he primarily followed the group, so although he knew slightly more than Yu Ji, it wasn't by much. Would they be formidable? Yu Ji countered her own thought, concluding that they likely would not be, given there were only a few of them, dressed in such a manner. They might simply be attempting to appear impressive, creating an illusion of strength when, in fact, that was far from the truth. It must be said that Yu Ji found their attire, sleek black combat uniforms, quite appealing. If he were to wear them, he would undoubtedly exude an air of authority. Gao Yuan expressed his concerns. It was best not to provoke them and to observe how Brother Liu and the others negotiated. He harbored a persistent feeling that their intentions were not benevolent. While Gao Yuan had encountered certain situations, Yu Ji had not experienced such things. Within the group, others dared to speak of Yu Ji only in whispers, privately. For who would dare to provoke someone under the protection of two ability users? Thus, as Gao Yuan grew closer to Yu Ji, he frequently worried that she might be deceived or bullied by someone. How could that be? They're not as terrifying as you suggest. I can see at a glance that they are merely a facade, lacking true strength. Gao Yuan was his subordinate. Although his analysis seemed reasonable, as the leader, he undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding. He simply perceived that these individuals were not impressive at all. "Hello. May I inquire if you are ability users from Base B?" A soft voice emerged. Turning to look, they saw a frail woman, appearing to be in her 20s. Her face showing signs of weariness, yet unable to mask her beauty. "Who is this?" They exchanged glances. "Oh." Someone gestured toward the newcomer. No one acknowledged her. They were preoccupied with their own tasks, handling firearms and focused on loading bullets. Amidst their astonishment, Li Ruru's demeanor and attitude grew more earnest, her tone softening further. Ignoring their indifference, she produced 2 packets of biscuits she had received that day, her face displaying a hint of concern. "I heard about the survivor base over the radio. It's truly wonderful that there's S8 base willing to provide shelter for ordinary people like us. I see you just arrived and likely haven't eaten yet. These are the biscuits I received. Please have some." Having garnered a substantial amount of supplies, even someone as modest as Li Ru, who merely moved a few items, received 2 packets of biscuits. Though it pained her to part with them, she understood that one must take risks to gain rewards. After delivering her heartfelt words, she cast them a gaze filled with admiration and gratitude. However, Li Ru was oblivious to how her words sounded utterly ridiculous to the group. "What nonsense is this? Praising Base B in front of us?" Someone remarked impatiently. "Damn it, can you be quiet? Get lost, don't disturb me." They truly could not fathom that anyone would struggle to afford a few biscuits. Li Ru, who had specially washed her face with precious water and tidied herself up, felt her cheeks burn in response to the outburst. She was so kind-hearted, even generously offering biscuits to share, yet they were so fierce towards her. How could they be so heartless, lacking even a shred of compassion? Even when subjected to such treatment, Li Ru merely reddened her eyes, her gaze brimming with unshed tears, exuding an air of forgiveness. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply observe your struggle against the zombies and wish to lend a hand. I am aware of my limitations and can only strive to assist in ways within my capacity. To merely hear her words, one might perceive Li Ru as the epitome of kindness, the type of girl who offers help even to strangers. Yet, the group from the tail-end organization are not simple-minded individuals, easily swayed by mere words. Who would believe such nonsense? This deranged woman. Their expressions were cold, regarding Li Ru as if she were a corpse. Suddenly, one of them spoke. We are not from Baseby City. After Heelong's explanation, he pointed to the cookies in Li Ruru's hands, seemingly intent on savoring her expression, his smile transforming into something malevolent. So, you can leave now, can't you? Li Ruru's damano visibly stifanat. My cookies. Weren't they meant for us? Heelong opened the packaging nonchalantly. If I recall correctly, they were specifically meant for us. The packet of cookies was quickly divided among those present, leaving Li Ruru empty-handed. Her growling stomach echoed in the silence. As she opened her mouth, ready to speak again, Heelong's impatience surfaced. I'd rather not repeat myself, he warned, producing a sharp metallic knife that glinted ominously, hovering just before her eyes, its tip nearly grazing her pupil. Li Ruru gasped in terror, collapsing onto the ground, covering her eyes, convinced she felt the searing pain of the knife piercing through. Upon lowering her hands, she was horrified to find blood on her palm. Heelong's telekinetically controlled knife, sharp as it was, had indeed threatened her sight. Witnessing Li Ruru's asti ratrat, her demeanor utterly disheveled, someone remarked to Heelong, why complicate matters? If she dares not leave, why not simply finish her off? They were not a patient lot, and after repeated provocations, a swift end seemed preferable. Heelong replied lazily, let us have some fun. Her breaking point amuses me. Chapter 85. The male lead's ex-boyfriend in the apocalypse at the front of the team, Zhang Lin took it upon himself to communicate with the enigmatic group of ability users. His reasoning was simple. Both teams possessed ability users, and, as they crossed paths, a brief exchange to clarify intentions and assure that neither side sought conflict would suffice, thus avoiding unnecessary elaboration. They were merely passing through this area. After gathering enough supplies, they could move on. Yet, as he approached, he encountered resistance. A pair of hostile eyes scrutinizing him. Where is your leader? Did you send a mere level 1 ability user out of disdain for us? Zhang Lin's expression darkened. Since becoming an ability user, he had always been treated with utmost respect. Such contempt was foreign to him. Nonetheless, noticing the hostile stance of several individuals before him, he suppressed his anger and spoke calmly. I did not come here seeking collaboration with you. Since you are unwelcoming, I shall take my leave. Halt! Did I say you could leave? The demeanor of the opposing party made Zhang Lin realize that their intentions were far from what he had anticipated. He wished to disregard them and depart immediately, but two imposing abilities stood in his path, blocking his way. Zhang Lin halted momentarily, reluctantly turning back to face the apparent leader among them. What do you want? What is your purpose? Heelang surveyed Zhang Lin with a disdainful gaze, clearly expressing his contempt through mere actions. Can you decide? A wave of anger surged within Zhang Lin. These individuals were indeed arrogant. Did they truly believe he was intimidated by them? They were merely a group of 7 or 8, with 5 possessing abilities, but among the many ordinary people, who was to say who was truly formidable? Zhang Lin nodded stiffly. However, the words he overheard caused his expression to shift dramatically. Heelang toyed with the long knife in his hand. I see you collecting supplies from a supermarket. It's not too much to ask for you to hand them over to us. Just a favor, as we are in a hurry to return. Heelang spoke flippantly, his tone dripping with indifference. It's just a matter of borrowing some insignificant supplies. The supermarket is right here. You could easily make a few trips. Such audacity. They were indeed here for the supplies. Noticing Zhang Lin's expression, Heelang sneered. Or do you believe you possess the capability to confront us, the ability to resist? I'm merely looking out for your best interests by warning you not to be ungrateful. Zhang Lin's face turned ashen, his brows knitting together, his chest heaving with intensity. Do you have an opinion? He Lang glanced sideways, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. In that instant, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Lin's forehead, a sudden chill coursing through him, compelling him to instinctively take a step back. As he retreated, the long knife thudded heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, its gleaming blade reflecting a cold light. Had he been a moment slower, he might have been cleaved in two by the blade. This group, merely at odds over a few words, was ready to resort to violence. Zhang Lin felt the tension rise in his scalp, his lips quivering, his bravado swiftly diminishing. "Are you a level 2 ability user?" He Lang did not respond directly, raising his hand slightly as an unseen force guided the long knife back into his grasp. "Since you have objections, would you care to compare with my blade?" Zhang Lin's complexion paled, and he found himself at a loss for words. He Lang, growing bored, noted that even among ability users, the outside world was filled with those who feared the strong and bullied the weak, lacking any sense of backbone. Such individuals would cower before anyone who could assert greater ruthlessness, unable to counter your claims. Perhaps He Lang's cold demeanor was too palpable, causing Zhang Lin to tense up. Swallowing hard, "Regarding the supplies, I cannot make a decision. I must first consult with the others in my team." "So you cannot decide, then? What a waste of time." "Leave? Brother Lu, it's like this. They're threatening us for a batch of supplies." Upon returning, Zhang Lin immediately poured out his grievances to Lu Heng, the lingering fear from the moment he nearly faced death still haunting him, leaving him in an exceedingly tense state. The newcomers were indeed unfriendly, clearly targeting them. Lu Heng furrowed his brow. "Come with me." Zhang Lin hesitated, not particularly inclined to go, yet he understood that Lu Heng's words left no room for refusal. Zhang Lin returned, accompanied by Lu Heng and Zhao Lifeng. Cautiously, he glanced around, relieved not to see He Lang's figure. This time, it seemed they had finally encountered someone in charge, and there was no one to obstruct their path. They moved forward without hindrance. They soon met the leader of the abilities users. Lu Heng raised his gaze and locked eyes with Jin Chao, a moment of tension coursing through both of them. The amusement in Jin Chao's eyes gradually faded, his posture straightening as his deep gaze settled on Lu Heng, a hint of intrigue blooming in his expression. This was becoming interesting. "You are from the Tail Organization, Jin Chao," Lu Heng stated. "Oh, Captain Lu," Jin Chao replied. Lu Heng did not refute him. Although not openly stated, he effectively controlled the direction of the team, with 2 abilities users on his side, leaving the remaining 5 under his influence. Jin Chao bypassed pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Our supplies have run out, and we seek to borrow a batch from you. It's not a significant matter. Compared to your total supplies, it is trivial, merely a gesture of friendship, rather than resorting to violence. If words could suffice to procure a batch of supplies with minimal effort, it would be a wise transaction." Lu Heng raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "You want supplies? Fine, exchange them for crystal cores." Jin Chao narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint surfacing, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. "You are the first to propose an exchange of crystal cores with the Tail. Traditionally, they seized others' crystal cores. Giving them away was unheard of." Lu Heng shrugged. "Apologies, I hail from a humble background and have little experience. I know nothing of the Tail or your prowess, but—" He shifted his tone. "Here, if you wish for our supplies, present the crystal cores. Otherwise, the conversation ends here." His words, tinged with a hint of defiance, left little room for negotiation. Jin Chao was not surprised by Lu Heng's words, but was keenly aware that ultimately, they would have to resort to force. He couldn't help but sigh. "I enjoy rational discourse. It is merely a matter of borrowing supplies. Captain Lu, you are compelling us towards violence." Lu Heng's gaze drifted to the Tail's serpent emblem on Jin Chao's attire, a smirk escaping him. What a tyrannical stance. Demanding supplies with no intention of repayment was no different from theft. One merely required a polite request, the other employed force. Having held the reins for too long within a team of abilities users, he was in essence nothing more than a rogue, giving away supplies for free, groveling for favor. Such foolishness was for those who chose to partake in it. The conversation reached an impasse, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Jin Chao had initially intended to seize their supplies, and his followers were well aware of this, their eyes glinting with malice and anticipation. As the opposing ability users encircled them, Zhang Lin and Zhao Lifeng felt a tightening in their chests, their scalps prickling with anxiety. Jiang Xiaobai and Su Mingyang, the formidable ability users from those teams, were conspicuously absent, leaving only Lu Heng, who possessed considerable power. Zhang Lin, being merely a level 1 ability user, was hardly a match for the formidable foes before them, and though Zhao Lifeng had recently advanced to level 2, his combat prowess was still lacking. Lu Yi, perhaps we should. Zhao Lifeng hesitated, or we could send a batch of supplies instead. After all, the supermarket is nearby, and there are plenty of provisions inside. The ordinary members of our team could make a few trips without much hindrance to the ability users. At most, a few ordinary people might get bitten by zombies. However, his words fell short as he closed his mouth slowly under Lu Heng's inscrutable gaze. A distant commotion shattered the tense atmosphere, diverting their attention. Yin Yi, look what I caught! He Lang exclaimed excitedly, tugging at the scruff of someone's neck and pulling him into view. Before them stood a striking young boy, his complexion soft and fair, with chubby cheeks that still bore remnants of baby fat. His skin, tender as tofu, framed large, expressive eyes adorned with long, curling lashes. Yuji struggled in midair, flailing in a panic as he caught sight of the numerous onlookers, his fear escalating. He Lang approached Yuji closely, gripping the boy's chin with his fingers and demanding, "What were you sneaking around here for?" "I wasn't." Yuji retorted, his voice quavering with guilt. He had merely been curious, wanting to observe what this group was up to, inadvertently drawing closer without realizing it, conceiving himself clever for hiding behind a vehicle. He was swiftly detected within mere seconds due to the heightened senses of the ability users. Now trapped by a nefarious man, he was terrified beyond measure, feeling utterly helpless. Yuji gazed at the man with the captivating peach blossom eyes, his disheveled hair cascading over his brow, with a prominent nose and thin lips. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile, his arms appearing as if forged from iron. Unable to escape, Yuji glanced around in desperation and finally spotted Lu Heng. His eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope as he implored, Lu Heng, save me, please." Desperate to escape his captors, he remained oblivious to the fact that when two factions clash and one's weaknesses are exposed and exploited, it signifies a loss of control. This has been a recurring theme throughout history, where hostages are leveraged as a threat. Surrendering not only cedes control, but leads to further concessions, revealing vulnerabilities that the adversary will not easily overlook. Lu Heng understood this well. He also recognized the necessity of appearing indifferent to Yuji's plight, not only to prevent the adversary from making insufferable demands, but also for Yuji's own sake. Yet his fingers tightened gradually, the knuckles whitening with tension. "Release him." Lu Heng's voice turned cold, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Even in the midst of the recent confrontation, when tensions reached their zenith, Lu Heng's demeanor was far more foreboding, his countenance dark and fearsome, his eyes glinting with icy intensity. "Oh, you two are acquainted," He Lang remarked, his gaze shifting to the two unfamiliar ability users before him and the familiar Zhang Lin, immediately grasping their origin. They were the ones delivering supplies. With a mocking chuckle, he released his grip on Yuji's collar, drawing the young man into his embrace. In front of Lu Heng, he turned a folding chair around, seated himself, and unceremoniously pulled Yuji onto his lap. Typically averse to close contact, He Lang found himself captivated by this striking young man, who exuded a delightful fragrance, perhaps a hint of perfume, that was simply irresistible. The aroma was not overwhelming, but rather rich and soft, ensnaring one's senses in an enchanting embrace. He Lang inhaled deeply several times, akin to a ravenous beast. Lu Heng remained silent for a moment, the chill in his gaze nearly palpable, as fury gradually consumed his reason. "Do you wish for death?" His voice dripped with unrestrained rage, and a blinding bolt of light streaked across the sky, aimed squarely at He Lang. Yet, before it could reach him, a massive vine intervened, emanating from a luminescent seed nestled in Jin Zhao's palm. As the vine clashed with the electric force, An intense radiance erupted before fading into obscurity. Captain Liu, my subordinate has not offended you, has he? What necessitates your sudden aggression? If you are unwilling to provide us with supplies, then so be it. Jin Zhao's words acted as a catalyst, further igniting the fury within Lu Hong. He stirred his fingers, his voice hoarse. Release him, and I shall grant you a batch of supplies. Lu Hong and Yu Ji were encircled by several ability users, and his lightning power alone was insufficient to extricate Yu Ji from their grasp. Moreover, uncertain of their intentions, he could not predict whether they would harm Yu Ji. Alone, he faced a formidable group. As he surveyed his surroundings, his heart sank. They were all ability users, and notably, second-tier ones. Fortunately, judging by their auras, apart from Jin Zhao and the one restraining Yu Ji, the others had recently ascended to their powers. Their energies not yet formidable. He reassured himself, convinced that Yu Ji would be reclaimed. In light of Lu Heng's efforts to redeem him, he decided to overlook some of the captain's previous transgressions. Bolstered by newfound courage, Yu Ji playfully swatted at him.As hand. You rascal, stop pinching my waist. His face beamed with satisfaction, and he relaxed, swinging his legs while perched on him.As lap, emboldened by the sense of security. This charming display stirred something within him.As, making him reluctant to relinquish Yu Ji. After all, it was he who had captured Yu Ji. Thus, the decision of whether to return him rested solely in his hands. Jean, why not offer them some crystal cores? We can barter supplies for the cores, him.As suggested, playfully pinching Yu Ji's cheek as he smiled. Let us use my crystals for the exchange. Chapter 87. The male protagonist's former boyfriend in the apocalypse is expected. He has recognized his prowess. Should he become displeased, he could annihilate you all. Unaware of him.As intention to offer the crystal core, they mistakenly assumed he was merely softening, seeking to curry favor. Yu Ji's lips curled into a broad smile. However, Lu Hong did not accept the crystal core as he had envisioned. No need. Consider it a gesture of friendship, he stated calmly, showing no inclination to accept the offering. How could you refuse a crystal core? Yu Ji exclaimed loudly, expressing his dissatisfaction. How could someone as foolish as Lu Hong exist? He lacks any discernment. A crystal core of such value, and he simply turns it down. If you don't want it, I shall take it. He snatched the crystal core from him.As hands, gleefully pocketing it. His inherent arrogance and a hint of timidity emerged. With the crystal core, he could exchange it for numerous desirable items. Yu Ji had already envisioned how he would boast about his acquisition. Noticing Lu Hong's expression, he muttered several comments under his breath, believing he was discreet, such as how foolish Lu Hong was, and how fortunate he was to have the crystal core offered to him. Jin Zhao could not help but glance over. Lu Hong felt somewhat helpless. The crystal cores were not freely given. They were indeed. Upon receiving the crystal core, Yu Ji felt elated and attempted to stand. But him.As arm encircled his waist from behind, preventing him from rising. Struggling, his face flushed and breathless, he attempted to pry him.As hand away, only to have it firmly restrained. Yu Ji, feigning anger, exclaimed, "What are you doing? I've already promised to provide you with supplies. Let me go," he added defiantly. "If you dare touch me again, I shall withhold the supplies. Do you know who I am? How dare you hold me?" him.As dismissed his struggles, coolly replying, "Behave yourself. Cease your thrashing." The blustering pufferfish had no real power. His resistance was futile before it even began. Yu Ji was taken aback. "Let me go. I want to return." him.As tightened his grip around Yu Ji's waist, noting that while there was ample flesh elsewhere, his waist was surprisingly slender. His gaze darkened slightly, a smile playing on his lips. "That crystal core was meant to buy you. Having accepted it, you wish to leave?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man's pupils dilated, as if he had heard something utterly incredulous. His mind was momentarily blank, but he eventually regained his composure. "You're talking nonsense." It was clearly compensation for him. him.As remained silent, his peach blossom eyes quietly scrutinizing him. The crystal core in his pocket felt like a hot potato, akin to a ticking bomb. I don't want it anymore. I do not want your crystal core." Yu Ji stammered, suddenly fearful. He hurriedly retrieved the crystal core from his pocket, returning it to him.As palm. "Woo, I don't want the crystal core. The supplies are yours. Just let me go, please. Gone was his earlier bravado. He had softened entirely. Just a moment ago, weren't you rather proud? You even struck me. I did not hit you. Yu Ji murmured softly, denying it. Lu Heng stood before Jin Zhao, who positioned himself strategically to block Lu Heng's path. He observed the interaction between Yu Ji and He Lang, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. State your demands, provide the resources, and what must be done for their release. The crystalline cores are merely trivial. We are not in want of them. Jin Zhao subtly raised his head, signaling his subordinates, who promptly brought forth a bag of crystalline cores. Indeed, the tail-end faction was not lacking in such resources. As the saying goes, if one can seize it, why barter? However, He Lang's discovery was rather intriguing. They, too, had no shortage of crystalline cores, and bringing back an interesting individual would be a delightful addition. The crystalline cores were presented before Lu Heng, who declined to take them. I require your release of the captives. Jin Chao's tone elongated as he feigned realization. Ah, that matter. Those are spoils belonging to our members and must naturally be returned. Lu Heng's expression gradually flattened, shadows darkening in his gaze. His voice turned as frigid as ice. Then let us see if you are able to take them back. It was unclear who initiated the conflict. Upon hearing the commotion, Yu Ji saw chaos erupting, lightning and vines clashing, radiating blinding light and immense force, sweeping everything in their vicinity away. That's Brother Jean. His ability is plant manipulation. Quite formidable, wouldn't you say? Your team leader is no weakling either, though these two others seem to be a bit lacking, He Lang remarked quietly to Yu Ji. As they conversed, he cast a glance at Yu Ji, swallowing hard. He found himself increasingly inclined to take Yu Ji back with him. She appeared clumsy, timid, and easily frightened, traits he had previously found unappealing. Yet, in this moment, he only perceived her as endearing. Just as they were speaking, two more abilities users appeared, Jiang Xiaobai and Su Mingyang. Having been outside to exterminate zombies, they returned to the team, immediately noting the sounds of battle. The familiar crackle of lightning powers informed them that one side of the conflict was Lu Heng, while the other comprised an unfamiliar group of abilities users. Their initial intention to seek Lu Heng shifted as their eyes fell upon Yu Ji, who was being held closely by a stranger, almost in the throes of a kiss. Su Mingyang's eyes flared with anger, glaring fiercely at He Lang. He Lang placed Yu Ji onto a chair, rising to meet Su Mingyang with a provocative smile. The battleground expanded. Su Mingyang, He Lang, Jiang Xiaobai, and the remaining members of the tail-end faction joined the fray, dividing into two camps, turning the area into utter chaos. For Yu Ji, it was her first time witnessing so many powers, and she was seeing abilities users engage in combat up close. Injuries were inevitable amidst the brawl. She felt both curious and fearful, shielding her eyes with her hands, yet peeking through her fingers, unintentionally or not. The abilities users made an effort to avoid the vicinity where Yu Ji sat, and the surrounding ruins were reduced to rubble, while she remained unharmed. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, despite this, the smoke and dust still choked her, reddening her face as she coughed painfully, bending over with her chest heaving. Lu Heng, anxious about Yu Ji's condition, momentarily lost focus and was flung by a vine, crashing to the ground and sliding a considerable distance. He slowly rose to his feet. After a fierce skirmish, Lu Heng's breathing was no longer steady. His clothing bore the marks of the altercation, and his body was adorned with numerous wounds. The individuals from the Serpent's Tail possessed a numerical advantage, comprising a total of 8 second-tier supernatural beings. In contrast, Zhonglin was merely a first-tier supernatural being, incapable of even the most basic defense, rendering him unable to engage in the battle. Zhao Lifeng, also a second-tier supernatural being, could barely fend off one opponent. The remaining 7 supernatural beings faced off against Lu Heng, Su Mingyang, and Jiang Xiaobai. Among the Serpent's Tail, Jin Zhao exhibited the strongest combat prowess, with vines capable of wide-ranging attacks. He Lang was somewhat weaker, while the others were rather ordinary. Jin Zhao had ceased his assault, as had the others from Serpent's Tail, all halting their offensive maneuvers. Jin Zhao bore injuries as well. His lightning-based powers were renowned for their explosive force. and his black combat attire was scorched and torn in several places, revealing wounds still crackling with residual lightning energy. Yet, Jin Zhao remained unfazed, as if in his eyes. These injuries were inconsequential. In fact, he seemed to admire Lu Heng and his companions, extending an olive branch. You possess commendable skills and abilities. Would you be interested in joining the Serpent's Tail? Serpent's Tail? Jiang Xiaobai and Su Mingyang were bewildered. It is a private organization of supernatural beings, Jin Zhao explained succinctly. However, Su Mingyang and Jiang Xiaobai were far from intrigued. Jiang Xiaobai found little allure in an organization of which he knew nothing. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang's attention was focused on Yu Ji, hardly registering Jin Zhao's words. His gaze darted around until it landed on Yu Ji, prompting him to stride over. Jiang Xiaobai, Lu Heng, and He Lang followed closely behind, albeit a step slower. Upon witnessing Su Mingyang pressing his palm against Yu Ji's chest to soothe her, it appeared rather jarring. An inexplicable sense of discomfort settled in Lu Heng's heart. Why was Su Mingyang being so attentive to Yu Ji? Were they acquainted? Being part of the same team, they likely had some interactions. However, Su Mingyang had mentioned having someone he cared for, which gradually eased Lu Heng's furrowed brow, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He approached the two, subtly separating them, and took Yu Ji's hand. We should head back. Su Mingyang momentarily halted, his body stiffening. He had been prepared to turn away and carry someone, but Lu Heng's arrival forced him to pause. Yet, his expression darkened, the smile evaporating from his lips as he fixed a brooding gaze upon the intertwined hands of Lu Heng and Yu Ji. Wasn't Lu Heng her ex-boyfriend? Why were they holding hands? What had transpired while he and Jiang Xiaobai were out fighting zombies? A wave of regret washed over Su Mingyang. He shouldn't have gone to hunt zombies. Now, it appeared as if Lu Heng and Yu Ji had reconciled. The mere thought of this possibility felt like the sky was collapsing around him. What Su Mingyang noticed did not escape Jiang Xiaobai's attention either. Though he had his suspicions, it did not mean he could accept it. His face remained cold, lips pressed tightly together, suppressing his emotions from surfacing. He Lang interjected, his expression devoid of emotion. You may leave, but the members of Serpent's Tail cannot accompany you. Su Mingyang. Jiang Xiaobai. Lu Heng's brow furrowed with a dark expression as he succinctly recounted their intention to retain Yu Ji. I am not the one who follows behind, he retorted. What concern is it of yours? He Lang replied irritably, perplexed by his own feelings. The sight of Yu Ji mingling with those men was truly irksome. After a scuffle, He Lang had gleaned an understanding of their prowess. These three were among the elite of the supernatural beings. The initial thought of easily overpowering them now seemed far-fetched. Come here, I wish to speak with you, He Lang beckoned. Yu Ji hesitated, well aware of He Lang's intentions, suspecting he might attempt to seize him again once he approached. I assure you, once I have spoken, should you wish to depart, I will not hinder you. And you may take these crystal cores, He Lang offered, producing the crystal cores, gleaming, pristine gems harvested from the brains of zombies. Yu Ji found himself tempted. After all, He Lang had made a promise. Although Lu Heng and the others were opposed, they could not sway Yu Ji's resolve. He Lang pulled him into a small corner. They stood face to face, with He Lang towering half a head above Yu Ji. Do you truly not wish to accompany us? Planning to head to that wretched base? Let me enlighten you. In the base, ordinary individuals devoid of powers like you face dire straits, working tirelessly yet unable to satiate their hunger, poorly clothed, and subject to bullying. He Lang warned. Yu Ji pouted, turning his head away, unwilling to listen to the villainous He Lang. Or do you believe they can protect you? He Lang pressed. Yu Ji paused, his thoughts inadvertently exposed. Indeed, he had harbored such notions. Lu Heng, Su Mingyang, and Jiang Xiaobai were formidable supernatural beings with ample resources. Accompanying them would mean living a life of ease. His expression betrayed him, and He Lang recognized his thoughts, feeling a stir of interest. You reside in the base, while they venture out for various missions. Once they leave your side, others will perceive you as easy prey, bullying you and threatening you into silence. Moreover, the higher-ups in the base have ulterior motives. They particularly favor capturing attractive young men like yourself. When the others are absent, They will not treat you with kindness as I do. They will not only harm you, but will also deny you sustenance. Fear gripped Yu Ji as he Lang's words sank in, causing him to swallow nervously while instinctively clutching his clothing. You have spent too long with them, lacking exposure and unaware of the outside world. The old ways are no longer viable. Our organization, the Tail-End Society, is formidable. Every member possesses supernatural abilities, and few bases are unaware of our reputation. Originally, the Tail-End Society did not permit ordinary individuals to join. We only accepted elites, all endowed with powers. Yet, given our relationship, if you appease me and speak kindly, I may grant you a privileged entry into our ranks. Yu Ji's ears perked up, angered by He Lang's assertion of his ignorance. However, upon hearing about this Tail-End Society, it indeed seemed exceptionally impressive, a collective of elites, all endowed with powers. He could already envision himself thriving within such an organization, and unconsciously straightened his posture, prepared to accept He Lang's invitation. Such an organization, tailored for him, would be a waste of his intellect and talent if he were to decline. Although he lacks supernatural abilities, he is by no means inferior to those who possess them. Yu Ji, believing himself to be discreet, cast a sidelong glance, and He Lang, of course, noticed, feigning ignorance. If you are unwilling, so be it. Let this be a lesson learned in misplaced goodwill. Adopting a demeanor of regret, he extended his hand in a gesture of dismissal. You may return with them. My earlier intention to keep you was merely a ploy to frighten you. Since you are reluctant, we are not the type to forcibly retain anyone against their will. Here, this is the crystal core I promised you. Take it. After such a series of maneuvers, Yu Ji could hardly contain himself. I did not express reluctance. Chapter 88. The male protagonist's ex-boyfriend in the apocalypse. I wish to join. He Lang remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, neither confirming nor denying. Allow me to join. I am quite capable and intelligent, and we are friends. If you permit me to join, you shall be my closest friend. Yu Ji playfully nudged He Lang's arm, instantly reversing the balance of power and choice. So now you wish to join? He Lang chuckled softly. As He Lang pondered, Yu Ji felt both anxious and apprehensive, awaiting the final verdict. Initially confident, he felt a pang of urgency upon hearing He Lang might deny his entry, fearing he was about to miss an extraordinary opportunity. He Lang, with subtle restraint, nodded. Very well, you shall accompany us shortly. Oblivious to being manipulated, Yu Ji exhaled deeply, elated, his eyes sparkling, having completely forgotten his initial reluctance to join this organization. With me around, once you enter, no one will dare to bully you, and you'll enjoy delicious meals every day. He Lang proceeded to briefly introduce the structure of the organization, him.As. The hierarchy was quite simple: a leader, a handful of core members, and numerous ordinary members. He Lang glossed over this and focused more on describing the diverse supernatural abilities of the members and the formidable reputation of him.As, along with their impressive achievements. Yu Ji was enthralled, realizing how powerful him.As truly was, grateful to have joined. Ordinary supernatural beings must undergo rigorous scrutiny to join, making it exceedingly difficult. I am making an exception for you, and when we return, I shall inevitably face some criticism. Yu Ji nodded earnestly, adopting a serious expression. He was joining as an ordinary person, yet he believed himself to be even more formidable than the supernatural beings. Generously, he reassured He Lang, we are friends. Friends should not quibble over gains and losses. You will only be criticized a bit. It won't cost you anything, and I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. At this, He Lang's lips curved into a smile, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with flecks of light. So you are a core member now? But you still have to heed that person's authority. Yu Ji was now aware. Despite He Lang's claims of greatness, he was not the leader among these supernatural beings, secretly harboring a hint of disdain for him. Jean Gus surpasses me in prowess, and is also my senior in age. The leader has advised that I must undergo further training for a few months before I am fit to lead a team. Out of a certain whim, He Lang deliberately emphasized Jin Zhao's age in his remarks. Indeed, Jin Zhao possesses an extraordinary appearance, not merely handsome at first glance, but stunningly beautiful, with a slender build and features that seem meticulously sculpted. Regardless of Yilang's intentions, Yuji could not help but exclaim, "You are so young." Yilang's expression darkened. "I am certainly older than you. Humph. I hereby declare you are no longer my best friend, for you have bullied and mocked me." Previously, he had eagerly sought to join, and now, having received Yilang's permission, he promptly rescinded the title of best friend upon encountering a slight displeasure. Although Yuji's claim to best friend status was somewhat inflated, he took great pride in wielding this intangible asset as leverage. Confident that Yilang would not retaliate, he stood with hands on hips, adopting a fierce demeanor. Yilang graciously indulged Yuji, feigning a look of deep regret and annoyance. A performance so convincing that Yuji stifled a laugh. Their conversation extended for too long, prompting Lu Heng to approach. At which point Yuji excused himself from Yilang. He intended to bid farewell to his companions here and gather some belongings. Yilang glanced at the sky. "We have arranged a transaction of supplies with your team, and we shall depart quickly, likely before nightfall. You must hurry over." This opportunity was hard-won, a rare chance to circumvent the usual channels, likely allowing only one ordinary person's entry. Subsequent opportunities would surely be restricted. If this chance were missed, there would be no second. Yilang exaggerated the urgency, having gleaned enough about Yuji's character through their conversations. Such a statement was bound to incite Yuji's haste. As anticipated, Yuji responded with alarm. "Oh, so soon. You must wait for me. I have quite a few belongings to gather. If I am not there in time, please come and get me." With a worried heart, Yuji hurriedly departed after admonishing Yilang. The news of his imminent departure left the three men in an absurd state of silent disbelief. Each wore a distinct expression, yet all shared a common frown. "I disagree," Su Mingyang declared, disregarding Lu Heng's presence, his tone resolute enough to draw the attention of both Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Heng. Yuji's thoughts were so erratic that it bordered on the absurd, having truly been beguiled by the sweet words of a man. Jiang Xiaobai frowned. "Do not heed that man's words. You claim you wish to join this so-called tail-ending organization, yet we know nothing of its true nature. We cannot ascertain the veracity of his claims, and there will be future opportunities." Lu Heng sighed in exasperation. "Are you really that foolish? Do you believe everything others say? Are you really going to follow him? What a ridiculous organization. Do you think they want to sell you out on the road? They believe they could dissuade Yuji, an ordinary person, leaving with a completely unfamiliar group of superpowered individuals, was fraught with uncertainty and peril. As for Yilang's words, they were merely rhetorical tricks. Yet this time, perhaps due to having encountered too many tricks, Yuji was particularly stubborn, resolutely determined to pursue this matter. "I must go. I must go. I have no ties to you. You cannot hinder me." His desire for progress was immense. By joining such an organization, he would undoubtedly become a core member in no time, and perhaps even usurp the leader's position. Those who obstructed his advancement and his aspirations of leadership became the villains dragging him down. Moreover, this organization was composed entirely of individuals with extraordinary abilities, and the entrance barrier was exceedingly high. It would be foolish not to join when an ordinary person finally had the chance to enter. Distrustful of their ill intentions, Yuji covered his ears and shook his head repeatedly. "I don't need your concern. I am going. I truly detest you all. You are the worst." What exactly had Yilang said to him? He truly had a way of stirring one's heart. Even binding him would not work. Earnest persuasion fell on deaf ears. The young boy, at times appearing timid and cowardly, was in truth most adept at bullying the weak while fearing the strong. He grew feisty when confronted with weakness and imposed his will, knowing deep down that these individuals cared for him and indulged him, unwilling to scold him. The more others advised him, the more determined he became to proceed with his decision. Jiang Xiaobai continued to persuade Yuji, deliberately dragging out the time it took for Yuji to pack, revealing a previously unseen childish side that incited Yuji's anger to the point of wanting to strike him. Su Mingyang and Lu Heng had separated for a moment. "Galu," Su Mingyang called softly, his voice faint. Upon approaching, he did not need to see Lu Heng's expression to know that Lu Heng was already aware of everything he needed to know. Lu Heng's evident concern and closeness to Yuji were impossible to conceal. It was a manifestation of his keen observation. Galu had always been perceptive, And the fact that he had managed to keep this hidden for so long was, to be honest, beyond Su Mingyang's own expectations. Do you know Yuji? Are you two quite close? Lu Heng's brow furrowed like ice, his gaze dark and foreboding, awaiting Su Mingyang's explanation. The inevitable had finally arrived. Su Mingyang closed his eyes, revealing no concealment as he spoke. The person I told you I liked is him. It is Yuji. The moment the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the car. The heavy atmosphere weighed down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. I regarded you as my brother, and this is how you repay me? Lu Heng ground his teeth, each word seemingly forced from between clenched jaws. Veins throbbed at his temples, and his eyes burned with a terrifying crimson. Or perhaps you wish to tell me that you do not know who he is, that you are unaware of our relationship? Reflecting on the past few days, during which Su Mingyang had exhibited various peculiarities due to his affections, Lu Heng had been worried, fearing Su Mingyang would be deceived or become blinded by infatuation. How laughable, how utterly ridiculous. He felt like a complete fool. Not to mention, taking supplies from me to gain favor. What a delightful sensation that must be. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a pawn in Su Mingyang's attempts to please Yuji. Just the thought of it sent waves of fury surging within him, as if a tempest had suddenly erupted. His obsidian eyes resembled invisible blades, piercing through Su Mingyang's heart. Su Mingyang opened his mouth. I'm sorry, Galu. I only found out later that Lu Heng's expression remained indifferent. Separate from him. Do not, Lu Gu. You cannot act this way. Su Mingyang's voice gradually faded beneath Lu Heng's indifferent gaze, becoming increasingly faint until it was almost inaudible, only to rebound with fervor. It was an act of self-destruction, a desperate retaliation against being cornered. Do not push me, Lu Gu. I do not wish for this. You and Ji are no longer connected. You have no right to demand such of me. The mere mention of Yu Ji infused Su Mingyang with courage. His words, though jumbled, remained resolute. Once, prior to meeting Yu Ji, Su Mingyang had always deferred to Lu Heng, obeying his every command. However, after encountering Yu Ji, he found the audacity to confront Lu Heng. Regardless of Lu Heng's displeasure